Chapter 321. Far from it. Time gradually recovered its original speed in the senses. In this no longer slow flow, David witnessed the whole process. The Arasaka staff member ignored the impact on himself. Just glanced at David. And then continued to swing the mantis knife according to the original trajectory. At the critical moment, when man's head was about to be chopped off, man gave up the projectile launch system that had not yet been fully transformed, raised the modified left hand, and blocked it in front of him. Man used an arm as a price to exchange for precious moments of struggle. Although the subcutaneous armor and projectile launch system of his left hand were easily cut by the mantis knife, as if the blade was sliding through butter, this sacrifice finally achieved his goal. As man's arm broke, blood gushed out from the cross-section, forming a bloody fountain. The blood rain from the fountain fell on the face of the Arasaka staff member, shielding his eyes when he had temporarily exhausted his strength after swinging the mantis knife. The Arasaka personnel's vision was disturbed for a moment. Just a moment. If the Arasaka personnel was facing man, who had not lost his gun, left hand, and projectile launch system, then man would be enough to take his life in this moment. However, after he lost the weapon on his right hand and left arm in succession in order to cover David and protect his head, man could only tilt his head back at this moment, which should have been a perfect opportunity to attack. His right hand tightly grasped the scrapped heavy machine gun, which was firmly suppressed by the Arasaka personnel's left arm mantis knife, and his left hand was ruthlessly cut off by the opponent's right arm mantis knife. His feet were on the ground at this moment, providing the only support and force point for his body. In this life and death moment, the only weapons man could rely on were his wisdom and brain. What is wisdom? Wisdom is to use the head that was almost cut off a moment ago, lean back, and then pass by in an instant. When the Arasaka staff blinked his eyes, and his vision became clear again, he saw an extremely hard head, which was slamming into his face with the force of thunder. The hardest part of the skull is the frontal bone, which is a pair of membranous bones in the upper part of the front of the skull. Man installed subcutaneous armor on the outside of this bone, close to the scalp, when this extremely hard, heavy hammer slammed into the unprepared face of the Arasaka staff. The result was that the Arasaka staff's body began to lean back involuntarily. It seems that you don't have subcutaneous armor on your face, like those crazy people in the Uzumaki gang. The face was extremely sore. The nose was crooked, and the nosebleed and tears flowed involuntarily because of the pain. In the mind of the Arasaka staff who leaned back, there was only one thought at this time. The guys from military technology. Why do they all like to use physical attacks now? The younger one uses his elbow. The older one uses his head. Are they from the animal gang? Why do the people from military technology recruit anyone? When the Arasaka member couldn't help but lean back, David raised his pistol. When facing the subcutaneous armor made of nanofiber material of Arasaka, the technical weapons need to store energy for a period of time before the bullets have the power to break through the defense. However, after man verified with actual actions that the Arasaka member's face had no subcutaneous armor, the direction of David's gun was only a point. The bullet was fired without any energy storage, and hit the face of the Arasaka member accurately, with the sound of the bullet penetrating the flesh and blood. The body of the Arasaka member, who leaned back, froze in midair for a while. And then it seemed as if he had lost all strength and support, and he collapsed straight down. His brain was pierced diagonally by the bullet that entered from the upper jaw. No matter how much the last remaining consciousness of the Arasaka staff wanted to struggle, after his cerebral cortex was turned into mud by the impact of the bullet, he lost all possibility of struggle. Plop. Huff. Heaving heavily, he dropped the heavy machine gun in his right hand, and used his free right hand to tightly grasp the broken part of his left arm, while trying to keep the remaining left arm close to his body to reduce blood flow. Man couldn't help but breathe heavily, but as soon as he got rid of the Arasaka staff by chance, he smiled and praised David. David, well done. You saved my life again. Man, watching the blood constantly leaking out from man's tightly clenched fingers, dripping on the sand in the cave, forming blood drops and sand balls, David's face was full of self-blame. He knew that if it weren't for his days, the Arasaka staff would never have cut off one of man's arms. This was all due to his mistake of being too young and inexperienced. When he heard the voices of the Arasaka personnel, he did not immediately question why the sound was so loud that they could hear it, but subconsciously believed it. It was because of his stupidity that man not only almost died, but also lost an arm. Don't worry about it. Looking at David with shame and regret on his face. Man was comforting David even though he was the one who lost an arm, compared to me who only lost an arm. This bastard from Arasaka has already fallen to the ground. I exchanged an arm for a life. So I didn't lose anything. As he said that, perhaps because of the loss of strength caused by the rapid loss of blood, man staggered back a few steps and sat down against the rubble. After that, he seemed to think of something, and his face, which had gradually turned pale, smiled, and I only lost a hand for a life. In comparison, I am much luckier. In comparison, I only lost a hand for a life. David, who was originally a little worried about man's injury, couldn't help but twitch his face because of his words. David knew who man was talking about. The mission they had carried out together had been known to everyone in the team when man boasted after drinking. The person man was comparing himself to was the one who lost both hands when he got his life back. If you really count it this way, man was indeed lucky. Stop talking. Man. David glanced around the corner. No one came in. It seemed that the Arasaka personnel outside had either really fought with the military technology personnel, or they believed in the ability of the dead Arasaka personnel. So he approached man, took out the medical hemostatic agent, and injected it into man's left shoulder, and then tried to help man up. Let's go in first. Man. Once we get in, I try to treat your wound first. That's the only way. Man was helped by David to stand up again and walk towards the gravel entrance they had moved out. When passing by the dead body, man took a look at the Arasaka personnel whose face was shattered and whose head was missing a few pieces. His eyes caught sight of the opponent's badge, which read, "He is a captain of the Arasaka security department." No wonder he is so strong. Even if he is placed in the Arasaka tower, he is enough to be responsible for the defense of an entire floor. However, man looked at David who was supporting him, and the smile on his face remained. However, compared to us, this strength is still far behind. Chapter 322 Stomping on Ants. 10 minutes after the battle with military technology, the chief of Arasaka waited for their support. When he saw their support, the first thought that came to the chief of Arasaka counterintelligence department was not joy, but fear. How could it be him? It was hard for the chief of Arasaka to imagine how his boss persuaded this person to come. It was better to say that he didn't know how his boss, who was below him in terms of position, met this big shot and told him that they needed support. The support sent by Arasaka company was just a floating car. To be precise, it was an unmanned floating car with a man in it. He stood by the open door, half of his body exposed outside, looking down at the battlefield. He was the only reinforcement for Arasaka when facing the nearly 100-man military technology force. Arasaka and the military technology personnel in the battle all noticed the airship that suddenly arrived at the center of the battlefield at a high speed, but suddenly stopped in the middle, as if it was intentional. When they saw the figure on the airship clearly, everyone's face showed disbelief and fear. The huge body made of machinery, the pair of cold and cruel eyes with bright red light. Gurgle. Unconsciously, the deafening sound of the exchange of fire suddenly became silent, and all the people present seemed to have forgotten the enemy they should have been staring at. They couldn't help but look up and look at the figure on the airship, as if the fierce battle on the entire battlefield was not as good as the appearance of that person. Everyone couldn't help but think of a name in their hearts when their eyes touched that figure. Adam Hammer. Whether it was Arasaka or the military technology personnel, they all shouted in fear at this moment. No one had thought that the monster would appear on this battlefield. Why? Why did he appear? Why did Adam Hammer appear? The battle in this place, after all, is just a small matter that can be decided by a section chief. Even if the opponent is a mortal enemy, the level of the personnel to be dealt with will not be that high. Why would Adam Hammer, who is now the head of Night City's security, leave his post and run to this desolate and bad land? It can't be that he is bored and looking for something to do. Neither Arasaka nor military technology knows the reason for Adam Hammer's appearance. But their thoughts are not important to Adam Hammer in the sky. People will squat down to see the actions of ants on the ground because of a good mood by chance, and decide their life and death based on likes and dislikes. But it is too ridiculous to say that the person who acts it cares about and values ants. At least for Adam Heavy Hammer, his attitude towards ants is to occasionally stomp to death out of interest. Just like now. After staying in Arasaka Tower for a long time, he got a little bored, so he ran out to hang out and save some people under the name of the mission. According to the department classification, they belong to the convoy guards under his command. Military technology. Without much human emotion. Only the cold artificial eyes swept across the battlefield. An atom heavy hammer quickly determined the number of military technology people. 91 people. Make do. Atom heavy hammer jumped directly from the air nearly 30 meters high. And his jumping action was like pressing the switch to continue the action. Whether it was the people of military technology or Arasaka, they all came back to their senses at the moment Atom Heavy Hammer took action. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. Retreat to the cave where our people are. Section Chief Arasaka panicked and ordered his men to run quickly. Atom Heavy Hammer's killing didn't care whether you were a friendly army or not. Anyone who stood in front of him would die. The only thing Section Chief Arasaka could pray for was that Atom Heavy Hammer at least had a concept of a camp. And even if he jumped down, he would jump to the side of military technology. Hurry up and shoot. Launch rockets. Quickly. Quickly. Don't let this monster get close to us. Otherwise none of us can escape. Compared to Arasaka, who could at least comfort himself that he was Atom Heavy Hammer's teammate. All the people of military technology could do now was to struggle. Yes, they knew it very well. But they were unwilling to die like this. And they struggled out of the instinct of life. The armored vehicles had machine guns with a firing rate of 2,200 rounds per minute roaring and firing. In the rain of bullets from several armored vehicles, the entire sky was dyed golden in a very short time. While the bullets and shells reflected the sunlight, Atom Heavy Hammer's rapidly falling body was tightly surrounded by the firepower net. The bullets hitting Atom Heavy Hammer's steel body seemed to cover him with a coat of sparkling sparks. The clanging sound of metal collisions continued. But even such a high-speed and intensive attack could not penetrate the shell of his steel body. The falling momentum of Atom's hammer was like a natural disaster. And no one could stop it. Boom! Along with the heavy sound of falling, there was a pit in the ground. When the military technology personnel turned their guns to the pit, they found that neither the vehicle-mounted fire control nor the aiming of their artificial eyes could lock Atom's hammer. When the ground sand that exploded due to the fall fell sparsely from the air, there was no figure of Atom's hammer in the pit. No. He's gone. He's gone! Atom's hammer is gone. Where is he? The response to the terrified military technology members was a series of deafening explosions. No figure could be seen. And no footsteps could be heard. Every military technology member looked around in confusion with a gun in hand. Around them, the armored vehicle that had carried them over and fired bullets to stop Atom's hammer was exploding. Exploding rapidly and continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The almost continuous explosions and flames surrounded the military technology personnel. Except for the people on the armored vehicle who were affected by the explosion. None of them died. However, with the explosion, their bodies became more and more tense. And the expressions on their faces became more and more collapsed. A shadow flashed by a member of the military technology. Feeling great fear, the eyes of the military technology member were almost white. In his body instinctive survival consciousness, he tried to save himself. He raised the Ajax kinetic rifle in his hand, aimed at the place where he felt the shadow, and pulled the trigger. But he was aiming at his companion. Chapter 323 Knowing a Little Secret. This is really miserable. On the newly arrived hovercraft, Oliver looked at the military technology below, which was defeated by the appearance of Atom Hammer, and said with a trace of sympathy or emotion, "Why did Atom Hammer appear here? Isn't he the security director of Arasaka Tower? Why did he come here to take care of every little thing? He is so diligent at work. It is obvious that protecting Arasaka Tower is more important to him. Right? You want to find a reasonable reason from Atom Hammer?" Jack didn't have as many emotions as Oliver, for such a madman who everyone suspects is crazy. You actually infer why he does this. That's not the case. Sitting in the car, with his feet resting outside the car door, Carl looked down. Atom Hammer seemed to be playing a game. He teased the soldiers of military technology into a crazy killing, but he himself was not in a hurry to do it himself. After a few glances, Carl said, "Everyone says that Atom Hammer has gone crazy. But according to my impression of Atom Hammer, he is not crazy. But his thinking and current state are almost crazy, which is difficult for ordinary people to understand. But he still maintains his strange rationality. If his mental state is almost crazy, then isn't he crazy?" B held his sheathed samurai sword in his hand and changed the topic. He didn't continue to discuss Atom Hammer with his companions, so we are looking for Man and the others. Where are they? I have found them. Relying on the ball as a medium, T-Bug successfully maintained the data connection in this harsh environment. Her voice sounded from the black and white bionic dog on the ground. I have searched for man's location. After he found that it was me who requested the connection, he had released the location-related permissions. I have sent the location to the communication. You can also control the release of permissions by yourself. Without T-Bug, are you going to search for invasions? It seems that man is in good condition now. Let me check the location. After Carl confirmed the location, he found that it was just below them. After seeing the location set by T-Bug in the communication, the expressions of several people in the team were a little strange. Is it such a coincidence? While controlling the hovercraft to descend, Oliver complained, "It's actually the place we came to when we were on a mission. This place was a camp of night-wandering ghosts. That's also the place where we did our first mission with V." Jack turned his head to look at V, who nodded. "I remember the €30,000 commission. I probably know where Man and his team are hiding. We went to that cave to rescue the military technology engineers. And now we are looking for Man and his team again. Is this the cave where the snake and scorpion spirits hide?" Calabash brothers are rushing to get in. Faced with Carl's words, which he could roughly understand but didn't know what he was saying, Oliver was a little speechless. "Carl, can you stop saying things we don't understand? I admit that I don't understand because I'm not well educated. But at least say something modern. I don't understand this either." The only one of the two educated people in the team. Bug also complained about Carl's strange knowledge. What era is this knowledge from? Young master of the company? It's from the 1980s. I don't know if it's available now. But the location is set. I go down first. Speaking carelessly, Carl supported himself with both hands and jumped down from the high-altitude hovercraft without hesitation. His fall was accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, which attracted the attention of the Arasaka personnel, who were desperately rushing to the road underground, fearing that they would be affected by the Adam's hammer. This group of Arasaka employees, who had just arrived at the cave and eliminated the remaining military technology personnel, raised their heads involuntarily when they heard the wind sound similar to that when the Adam's hammer fell. Then, they saw a very familiar figure in the sky falling rapidly. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. When they saw the figure clearly, the Arasaka personnel were numb. What the hell? Isn't this person Carl? Why is he here too? Arasaka people are very familiar with Carl. Even more people have seen Carl than Adam Hammer. His black hair and appearance have long been imprinted in the minds of every Arasaka operative. Adam Hammer again. Carl again. What kind of shitty job is this today? I really don't want to do it anymore. The head of the counterintelligence department of Arasaka cursed while throwing the gun he used for self-defense on the ground. Of course, the work still needs to continue. Sitting in his position, the salary and treatment provided by Arasaka have made him the top person in Night City. It is impossible to give up. For work, you can just curse and do the work. The reason why he dropped his weapon is also very simple. Everyone understands Carl rules. To survive in Night City, especially in the counterintelligence department, a place that is full of cannibalism, it is necessary to have a flexible mind. When facing KK, the top mercenary in Night City, his code of conduct has long been analyzed by Arasaka. In the calculation, as long as you have not been known by Carl to have done anything particularly bad, put down your weapons and talk nicely. He will not kill you according to his temper. He is much easier to talk to than 99% of Night City people. If you really go against Carl and his team, they are all workers. They are working so hard for a few dollars. It's okay to save face. Seeing that the big man in charge of commanding this operation in the counterintelligence department has dropped his gun neatly, the Arasaka personnel next to him are not blind and followed suit. Those who pay more attention to their duties just drop their guns at their feet so that they can pick them up at any time. And those who are more afraid directly drop their guns next to the section chief of the counterintelligence department. As a result, a small mountain of guns is piled up next to the section chief in a short while. This behavior, which was almost like marking who was the key person, was noticed by the section chief. If they were not in different departments and these people were just assistants, he really wanted to kick them all out of the company. I run and you follow me. I throw my gun and you also throw it. How can people like you who have no independent style make progress? Don't you want to try hard? Go up and talk to Carl with your guns. If you come back alive, You will be promoted. Why do you embarrass me? The person in charge? Bang. Carl found the right position and landed in front of the section chief. Before landing, Carl paused slightly in the air in midair and used the compressed air emitted by the tendon reinforcement prosthesis to cushion his feet, and then landed steadily on the ground. Immediately after Carl landed, the hovercraft also slowly fell, and other people who were very familiar to the Arasaka staff jumped off one by one. Jack, Oliver, Carl teammate. And then, looking at the last person, the section chief of the counterintelligence department twitched his eyes. Unlike the other Arasaka personnel who were looking at the last person in confusion and obviously didn't know him, the head of the counterintelligence department knew this guy. At the Arasaka banquet yesterday, the head of the counterintelligence department was a person who survived the attack. This guy. Isn't he the captain of the second combat team? How come he is mixed with Carl and the others? The head of the counterintelligence department looked at V and felt as if he knew some incredible little secrets. Chapter 324. Come if you want to fight. Adam Hammer, the captain of the second action team, appeared in Carl team. No matter what the reason was, it was not something that the section chief of the counterintelligence department could find out. So after a moment of hesitation, the section chief of the Arasaka counterintelligence department chose to pretend not to know him. He watched, frowning slightly, facing Carl, and made a questioning gesture. KK, I remember we didn't hire you to help us work. I really didn't take it. The section chief of the counterintelligence department pretended to scan the bodies of the surrounding military technology personnel, looking at the situation. You are not here for military technology. I didn't take military technology work either. Facing the section chief of the counterintelligence department, who looked very vigilant, Carl didn't care too much. A company employee came to be curious about what mercenaries do. I think I should have no obligation to report to you. Right? It doesn't look like they are here to kill us. He heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression was still serious. The section chief of the counterintelligence department deliberately showed a slight hesitation in front of Carl and the people behind him who were watching him, and waved to his men. The military technology personnel in this place have been annihilated. Evacuate. After hearing this from the commander, the rest of the Arasaka personnel felt relieved. They didn't even wait for the section chief of the counterintelligence department to say anything else, and they had already taken action and ran to the position of the armored vehicle. The purpose of their coming here was to clean up the military technology personnel, and at the same time to prevent Adam's heavy hammer from affecting them. So they ran to this place, although there are still caves that have not been checked, and it is unknown whether there are military technology personnel. But they can't care so much now. On the bridge, there are tigers in front and wolves behind. They should be grateful that they still have the opportunity to jump into the water under the bridge, who can still bear this pressure and fulfill their duties and responsibilities to complete the finishing task. They all ran very fast. What a bunch of rubbish. I noticed from my peripheral vision that the combat personnel left me behind without hesitation and started to run. The counterintelligence personnel cursed in their hearts, but still maintained their composure. After looking at Carl, they began to turn around and walk together. However, when he turned halfway, Carl's voice made his body freeze in place. Wait a minute. These short words made the counterintelligence section chief sweat on his palms and back instantly, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Why did Carl call me? Obviously, things should have been fine. Why did he call me? All the Arasaka personnel stopped moving. They didn't move. No one knew what Carl was going to do when things were obviously over, but they didn't dare to move. In the end, it was the section chief who turned around. His forehead was sweating and his face was slightly pale, but his expression remained unchanged. Is there anything else? KK? His words, without him noticing it, already carried a plea, as if he hoped that Carl would stop doing anything and give him a quick death. And he didn't expect that when he turned around, he saw Carl's smiling face. Your stuff. Carl pointed to the pile of weapons on the ground, as if he saw someone's stuff dropped and kindly reminded, don't forget to take it. After hearing this, the Arasaka personnel woke up from their dreams and took action one by one. Those who were loyal to their last duty were very grateful and picked up the weapons not far away from them and ran away. Those who were timid now had to turn around and take the weapons they had just thrown away under great pressure, under the gaze of Carl and his team. Weapons were taken away by Arasaka personnel wearing helmets and whose faces could not be seen clearly. Finally, it was the section chief of the counterintelligence department who dropped the weapons first and was pressed at the bottom. He carefully picked up his weapon, then slowly put it on his waist, and finally ran away. They are treating us like monsters. Carl didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. He shook his head as his companions watched the Arasaka personnel run away, and said, I don't want any of them. If it weren't for the fact that weapons with the Arasaka logo are not easy to give to Mr. Johnson and his men in large quantities, I would have to take the weapons away anyway. After the Arasaka personnel left, Carl and his team entered the cave. It didn't take much effort to open the rubble pile under the positioning of T-Bug and C-Man and David. It's so miserable. Man. Carl looked at Man who had lost a hand and had a strange sense of déjà vu. Are you trying to become Morgan Blackhand or Johnny Silverhand? You have to learn to lose your hand. If losing a hand can make me like them, I don't mind. Man stood up with David help without any concern. And then Oliver came over, gave David a look, took over David's position, and began to check and treat Man's injuries as a half-doctor, while Oliver took out a variety of instruments for treatment. Man looked at Carl and asked, Have you brought the things I asked you to bring? Of course. Carl took out a chip and handed it over. KK Express. Please receive it. Thank you. Man took the chip and smiled a little miserable under the pain of treatment. He had sent a message to Carl and others before. In addition to crying for help in Man's words, he also handed over the access point related to the authentication authority to Carl. What Man really wanted was to let Carl and others use their personal authentication authority to help them order a service. Man inserted the chip handed over by Carl, and then a prompt sound rang. Hello, Mr. Man. A distinguished gold member. We have detected that you are in poor health. Emergency troops have been dispatched. Since you are at the edge of the city service area, they are expected to arrive within 400 seconds. If you are still conscious, please go to an open area and wait for the arrival of the medical team. 70% of the estimated rescue and treatment costs will be covered by your gold package. This trip is a big loss, Man said helplessly. The gold membership, the hand, and all kinds of other losses. The only money I had was gone in one trip. I don't mind if you pay me back the gold membership money later. Carl asked, So what happened to you this time? So embarrassing. Faraday job. He sold us out. Faraday. Oliver was listening on the side, and he and Jack showed an understanding expression, and then said, Although we have guessed some, you still dare to take it. That's really awesome. I will toast you when I go back. Then losing this hand is not a loss. 6 minutes later, Man was carried onto the stretcher of the trauma team. Before being anesthetized, he finally winked at them. David watched the trauma team's hovercraft go away, and was about to ask Oliver some questions related to treatment. In his peripheral vision, he saw a mechanical figure slowly walking towards him from a distance. The man was David, and his eyes widened slowly. Are you here? You're really fast. Without any surprise, Carl's eyes met that slightly excited and brutal look. Long time no see. Mr. Adam Heavyhammer. I reminded you. Kid. The voice was like the dull sound of metal hitting each other. And Adam Heavyhammer's face, which had not much flesh and blood left, was full of excitement. I told you. You'd better not stand opposite me. Otherwise I kill you next time I see you. Are you trying to treat me as a disturbing factor during the mission and find a reason to get rid of me? Carl sighed. And the thermal samurai's sword in V hand behind him had already lit up. And Oliver and Jack were also ready, in front of Adam Heavyhammer, who was slowly approaching. Carl pulled out the single molecule line. You used your department's authority to see my cell phone communication information and knew I was coming. So you came here specially, right? When everyone thought Adam Heavyhammer was crazy. Carl never doubted Adam Heavyhammer's rationality, because he could feel that under Adam Heavyhammer's inhumanity, there was a cold rationality deep in his bones. A complete madman cannot become a legend verifier, let alone that he himself is a legend. In the competition a few days ago, Carl lost. But at that time, Carl was alone. At this time, Carl had only one response to Adam Heavyhammer. Don't do those weird things. Come if you want to fight. Chapter 325. Fight. Come if you want to fight. When David heard Carl's words, he felt the wind, and then a force drove him to the back. Stay away, David. The farther the better. What's coming next is not yours to participate in. Jack grabbed David's collar and threw him to the back, and his synaptic accelerator started. The body has already felt a threat that is fatal. There are no extra words or expressions. But the moment Carl's voice fell, Adam Heavy Hammer launched an attack. His shoulders opened, and the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher was connected. Then, in a short moment, in a flash, he poured all the rockets at Carl and his companions. When fighting against those military technicians, Adam Heavy Hammer didn't even use a rocket. But now, he used all his ammunition on Carl and his companions without reservation. David was thrown backwards in the air, staring at the rocket, which seemed to swallow everything around him. Then, he realized with horror that although Jack had thrown him backwards at the moment the battle broke out, he was still within the attack range of the rocket. David tried to activate Sion Weston, but before he did so, a figure had caught up with him and grabbed him in the air like a flash of lightning. The man's movements were swift and powerful, as if he was grabbing a balloon, dragging David in the air and flying farther away. At the moment they fled, David witnessed a huge mushroom cloud rising on the horizon, which was caused by the explosion of the rocket. "It's still too close." In a rapid whisper, David felt his body being pulled to the ground, and he couldn't help but eat a mouthful of sand on the ground. Cough, cough. Coughing, he raised his face that was rubbed a little painful, and looked up to find that the person who pulled him away from the battlefield at the critical moment was Oliver. Oliver's face was no longer as kind and smiling as usual when facing David. Instead, it was serious and focused. His expression was firm, and his eyes were sharp. He stared at the battlefield where he had started the Sion Weston and left. In his hands, a Nicometech sniper rifle was already steadily raised. As a sniper, Oliver had a clear understanding of his role. When facing a strong enemy, especially a master like Adam Hammer, he knew that his melee skills, which were enough to deal with ordinary cyber psychopaths, were just insignificant in front of Adam Hammer. Therefore, he chose to keep his distance, because only in long-range combat could he play his advantages. In close combat, his participation was not only useless, but might also bring unnecessary trouble to Carl and his team. In Nicomeda's scope, the soil layer that had just been lifted up by the rocket on the battlefield had not yet subsided, and the smoke and raised sand were still filled in the air. Adam Hammer's arm had blocked a fatal slash from the left side to his head with amazing speed and accuracy. Thermal katana. Looking at the scorching heat, the katana that had cut into his steel arm less than half a centimeter with all his strength, Adam Hammer showed a cruel and disdainful smile to V, who was looking at him from the left. Little trick. Then, in the slow time of the owner of Sion Weston, Adam Hammer raised his left foot and kicked V. With the power of Adam Hammer and the size of his mechanical legs that were almost half the waist of V, he only needed one kick to kick V in half. But Adam Hammer and V were not the only ones active in the slow time. At the moment of kicking, an activated single-molecule line had already swung and whipped Adam Hammer's eyes. Most of Adam Hammer's body was not afraid of the whipping of single-molecule lines. The whipping of this thin line was just a slight tickle for his solid mechanical body. But this majority did not include the artificial eye. Adam Heavy Hammer's artificial eye has functions such as anti-stun grenade, low-light environment vision enhancement, and red ultraviolet visibility. However, in terms of protection, it is only the light-transmitting eye part that needs to be protected. So there is only a layer of optical artificial eye protection on the outside of the eyeball. This protection is enough to block ordinary machine gun fire, but it is not enough to block the fully charged single-molecule line. Between killing V and losing both eyes, and saving the eyes to deal with Carl, Adam Heavy Hammer chose the latter without hesitation. There are many opportunities to kill this little mercenary wielding a thermal samurai sword, so there is no need to lose the artificial eye to deal with such a small person. Adam Heavy Hammer turned his head to the side, and the single-molecule line hit his side face. But while scraping off some bionic skin and flesh on the surface, it left a thin electric current burn mark on the alloy zygomatic skeleton underneath. Without direct visual contact, V easily avoided the kick from Adam Hammer. V, who had just escaped from danger, did not choose to retreat, but quickly counterattacked. He clenched his right hand into a fist and hit the bottom of the knife handle, causing the knife that was originally stuck in Adam Hammer's arm to sink at the front end and lift at the back end due to the impact of the knife handle, thus loosening apart. Then, V quickly approached Adam Hammer, followed the direction of the elbow hitting the knife handle just now, opened his 5 fingers, held the end of the knife handle with his ring finger and little finger, and pulled the knife with the back end raised out of Adam Hammer's arm. In the use of samurai swords, the ancient swordsmanship emphasizes the use of the last 2 fingers and the relaxation of the first 3 fingers. which means that the little finger, ring finger, and last two fingers hold the handle tightly, and the thumb, index finger, and middle finger are relaxed. The first three fingers are used when chopping down, so that the wrist can be prevented from being bent by the muscles, and the blade and the arm can be connected in a straight line. Only by chopping down one by one can the things that the blade is facing be cut smoothly. V does not know any ancient swordsmanship, but he knows how to chop people. All swordsmanship is often originated and passed down in actual combat. After chopping people many times, V has learned how to chop by analogy. After entering a distance that seems difficult to exert force, with a posture of almost rushing into the arms, the thermal samurai's sword is held by two fingers of both hands, raised from behind to the top of his head, and then slowly falls down when it is above the top of his head, holding his hands tightly, and chopping down. Adam Heavy Hammer just turned his face to avoid the whip of the single molecular line. He didn't expect that this seemingly insignificant mercenary would have such courage. At the moment, he just escaped from the disaster. He not only did not retreat, but rushed into his arms. He saw the thermal samurai's sword was about to cut down, and had to move his head again to avoid the attack. Puff! The sword brushed past Adam Heavy Hammer's cheek, which was avoiding the center of his face, after cutting off a piece of the mechanical block connected to the back of his head next to his forehead. It fell heavily on Adam Heavy Hammer's shoulder. If Adam Heavy Hammer didn't have ears, this knife coming down on his cheek alone would be enough to make him taste a painful lesson of underestimation. Two annoying pieces of meat. Adam Heavy Hammer's body spun violently. His fist swung like a storm, and he used his thick mechanical arms to force V and Carl back. He was furious, annoyed by his momentary negligence, and was ready to teach these two mercenaries who dared to challenge him a profound lesson. But at the moment when V and Carl retreated, Jack had already arrived in front of him. The technical double-barreled shotgun Sadera in his hand had been charged and ready. Bang! With the muzzle raised, the small steel needles shot by the technical charging were all splashed on Adam Heavy Hammer's body. In the electromagnetic blue light splashed by the steel nails, Jack's eyes were sharp. Don't forget, there is another one here. Chapter 326, Fierce Attack. The small steel needles that bombarded Adam Heavy Hammer made a crisp sound of ding-dong-dang. In the collision between the steel alloy and the sharp and extremely penetrating steel needles, it was obvious that Adam Heavy Hammer, who had thicker armor, won. However, facing this shotgun bombardment that was almost close to his face, he did not pay any price. The bionic flesh on Adam Heavy Hammer's face, which was perhaps left to show that he was still a person, was now riddled with holes by the dense small steel needles. Now Adam Heavy Hammer looked like a mechanical skeleton with a few pieces of rotten flesh on his face, just crawling out of the grave. I'm going to beat all your brains out. Adam Heavy Hammer, who had a lot of prosthetics installed in his mechanical body, even a prosthetic like the pain editor that ordinary mercenaries would not install, naturally would not feel pain because of the mere flesh being smashed. But the continuous slaps in the face and humiliation still made him furious. He looked down on everyone in Carl's team. At most, he looked at this guy a few more times because of Carl's specialness. But he didn't expect that this team he looked down on would bring him humiliation one after another. How long has it been since Adam Heavy Hammer was hurt? After being angry, only blood red remained in Adam Heavy Hammer's eyes. He activated the violent mode. In terms of modification, no one can compare with Adam Heavy Hammer. It is already the limit for ordinary people to install the same operating system. If it is a high-risk and high-load operating system like Xeon Weston, it is even more so. However, Adam Heavy Hammer can easily bear the burden of different operating systems with his mechanical body and integrate them into his own battle, with the help of Armor Regeneration Matrix. The tiny scratches on Adam Heavy Hammer's mechanical body are constantly shrinking and repairing. Metal self-repair technology is usually used to prevent mechanical materials from failing. Due to the special and expensive materials used, it is usually only used in a few important equipment parts. But for Adam Heavy Hammer, no matter how rare, special, and expensive this technology is, it is just an ordinary part of him. This is just like the mercenaries he once faced who claimed to be special and rare, but were easily defeated by him in the end. Their stories eventually became part of Adam Heavy Hammer's reputation as a legendary crusher. And there will be no surprises for the guys he faces today. Adam Heavy Hammer raised his arm, and the missiles fired by the projectile launch system installed in the telescopic mechanical arm bombarded Jack in front of him. At the same time, 2 automatic shooting guns popped out from his shoulders and began to shoot at V and Carl, who were retreating on both sides. One person is an entire arsenal. This is not an exaggeration for Adam Heavy Hammer. Even if Adam Heavy Hammer did not bring the weapons he usually used today because of his arrogance, the prosthesis and equipment installed on his body were more than enough in terms of firepower. The bullets and missiles tore and shattered everything in front of them, but did not hurt Carl and his men at all. This kind of attack might be very useful against large targets, but for mercenaries of their level, it was just SOSO. Who has not walked out of the hail of bullets? If they can't avoid this level of attack, they might as well die in the alley and scare the children. But although Carl and his men can easily avoid the firepower bombardment of Adam's hammer, they still have to have an evasive path and action. And this is what Adam's hammer is really aiming for. Adam's hammer retracted the projectile launch system ejected by the mechanical arm, kept the 2 automatic shooting guns on his shoulders, and stepped on the ground. Adam's hammer's feet are equipped with advanced jumping boosters, whose powerful thrust is enough to support his huge mechanical body, allowing him to perform amazing jumping movements. But at this time Adam's hammer did not use his jumping propulsion ability, but instead leaned his feet against the ground diagonally, using its impact thrust as a kind of running start. Blood-red eyes locked onto Carl. The guy with the thermal samurai sword and the guy with the technical double-barreled shotgun were just slightly annoying bugs. Although they annoyed Adam Heavy Hammer, the damage they caused was just that. From the beginning to the end, in Adam Heavy Hammer's eyes, Carl was the only threatening target. After dealing with Carl, it wouldn't be too late for him to deal with the remaining guys slowly. Bang! Boom! The surging power from the foot jump booster instantly made Adam Heavy Hammer's huge and heavy body disappear from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Carl, who was running to avoid the strafing. Adam Heavy Hammer clenched his hands together and raised them in front of him. The hands that made a mechanical hydraulic sound due to excessive force aimed at Carl. Adam's blood-red eyes met Carl's surprised eyes. And then he swung his fist without hesitation. Carl didn't know how amazing the power contained in Adam's clenched fist was when it hit him. But he knew that even if he was only slightly affected by the shock, his body might be twisted beyond recognition by that force. If it was the time when he competed with Adam's hammer before, Carl would never have been able to avoid this surprise attack. But after his legs were modified, even if his body was dodging, facing the moment when Adam's hammer seemed unavoidable, Carl could rely on his legs to move again. Carl's body twisted slightly and turned sideways, and his right foot stepped on the ground. The tendon-strengthening prosthesis played a role again. Under the reaction force of the compressed air it emitted, Carl's body maintained a strange posture and forcibly moved to the side, avoiding the hammer's fall. Boom! Even if the RPG rocket launcher bombarded the surface, it might not produce such a terrifying sound. Under the huge force of Adam's hammer, Carl's body was driven backwards by the air wave in the shock wave. On his retreating trajectory, the mud splashed like a hard iron ball under the kinetic energy of the explosion, and hit Carl's body when he staggered to stand on the ground. Carl put his hands in front of his face to reduce the impact of the mud, but his body could not completely avoid the attack of the mud. Pieces of mud hit his abdomen, making him feel that his whole stomach was churning. Carl moved his hands away as soon as the mud stopped, but Adam's hammer was one step ahead of him. When Carl's hands moved away slightly, just revealing a gap in his vision that could see the scene in front of him clearly, the figure of Adam's hammer was approaching like a shadow, and his fist was like a hammer, carrying an amazing force that could dent steel, and hit Carl fiercely. Chapter 327 Absolute Control. Facing the fist of Adam's hammer, Carl could not react much. He was already in the limit state, relying on strengthening tendons to forcibly change his trajectory of action. When he landed, the time had not even passed the second after he started to evade, and his body had not completely stopped. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to make a conscious evasive action. Should he close his hands that had just been separated and try to block Adam's hammer's fist with his arms? Or try to hack it with hacking methods to see if he could do anything? Carl had calculated the trajectory of Adam's hammer's fist. According to his calculations, Adam's fist would eventually hit his head at an extremely precise angle, with enough force to knock his entire head and spine away, causing it to spin in the air and fly to the sky. This was the only choice. Carl chose to hack it with hacking methods. Invade? Invade Adam's hammer? How is it possible? Adam Hammer has military-grade ice protection and a specially developed interference intrusion program. Carl wants to complete the intrusion in an instant and control Adam Hammer to stop, which is nothing but a pipe dream. Where can the intrusion be completed in an instant and controlled? Without a doubt, it is only himself. I am familiar with all the cracking methods, so I am the best target for cracking. Although the prosthesis is controlled by people, even the most sophisticated prosthesis has parts that are difficult for humans to intervene at the most basic operation level. For example, the prosthesis functions such as the projectile launch program. The operator obviously cannot control its entire operation process in detail, from the beginning of deformation to the launch of the micromissile. It is not enough for ordinary users to control it throughout the process. They will only give a simple instruction to the projectile launch program on the arm to make it start to deform and get ready. As for how it unfolds and deforms, how to prepare for launch, these details are not within the control of ordinary operators. But Carl is not an ordinary person. Just because ordinary people can't do it doesn't mean Carl can't do it. The strengthening tendon has just finished working. It needs to input a second command in a short period of time to let it slowly start working again. This is not a program running, and it needs to wait for it to work. Make it work again. Invasion. Control. Force. Simply inputting commands won't work. So I will take over the lowest level of operation and make it move myself. Every part of the body should be under Carl control. Even external parts such as prosthesis. Carl mind flashed with what Lao Wei said. Your body rejection reaction to the prosthesis is unexpectedly low. As if the prosthesis belongs to you naturally after it is installed in your body. It belongs to me naturally. The moment it enters my body, it can only obey me. The data stream, accompanied by Carl consciousness, was forcibly poured into the core control of the strengthening tendon. The reinforced tendons that were not charged could not emit compressed air again to change Carl's trajectory again. However, in addition to allowing Carl to have the function of secondary movement, it is also a biomechanical connective tissue that provides support for the leg muscles. In other words, it also provides support for Carl when standing. Now all we need to do is control the support and make it stop. Huh? Adam Heavy Hammer's punch aimed precisely at Carl had missed, while feeling that his arm did not give him a sense of hit. Adam Heavy Hammer's blood-red artificial eyes could not help but simulate the reaction of human pupils shrinking slightly due to emotional fluctuations. No hit. Impossible. This incredible thought appeared in Adam Heavy Hammer's mind for the first time since the battle began. According to Adam Hammer's combat procedures and his own combat experience, Carl could not avoid this attack. In Adam Hammer's expectation, Carl could only close his arms that had just been opened, and then he would be smashed and thrown out by his own huge force. This should be the result. He was determined to break the arrogant boy's arms and let him know why his attack, which was absolutely different from his own, failed. When Adam's hammer was filled with unbelievable emotions, Carl had already stood beside him. When a person is standing, the fastest downward movement is not squatting under the control of consciousness, but the muscle cannot contract and relax normally. At that moment, Carl forcibly controlled the strengthening tendon, so that it no longer operated the basic function of supporting his leg muscles. And while his feet were weak, he avoided the attack on the head by Adam's hammer in a half-squatting posture. Then, he took over the support again and stepped aside. You're one step behind, Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer. Accompanied by Carl polite address and smile. The single-molecule wire came without hesitation, coming from the side. The single-molecule wire, which was beyond Adam Heavy Hammer's expectation, was thrown on Adam Heavy Hammer's left eye. The electric current and sharpness attached to it instantly broke through the protection of Adam Heavy Hammer's artificial eye. When the blue light was surging, a blood-red eye was forcibly closed under the external action, feeling the loss of vision in the left eye and the numb current that had already touched the brain. Adam Heavy Hammer was not afraid of the current despite the imitation grounding coating intelligent relay system installed in the machine body. But at this moment, he really felt a threat to his life. This was no longer the previous contest where he felt humiliated, but everything was still under his control. But a real attack that made him feel life-threatening. An unexpected and fatal blow beyond his control. Although his left eye was lost, Adam Hammer was still Adam Hammer, while keeping the two automatic guns on his shoulders aimed at V and Jack, who were trying to approach from a distance. Adam Hammer's arm was in the blind spot and accurately swung at Carl, interrupting Carl's attempt to attack further. feeling the palm of his hand passing in front of him, breaking the air like a razor, and making a humming sound. Carl wisely took a step back to avoid this attack, which was extremely dangerous because of the length and strength of his arm. If he was hit by such a stroke, he would probably be cut in half. After Carl took a step back, the remaining right eye of Adam Hammer locked onto Carl. But he did not attack immediately, but asked a question. What is this? Obviously, Adam Hammer refers to Carl 2 bursts in such an extreme state, which took less than 1 second in total. It can be called forced overclocking or force control. Anyway, the forms of use are similar. In fact, Carl, who was doing it for the first time, didn't mind delaying the time to answer Adam's Hammer's question. He stared at Adam's Hammer's broken left eye and smiled, but I like to call it more. Sparks flashed on Adam's Hammer's broken left eye. In the flashing of sparks, Carl, who had hidden a knife under his left palm, stepped lightly and disappeared from the spot. Absolute control. Kenichi Shiro had observed Carl battle before. At that time, he had wondered why Carl fighting skills looked a little awkward, as if the connection between the movements and the skills were not coordinated with the body. But if he could witness Carl battle with his own eyes now, that doubt would definitely disappear. Because Carl at this moment has reached the realm of control. His body, his fighting skills, and all the connections in existence are now extremely smooth. Chapter 328, This is a team battle. The moment he saw Carl disappear, Adam Hammer activated CN Weston. Obviously, when facing an opponent with CN Weston, the key of the first and last move is very important. Even someone like Adam Hammer, who doesn't take ordinary attacks seriously, also attaches great importance to this. In the slow time, the order of a thought may determine the outcome. When Adam Hammer shook his right eye and looked to the left, he found that Carl's figure was there. Attacking from the opponent's blind spot is the basis of the basics of combat. When Adam Hammer loses half of his vision, he has to turn his head to get the view on the other side. When Adam Hammer turned his head to look at Carl, the knife in Carl's hand had already been used. Attacking from the front and throwing this crucial knife may be detected by Adam Hammer and avoided. But after Adam Hammer lost his left eye, he still needed to have a process of shaking his head to get the line of sight. And this process was enough for Carl to press the start of the knife. Carl's EMP knife was a precious gift given to him by Haruko. Although he has not named it, it is always carried by Carl and Jonya. In battle, this knife is too important. In this era, a knife that is different from an EMP grenade, extremely concealed and sharp, can do too many things in the hands of a mercenary, even if the target is Adam Hammer. When Adam Hammer noticed this flying knife that was so inconspicuous and so thin in the air, the knife was already close to him. The range of the EMP knife is 4 meters. And when Adam Hammer noticed it, it had already started. Buzz. Under the impact of electromagnetic shock, Adam Hammer felt that his movements suddenly became slow. Thanks to the electromagnetic pulse protection technology that Arasaka obtained from the espionage activities of Kanao Company, his body could barely maintain a certain flexibility in the pulse. But the sluggishness still greatly reduced his reaction speed. After feeling the only remaining right prosthetic, I start to skip frames, and the screen flicker. Adam Heavy Hammer, who was controlling his body slowly, realized what the EMP knife was. Aren't there only 2 special knives made? And both of them are on Haruko. Why does this kid have one? Compared to the disbelief that had already filled his heart, Adam Heavy Hammer felt more astonishment. Could it be that someone from another company obtained this technology and made it for this kid? But is it worth the resources and special research room required to help a mercenary? Based on Adam Heavy Hammer's past understanding of large companies, he clearly knew that the cost of making such a weapon was too high, and it was not cost-effective at all. Even if the final product was indeed given to Haruko, the related production line was like a chicken rib, with limited value. Even if Arasaka Old Enemy, military technology company, had obtained this information, they would never invest a lot of resources to build a production process that was doomed to lose money from scratch just for a mercenary. Since it couldn't be military technology specifically targeting Arasaka, then it could only be that the knife that pierced into his chest and entered an inch. Adam Heavy Hammer's eyes flickered, and the more he looked at this thing, the more familiar it became. It was indeed that knife. There were only 2 of them. Why was there one in this kid's hand? What was that waste Kenichi Shiro doing? His father was much more efficient than him in warning the personnel. Adam Heavy Hammer, who had never thought of being attacked by this thing, was naturally unprepared for this. And at this moment, he was in great crisis under Carl's unexpected actions one after another. You can't be anxious to deal with the beast. The more brutal the beast, the more so. With such words flashing in his mind, Carl approached Atom Heavy Hammer as soon as the electromagnetic pulse ended. And then he swung the single-molecule line again, this time aiming at Atom Heavy Hammer's right eye. Carl's combat ideas had never changed from beginning to end. Facing an enemy with powerful armor and firepower, he must start from other aspects. And the only choice was action and sight. Carl thought he couldn't stop Atom's hammer from moving, so he could only attack his sight. Even Atom's hammer couldn't exert his full combat power when his sight was impaired. Although he could rely on the weapon's automatic locking fire control system and the life-scanning equipment in his body to continue tracking Carl and others. The slow feedback of these auxiliary systems could not be compared with his accustomed direct visual response. No matter how much Atom's hammer despised the flesh and was accustomed to machines, he was born in this world as a human being with flesh and blood. The flesh and blood shackles that had existed since he opened his eyes had never left his body for a moment. In the darkness where his right eye also lost its vision, Atom Hammer felt the contact feedback from the surface of his mechanical body. The knife that pierced his body was pulled out by Carl. And then he felt a data stream invading his eye like a thread. This invasion, which would have been easily solved by his military-grade protection IC and anti-intrusion program, now invaded Atom Hammer's body that had just started to work quickly again after the electromagnetic pulse through the damaged artificial eye through the data connection established by Carl, which made Atom Hammer's body freeze in place, hindering movement. This is not Carl invading. Carl can invade and start the body acceleration at the same time now. But he has never been more than one person. There is an extremely good hacker in their team. This hacker only needs a loophole to drill into the loophole of the protection program, like a loach. Well done, T-Bug. Oliver couldn't help but praise T-Bug in the voice. And he finished charging the Nikomata sniper rifle in his hand on the high slope in the distance. The whole battle went too fast. Even with Sion Weston, Oliver couldn't catch up with Atom Hammer. But now Atom Hammer was imprisoned and stopped in place. So, there was no such thing as not being able to catch up, facing a fixed target. If he couldn't hit it accurately, then he wouldn't be Oliver. This is a team battle. Atom Hammer, aiming at Atom Hammer's head. Oliver released his fingers. Bang! Nikomata's bullet reached Atom Hammer's head at the moment when the slow time resumed its flow. Chapter 329. The battle is over. In the promotional introduction of the Nikomata sniper rifle, the description of its power is as follows. The tungsten nail bullets it fires can penetrate the thickest armor and walls, and smash titanium bones into pieces. In the face of the destructive power of the Nikomata, no one can rest easy. And the fact is indeed so. As a rare firearm whose promotional introduction matches the actual situation, the tungsten nail bullets of the Nikomata sniper rifle are accelerated by electromagnetic tension. Once the energy is fully stored, it can easily break through the defense even against an opponent like Atom Hammer, who is difficult to be harmed by conventional individual weapons. After the powerful tungsten nail bullet penetrated the skull made of special alloy, it hit Atom Hammer's brain like an awl. Is he dead? Oliver thought so in his heart after witnessing the bullet drilling into Atom Hammer's brain. Even a monster like Atom Hammer would not be able to survive if a tungsten bullet hit his brain. Right? In Atom Hammer's mechanical body, the only human part left is his brain, which is the key difference between him and those robots that are easily invaded by hacker AI. His brain is not only the source of his power, but also his only weakness. If this weakness is attacked, even a monster like Atom Hammer will not be spared. Atom Hammer will die. Of course. But the premise of all this is that the brain must be hit. The tungsten bullet shot into Atom Hammer's brain. And while penetrating, it cut off the metal part of his smooth titanium alloy head, where the parietal bone was originally located. After the metal skull on the top of the head was opened, what was exposed from below was not blood or brain matter, but the reflective luster of the metal. There is another layer in the skull? Oliver's pupils widened when he saw the metal that was smaller than the skull, but still firmly protected Atom Hammer's brain. Since Atom Hammer's battle footage is rarely circulated, few people outside know what kind of prosthesis he is equipped with except for the members of the Arasaka Research Department. Atom Hammer obviously knows that his brain is the biggest weakness of his whole body. It is not surprising that he has a secondary protection for this. But what Oliver could not have imagined is precisely this not-so-surprising thing. Oliver never expected that Adam Hammer would spare no effort in self-transformation. Single-layer transformation obviously failed to satisfy him. He even did multiple layers of transformation to enhance protection. This madman is really crazy. Performing such a dangerous operation on the brain once is already a huge risk. And he actually did it twice. Compared to Oliver, who was surprised. Carl, who witnessed Adam Hammer's skull being opened next to Adam Hammer, was not much surprised. Because this is Adam Hammer's personality. Can the second layer of transformation protect the brain? Yes. Can the second layer of transformation save his life at a critical moment? Yes. So why not transform it? Isn't it just a little crazy risk? What does it mean to Adam Hammer? Legends naturally have their own reasons for legends. And Carl never underestimates his opponent, who has already lost once. In this regard, Carl may believe in Adam Hammer's modification of himself more than anyone else present. Carl stared at the sunken second layer of protection, which was close to Adam Hammer's brain and covered it. If he took action at this time, relying on the single molecule line, he should be able to break the sunken brain. Carl had this feeling. But listening to Oliver's incredible shouts in the communication and T-Bug's frustrated sighs due to the interruption of the protection system IC due to the intrusion, Carl took a step back. Then, he issued his order as the captain. Retreat. Retreat? Because the electromagnetic pulse stopped Adam Hammer's automatic gunfire. Jack and V, who were approaching, heard Carl's instructions in the communication. Although they were a little unbelievable, they did not hesitate. There are plenty of opportunities to ask, and the reasons can be explained later. But in battle, they will obey Carl's orders. Because that's what Carl said. We're going to the hovercraft. V put away the thermal samurai sword and ran with Jack to the position where Oliver and David were. Where Oliver was, their hovercraft was parked. Carl glanced at Adam Hammer and was about to leave. But Adam Hammer's head was facing him accurately. And his mouth, which had not been damaged, made a voice with the same tone. Why didn't you do it? Was it because you were cowardly? Or because you were worried about my counterattack? Maybe a little bit of both. Mr. Adam Hammer. Carl did not deny it. Just now, Adam Heavy Hammer had obviously ended the state of being affected by the electromagnetic pulse, and could restart Sion Weston. Although he had lost his vision, it was not impossible for him to make a counterattack with the help of sensors and other things when Carl launched a fatal attack on him. Carl was very honest. He would not deny his fear and worry in the battle, even if he was facing Adam Heavy Hammer, who despised this. But Adam Heavy Hammer was not satisfied with Carl's answer. His body was still facing Carl's direction. But if you continue to work with your group of capable teams, you can kill me. Adam Heavy Hammer, who seemed to be looked down upon by everyone, actually admitted the ability of his team in his words, which was beyond Carl's expectations. However, Carl had another judgment on the killing in Adam Heavy Hammer's words. Go with everyone. Can you enjoy the honor of killing Adam Heavy Hammer? It sounds good. But Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer, you are also ready to plan to drag a few of my companions to die together before you die. Carl has seen Adam Heavy Hammer's mentality. Even though he lost his vision and the first protective shell of his brain was peeled off, Adam Heavy Hammer's weapons were still intact and his armor was indestructible. Compared with the beginning of the battle, his condition had hardly changed. When Oliver Nikomata's sniper rifle could not lock on the target, Carl's team had to choose to accurately deliver the weapon into Adam Heavy Hammer's skull at close range. However, facing Adam Heavy Hammer, whose combat power was not damaged at all, according to his character, even on the verge of death, he would definitely drag a few enemies into the abyss together. This was acceptable to Adam Heavy Hammer, but unacceptable to Carl. If he went alone, he would most likely be dragged down by Adam Heavy Hammer and die together. If he went with his companions, he might be taken away by a few people. In this case, it was obviously not a reasonable strategy to continue the battle. At this time, why not run away while Adam Heavy Hammer's artificial eye was lost? Of course Carl was afraid. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of an inexplicable death. Did he and Adam Heavy Hammer have any deep hatred? Obviously not. If he really wanted to count, Carl still owed Adam Heavy Hammer a life-saving grace. In that case, why would he continue to fight at the risk of his own death or the death of his companions? Carl moved his feet slightly, but Adam Heavy Hammer's hand had already been raised and pointed at Carl. Do you want to run? Adam Heavy Hammer was a little dazed when he said this. The last time he invited someone to fight, it seemed to be nearly 50 years ago. At that time, The person he faced was also a person who had lost his arm and installed a prosthetic hand. Of course I have to run. I'm just a mercenary, not a dead soldier. I have to run quickly when I have to. Carl waved his hand at Adam Hammer. If you don't mind, wait for me for a while. Mr. Adam Hammer, I feel that it may not take long for me to catch up with you and face you alone. Arrogant boy. Of course I'm arrogant. Carl chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Adam Hammer. I haven't repaid my favor yet. I promised that I would break your mechanical body and spare your life. At that time, I wanted to fight you alone. As expected, if I want to step on your head, I have to get rid of you myself. After saying this, Carl disappeared. Adam Hammer, who noticed his movement, moved his hand and stopped. It's not that Adam Hammer couldn't catch up with Carl's movement, but he stopped halfway for some reason. Should it be said that it was a rare expectation, or that he did not intend to die with Carl and the others? The rare idea of truce came to Adam Heavy Hammer's mind. Single duel? Adam Heavy Hammer thought of his former enemy again. Do you think you are Morgan Blackhand? Kid. Adam Heavy Hammer cursed, but did not take the step to catch up with Carl. Adam Heavy Hammer had countless reasons to keep moving forward. He would not let any opponent go. The provocation of this kid aroused his anger, and he still had enough fighting power. However, there was only one reason for him to stop. That is, Carl, after all, was not Morgan Blackhand, the opponent who could make him fight with all his strength and die. Or, compared with Morgan Blackhand in the conversation, Carl might be more like the knife that Adam Heavy Hammer thought of. Haruko and this kid. How much like Michiko and Chapter 330 ready to solve. Brother Oliver. Brother Jack. Carl. V. You are really awesome. In the hovercraft. David, whose face was flushed with excitement, was still recalling the thrilling battle between Carl and Adam Hammer just now, and was deeply immersed in it. He only regretted that he did not bring the Super Dream recording device and did not record the battle just now. You almost killed that Adam Hammer. It's incredible. That's Adam Hammer. Man said that just dying at his hands can be called a legend. It was just almost killing. There's no need to be so excited. Praised by David, who was also from St. Domingo and was younger, and like a younger brother. Oliver was already a little inflated in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface. Adam Hammer obviously still has the possibility of counterattack. If we continue to fight, we may not be his opponent. It's just a matter of quitting while we are ahead. But Brother Oliver, you destroyed Adam Hammer's eyes and opened his skull. If it weren't for Adam Hammer's second layer of protection that no one expected, the legendary Crusher, Adam Hammer would have died there. David was still excited and regretful. I should have thought of carrying a device to record Mutuo earlier. If I sell the Mutuo of this battle, it will definitely become the best-selling product of the year. Although I can't really sell it because it involves Brother Oliver and you. It must be an extremely enjoyable experience to replay and enjoy it by myself. This unique Mutuo record is exciting to keep as a personal collection. You really like Mutuo. Oliver looked at David and glanced at Carl, who was sitting at the base of the open car door, overlooking the night city in the afternoon, just like Carl. It's as if you don't like it. After hearing what Oliver said, Carl, who was originally thinking about his mistakes in the previous battle, turned his head and said, Don't you also like to watch those Mutuo in the room? Huh? Oliver listened to Carl's words and was a little bit unbelieving. How do you know that I hide in the room to watch them? Oliver was not surprised that Carl knew that he liked to watch those Mutuo. After all, when he went to the Ritz bar, he experienced Mutuo in front of Carl and others. He was surprised that Carl knew that he was watching in the room. Be careful when you buy Mutuo. It was not Carl who answered Oliver's surprise, but T-Bug, who was ignored by David and didn't say much in the communication. Don't always buy those with viruses. Or when you experience Mutuo, don't let it connect to the room. Your room has a small data invasion every few days. Can I not check it? Oliver was more or less embarrassed to be told so directly by T-Bug. David was listening beside him. How could he put his face as a brother? Did you see it all? T-Bug didn't answer directly, but Ahaha said everything. Oliver's face instantly became as red as David, but not excitedly. Are you anxious? I will pay attention next time. After speaking word by word with gritted teeth, Oliver took a breath, looked at David, and changed the subject. How is Man's health? The others in the team are waiting for Man to come out. He is fine, but he may need to install a prosthetic hand later. Hearing Oliver talking about Man, David slowly came out of the previous battle and told Oliver about Man. That looks good. Jack sat in the seat of the hovercraft and was relieved to hear that Man was fine. Tell him to come to the Wild Wolf Bar or go to the afterlife. I have to treat him to a drink. I tell Man about this. David nodded with a smile. But when he thought of treating him to a drink, David remembered the culprit who put them in danger on this mission. Wait until we get rid of Faraday. Faraday. That guy. Oliver heard David talking about Faraday, and his mood changed from being a little depressed because his companions knew everything about watching pornographic mutuo, and he didn't know what to say. In Carl team, Oliver has always been the member who has the deepest disgust for Faraday, because among all the middlemen he has come into contact with, Faraday is undoubtedly the most greedy one. However, Oliver never expected that Faraday would now start to sell out mercenaries at will. Which of the middlemen today doesn't try to maintain a good relationship with capable mercenaries so that they can help them handle more affairs? Someone as enthusiastic as the old captain, even calling him brother intimately, or someone as cold as Wakako, would give him enough face and benefits in various matters. But a guy like Faraday, who couldn't even see whether the benefits of selling out were worthwhile, was a fool. No wonder he could only run around looking for mercenaries to take jobs in various regions. Even his original base, St. Domingo, was almost squeezed out of St. Domingo by the emerging old captain. This fool. Oliver finally commented on Faraday. He was too lazy to say more to a guy who was about to die. Man's team would never silently endure such betrayal. It is natural for mercenaries to seek revenge on middlemen after being betrayed. In today Night City, there are not many mercenary teams that can compete with Man's team. And those mercenary teams of the same level are often the most trusted partners of some middlemen, and rarely accept tasks from other middlemen. Therefore, if Faraday, who is targeted, does not find a way to escape from Night City now, or spend a lot of money to hire bodyguards from the animal gang, his death is almost certain. As for how Man's team will retaliate and deal with Faraday, it is not Carl business. After all, this is the business of the middleman and the betrayal team. Carl and his team are only responsible for delivering goods and saving people. If they are involved, it will not be a simple friendship, and it is not in line with the rules. In any case, Faraday has never betrayed Carl and his team. Carl and his team had agreed to the escort mission, rewards and risks he offered in advance. It was a mutual agreement, because it was a well-established relationship, and there was nothing to say. Oliver was dissatisfied with Faraday's behavior of paying for his personal connections, but taking half of the commission. There was no need to pursue anything. At most, he would stop cooperating. There was no such thing for Carl team to kill the middleman because of dissatisfaction with the commission agreed at the beginning. Of course, Carl was still very happy to see that Man and his team wanted to kill Faraday, and their team would not help. But it did not say that they could not help others. I have the old captain phone number here. You can give it to Man later. Oliver said so. Chapter 331. Damn it. Hey, isn't this the famous Hammer Killer? The Night City Dragon Squad? Come and sit down. As soon as they entered the Afterlife bar, Carl and his companions noticed that there were a lot of eyes staring at them, and the old captain was sitting in a booth in the corner, holding up a glass and gesturing to them. The old captain's words made Carl and his companions, who had just recovered from a night's rest and were preparing to come to the Afterlife bar early in the morning, a little confused. What Night City Dragon? Hammer Killer. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Captain? Oliver walked a few steps, said hello to the bartender Claire, asked her to come over here to serve drinks, and sat down opposite the old captain. It sounds very impressive. Still pretending? Don't you know what you did yesterday? The old captain looked at Oliver's appearance and curled his lips. Is he trying to test whether my buddy is well informed? That's too much of a disrespect to my buddy. Did the news yesterday leak so quickly? But these two names are too ugly? Compared to Oliver, Carl understood the meaning of the old captain's words faster. He realized from the old captain name that the other party probably knew about their team's conflict with Adam Hammer yesterday. But he didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Although there are no secrets that can be hidden from those who are interested in them in this era. This is too fast. When Carl and his team fought with Adam Hammer yesterday, the Arasaka personnel had already evacuated, and the military technology personnel had been cleared out by Adam Hammer long ago. The place they were in was the Badlands. Could such news be known by a middleman like the old captain overnight? Their ability to obtain information is too well informed. It spread all over Night City. The old captain looked at Carl's appearance and understood that they had rested for a night after returning from the fight yesterday and had no idea about their current situation in Night City. As a good buddy, he certainly had the obligation to explain to them. When you guys were fighting with Adam Hammer, there were several Arasaka in the distance. The people of Saka had not evacuated yet. Their vehicle broke down. Others were eager to escape and had no time to take care of them. Therefore, they could only hide far away from you and plan to wait for you to leave to see if it was possible to wait for follow-up reinforcements to come to pick them up. As a result, they accidentally witnessed the whole process. And they happened to be members of the action team. That is to say, they were equipped with individual video recorders. Right? Carl understood. It seems that they waited for support and sold the recorder for a good price. That's right. They are all very smart. As soon as they returned to Night City, they went straight to Japan Street. After dealing with more than a dozen Tiger Claw's bodyguards, they immediately found the sleeping Chowming producer in his nest and negotiated a deal. They used the recorder too. They downloaded a copy of the video and earned a lot of money. Then they handed over most of the profits to the boss of the action team. And then took the remaining money to go to Hintang for a paid vacation and had a good night. The old captain talked about what happened in the city when Carl and his team were resting, and the Japanese street mutuo director, who knew the goods, was also very smart. He edited the video in less than half an hour after getting the copy. But when he sent the mutuo negative, the news leaked out, and he was blocked by a group of people in the alley and shot to death. As a result, the mutuo film that the mutuo director originally planned to sell at a high price was sold at retail and spread throughout Night City in one night. So many things happened. V, sitting next to Oliver, sighed, looking at the series of events that happened in the city while they were resting. Just a dream movie can actually involve so many things. I said it was too little, not counting the interest disputes and street gunfights among gangs during the spread of the dream movie. Don't underestimate you now. V, you are so high class. But you can attract people to rah around just by moving your butts. What's more, what you did this time was too exciting. You actually fought with Adam and forced that madman to stop fighting with you. It's really exciting to think about it. You know, when I watched the dream movie, I almost peed my pants. The dream movie is just the perspective of the recorder. Can it be exciting? Jack went to the bar to bring the wine over and put it on the table in the booth. You don't understand how fast the heartbeats of the Arasaka Special Operations team members were when they were recording Mutuo. They were so happy that they peed their pants when you guys finished. How could I not be very happy after experiencing it? I feel that it's more like peeing my pants in fear than being happy. Carl leaned on the booth speechlessly. But he was somewhat interested in the Super Dream film that the old captain mentioned yesterday. David regretted that he did not record the Super Dream. Carl also felt a little regretful at that time. He also wanted to see his mistakes from a third-party perspective. But he didn't expect that someone helped to record it in the dark. What is the name of the Super Dream film? Give me a copy. I will buy your wine today. You want me to send it to you later. As for the wine, I have to serve you tea and wine today. There are many people who want to buy you wine today. You have done such an awesome thing. Everyone wants to toast you. How can a brother have a little face? While the old captain was talking, he sent Carl a drone cargo manifest address form to fill in. He knew Carl's current address, but under the security procedure, the delivery still had to be verified by Carl. Carl looked at the cargo manifest in the communication and noticed the name of the Super Dream film. The Dragon of Night City. The Ultimate Mercenary. The Hammer Killer's Cool Badland video. Then the following Super Dream movie introduction is the Dragon Shadow of Night City. The ultimate legend among mercenaries. The nemesis of Adam's hammer. Their images are like divine soldiers from heaven, sweeping through thousands of troops, shaking the entire dark night. And the name of the cool legend echoes in the land of extreme evil. This is too wrong. Maybe this is the name given by those who stole the Mutuo. With this idea in mind, Carl asked the old captain, is this name given by the group of people who sell Mutuo? How is it possible? Everyone knows that if you give a messy name to your Mutuo movie, Carl, you will be criticized. This was given by the dead Mutuo director. And it is said that it is exactly the same. Is it exactly the same? Carl was silent for a while. Damn the second-year Japanese street Mutuo director. Am I born to be in conflict with the director of the Mutuo movie? Chapter 332 Top. Hey, isn't the Night City Dragon here? If you say that again, I'd be angry with you. Rog. Sitting in the private room of the next life. Carl, who was being treated by the old captain and a group of familiar people, stared at Rog, who called him into the room. You said you had work? So I came here. If you have something to say it quickly, or I will scold you. An old woman. Don't be so anxious. Carl. Today is a good day. Facing Carl, old woman who had actually spoken. Rog didn't seem to care. She just laughed. Now everyone in the next life is happy that you can beat up that bastard Adam Heavy Hammer. Does everyone have a grudge against Adam Heavy Hammer? It's not that many people. After all, when you meet Adam Heavy Hammer, you can. Not many people survived. Rog, who seemed to be referring to something in his words, kept leaning against the sofa, with his hands casually placed beside him, looking very relaxed and comfortable. But there is no hatred. But there is definitely dissatisfaction. That guy always puts on an appearance of being the greatest in the world and looking down on everyone. But now, he has fallen into your hands, and was forced to stop peacefully with you. Isn't this a good day worth celebrating? Let Adam Heavy Hammer stop peacefully. According to my memory, even Morgan has not done it. The word Morgan caught Carl's attention. Morgan's name is not very common. But there is only one Morgan who can be said by the Queen of the Afterlife. Rog. And compared with Adam Heavy Hammer, can't Morgan's Black Hand do it? It sounds full of honor. But Carl is also very clear about this aspect. Come on. Morgan Black Hand is Adam Heavy Hammer's mortal enemy. If the two of them really meet, Adam Heavy Hammer will let him go. I just took advantage and ran away. Being able to escape from Adam Heavy Hammer is a great thing in itself. Not to mention that you withdrew smoothly and stopped the attack while forcing Adam Heavy Hammer to be injured. Rog felt that mercenaries, like Carl, underestimated themselves. Shouldn't young people like them be young and vigorous? Why are they still being humble? In the past, let alone forcing Adam Heavy Hammer to stop peacefully. Even if they could hold on for a few rounds in front of Adam Heavy Hammer, it would be enough to brag about it for 3 days and 3 nights in the Atlantis Bar, the former gathering place for mercenaries. Although Rog hated the Atlantis Bar when she was a mercenary when she was young. And the only reason she went there was that the rewards for mercenaries missions there were ridiculously high, and there was a lot to choose from. But because of someone, she still knew the atmosphere there very well. In the mercenary circle at that time, there was a trend that as long as you could survive Adam's hammer and get Morgan Blackhand's recognition, you would be a legendary mercenary. Now that Atlantis Bar is gone, she has established the Afterlife Bar. Why are there not a few mercenaries bragging about it? And the mercenaries who deserve to brag are being modest again. According to what Roger saw in the Afterlife Bar today, everyone who came in to drink, whether mercenaries or clients, almost regarded Carl team as a Morgan Black Hand. And some unidentified guys came in as soon as the door opened. And they came up and asked for Carl and his team by name. What this group of people wanted to do, Roger could figure it out even if he used his ass to think. And Adam Hammer is a headache. If you want to make any small moves in the current Arasaka Tower, you have to go through him. So how to do something to Arasaka Tower with Adam Hammer? Just hire another person who can deal with Adam Hammer. In the past, the candidate was Morgan Black Hand. Now there has been no news about Morgan Black Hand for a long time. So this group of people naturally set their sights on Carl team. To be honest, seeing Carl modesty, Rog felt that the times had changed because of his modesty, and was also a little relieved that he could see himself clearly. Carl and his team are a pretty good team. They are polite, and can get things done. Maybe because they were mercenaries in the past, and need such a team in the next life. Rog doesn't want Carl and his team to get into trouble. In fact, Rog was a little worried that they would think that everything can be handled because they are now tied with Adam Heavy Hammer, and would take on one by one to die. This is also the reason why Rog specifically called Carl over before those people in the next life asked Carl for a commission. Rog originally wanted to remind Carl, but now it seems unnecessary. This young man is much more mature than she was back then, and she doesn't need to worry at all. In that case, the job has been sent. Take a look at the attachment. If you are interested, do it in the next few days. Okay. Carl was a little confused as to why Roger still sent the attachment when they were already meeting face to face. But he didn't care much and just sat in the private room to look at the documents. Then, he found that the file was a bit special. This turned out to be an assassination mission. Carl and his team had received many missions, including escort, transportation, cleaning, and all kinds of missions. But they didn't receive many assassination missions. According to Carl's impression, the closest one was the one he received from Mr. Kenichiro last time, which was later outsourced to Man in Brown. Moreover, that job was more like a cleanup that Carl and his team could not be present at, rather than an assassination. If you really count carefully, this was the first time he received an assassination mission. Assassination, as the name suggests, cannot reveal the identity, cannot alarm people, and eliminate the target. However, according to Carl's team's current reputation in the city, they have to do this kind of mission. Assassination. Let their team, who are used to rushing to solve things, do such a delicate job. Although it is not impossible. Carl was watching this, and found the reward and assassination below. The reward is quite generous. Needless to say, ROG has never given less in this regard. As for the assassination target, the new director of NCPD? He used to be a sales manager in a company. His recent policy is to fire a large number of police officers due to the long-term debt problem of NCPD. Keep the money for himself. And then set up a service for answering police calls at €5 per minute. By the way, he gave the green light to gang members, and ordered patrol officers to stop arresting and settle the matter with fines. Listen, he is a very ordinary director. Maybe many security companies or animal gangs are happy to see his policies implemented. Without NCPD, private security will make a fortune. Guess who supported him to take office? ROG's words were subtle. And Carl, who heard her words, immediately thought of ROG and himself, who had reached a tacit understanding of a certain misunderstanding in secret. Which private security company in the world is the best and most widespread? And no one dares to say it is the first. There is no need to think about it. This is obviously something that a certain company would like to see. But now? The dog bites the master? Not really. You know the recent situation in Arasaka. Some aspects will shrink more or less after the personnel are cleared. And then the dog saw that he couldn't get more bones. So he immediately barked and went to the new master. Who is the new master he has recently turned to? How many companies can you guess that work closely with military technology and have launched personal security services due to financial problems after the past corporate war? Carl understood. Lazarus Group, the top soldier hiring company. Chapter 333 Decide on a plan. After drinking in the next life, Carl's team did not stay in the next life for long because people kept bothering them. They returned to the apartment at noon and brought lunch to T-Bug, who was staying at home. On the sofa on the first floor, Carl told his teammates about the job he received from ROG. To assassinate the director of NCPD. Is this such a big job? When Oliver heard that the target was the director of NCPD, even though he was used to all kinds of big jobs, he couldn't help showing surprise. Because in his past habitual thinking, the director of NCPD was a big man with a very prominent status in the city. Although people often say that NCPD is just a gang under the name of police. In any case, this Night City security organization founded by Knight's company is still the only official law enforcement force in Night City. And the word official is enough to determine the bottom difference between NCPD and gangs. No matter what the matter is, as long as the word official is added, it can be put on the surface. And this is something that every gang can only dream of. Never mind the transportation of contraband, street gunfights, and power struggles. As long as these things are accompanied by the name of NCPD, they can be much easier to handle. At least even if someone investigates, they have to go through the review stage first. And once they are reviewed, there is too much room for maneuver. In Oliver's memory, during his short stay in the 6th Street Gang, the gang members always mentioned the NCPD with contempt. They often boast that in a one-on-one contest, the cowardly police officers of the NCPD are definitely not their opponents. They speak as if they can easily knock down those police officers. However, once they really face the NCPD, they will become extremely honest and accept the inspection in a disciplined manner. This is not because they are just arrogant in words. The people of the 6th Street Gang do have such strength. The reason why they behave so well is because the NCPD is an official law enforcement agency, and they dare not openly provoke. Let's not talk about the NCPD really remembering them. How much trouble can they cause to their gang careers in the name of the official name? Let's talk about the strength. Ordinary police officers can beat the 6th Street Gang at will. But don't forget that the NCPD still has a force under their name. If you can beat ordinary police officers of the NCPD, you are considered capable. But if you are provoked, the NCPD will also call the terrorist mobile team. Then you can use your ability to beat ordinary police officers to face the terrorist mobile team? After thinking about it with his past gang members, Oliver frowned. This job is much more troublesome than solving a gang leader. If you solve a gang leader, the people who oppose the gang will wish him dead so that they can take over. Although the subsequent turmoil will be due to the scene of revenge. It will last for a while. But it will soon subside. And the NCPD chief can be dealt with. Oliver said intelligently. It is very troublesome when an official dies. Especially for the chief. The relevant investigation will be investigated carefully even if there is a scapegoat. No wonder Roger threw this difficult job to us. Even the company cannot clean up this position openly. It is not that the company cannot clean up openly. If the company wants to clean up regardless of the losses, the chief who has just taken office will not survive tonight. By then, he can ask for as many reasons as he wants, such as heart disease, car accident, etc. T was eating the pasta brought back by Carl and the others. Bug held a fork and offered his thoughts on the mission. The bigger reason is that other companies are watching. Killing a director by yourself will have a bad impact. If other companies find evidence, they may suffer losses. Then those who execute and agree to the relevant actions will have to step down. Those company dogs value their dog bowls and are reluctant to take risks. Let's not discuss this in depth. Carl drank sweet tea and said, anyway, we are mercenaries. The work pays well. So let's do it. What deeper reasons are there are none of our business? Is it really none of our business? Jack looked at Carl drinking sweet tea and said with a smile, I remember that Mr. Johnson was promoted recently. He is now the captain of the police station. He is in charge of several teams. Above him, there are only deputy directors and directors. Don't tell me that you took this mission without any intention of helping Mr. Johnson to make room. That's not to say there is no intention. But this kind of thing can't be said to be our special help. The people above are inexplicable. He has to die. There is no one available. Johnson's police force is efficient. After the death of the chief, they immediately tracked down and arrested the murderer. And he should be promoted. Shouldn't this be a matter of course? Even if he can't get the position of chief or deputy chief because of the rapid promotion, there should be no problem with having more teams under him. Right? Listening to the conversation between Carl and Jack, which was about the life and death of the NCPD chief, V, who was listening nearby, felt that there was no problem. Only because of the impression left by Oliver from his brief experience in the 6th Street gang in the past. He still regarded the NCPD chief as a big shot. Even V, who joined the team last, now understood that it was just an NCPD chief. It was a bit troublesome. But if they all accepted it, then there would only be one result for the NCPD chief. Now it was nothing more than finding a good way to carry out the assassination. Compared with the difficulty of the assassination, the difficulty of the NCPD chief itself was almost equal to 0. Assassination. Assassination. It's troublesome. After listening to the words, Oliver, who had figured it out, leaned on the sofa and was entangled in the problem of assassination. Originally, the simplest way is to squat on the director's way to work. Find a tall building facing the other side of the road. Take the cat and lie there. And then shoot through the wall when he passes by. And it's done. It is guaranteed to make his mind open up. But if it is an assassination, the cat is not very useful. The cat sniper rifle is a kind of gun that is definitely not difficult to get if you have the ability. You can easily get a whole shelf of guns. But it happens to be a mid to high-end firearm that low-level mercenaries and personnel can never touch. Once this kind of gun is used, don't worry about other things first. The personnel will definitely confirm that it is extraordinary. And the relevant purchase and personnel records are very easy to check. For example, in the area of Chinatown and Little Chinatown, if there is a Nikomata, it is always right to ask Lao Wei about related matters. Although Lao Wei is just a prosthetic doctor, he knows who has awesome prosthetics and who has the best weapons in Little Chinatown. After all, weapons these days are useless without good prosthetics. And Lao Wei is the best prosthetic doctor in Little Chinatown. Even if I am willing to give up my Nikomata, after dealing with the deputy director, I can find a scavenger to do it. And then throw the Nikomata on the scavenger's body, pretending to commit suicide out of fear of crime. But it won't work. Who would believe that a scavenger would use a Nikomata? This is not Dogtown. I heard that the scavengers there are well equipped. It is possible that a group of people can gather together a Nikomata. It can't be a vagrant criminal. The personnel can't compare it by checking the surveillance. Racking his brains to think of ways. and then rejecting them one by one? Oliver felt that his brain was a little overheated. He was a little smart, but racking his brains to kill without leaving evidence, and finding a good reason for Mr. Johnson to take over, that was too difficult for him. Can't we use other sniper rifles? T-Bug finished his pasta and wiped his mouth with the wet wipes that Carl had prepared in advance, and asked, "Don't you have a different type of sniper rifle? You mean the Ice Storm that is rumored to have made 300 of them?" Oliver pulled his mouth. "I really can't bear to throw this thing away. And are you sure it's more common than cats? Can't you just buy a new ordinary sniper rifle on the market? I think, Oliver, you and T-Bug can change your mind." At this time, Carl interrupted the discussion of assassination between his two companions. "We don't need to worry about using remote methods to kill people. This is not a review of the assassination plan for a certain optimistic American president," Carl said. "The NCPD director should live somewhere. Isn't it easier for us to just go in and kill him? Find where he lives and sneak in to assassinate him. In this way, we can find someone to take the blame. But it seems that it is more convenient to find someone to take the blame than to solve it remotely. It's very troublesome for us to enter and evacuate. I don't believe that there is no alarm connected to biological monitoring and trauma team in the home of an NCPD director. What if he is a platinum member and the trauma team comes too quickly?" Oliver looked at Carl and still felt that the remote killing method was better. Trauma team and terrorist mobile team. Which one do you choose? Listening to Carl's words, Oliver didn't quite understand. Looking at Oliver's appearance, Carl could only explain. "Have you ignored the terrorist squad? Even though the terrorist squad is just a name in the NCPD, the death of the chief on the street will still alert them. When the terrorist squad arrives, it will not be as easy to deal with as the trauma squad. If their hackers find any traces, it will be troublesome." Carl made it very clear. The chief died at home, and the time of death can be adjusted if the device is used for shielding. Poor shielding may attract the attention and rescue of the trauma team. If the shielding is proper, it can avoid attracting the attention of the trauma team in the first place. In the end, even if the chief's death is confirmed, the people who attract the attention are the members of the trauma team responsible for collecting the body and the police officers who arrive later. Even if something really happens, Carl and his team only need to deal with the trauma team and NCPD police officers without exposing their identities. If the assassination was carried out openly on the street, not only would all the NCPD police officers in the area be alerted, but the terrorist squad would have to rush to enforce the law as soon as possible. The group of cyber psychopaths who have nothing to do and are looking for trouble every day don't mind playing around with solving cases to kill time. And these psychopaths are all top players. If they are tracked down by them, it will be too difficult for Carl and his team to hide their identities and fight back. Moreover, even if Carl and his team can escape and find a scapegoat in this situation, the credit for searching for people belongs to the terrorist squad, and has nothing to do with Mr. Johnson and his team. According to Carl's words, the other people also figured it out. They are not afraid of the terrorist squad, but they really can't expose themselves to the terrorist squad. Since there is no way to assassinate remotely, then solve it at close range. Needless to say, after the team determined the strategy and goals, T-Bug started the action. As a hacker in the team, she always takes the lead, collects intelligence for her teammates, and carefully plans the route forward and evacuation. Let me see. The director of NCPD. Right? His identity is not confidential. People with a legitimate position like this are much easier to check than those in the company. NCPD data archives. Content. Files. As the top hacker in Night City, T-Bug easily hacked into the NCPD database in Night City, and it only took a few seconds to start looking through the personnel data archives. This efficiency and speed made V look sideways. T-Bug's ability to look through data and check whenever he wants is really amazing. Compared with the hackers in his former tribe, there is really a world of difference. The top hacker in a city with a population of 7 million is now a member of his team. And it's not just T-Bug. V is a little slow to realize it. I am just a wanderer who was driven out of the tribe. But the team I joined after arriving in Night City is the best of the best. So, am I holding back? Thinking about his weakness when facing Adam's hammer yesterday, V felt that he had to practice more. That Adam's hammer was a legend among legends. I guess I didn't expect to be able to completely match him. But in the end, I had to be able to face him head-on for a while. At least I had to be able to block Adam's hammer so that he couldn't interfere with other people. Found it. when the thoughts were a little distracted, thinking about how he should fight against Adam's hammer. T-Bug's voice sounded, and then he came back to his senses and looked at the time displayed on the artificial eye, and found that only 2 minutes had passed. It took only 2 minutes to search the database and get the director's information. The director of NCPD really didn't have much face. V received the information that T-Bug had transferred the file to his artificial eye. V opened it and let it display directly on the retina. Although T-Bug only spent 2 minutes on the director's attitude, the content was extremely detailed, including birthplace, birthday, blood type, and upbringing. He even knew what the director meant by sexual orientation. Reptile control, lizards. V looked at the director's consumption records at a private bar. Although he didn't understand, he was shocked. Chapter 334, Delamon and the Solution. Is this director Indian? No. Didn't you read the information? Carl? Why do you ask? As he took the elevator downstairs, Jack answered Carl, muttering, Does he have any Indian features? No. You don't have to worry about it, Jack. I just thought of a bad memory. With a slight resistance on his face, Carl tried not to let his memory go too deep into that memory. It's good that he is not Indian. Otherwise I am really a little scared. A little scared of Indians. Why? This is Carl. Jack was even more confused. And Carl couldn't explain it. So he just said vaguely, I'm afraid of dirt. Afraid of dirt? Jack didn't understand. Anyway, they were going to kill the director. What's the difference between his race? Are Indians special? Although I feel that this guy's hobby is not different. Forget it. It's just a matter of one bullet anyway. So just use high-temperature disinfection. Talking in the elevator, Carl stared at the scenery of Night City outside through the bulletproof glass designed for the penthouse elevator. At night, the real Night City has appeared. At noon, Rog agreed to assassinate the NCPD director. After discussing the strategy in the evening, Carl and his team set out. It's not that Carl didn't want the NCPD director to survive tonight, but the timing was right. The assassination mission was chosen to be carried out at night for the most covert purpose. Although almost all the cameras in Night City are equipped with night vision functions, it is always safer than blatantly acting during the day. Carl and his team received the mission at noon, discussed the plan after lunch, and sorted out their equipment. They found that it was already night. Isn't this a godsend? Such a coincidence. Wouldn't it be a pity not to act tonight? This can only be said to be too coincidental. God doesn't want the NCPD director to live another night. How are we going to get there later? For this assassination, we should be more concealed and dispersed? Looking at the bottom floor that was about to arrive, Oliver proposed a suggestion for action. Why don't we apply for the membership service of Delamon today? I haven't experienced the armed taxi driven by AI yet. Delamon? I think it's okay. I have wanted to experience it for a long time. Now we don't drive our own cars, so we have to ride that one. The other ones feel a little inferior. Right, Oliver. Listening to the chat between Jack and Oliver, two car lovers, Carl recalled Delamon in his mind. They were discussing the car rental company operated by the Delamon Group, which is the only armed taxi service company in Night City managed by artificial intelligence. Unlike ordinary taxis, Delamon Car Rental Company provides membership services similar to trauma teams to ensure that customers can get timely assistance in emergency situations. And what Jack and Oliver want to apply for is this kind of membership service. Carl still remembers that he also followed Oliver to read the relevant publicity, whether it is a swift and comfortable floating car in the air or an armed taxi on the ground that is sufficient to ensure personal safety. Delamon Car Rental Company always promises to provide users with the most secret, comfortable and thoughtful services. Choose Delamon and leave troubles at the door. Carl remembered that it was mentioned in the publicity that users of Delamon taxis can choose to delete their writing and use records. Although he didn't know whether these records would really be completely deleted. The system managed by artificial intelligence is always more strict and standardized than human management and conventional thinking. Normally, Oliver and Jack acted with the team, and everyone rode in the car together, so there was no need to talk about experiencing Delamon. But now, in order to conceal the action, it was the safest choice to disperse and act separately, which was why the two of them immediately thought of Delamon. The two car lovers were usually curious about Delamon services and had always wanted to try them. Today was a good opportunity, so they naturally couldn't wait to experience it. Comfortable, secretive, and thoughtful? Listening to Jack and Oliver's heated discussion, Carl also took a look at the Lamon's car rental service. The floating car was too conspicuous. So he looked at the rental related to the ground armed taxi. The taxi provided by Delamon is an armed taxi based on the Villefort Curtis car and equipped with artificial intelligence. After determining that the passengers are in danger, this taxi can also start the combat mode to protect the safety of the passengers. Carl stared at the combat mode in the service introduction again and again. Was he really not reading any introduction to transforming robots? Why was there a combat mode? Would he be able to just read the instruction manual and take over the manual operation? While he was thinking, the elevator door opened. Oliver and Jack said hello to Carl and V, and then left separately. Judging from their excited looks, it seemed that they had already signed up for membership and started renting cars. Carl and V, who stayed where they were, looked at each other. How are you going to get there? Are you also taking the Delamon? V asked Carl first. If you want to be secretive, taking the subway with a lot of surveillance cameras is definitely not an option. I see. If it doesn't work, I just get a membership like Jack and Oliver. I think there's a good keep improving package. How are you going to get there? Carl asked V in return. And V was quite casual. I'm going to ask Regina. Regina? Why ask her? Carl was puzzled. The Regina mentioned by V is Regina Jones, who is a middleman who has recently become famous in Watson District. In the past, because of Mr. Johnson's relationship, Carl once took over her mission to save Andy. As a middleman, Regina Jones usually provides tedious tasks with low pay, so Carl's team rarely takes her work as a team. However, since he came to Night City, the situation has changed. When the team is resting, V always uses his personal time to do Regina's private work. Only V does not dislike her tasks. Carl and the others also know this. But Carl does not understand why V would mention Regina now. Faced with Carl's doubts, V explained, I am going to ask her if there are any new scavengers or gang bases around here. I will clean them up at that time, leave a survivor, and drive their car to take the scapegoat over. After listening to V's words, Carl felt a feeling called you are worthy of it. Killing two birds with one stone. V is going to help Regina do some small tasks on the way to earn extra money and bring the scapegoat with him. This kind of behavior of doing things while walking on the way, only V can do it in the whole Night City. Then you should be careful and pay more attention to yourself. After a simple reminder, Carl looked at V, who waved goodbye to him and started to contact Regina, and began to think about how he got there. Should I learn from Jack, Oliver, or V? I can't just walk there. The NCPD chief lives in Charter Hill. It would be exhausting to walk all the way from Little Chinatown. Just as Carl was thinking, a message came. I'm back in Night City. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Do you want to meet? The message was marked as Blanca. Is she back from a business trip? Chapter 335 Thinking. Maybe. We haven't seen each other for a while. Blanca. Standing on the street, Carl looked at the cars that slowly stopped in front of him and lowered their windows, and greeted Blanca in the car. Why did you change your car? I remember seeing you driving the Villefort Curtis V5000 Courage before. How long has it been? Carl? Blanca rolled her eyes at Carl, who hadn't seen each other for a long time and only exchanged a brief greeting after meeting, and then began to care about her car. Besides, what position was I at that time? And what position am I now? The car must match the position. Just like clothes and jewelry. You know? Not really. Then why are you entangled with my car? I'm just evaluating whether this car attracts attention. Carl looked at the Herrera Outlaw GTS driven by Blanca. In his impression, it seemed that his friend Ma, she also drove this car. Blanca, not knowing what Carl was thinking, looked at Carl's eyes scanning his car up and down and said, how is the evaluation now? It should be okay. Carl walked to the other side of Herrera Gangster GTS without any hesitation, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Where do you live now? Huh? Blanca didn't expect that Carl, who was sitting in the passenger seat, would ask where he lived as soon as he came up. Blanca was stunned by this, and was a little stunned for the first time. Then, she quickly reacted. Well, according to Carl's personality, Charter Hill. What? Are you going to visit my house? I go there when I have time, Carl said. But you actually live in Charter Hill? I thought that according to your current situation, you must live in North Oak. Isn't a villa good? It's troublesome to go to work. North Oak and Charter Hill are not far apart. A little time can determine success or failure. Listening to Blanca's matter-of-fact words, Carl could only say, "You must have worked too much overtime." Blanca did not deny this. After starting the engine of the car, she looked at Carl. "Where are you going? You know I want you to give me a ride? If I still can't understand what you mean at this time, then I won't work in the company anymore." Blanca didn't say another sentence. That is, she really didn't have positive expectations for Carl in some aspects. It's better to wait for a new American president to fall from the sky than to expect this guy to take the initiative to move in that direction. "Then let's go to Charter Hill. The place where you are doing this time won't be very close to where I am." Blanca stepped on the accelerator. "I don't know. It may be very close. You can just take me there." "Oh, you'd better leave me an address. If something happens, I can run to your place to avoid the limelight." "Need you to hide?" Blanca frowned. What Carl and his friends did yesterday was spread everywhere. She even heard about it halfway back to Night City. Even a tough guy like Adam Hammer was forced to stop fighting by Carl and his friends, who wanted Carl to hide from the limelight. Could it be that Adam Hammer was so angry that he wanted to take revenge? "Do you need me to arrange a way out for you?" Blanca's words became more serious. "If you really encounter trouble, you can come to me. I will arrange a position for you. Apart from other things, even if Arasaka wants to make trouble for you, it will not be so easy to deal with our military technology. You are worthy of being the best of Arasaka." The people from the big enemy military technology have the confidence to say this. Carl thanked Blanca for his kindness. "Thank you. But you think too much. It's just a job that requires hiding your identity, which may attract NCPD and the trauma team. The worst expectation is that the violent terrorist mobile team will come. It's not easy to hide your identity when fighting with the violent terrorist mobile team. So I thought of hiding from you. Isn't it, Arasaka?" After understanding that it was just a job taken by Carl, Blanca, who had just been serious, relaxed again in an instant. "Then you can come at will. Whether it is NCPD or any violent terrorist mobile team, there are people behind us to provide funding, and they are not qualified to come to my place to search. The people from the military technology are always the vanguard against Arasaka. But since it is not Arasaka, there is nothing to worry about. You really have inherited the fine tradition of military technology. No wonder Blanca can keep getting promoted in military technology. Targeting Arasaka is the absolute political correctness within military technology. No matter how many mistakes you make, as long as you can cause trouble for Arasaka, military technology will give you a promotion." Now among the companies on the market, I don't know if there are any companies that are as tit-for-tat as military technology and Arasaka. Thinking of this, Carl suddenly realized something. Everyone knows that Arasaka and military technology are at loggerheads. But what would happen if one day Arasaka and military technology suddenly reached a cooperation? This is not without precedent. After Arasaka K died, the Arasaka forces on the American continent reached a cooperation with the president of the New America under the leadership of Arasaka Michiko. And behind the New America stood military technology. That incident directly led to the growth of Michiko as the representative in the New America, which is also the third largest faction in Arasaka. They seek cooperation with military technology and are expected to seize the highest power in Arasaka. If there are people like Michiko in military technology, they also want to reach a cooperation with Arasaka in turn. If both sides succeed in getting promoted, then what would happen if they cooperated together and formed a joint company of Arasaka and military technology? In the current market environment, everyone knows the hostile relationship between military technology and Arasaka. Therefore, other companies in the sphere of influence of these two giants usually only choose to stand on one side. And no one has ever considered establishing a third party between these two giants to confront them. If these two companies suddenly unite, when other companies are still choosing to support Arasaka or Militech, then can those companies that are used to supporting a certain camp to obtain their own interests redraw their lines and form new opposing forces to face this alliance? Can a loose alliance really prevent the monopoly of the joint company in these fields in time? Militech and Arasaka have been enemies since World War II. But in this era, are there really eternal enemies in the face of interests? "We're here. Where do you get off?" When Carl was thinking, Blanca's words interrupted his thinking, and Carl chose to put this thought aside for the time being. "What I can think of, others can definitely think of too. It's scary to think about it, but it's not that easy to do. The doves on Arasaka's side are only the third largest faction, with the least supporters, not to mention that Arasaka Saburo is still alive. As for military technology, let alone The new American president they support has just launched a unification war that almost broke out into an all-out war with Arasaka. There is not even a shadow of doves in their ranks. Not to mention that the two sides have been hostile for so many years. Even if they want to seek cooperation, it will never be that easy. Carl calmed down, looked at the street under the night sky and said, "Just put me in the middle of those two flower beds. I go down." Chapter 336, Going Out. Charter Hill is still the same Charter Hill. For every employee who has just stepped into the company's gate, but has not yet reached the senior level, this community is undoubtedly an ideal choice for living. It is not only clean and tidy, but also has good public security. It can even be called high-end. Living here seems to mean that residents have broken free from the shackles of the bottom and entered a new chapter in life. Looking at the company employees walking hurriedly on the street, not looking sideways, and not knowing whether they are going to work overtime or go to the nearby Japanese street for entertainment, Carl found that although this neighborhood is full of company dogs, it is not without its benefits. Here, everyone seems to be driven by the whip of time, walking non-stop, and everyone is immersed in their own busyness. There is no time to pay attention to the people around them. This self-centered busyness unexpectedly makes Carl, who is standing in the blind spot of the surveillance, become an invisible existence without attracting anyone's attention. Carl was originally thinking about whether to cover his face or walk in the blind spot of the street camera to send a memory eraser to everyone who sees him. Now it seems that there is no need. After nodding and saying goodbye to Blanca, who was driving away, Carl started walking. His figure shuttled among the crowds. His steps were steady, and every time he moved, he was stuck in the blind spot of the street camera, strolling beside a person, but did not attract anyone's attention. Just like a ghost walking in the world. "We have arrived." His footsteps stopped at the door of a luxury apartment building. Carl's eyes swept through, invading the camera that had been staring at the door and could not be avoided, and made it turn its head temporarily to let it pass, and then walked into the first floor of the apartment building. The NCPD chief, who came from a company, chose to live on the top floor of this luxury apartment building built for the social elite. Such a residence is worthy of his status. After all, in the prosperous city of Night City, as the NCPD chief, he is undoubtedly one of the few authoritative figures at the official level. In fact, according to his status, it is nothing for him to live in a villa in North Oak District. I don't know why he chose to live in Charter Hill, which is more for middle-class people. The reason can't be the same as Blanca. That is, she wants to be closer to work. Thinking so in his mind, Carl walked to the elevator hall on the first floor. And as he arrived, the elevator door seemed to sense his arrival and slowly opened. The target's residence is on the top floor, but the elevator does not reach it directly. He is very cautious. This apartment building specially prepared for the social elite has a total of 24 floors, and the elevator can only reach the 21st floor. After that, you need to continue to go up by stairs. The target's residence occupies the top 3 floors, but he only lives on the top floor. There are identity verification doors between the 21st and 22nd floors, and between the 22nd and 23rd floors. You can only enter after passing the verification. Be careful. As the elevator door opened, T-Bug's voice sounded in the communication, and Carl, who stepped into the elevator, was quite surprised by what T-Bug said. T-Bug only provided him with information, but did not tell him that these verifications had been cracked, and he could just go up without worry. Is this verification so strict that even T-Bug could not solve it? Is it impossible to crack all the verifications on the road just like cracking the elevator? T-Bug, I thought I could walk to the top floor. His defenses are sufficient. If I rashly access and crack remotely, it may alarm the target. When you reach the verification door, if you are too lazy to do it, just access it manually. Wait for me for a while. I will help you crack the door. Of course, it would be best if you are willing to crack it yourself. Oliver and Jack have entered through the emergency passage and ventilation duct. V has also been dealt with, and is bringing a scapegoat. I have to maintain the communication channel between Oliver and Jack later. And I have to assist V. It's best not to let me do more work. Carl, I am also very tired. Okay. T-Bug, you rarely say that you have worked hard. I'd better not be lazy, since my companions have said so. It would not be good if I was lazy again. Standing in the elevator, watching the numbers on the elevator control screen start to jump and change as the door closed, Carl sent a message to Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson. Are you there? Johnson, ? Carl, it seems that he is. Okay. I was thinking that if you are not here, I will have to call Andy. Johnson, call Andy for me. I am now in the police force. I don't have to go to the scene. Carl, isn't this the first thing I thought of you? What position is Andy now? Is he the captain of the team under you? Mr. Johnson. And he is about the same position as you. Right? Johnson, don't always think about your scheme to usurp the throne. Although Andy is familiar with everyone in my team, and they all come from the same place and respect him. He is just a newcomer and can only be a police officer. His team is now managed by my niece. I give you her number. If you have anything, find her. Don't have any bad intentions. Carl, he is actually a police officer? Mr. Johnson, you are really something. You can't get promoted because you don't have the ability. So you deliberately suppress talented people and don't let them get promoted. Right? Forget it. Your niece doesn't need the communication. I have it. And I'm here to find you this time. Johnson, you have it? When? Carl, that time when she asked me if she could sell the recorded mutuo. It was the job of meeting the terrorist mobile team. This kind of thing is irrelevant. Let's talk about business. Johnson, it's irrelevant? On the other end of the communication, Mr. Johnson, who was working overtime in the 7th floor office area of the police station to handle the case, frowned. This kid actually said it was irrelevant. It was too much. His niece was pursued by many young men in the police station. And she was pretty. But in this guy's mouth, she was just an insignificant person. Just when Johnson was about to emphasize to Carl how good his niece was in Night City as an uncle, Carl spoke first. By the way, Mr. Johnson, you said I shouldn't think about my scheme to usurp the throne. But I think you can think about it now. What do you mean? Mr. Johnson didn't understand. Carl didn't explain, but just sent Mr. Johnson a current address as usual when he asked him to come over to help clean the floor. Mr. Johnson, who didn't care much at first, was stunned when he saw the address. And then his eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, Carl's apartment was now. And he suddenly stood up from his desk. Mr. Johnson grabbed his police uniform from the coat rack next to him, hurried out of the office, and then faced the eyes of other police officers in the flat outside, and shouted the words he thought he would never shout again. Go out and take action. Chapter 337, Out of the Gun. Ding. The floor has arrived. The 21st floor. Walking out. In front of Carl is a large flat that is being renovated. On the left side of the large flat, between the unpainted walls, there is an upward staircase embedded. T-Bug? Is there no one living on the 21st floor? Carl scanned the large flat and found that there was no one in the large flat. And even the workers, who were supposed to be renovating this place, were not there. There were originally residents on this floor, but the newly appointed NCPD chief used his authority to force him to stop work on the grounds of potential threats. I looked through the records and found that the original resident had given up living here. The person expected to live on this floor is a confidant brought out of the company by the NCPD chief. I see. He is preparing to treat himself as an emperor and let his personal guards protect him. Right? I didn't expect that a NCPD chief could play like that. Carl looked around the empty and silent large flat. Its spaciousness seemed to be only for the safety of one person. In contrast, the apartment floor where Mr. Johnson lived was limited in space, but full of vitality and harmony. The residents there got along well with each other and felt at ease and satisfied with their living environment. Spacious, silent, worried and narrow, lively, and secure. Such a sharp contrast made Carl shake his head involuntarily. What a irony. On one side is the cautious and extremely careful NCPD chief, who not only does not live on the top 2 floors, but also specially sets up a floor as a guard. On the other side is the captain of the police station, who started as a police officer and lives in harmony with the families of other police officers around him. The difference between the two is really too big. People who have been supported by the grassroots cannot get promoted, but a company dog is airborne to become the chief. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Fortunately, I can seek fairness. Took out the end of the night. Carl has always explained the name of this gun in Chinese as the gun that ends the night. It rotated and jumped in Carl's hand until he was held with one hand. After moving his finger slightly and pulling the holster with one hand to check it, Carl stepped towards the stairs. Between the steps, a small sound sounded in the stairs going upstairs. Carl raised his eyes slightly, and found that a vent in the stairwell was opened. Jack and Oliver, who were covered in dust, almost fell down. Plop. The two fell to the ground. And they were so dirty that the ground was covered with dust. Looking at their messy appearance, Carl looked at himself, who was clean and tidy, and asked a very sincere and incomprehensible question. Why do you two have to take such a messy route? We just need to come here without attracting attention. It's okay for you to go upstairs and take the elevator like me when you get to the building. As if to verify Carl's words. Outside the stairs, the elevator that transported Carl to this floor opened its door again, and he appeared dragging a person. He walked out of the elevator and saw this place from a distance. After seeing Carl, he slightly grabbed the person in his hand and walked over quickly. Just as he was about to say hello to Carl, he saw two black groups on the ground. V was stunned for a moment, and then he barely recognized the faces of his friends from the two black groups that slowly climbed up. Oliver. Jack. What are you doing? After standing up and brushing off the dust on his body, Oliver, who was used to it because it was the second time, looked calm. He said, just trying more ways to enter. Bullshit. Jack, whose face was almost changing from Latino to African, cursed Oliver. This bastard. I told him to just come up honestly, but he insisted on taking me to try the ventilation duct, saying that this was the only way to sneak in. And he swore to me that there would be no fumes in this place. But there were no fumes. But the dust was so thick. Well, it almost buried me. And he asked me to walk in front to feel it. I almost buried myself in the dust. This almost reminded me of the Mexican border. I am full of dust. Just tell me if there is oil smoke. Oliver was not very convinced. I only said that this place is not an entertainment venue after all. There must be no oil smoke. I did not say that there is no accumulated dust inside it. Looking at the two black balls with dusty faces quarreling. If it were not for their height and body shape, Carl would really have a hard time telling who his two friends were. These two guys are also very stupid. If there is dust, they can just leave. One dares to enter, and the other dares not to leave. The two people probably crawled through the entire ventilation duct and scraped it clean with their bodies. You guys made me laugh. Carl could only say this. Let's borrow the NCPD chief's bathroom to wash up later. I think he agreed. V kindly suggested. And this made the two black balls, who were still arguing, turn around. Black Oliver Ball said with some concern, will we leave hair or something like that? Nowadays, fingerprints can determine a person's identity. And hair seems to be the top priority. If it might be exposed, we can still endure it. Black Jack Ball added. Don't worry. Mr. Johnson will be here later. Mr. Johnson? Hearing that Johnson would come, Oliver was relieved. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Since Mr. Johnson is coming, there is nothing to be afraid of, as long as he is there, let alone leaving hair or fingerprints. Even if the bullet hole in the head of the NCPD chief matches the caliber of the gun in Carl's hands, and Carl and his men are standing next to the scene, Mr. Johnson can claim that they are his own assistants. The NCPD chief was dead, and the matter of ending the case was decided by Mr. Johnson, who arrived at the first time. Wasn't it? After Carl's team regrouped, it was not difficult to break through the floor, not to mention the iron door that was only 5 centimeters thick and could only be opened after verification. Even the automatic security machine guns and sensor protection mines deployed along the way did not stop them for a moment. The chief was immersed in the virtual experience brought by the Super Dream device, his body rising and falling with the experience content, until the security system at the door suddenly issued a harsh warning, and he suddenly woke up from the Super Dream illusion. Then, the door was slowly pushed open. The first thing that caught the NCPD chief's eyes through the crack of the door was the black muzzle of the gun. The last moment, he was still reveling in the rainforest, and the next moment, he was facing the muzzle of the gun. The NCPD chief obviously had not recovered yet. He didn't know why the alarm was triggered when someone had reached the door. But he didn't need to know, because the bullet had already been fired. Chapter 338 The New Deputy Chief. Dear viewers, this is News Channel 54. We have just received a shocking piece of news. According to the latest police report, the newly appointed chief of NCPD met with an accident in his private residence and unfortunately died. The incident occurred at 8:55 this evening at the chief's private residence. According to preliminary investigations, the chief's body was found in his home. The residual alarm and surveillance data at the scene showed that this was a murder case. At present, Captain Johnson of NCPD has cordoned off the scene and is fully investigating the matter. NCPD stated in a statement that the unfortunate death of the chief is a huge loss to the entire Night City. During his tenure, the chief has been committed to combating crime and protecting the safety of citizens. His death is a loss to the entire society. NCPD reminds citizens that the case is currently under investigation and citizens should remain vigilant. If there are any clues, please contact NCPD in time. At the same time, NCPD also calls on citizens not to spread unconfirmed news to avoid unnecessary panic. We will continue to pay attention to this matter and provide updates to everyone as soon as we get more information. Please continue to pay attention to News 54 for the latest reports. Thank you for listening. This is News 54. We will continue to bring you the latest news and information. Please stay tuned. Chewing the Iberian ham slices in his mouth, Carl felt the right amount of salt and meat spreading in his mouth. After turning off the news broadcast on TV, he took a bottle of purified water from the small refrigerator in the room, checked it a little, and drank it. Gulp, accompanied by the sound of swallowing in his throat. Carl let out a long breath. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten tonight. Fortunately, there is something to eat here. Don't eat at the crime scene. Listening to Carl's voice that didn't care about himself, Mr. Johnson, who was standing in front of the bed where the NCPD chief's body was lying and thinking about how to deal with this matter properly, turned his head. He looked at Carl, who was eating and drinking with kitchen things and walking around in this house, and said, "Why did you stay and watch me deal with things today? Could it be that? Are you planning to help? It's a title anyway, so you can't just leave." While talking, Carl took a piece of soda cracker and chewed it and swallowed it. After eating it completely, he said, "Who asked you, Mr. Johnson, to assign us the identity of assistants as soon as you came? The matter has just begun to be investigated, and the assistants ran away. It's not good. You don't look like you plan to be an assistant properly." Mr. Johnson complained speechlessly, turned around and saw two people who came out of the bathroom after washing cleanly. "Good. Well, it should be you. Pay attention. There might be other people coming over later. Don't be so casual, as if you are at home." Hearing what Mr. Johnson said, Jack and Oliver in bathrobes were a little embarrassed, but Oliver was thicker-skinned. After a brief embarrassment, he smiled and came over and asked, Mr. Johnson, the clothes I brought are still being washed in the washing machine. Do you have extra police clothes? Can I be a temporary NCPD worker to help you work? Don't talk so nicely, Oliver. You kid. Johnson recalled the embarrassing situation when he almost failed to recognize the person from the two black balls when he first came, and was so nervous that he almost drew his gun. He sighed helplessly. You are about the same height as Andy. Andy should have a spare police uniform. Ask him to borrow one. As for Jack, none of the teams I lead can match his figure. You can figure it out by yourselves. I have brought the clothes. Speaking of Andy, Andy came and walked into the room from somewhere else. He raised his hand and threw two sets of clothes to Oliver and Jack. Do I have one too? Isn't it because my figure doesn't match? Looking at the NCPD police uniform in his hand, Jack was a little surprised. I find someone similar in the team, but there's no one who fits the bill. It might be a little tight, so you can just make do with it. Andy smiled at Jack and walked towards Carl. How is the food here? Carl, if you're not used to it, why don't I treat you to a nice restaurant after the meal is over? And treat it as dinner together. It's actually okay. After all, the NCPD chief knows how to enjoy life. But the food is not much, so it can only be eaten as a snack. Let's go to dinner together later. Carl was naturally happy to accept his friend's invitation. But the dinner they were chatting about was ruthlessly interrupted by Mr. Johnson. Don't think about going to dinner. This is a tricky matter. Andy, you come back with me to deal with the matter. The other people in the team have already discussed this situation and are ready to give you the credit for arresting the murderer who assassinated the NCPD chief. When the time comes, I will move my position, and you will move with me. Me? You? Be ready to be the sheriff. The higher-ups have already notified me that the deputy chief is going to be promoted to the chief. He wants me to take his place. I will set up a special response team, and you will lead it. You can pick the best fighters. I will give you the best equipment, and you will be in charge of any emergency. I am just a newcomer. This speed is not in line with the regulations. The chief of a bureau is directly parachuted in. What are the regulations? Mr. Johnson said this with a subtle tone, and this is what our incoming chief wants to see. He is fed up with a terrorist mobile team that only listens to orders and not announcements. He is eager to have his own people. The deputy chief is the one who accepted the bribe and made you, Mr. Johnson, the sheriff. It seems that he regards you, Mr. Johnson, as his own. Maybe? Listening to Carl's words, Johnson did not comment. He slowly walked to the edge of the room where the former NCPD chief lived, opened the curtains, and looked at Night City through the bulletproof glass. The glory and height were all imprinted in his eyes. No matter how it changes, it is always better than the current NCPD. The NCPD is an organization with insufficient funds, insufficient equipment, and indifferent personnel. The work of the police officers is thankless. Even if the grassroots police officers successfully solve the case, they will not receive any rewards. Instead, they may be punished for touching on the transactions between the company and the gang. However, although they are still restricted by the company, they can at least breathe a sigh of relief. Deputy Chief, Mr. Johnson sighed. Chapter 339 the day after tomorrow. Still so efficient. The job is good. The remaining money has been transferred. Okay. I have received it. After ending the call with Rog, Carl yawned and sat on the sofa in the living room of the former NCPD chief's house, looking at the busy people around him. He felt a little embarrassed. So he greeted a police officer passing by. Do you need my help? Just sit down, Carl. The police officer smiled at Carl. He didn't feel any fear for this mercenary, who was now terrified by many people in Night City. All he felt was peace of mind. It's enough for you to be here. Is it enough for me to be here? I don't know why. But since they said so, I should just stay here honestly. Jack and Oliver, who were half NCPD in police uniforms, were helping to set up the scene, while V ran to the nearby area to handle a small job that could be done by one person. T-Bug ended the communication, had dinner, and went to bed early. He was the only one in the whole team who was sitting on the sofa with nothing to do. So, what means are there to kill boring time now? The means of killing time in the past are still useful in this era. Carl took out his mobile phone. Although he didn't need a mobile phone, Carl still had some old-fashioned thinking. Playing with mobile phones was also a habit of missing the past in this era. By 2076, mobile phones had returned to their essence as a communication tool. In this era, mobile phones were no longer filled with various games, but returned to their mission. That is, communication. They were more like a device that could achieve instant communication through video calls, emphasizing direct contact between people. The only pastime that can be achieved with mobile phones is to find someone to chat with. Carl looked at his communication list. His eyes wandered over the names on it, and finally stopped on a name that had just sent him a message. That was Man's message. That bastard Faraday ran away very quickly. I took some people to make trouble for him. But after we got rid of his people, the abandoned guy told me that Faraday ran out of Night City as soon as the matter was exposed. It's so unlucky. I don't know where that bastard will run to. Faraday ran away? Carl thought that Faraday would not abandon his foundation in Night City so easily. But he chose to run away as soon as he realized the threat. Is he afraid of the threat to his life from man and others? Obviously impossible. If he was afraid of this, Faraday would not have done that in the first place. This short-sighted and greedy guy is like a lizard guarding his own reserve of insects. It is not so easy to make him abandon what he has. For a person like Faraday, there are only two situations that can make him give up everything he has without hesitation. One is that he can get more and better things, such as realizing his dream of joining a certain company. But his recent work is obviously not satisfactory, and it seems impossible to join the company. Then, there is only one other possibility. He is sure that he will die if he stays, and he will die miserably. So he has to abandon everything he has. Since the Man team cannot give him this idea, there are only people who are still targeting him, and they bring him this threat. Carl remembered the communication he gave to Man and his team. Old Captain. As expected, those who can become middlemen are not bad at tricks. The old captain who started in Santo Domingo, where Faraday base was half, and gradually tore Faraday flesh and blood over time, and now is about to occupy the entire Santo Domingo and become the main middleman in the Santo Domingo area. What he lacks is only manpower. After getting the Man team and putting it under the hands of other middlemen, it can become a signature team, and it is not impossible to scare Faraday away quickly. The old captain is worthy of being from the company. It is really easy to deal with Faraday, who is eager to join the company but can't. And he will never let Faraday run away. Thinking of this, Carl sent a message to Man and others, "Don't worry. You should receive relevant news soon. Just wait. Man, will receive relevant news? Just wait." Why does it sound like Carl knows the whereabouts of that bastard Faraday? Carl, I don't know. But I believe you won't have to wait long before you get news about his whereabouts from your partners. Man, the old captain you mentioned. The collaborator? Is he well informed? He is sending you a message. The old captain sent a message. Wait a minute. Carl. Let me see. After a while. Man sent a message. Man, Carl. It's amazing. Did you learn anything from the gypsy witch? How can you calculate so accurately? The old captain sent me a message saying that he has found Faraday Trace. This guy actually ran from the direction of Taiping State and prepared to hide in Dogtown. I am about to leave. Contact me later. It seems that Faraday, the famous middleman in Night City, will not live long. I have to tell Oliver this good news later. He is the person who is most happy to see Faraday death in the team. Continue to read the message. Jed, Carl. We have new beef here. Do you want it? I will save some for you later. Jed in the logistics center. As a mutual friend of Carl and Oliver. Now greets Carl every time he smuggles new meat. Beef? Carl, leave some for me. I transfer the money later. Jed, okay. Let's keep in touch. The more people I know, the more free I am. After Carl responded to the tentative questions of the NCPD chief by the priest, Kazuko and other middlemen, he found that he was not so free. Oliver and the others only need to use their hands. I have to use my brain every day to keep in touch with a bunch of middlemen. And I have to take on jobs and socialize. It's really too hard. With emotion, Carl received the only message today that allowed him to talk more. As soon as Carl saw the familiar special channel access, he knew who was communicating with him. Haruko, have you finished processing the documents today? Yes. I have finished processing them today. Carl, the day after tomorrow, my mother will be back. Have you forgotten our agreement? Of course, I haven't forgotten. Carl answered, thinking secretly in his heart. Arasaka Michiko. Will she return to Night City the day after tomorrow? The owner of Night City Arasaka is back. Chapter 340. Go to meet Michiko Arasaka. The weather is fine for Night City, which is often attacked by sandstorms. Today is a rare good weather. After enjoying breakfast, Carl stared at the sky outside the window and then went out. The sandstorm in Night City is not only raging, but also carries radiation. It is really great to go out in such a good weather. After taking the elevator downstairs and arriving at the bottom floor, Carl walked out of the super skyscraper. On the road outside the little Chinatown, an Herrera Outlaw GTS was parked there waiting for him. The car window was not lowered, but Carl seemed to be able to see the people inside through the glass, and smiled at the car. When he came to the other side of the car, the door opened automatically, and Carl sat in the co-pilot seat, and then greeted his friend in the driver's seat. Good morning. Maki. Good morning. Carl. Sitting in the driver's seat, Takemura Maki nodded to Carl. Today is the day that I agreed with Haruko to accompany her, as a friend to meet her mother Arasaka Michiko. Considering the personnel issue, Carl made an appointment with Maki yesterday for her to pick him up. And in terms of time, Maki was very punctual. The vehicle started, and Maki did not hold the steering wheel, but handed it all to the vehicle's intelligent control system. Sitting in the driver's seat, watching the scenery passing by outside the car window, Maki suddenly asked Carl a question. Have you seen Aunt Michiko? Carl? Have you seen Michiko? Do you mean in reality or on TV? The former has not been seen, but the latter has been seen too many times. Is that so? Maki nodded in understanding. In other words, today is the first time. Almost. So what about you? Carl's eyes followed the scenery passing by the car window, and he turned his head and looked at Maki. You and Haruko have a good relationship, and you must have met Arasaka Michiko many times before. That was many years ago. Mashi recalled, in my childhood impression, Aunt Michiko has always been a person who is at the forefront of the trend of the times. At the forefront of the trend of the times? Carl didn't quite understand. He recalled the image of Arasaka Michiko he had seen on TV. Do you mean something similar to kitsch? Kitsch is a style of dress that has been popular on the streets in recent years. It represents the spirit of chaos and rebellion, emphasizing appearance while ignoring the inner essence. This style is characterized by exaggeration, boldness, and vulgarity. It seems to be sensational, but it is actually a cultural expression that reflects people's dissatisfaction with reality and pursuit of individuality. The kitsch in Carl memory is similar to the once popular shamak culture. Both are colorful styles that were popular for a period of time. However, unlike the past when shamak culture is gradually fading out of people's sight, kitsch is becoming popular around the world and has become a cultural phenomenon. In Carl's impression, the dress and clothing of Michiko Arasaka, who appeared in the public eye, were somewhat like kitsch. Maybe there are some similarities, but I guess that the Michiko we met this time may change her style again. And this style is definitely the most cutting edge and will soon become popular. Maki said, and Michiko, whom I met when I was a child, was like this. Every time she appeared in front of people, her clothing style was different and always unique. But soon, many people who imitated her dress would appear on the market, leading the fashion trend for a period of time. As she spoke, Maki's face showed some expectation. She is always at the forefront of the trend. And Michiko is really amazing. As long as you observe her clothes, you can predict the next fashion trend. She is just like a magician, full of incredible charm. I think it is not so much because she has the vision to lead the trend, but because of Michiko Arasaka's status. Others see what she wears and imitate it, and then everyone follows suit, so it becomes popular. Carl buried this complaint in his heart. After all, no one can say for sure about such things. Maybe Michiko Arasaka is really an amazing fashion master. Her vision is a few steps ahead of others. She was able to integrate the Arasaka power in America after the corporate war and develop it into the third largest faction in the Arasaka power. At the age of 17, Michiko Arasaka, who was not yet an adult, had already demonstrated extraordinary abilities. It is not an exaggeration to call her a genius. And it is natural that geniuses are excellent in all aspects. Time passed quickly when Michiko Arasaka talked to Maki about meeting her later. After Carl felt the speed of the vehicle slowed down, he was already in the North Oak district. Michiko Arasaka met her daughter, whom she had not seen for a long time, and hoped that she would bring her friends to meet her. This kind of private matter would definitely not be carried out in the Arasaka Tower. For Michiko Arasaka, who traveled everywhere and rarely lived in Night City for a long time, the only place that could be called home and where she could meet guests was her daughter. The Herrera gangsters were walking on the driveway in the North Oak district. Before they approached Haruko House, Carl felt 3 or 4 waves of scanning from the drone in the sky. Then, he saw no less than 50 garrison personnel wearing Arasaka uniforms on both sides of the road. Judging from their movements, equipment and prosthetics, each of them was quite capable. This is still far away. It's so tight. Carl estimated in his heart that these were just the Arasaka personnel standing on the side of the road. Each of them was enough to delay him for a moment. If 50 people came together, it would be almost impossible to deal with them before the follow-up support. This was just the layout before the manor. Carl was a little suspicious whether the layout in the manor was tighter than the Arasaka Tower. But on second thought, this was also reasonable. After all, the only 2 Arasaka family members in the entire Americas were now in the manor in the North Oak district. It would be really strange if the defense was not tight enough. The Arasaka personnel in America have already tasted the taste of being leaderless. After the death of Arasaka K, the manager of the Americas, if it were not for his daughter Arasaka Michiko, who stepped up and unified the power of Arasaka in America, then Arasaka, which lost in the company war, would probably be easily defeated by other companies in the Americas, or even fall apart. With such historical lessons, they will naturally be more vigilant and strengthen their defense. As the car got closer and closer to the manor, a man came out at the gate, stopped in front of the Herrera gangster, and gestured to come down for inspection. Looking at the man from the car, Carl's expression was a little subtle. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, how did you get to guard the gate? Chapter 341. Are you using my tricks against me? Good morning, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I be checked. With a sullen face, Kenichi Shiro waved his hand and asked a female inspector to use the instrument in her hand to scan Maki. Then he personally took the equipment and walked in front of Carl. Raise your hands. Raise them high. Don't make any unnecessary movements. What are you saying, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? I'm not a criminal. Stop laughing. Okay. Stop laughing. Carl honestly raised his hands high. But Kenichi Shiro did not use the instrument to scan him up and down. He just stood 1 meter away from him and pressed the equipment in his hand, watching the light of the device wandering on his body. Carl was a little speechless. It's not the kind of close-up inspection and scanning. Is it necessary for me to raise my hand? Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Check and confirm. No dangerous items are carried. Kenichi Shiro ignored Carl. Just looked at the equipment and confirmed it. And then stretched out his hand to Carl. Take it out. Take what? Carl didn't understand. This time he came here. He only brought the knife given by Jonya and Haruko. These things were reported in advance and allowed to be brought. Apart from these things, Carl had nothing else on him. Hand. Oh! Carl seemed to understand and put down his hand and stretched it out. And then Mr. Kenichi Shiro took out the instrument that Carl was familiar with and pressed his hand on it. Personnel confirmation. KK. It's over. Even though the verification was correct. Kenichi Shiro's face looked like he hoped something would happen. He looked at Carl. And then looked at Takemura Maki, who had already completed the confirmation and looked over curiously. Sighed. And turned around. Follow me. I lead the way for the rest of the way. Hearing Kenichi Shiro's words, Carl and Maki looked at each other and immediately followed. After entering the manor, Carl immediately approached Kenichi Shiro and asked curiously, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, why did you look like you wanted to see me fail the verification just now? What happened? Have you heard of the behavioral feature synchronization faceplate? Hearing this familiar name, Carl's heart skipped a beat. But he still nodded. I know. I've used it before. The time you sneaked into Arasaka Academy. Right? Kenichi Shiro glanced at Maki. According to his later investigation, Carl was Maki, who met at Arasaka Academy under the alias Gaius. However, what he wanted to talk about now was not this matter, but a special matter that had already threatened security. This project, which was originally abandoned by military technology, seems to have been restarted and launched the second generation product. Although it has not passed the official verification and is more burdensome for users to use, its ability to disguise identity has surpassed the previous generation. Kenichi Shiro continued to explain to Carl. Recently, some external companies have frequently used this technology to try to spy on our company's internal information. Although we have quickly reverse-cracked and immediately developed a special scanning program to deal with this threat, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof. Confirming the prosthetic data and biometrics is an essential step. Kenichi Shiro words are too much like reporting terms. Carl summarized it. In simple terms, the behavioral feature synchronization faceplate was reactivated and developed to deal with Arasaka. Then, for safety, even if there is already a program that can scan it out, Kenichi Shiro still has to verify it. Carl was confused about Kenichi Shiro's words quickly reverse crack and immediately develop. These words actually have other ideas. That is, Carl suspected that the so-called Arasaka company quickly reverse cracked and developed it. Whether it was a spy who stole the data of that thing and reversed it based on the principle. But this is not the point after all. At this time, Carl is more concerned about. What does that have to do with your regret when you found out that I was not a disguise? Kenichi Shiro? You neglected your duties. Kenichi Shiro said calmly. As an employee of a detective agency, you have to maintain a certain degree of sensitivity. If it is an outsider, you think that the target they choose to hide must be unusual. At least in their understanding. They will not search for special personnel. And you think? In this situation today, if someone wants to sneak in and do something, who will they not search for special personnel in their understanding? Like me and Maki. Special personnel? Carl understood a little, and then looked at Kenichi Shiro. Frowning, then how can I know that you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, are not pretending? If you say that the most suitable person to conceal the truth in the minds of those personnel is you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who is responsible for leading the inspection, you actually used my tricks against me. Kenichi Shiro, who had only intended to cause trouble for Carl and make him more alert, heard Carl's words, and then saw Carl, who had become alert and serious, slowly distanced himself from him, and seemed ready to attack at any time. And he almost couldn't breathe. This seemed to be the second time. When I reminded this kid in the elevator, he asked me back, "Is this kid so irritating?" Kenichi Shiro had been in a good mood for a few days, because he saw Adam's heavy hammer guy come back miserable the day before yesterday. He was ready to give Carl some face, and give him some advice. But it disappeared in an instant. His face became darker. It was better to say that compared with the usual serious expression before. His face became really ugly now. Kenichi Shiro no longer had any doubts about Carl. This guy was definitely the guy. He looked at Carl, who was becoming more and more alert and seemed ready to take action at any time. He knew that this guy had really learned it and dared to take action at a doubt. In order not to disturb Mrs. Michiko, he silently gritted his teeth. Then, his voice trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing something. Chio had already scanned me when I came here this morning. Oh, that's okay. Sorry, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I was too nervous. Looking at Carl, who relaxed for a moment and showed a laughing face again. Kenichi Shiro felt that his mood was not laughing at all. Nor was it laughing at all. Is this kid doing it on purpose? Even if he was a little slow in emotions. Kenichi Shiro also doubted this matter. In his past life, he was used to being serious. For a kid like Carl, he really couldn't understand what the young man was thinking. Staring at Carl, Kenichi Shiro quickened his pace. He decided not to say a single word to this brat and the traitor who had been targeting him from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock before he met Mrs. Michiko and Miss Haruko. Explained everything to them and left. Chapter 342 Cyborg. Led by Kenichi Shiro, Carl approached the mansion he had been to once. And before he stepped into the mansion, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him closely. The source of the sight was Carl following the sight that made him a little uncomfortable. And his eyes fell on the left side of the house, where he saw a figure, covered with smooth metal armor, staring at him. Armor? Carl thought to himself. Metal armor like this is really rare. But soon, he realized that his judgment was wrong. Carl's eyebrows raised slightly, and he looked carefully. The streamlined armor covering the other person not only showed the outline of muscles, but also exuded a cold metallic luster. It was not a close-fitting armor, but more like the result of precise prosthetic transformation. A metal skin that resembled real muscles. Looking more closely, he found that the man had a burly body of about 2 meters tall. His face was covered by a mask in the shape of a ghost face. Through the gap between the eyes of the mask, there was a pair of blood-red eyes flashing red. When they looked at each other, the eyes were very sharp, just like a knife, piercing through the space and piercing straight into Carl's eyes. Without intending to look at the eyes for more, Carl looked away and looked at another part of his body. He found that the man's arm had an obvious lower bulge. According to Carl's experience, it should be installed with a mantis knife. Looking down again, Carl found that there was a semi-elliptical bulge at the joint of the man's leg. This feline-like leg modification is a lynx claw, a prosthesis developed to imitate the lynx, which can reduce the sound of the feet when people walk or run. Mantis blade, lynx claw, plus the skin and muscle modification of the whole body. Is it a cyborg? The word cyborg refers to the fusion of human and electronic machinery, also known as mechanized people or modified people. In the past, this word was usually used to refer to individuals who underwent mechanized transformation. However, with the passage of time, especially in today's era when prosthetic transformation has become common, the word cyborg has a more specific meaning in the slang of the streets and alleys. Cyborg. Now the word usually refers to a specific group of people who have undergone full-body Borg, full-body mechanization and weaponization transformation, almost indistinguishable from robots. In 2076, there are many people who have undergone full-body prosthetic transformation. For example, the star Lizzie Wise is a full-body prosthetic modified person. But there is a difference between ordinary prosthetic transformation and full-body weaponized prosthetic transformation. Just like the difference between Lizzie Wise and Adam Heavy Hammer. The former is just a singer who can be easily defeated by any famous mercenary on the street, while the latter is a legendary existence who can compete with him for a period of time in battle. The person who was obviously transformed all over his body that Carl saw now was what is called a cyborg with weaponized body in street terms. Mantis blade, lynx claws, and the metal appearance that can easily lurk in the dark city at night. Is it a ninja? In Carl's impression, only the ninja of Arasaka can match this too classic configuration. When Carl was looking at the cyborg, Kenichi Shiro, who noticed that he stopped, looked back, and then followed his sight to see the person. Kenichi Shiro subconsciously wanted to introduce Carl, but before he spoke, he remembered what he had just decided, so he held back the words. However, he did not introduce Carl, but an acquaintance took the initiative to help. Boy, it seems that you are very leisurely. You even have time to observe the guards before meeting people. The word sounded very familiar. But the tone of the voice was completely different. Carl followed the line of sight, and saw a middle-aged man with black hair and a pompadour standing at the door of the mansion, looking at him with a look that was very familiar to Carl. The look was full of strong threats and tyranny. It was so familiar that Carl almost couldn't believe that he recognized this acquaintance after blinking. Adam Hammer? Faced with this image that was completely different from his memory. There was no coldness of the mechanical body, no threat of weaponization of the whole body, and no deterrence of the tall body. It was just a middle-aged man with flowing black hair and a handsome face. Although Carl couldn't believe his subconscious feeling, his lips still couldn't help but spit out this name. You can actually recognize me now? You are smarter than I thought. Kid. Adam Heavy Hammer. The guy with only his head left on his body. Unexpectedly did not wear his iconic Dragoon modified body armor today, but appeared in the flesh and blood body of a handsome middle-aged man. Although his appearance has changed, the arrogance and tyranny he exudes remains the same. Adam Heavy Hammer appeared, and Carl's attention naturally shifted from the guard to him. However, looking at Adam Heavy Hammer now, Carl felt more and more uncomfortable. After getting used to Adam Heavy Hammer's other appearance, looking at his current middle-aged handsome man appearance, to be honest, it was disgusting. You know you can't be beaten to pee your pants. So you changed to a prosthesis that is more suitable for peeing pants? Carl used the words he said in the elevator when he and Adam Heavy Hammer were cleaning up Arasaka as the beginning to ridicule Adam Heavy Hammer. Do you think you are qualified to talk to me like this because you took advantage of my carelessness 2 days ago and destroyed the fur of a prosthesis that I usually use? Adam Heavy Hammer frowned, and a very dangerous meaning appeared in his eyes. I don't know if I have the right to say this, but if you want to fight me, Mr. Adam Hammer, you have to at least change into a prosthetic body. At least not use this flesh and blood body that is not developed by biotechnology. It's not that Carl looks down on the current Adam Hammer, relying on his years of combat experience. Adam Hammer is quite strong even with this body. It's just that this strength may be okay to deal with street people, and it is not impossible to win against ordinary cyber psychopaths. But facing Carl, an Adam Hammer who has no weapons on his body and even no combat prosthetics, Carl really doesn't think he will lose. Boy! Adam Hammer obviously knew this, but he didn't show any sign of weakness. At the moment when the atmosphere between the two people gradually became tense, the door of the mansion was opened from the inside, and Chio walked out. She glanced at the people present and nodded slightly. Please come in. Everyone. Mrs. Michiko and Miss Haruko are waiting for you. Chapter 343 Michiko Arasaka. The timely appearance of Chio was like a barrier to calm the storm, quietly ending the tense confrontation between Carl and Adam Heavy Hammer. Or rather, Adam Heavy Hammer deliberately chose to ease the situation. His eyes were no longer as sharp as a knife, and he deliberately moved away. Such behavior filled Carl's heart with doubts, because in his feeling, the moment Michiko's name sounded, Adam Heavy Hammer's demeanor seemed to soften immediately, and the originally pervasive tyrannical aura seemed to be blown away by a gentle breeze and disappeared without a trace. Strange. Too strange. Carl inexplicably remembered Adam Heavy Hammer's gentle attitude when he mentioned Haruko before, and his doubts deepened. What happened to Adam Heavy Hammer? He didn't even say a harsh word, and just put it down like that. Did he change his prosthesis and his personality? Is Adam Heavy Hammer now a gentle limited edition? Suspicion weighed on his heart, and after Chio opened the door, Carl walked into the mansion with Maki beside him. The interior decoration of the mansion was no different from the last time Carl visited. However, the difference was that Carl went to the tea room to meet Haruko Arasaka last time. But this time, Michiko Arasaka greeted them directly in the lobby of the mansion. The lobby originally had the function of a reception room, and it was more natural to meet outsiders in this place. Michiko Arasaka sat on the central sofa in the lobby, as if she was receiving the teacup brought by her daughter Haruko with both hands. After hearing the noise of the newcomers entering, she first took the teacup, then calmly placed the teacup on the tea table in front of her, as if nothing had happened, and stood up to face the few people. Her eyes first swept over Kenichi Shiro, and then stayed on Adam Heavy Hammer for a moment, with a trace of nostalgia in her eyes, as if she was recalling something, but the memory soon disappeared. And finally, she smiled and looked at Carl and Maki. Maki, long time no see. It's been a while since I last greeted you. And Michiko. Michiko Arasaka first greeted the more familiar Maki Takemura, and then looked at Carl. Looking at Carl, she didn't speak at the first time, and Carl naturally didn't know what the head of Night City Arasaka was thinking, so he could only remain silent and wait for her to speak. As for Carl's first impression of Michiko, the impression that Arasaka Michiko gave him was quite shocking. How should I put it? Maki was right. Every time I see Michiko Arasaka, her image really changes a lot. Carl remembered that the last time he saw Michiko Arasaka on TV, Michiko Arasaka still had black hair. Now, how should I put it? From the appearance point of view, this woman with a blue killer hairstyle, coupled with the huge rings hanging on her earlobes, is really too shocking. Is this the woman who walks at the forefront of fashion? Carl doesn't know what's impressive. While Carl was feeling a huge shock because of Michiko's appearance, Michiko Arasaka was observing the young man carefully. The information about this young man was actually placed on Michiko's desk as early as when he first took on the escort mission. But even she did not expect that in the subsequent events. This young man with an unknown origin, who was only recently secretly identified by her daughter, would be so deeply involved with her daughter. Is it a friendship born out of rescue? Or is it that Michiko Arasaka could not help but look at Adam's hammer again? Should I say, is this really my daughter? And she is so similar to me. However, Michiko Arasaka does not intend to intervene in these trivial matters that she thinks belong to the younger generation. She is an open-minded parent. Or it is related to the American personal independence education concept that she has accepted more. As for her daughter's affairs, since her daughter has shown enough self-reliance, she thinks there is no need to interfere too much. Although some American parents would also interfere in their children's affairs. That was not Michiko Arasaka. So she smiled at Carl after looking at him for 2 seconds. You must be Carl. Right? I often hear about you from Haruko. You are welcome to come here today. She acted like a mother who saw her daughter's friends coming to play at home. For some reason, when Michiko Arasaka smiled at him, Carl felt a sense of relaxation inexplicably. The tension just now was even more unbearable than the confrontation with Adam's hammer. Excuse me, Aunt Michiko. Carl hesitated for a moment, but decided to call Michiko Arasaka in the same way as Maki. After the meeting, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. After all, today was not a company report, nor was it a banquet in Arasaka Tower that required socializing. Just like what Haruko said when inviting Carl and Maki, it was just an ordinary invitation to friends to come to her house to play and meet her mother. Michiko Arasaka did not say much to Maki and Carl. Among the people who came today, she seemed to care most about Adam Heavy Hammer. She also took the initiative to invite Adam Heavy Hammer to sit on the sofa next to her and chat with her, while Haruko sat on the other side with Maki. Carl originally planned to sit next to them and chat, but under the gaze of Kenichi Shiro, he finally sat on the sofa on the other side next to them. Reminded by Kenichi Shiro's eyes, Carl realized that he had to pay more or less attention to the difference between men and women. After seeing Carl sitting in his seat, Kenichi Shiro nodded with satisfaction, and then turned around to see Mrs. Michiko chatting with Adam Heavy Hammer, which made him frown again. He remembered what his father had done. Adam Heavy Hammer is indeed a character that needs to be warned. Mrs. Michiko used to take her husband's last name for a while, and only changed back to Arasaka after her husband's death. What was Adam Heavy Hammer planning to do by approaching Mrs. Michiko? Looking at Carl, then at Adam Heavy Hammer, Kenichi Shiro finally chose to sit next to Adam Heavy Hammer. Although Carl was also annoying, Kenichi Shiro hated Adam Heavy Hammer more than him. In any case, Carl always kept in mind the proper courtesy, and when talking to him, he always respectfully added the honorific Mr. after his name. And compared to Carl, Kenichi Shiro had long been fed up with Adam Heavy Hammer. Chapter 344 Kenichi Saburo. Guard. Mr. Adam Hammer. What have you done in the past? Carl noticed the place where Kenichi Shiro sat down on purpose, looked at the distance between Adam Hammer and Arasaka Michiko, and felt that he seemed to know something special. Why does it feel like Adam Hammer and Arasaka Michiko have a good relationship? Could it be that the two are friends? It seems strange that a person with Adam Hammer's personality is actually friends with a company executive like Arasaka Michiko. We are friends. Haruko nodded and said, Uncle Adam Heavy Hammer once saved my mother. The two of them got along very well. For a while, my mother even considered whether to let Uncle Adam Heavy Hammer be her personal bodyguard. But later, she was stopped by Mr. Kenichi Saburo, who was my mother bodyguard. Adam Heavy Hammer is a person who gets along well with others. Should we say that he is a person who is always at the forefront of the trend of the times? He is indeed unique and different from others. Anyway, Carl thinks that he can't stand Adam Heavy Hammer's personality. If the two of them stay alone for a long time, they will definitely fight. However, a name mentioned by Haruko attracted Carl's attention. Kenichi Saburo. Bodyguard. This name. Is he related to Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Father and son. A simple word answer is enough to explain and clear up Carl's confusion. It seems that Mr. Kenichi Shiro family has been loyal to Haruko family for many years. His father used to be Michiko Arasaka bodyguard. And his son Kenichi Shiro also served as Haruko bodyguard before. And he was the bodyguard who took over later. Carl looked at Chio, who was standing next to him, and seemed quiet. He thought that she was actually Kenichi Shiro's apprentice, and felt that this was also a kind of inheritance. Companies, like Arasaka, that manage the company by family are indeed different from other companies. Whether it is the people in power, or the loyal followers. They are all the same group of people, passed down from generation to generation. Carl couldn't help but wonder what those retired employees would eventually be arranged to do by Arasaka. But looking at Mr. Kenichi Shiro's loyalty, and the many employees in the company who are relatives of him, Carl guessed that these people should not be treated badly. Such treatment is obviously much better than those who enter the company through recruitment channels. Even if they are company dogs, they are divided into their own dogs and foreign dogs. Maybe there are many company dogs who want to be related to Arasaka or Kenichi, Takemura and other families, so as to become their own dogs. Carl's thoughts were churning in his mind, and he suddenly realized that his current network of interpersonal relationships might be exactly what those company dogs, who are eager to climb up the company, dream of. He looked around and found that he was surrounded by important figures or members of important families of the Arasaka group. If he was a company dog, this would undoubtedly be a great opportunity to greatly expand his influence within the Arasaka group. If I were to change my identity, I might have to stand up and bow to Haruko, and say respectfully, "Miss Haruko, it's an honor to meet you. Thank you for arranging a meeting. Fortunately, I am not." Carl retracted his thoughts, and was about to talk to Maki and Haruko about something that the two might be interested in. About the change of the NCPD director in the city. Carl found that Haruko, who was talking to Maki while he was thinking, held a cup of tea towards him with both hands. He took it first, then asked, "Did you make it?" "Yes." "Okay. Your tea." Carl didn't dislike it. After all, it was not matcha today, but ordinary tea. Maybe it was okay. It's just that he drank too much sweet tea recently, and his subconscious perception of tea has almost become as sweet as iced black tea. For the orthodox tea, did you put too much tea leaves? After taking a sip of the tea that was obviously yellowish in color, Carl felt that if it weren't for this family to torment Haruko, her tea-making skills would never survive in a tea house that specializes in serving the upper class. Maybe? Haruko herself was not sure about what she said. After she held a cup for Maki, who was a little resistant, she also took a sip, and then frowned slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she put the tea she had drunk a little, and the teacup aside. "It tastes moderate. Drink a little and put it aside. I believe it if you finish it." After finishing the tea in one gulp, Carl, who now feels bitter in his mouth, really wants to teach his friend how to make tea. You can't just pretend to make tea because a guest is coming. Otherwise you should have practiced it. Dong dong. Just as Carl was about to speak, a person walked in from the side door of the lobby with a slightly heavy sound of footsteps. Attracted by the sound, Carl looked over and found that the person who came in was the cyborg ninja who had exchanged glances with him at the door before. This guy, who was called a guard by Adam Heavy Hammer, walked into the house without any notification. Carl was alert at first, but he immediately noticed the expression of Chio next to him. Chio also noticed the entry of the guard ninja, but there was no surprise or tension on her face. She acted very calmly, as if the entry of that person was not a big deal. It seems that the identity of this ninja is not just a guard, or even if his duty is to be a guard. His status is obviously extraordinary. After Carl relaxed, he also noticed the performance of others, and then he saw the change on Adam Heavy Hammer's face. His surprised look was as if he had just recognized who the guard was. "So you've been here all along." Adam stood up with a heavy hammer, facing the guard who was coming over. His attitude was extremely aggressive, I was just wondering why Michiko now has a useless ninja as a guard. But I didn't expect you to become like this. I really didn't recognize you at first sight. His voice was raised a little, with sarcasm in his tone. Kenichi Saburo. How does it feel to be a piece of iron now that I ridiculed me as a piece of iron? Kenichi Saburo. Hearing this name he had just heard, Carl looked at the ninja who was coming over. A little bit unbelievable. Mr. Kenichi Shiro father. Michiko Arasaka former guard. Is he still guarding her now? Chapter 345, Wandering AI. Special. After realizing that this cyborg was Kenichi Saburo, who had always been protecting Michiko Arasaka, Carl immediately understood why Chiome didn't show any surprise when she saw him walk into the room. Because Chiome did know Kenichi Saburo. Not long ago, Chiome was also the bodyguard of Michiko Arasaka. As Michiko Arasaka personal bodyguard, she was naturally very familiar with Kenichi Saburo, who had always been protecting Michiko Arasaka. Compared to Chiome, Adam Heavy Hammer, who had only recently become the head of Arasaka's security and had never met Michiko Arasaka, didn't know much about it. Looking at Adam Heavy Hammer's appearance, he had never thought that Kenichi Saburo was still protecting Michiko Arasaka. Do you feel that your aging body can no longer keep up? So you replaced yourself with a mechanical shell. Kenichi Saburo? Adam Heavy Hammer was obviously dissatisfied with Kenichi Saburo. After all, in the past, Kenichi Saburo had prevented him from becoming Michiko Arasaka personal bodyguard. Almost as soon as they met, Adam Heavy Hammer showed his signature mocking attitude without concealing it. But Kenichi Saburo's reaction to Adam Heavy Hammer's eager greeting after not seeing each other for a long time was quite flat. He just glanced at Adam Heavy Hammer, then walked straight to Michiko, and then slowly bent down. He lowered his head and seemed to whisper a few words to Michiko Arasaka, then stood up straight. Although his voice was very low in Carl, and the others could not hear it clearly, he obviously did not deliberately avoid Adam Heavy Hammer and Kenichi Shiro, who were standing next to Michiko Arasaka. After hearing Kenichi Saburo's report, Adam Heavy Hammer, who seemed to be planning to continue targeting Kenichi Saburo, suddenly became quiet. Carl realized that Kenichi Saburo's whisper might contain some important information, which was enough to make Adam Heavy Hammer temporarily restrain his provocation. Then, under Carl's gaze, Adam Heavy Hammer frowned, and then nodded to Michiko Arasaka. I take care of it. After saying this, Carl looked at Adam Heavy Hammer, who seemed to want to fight with Kenichi Saburo, and turned away. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously ready to go back to change his prosthetic body to do something. Then I leave first. Please forgive me for leaving first. Mrs. Michiko. Kenichi Shiro also stood up. He first said goodbye to Michiko Arasaka, and then looked at the cyborg Kenichi Saburo, who was wearing a mask, and whose appearance was completely unclear, and father. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro, who seemed to be staying for a while, also turned and left. Just because of what Kenichi Saburo said when he came in, Adam Heavy Hammer and Kenichi Shiro left immediately. What happened? Carl thought of the common point between Kenichi Saburo and Adam Heavy Hammer. That is, they both have positions in Arasaka Tower. Could it be that something happened in Arasaka Tower? Just as Carl was thinking this, he found that Arasaka Michiko also stood up. But she did not leave directly like Adam Heavy Hammer and Kenichi Shiro, but walked to their side first. Haruko, something happened at the company. I have to go over there. You have to be responsible for entertaining your friends. As she said this, Michiko looked at Carl and Maki. Carl, have fun. If you need anything, just tell someone. Don't worry. As she said this, Michiko nodded especially at Carl. And then, accompanied by Kenichi Saburo, she also left the house quickly. Michiko Arasaka originally wanted to take a rare day off today, chat with her friends and daughter whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and her daughter's friends, and care about her daughter's affairs. But obviously, in the face of an emergency, she had to leave first. Carl looked at the few people who left quickly in a short time, and found that the house became empty all of a sudden. The current situation was almost the same as chatting with friends at the previous party. Only himself, Haruko, Maki and Chio were left. Just when Carl was wondering what happened that could cause Adam Chongchue, the security director, Kenichi Shiro, the vice president, and Michiko Arasaka, the executive director of Night City, to leave, Haruko spoke at this time. Carl, the suspect you caught at the banquet before has spoken. Haruko was holding a mobile phone in her hand. It seemed that Haruko, who did not have an artificial eye, learned the information in the Arasaka Tower through this thing. With the return of Michiko Arasaka, the control of Arasaka Tower in Night City has indeed returned to her hands. But Haruko still has her own power and connections in Arasaka Tower. This return of maternal power has not completely weakened Haruko's influence. The network of relationships and loyal subordinates she has established in Arasaka Tower still provide her with relevant information. The suspect has spoken? Listening to Haruko's words, Carl remembered the blue-eyed guy who looked like the Riddler that he had caught at the banquet. What did that guy say? He was the roaming AI that attacked Arasaka Tower at that time. That body was his carrier. Haruko said something quite extraordinary easily. But Carl felt strange. It is not uncommon for roaming AI to control people through prosthetics and other means, turning people into its carriers, which is not uncommon in rumors on the streets. But it is usually regarded as nonsense. However, Carl has learned from T-Bug's initial hint that this rumor actually has a real basis. What Carl found strange was that the AI that attacked the banquet was actually the blue-eyed middle-aged man who talked to him. An aggressive AI actually appeared in front of him so openly at that time, and was easily captured by him. This situation made him realize that the AI's action mode might be much more complicated and bold than he expected. What exactly is its purpose? Why did it appear in front of him after launching the attack? And deliberately let himself be easily captured after saying a bunch of riddles, and now suddenly revealed that it is the attacker in AI. Carl can guess without thinking that a wandering AI that can control prosthetic humans as carriers is so rare and special. This is definitely of interest to Arasaka and even various companies. But it did it. Just like a sheep deliberately shed its hair and got into a pack of wolves. For some reason, Carl always has a strange feeling, as if he has entered into a certain plan. In his mind, a sentence said by the blue-eyed middle-aged man flashed. Carl, you are special. Chapter 346 T-Bug knows the middleman. This is News 54. Today, we have an important personnel change news to share with you. After a series of rigorous evaluations and reviews, NCPD announced a major organizational change. We are honored to announce that Mr. Johnson, a native of our Night City from Santo Domingo, has been officially appointed as the Deputy Chief of NCPD. This decision was made after recognizing Mr. Johnson's long-term, outstanding contributions and leadership in the field of law enforcement. Mr. Johnson has served in the police for many years, and is known for his firm sense of justice and unremitting pursuit of public safety. His promotion is not only a milestone in his personal career, but also an encouragement to the entire NCPD team. In his new position, Mr. Johnson will be responsible for overseeing the daily operations of NCPD and working closely with the chief to develop and implement strategies to combat crime and protect the safety of citizens. We believe that his leadership will bring new vitality and direction to NCPD and further enhance the safety and stability of our neighborhoods. We look forward to Mr. Johnson continuing to demonstrate his professional talents and commitment to public welfare in his new position, and look forward to our city becoming safer and more prosperous under his leadership. Thank you for watching. News 54 will continue to bring you the latest news and updates. Next is the weather forecast and sports news. Please stay tuned. Listening to the news broadcast of News 54 on TV, Jack took a bite of pizza and said to Carl, who was sitting next to him, Carl, Mr. Johnson seems to have been officially appointed as Deputy Director. I heard it. Is it officially broadcast today? It's been 3 days. NCPD is really slow in handling it. Eating the fries in front of him, Carl, who was thinking about what he saw in the house a few days ago, was attracted by the news of Mr. Johnson's official appointment. Since the day when the NCPD director was assassinated and the crazy scavenger killer was arrested and shot 16 times and committed suicide, Mr. Johnson's becoming deputy director has actually become a foregone conclusion. The next time is just a process of internal discussion and decision-making within NCPD. But such efficiency can only be said to be in line with the consistent style of NCPD. It is nothing for a normal city to decide on a deputy chief in 3 days. And even 10 days or half a month may not be enough to find a successor. But this is Night City after all. And NCPD is also an organization nominally responsible for the safety of the entire city. Even if such an organization that should have taken emergency action took 3 days, it can only be said that the internal situation of NCPD may be more chaotic than imagined. But at least Mr. Johnson has indeed become the deputy chief of NCPD. When I was a child, I fantasized that I could act without any scruples if I had someone to support me in NCPD. I didn't expect that my childhood fantasy would come true. Oliver switched the TV channel, and his eyes fell on other news stations reporting on Johnson's appointment as deputy chief. On the screen, Johnson was wearing a neat police uniform. Looking at Johnson's appearance, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Are we now the kind of mafia bosses in gangster movies who can reach government agencies? You should watch less gangster movies. Just watching from the TV. V, who came out of the staircase, heard what Oliver said and walked over to say, if the gangs in Night City were really like those in gangster movies, there wouldn't be all kinds of commissions to solve them every day. Did you just go for morning exercise? V? Carl turned around and looked at V's clothes and found some blood on them. You're really hardworking. Did you take Regina Jones's job again? I took a small job to deal with scavengers nearby, but I met a cyber psychopath who was going crazy. Regina said that people gave. She kept it. So I knocked her out and sent her over. The cyber psychopath resisted fiercely, so it took a little effort, V explained, hanging the bloody coat on the coat rack next to the elevator, and walked over, took a breath and sat on the sofa. It's so early in the morning. I haven't even had breakfast, and I'm fighting with a lunatic. It feels really bad. Have some French fries. Mrs. Wells made semi-finished products. You can fry them at home and eat them. I made them. Try them. Carl moved the plate of French fries he was eating over and asked. It's not difficult to deal with that cyber psychopath, right? It's okay. Generally speaking, it should be dealt with within a minute. For those who can't keep up with my speed, I can cut the leg tendons with a knife to make them unable to run. What to do next is just a matter of means. I almost didn't hold back when we were fighting. At the last moment when I was about to chop off his head, I remembered that Regina wanted to keep him alive. So I stopped. The knife stopped at the neck, cutting only about 1 centimeter of flesh, and the blood splashed on me. It should be a problem of angle. Try to change the direction next time? Listening to V and Carl eating French fries and talking about dealing with cyber psychopaths and holding back naturally. Oliver and Jack, who were listening beside them, felt a little numb. The two of them are not bad now, and they are also the best mercenaries among the best in Night City. But compared with the two companions who can hold back at the last moment when fighting cyber psychopaths, there is still a gap. Carl's situation is understandable. After all, he has become stronger step by step under his nose. But what's wrong with V? When he first came to Night City, his ability was just SOSO. Even worse than them. Don't we all do big jobs together? V usually only takes on small jobs, such as killing scavengers. How can he fight a scavenger every day? And suddenly even fighting a cyber psychopath has become easy. Could it be that killing scavengers is the same as killing monsters in the game to level up? And the more you kill, the better you will become? Jack and Oliver misunderstanding is natural, because they only know that V takes small jobs in his spare time. But they subconsciously ignore what V's so-called free time is. Walking means going to have breakfast, doing a task, going to a bar to meet, doing a task, and doing a task during the task. Almost 24 hours a day, except for sleeping. Even when sleeping, he installed a training chip and trained himself all day long. According to V talent, let alone cleaning up the scavengers, he could have trained at home. How could he not be strong with such training? What's more, although V training is to deal with the scavengers, it is actually to tap into past combat experience and gradually integrate the past and the present. In addition, he adapted to the installed prosthesis with the help of combat. With these factors combined, how could his progress not be fast? While Carl and V were chatting, the fries in front of them were gradually finished. And just when V felt a little hungry and stared at Jack's unfinished pizza, T-Bug walked out of the door. She lay on the railing on the second floor and said to the 4 people sitting on the sofa on the first floor, "A middleman I knew in the past is going back to Night City, because he doesn't want to go through the inspection outside the city. He plans to enter Night City from Taiping State. He contacted me and wants to entrust someone to escort him there." Carl, are you interested in this mission? T-Bug, the middleman you knew in the past? The 4 people were attracted by T-Bug's words. Chapter 347 Dexter Dishon. Dexter Dishon? I didn't expect that the middleman you knew in the past, T-Bug, was actually him. Sitting in the modified Hera, Jack, who was driving today, still couldn't believe that T-Bug actually knew this middleman named Dexter Dishon. What's wrong with him? Is there anything special about him? Jack was the first to join the mercenary business. Compared to him, the other three people had a very shallow understanding of middlemen. Basically, they waited for the middleman to contact them for introductions. So V was a little curious and wanted to know what kind of middleman could surprise Jack so much. Don't you know? That's right. Dexter Deshawn disappeared from Night City in the first half of 1975. At that time, Oliver hadn't joined the gang yet. Carl hadn't come to Night City yet. And you, V, were still in the tribe. I don't know much about Dexter, but there was a rumor circulating in the mercenary circle at that time. Jack started the car and said, Dexter has the instinct of a killer and the experience to match it. Anyone who can do business with Dexter Deshawn will definitely be successful in the future. Can you understand how I felt when I heard such rumors when I was just a small mercenary at that time? That is, this Dexter is too awesome. Too powerful. What do I have to do with him? I must do some work for him to make money and become a big shot. It sounds like bragging. He said that he would be successful if he did business. Even Roger wouldn't dare to brag like that. V immediately expressed his distrust. How could such an awesome person leave Night City in the first half of 75 and disappear? And suddenly come back during this period? I don't know about that. Maybe he took a vacation and is back now? Jack didn't know. When Dexter Deshawn disappeared in the city, he was just a small mercenary after all. The only middleman he knew was the priest. He was not willing to let the priest help him build his reputation as a mercenary. How could he know about such things involving middlemen? T-Bug, what's the matter with Dexter Deshawn? Jack, who was bragging about Dexter Deshawn's awesomeness, got stuck halfway through. V naturally had to ask T-Bug, who was most familiar with Dexter Deshawn, to introduce Dexter Deshawn in detail. Dexter Deshawn is one of the middlemen I have worked with more often in the past. He is generous and handles tasks in an organized manner. He is a good middleman. The ball in the car made a T-Bug sound. She said, among the middlemen in the street area. In my opinion, his level may be a little lower than Roger. Although it is not to say that the old captain and Regina are not good. But at that time, Dexter Deshawn was definitely one of the most popular middlemen in the entire Night City. Every mercenary was happy to receive the work assigned by him. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that he became successful. But making a small fortune is definitely not a special thing. There have even been cases where mercenaries retired directly after completing a few orders for him. Even T-Bug, you who know the cooperation, said so. V was interested now. So, he is really a capable guy? He is called the Black Fat Jesus. So of course he is very capable. Jack was bragging about Dexter Deshawn. Of course, he didn't forget to add a sentence when he was bragging, but it is exactly the same as T-Bug said. He can't compare with Roger at all. But he is very generous. This is absolutely true. You see, T-Bug said so. If he is generous, then maybe it will be okay. Listening to Jack bragging, Oliver was also moved. The middleman he hated the most was Faraday. And part of the reason he hated Faraday was because of Faraday greed. A generous middleman, no matter what, will always be liked by mercenaries. So how much is he going to pay this time? V looked at Carl and asked. Carl was talking to them while discussing the remuneration with Dexter Deshawn through T-Bug's contact. To be honest, this is really generous, Carl said, looking at the newly added numbers in the account. For just an escort mission, the deposit is 80,000, and the total reward is 200,000, according to the standard of escorting a middleman. This is indeed too generous. But, Carl frowned slightly, with doubt in his tone. Does it really cost 200,000 for just an escort mission? Carl fell into thought, and shook his head in confusion. Moreover, it is not easy for a middleman to bypass the inspection and enter Night City from Taiping's house secretly. But it shouldn't cost so much, right? Could it be that someone in Taiping's house really targeted him as a middleman? I don't know much. But there is a rumor. T-Bug's cooperation with Dexter Deshawn is based on the generous remuneration of the other party. She doesn't know much about Dexter Deshawn, but at least they are good partners. Before Dexter Deshawn disappeared, she had heard relevant rumors. I heard that Dexter Deshawn helped the Voodoo Gang mess up a job in Taiping State, and he left Night City in a hurry because he was afraid of retaliation from the Voodoo Gang. He ran away after messing up the job. So he felt that things had calmed down a little and planned to sneak back? Carl frowned, brows relaxed. Listen, this doesn't seem like something a powerful middleman would do. There will always be things like overturning. After all, the job that was messed up was the work of the Voodoo Gang. Who knows what those Haitian lunatics will do? Jack said. And suddenly realized something. Taiping State. Voodoo Gang. I remember the Voodoo Gang. The territory is in Taiping State. Right. This time, Dexter Deshawn has to come to the city from Taiping State and hire us at a high price. It won't be. I guess so. Carl understood. This is the first step to rely on us to fight back to Night City and prepare to make a name for himself again. This guy is quite smart. He gets up from where he fell. Right? Then, he should be thankful that he paid enough money. In this regard, it is worthy of his rumored killer instinct. Oliver relaxed after realizing that the biggest obstacle they might encounter was just a voodoo gang. What? After all the fuss? It turned out to be just a voodoo gang. Escorting people into the city in the territory of the voodoo gang. Isn't the money still generous? Chapter 348 Meeting. Taiping's How. I haven't been here for a long time. After passing through Oliver hometown, St. Domingo, the desolate scenery of Taiping's How, a city that was half developed and abandoned, appeared in front of Carl. Looking at Taiping's How, Carl remembered something. Come to think of it, did Man and his team rely on the old Captain Channel to go to Dogtown to hunt down Faraday? I don't know how they are doing now. Dogtown used to be a subdivision of Taiping's How. But with the end of the Unification War, this land became the independent territory of Kurt Hansen, a former new American colonel. Now, it has evolved into a city within a city in Night City. Dogtown? Let me check the map. After hearing Carl talking about Man and his group going to Dogtown, Oliver in the co-pilot seat looked at the car map. It's not far from where we are going to pick up Dexter Deshawn. Unfortunately, the inspection in Dogtown is very strict. It's not easy to get in without connections. Otherwise, you can go in and take a look. Why go to that cesspool for no reason? Jack in the driver's seat complained. That place is Kurt Hansen's private kingdom for reselling international arms. He shoots before he gets anything to do. And even the law enforcement has his own set of temperament. It's not fun to go there. I've heard before that a tribe wants to go to the black market there to get some dry goods. In the end, it doesn't matter if it fails. But it's good to come back alive. V obviously knows Dogtown. For that place, no normal person would go there to join in the fun. It sounds weird to hear you say that. But it seems to be just like that. Carl thinks it is normal to shoot people in the street for no reason. As if Night City is not like this. How can the same thing be a cesspool in Dogtown? Is it a special discrimination of Night City locals against the separated city within a city? Carl paused for a moment and continued. We never know when there will be a mission for us to go in. You are now saying this and that and disliking Dogtown. But we may have to go there at that time. We will have to dig into the cesspool at that time. Let's change a better description. Otherwise it will be disgusting to think about it later. What kind of work can Hans take in Dogtown? Oh, he seems to be the middleman in Taiping's How. Could it be that he also works in Dogtown? Jack asked. And then got the communication answer from T-Bug. According to the information, most of the business Hans is involved in is in Dogtown. It is better to say that the business in other places in Taiping's How is his commission in his spare time. Hans is doing work in Dogtown. Jack understood. Then it won't be strange if we get work in Dogtown in the future. I just hope he won't give us any troublesome work, such as asking us to clear out the armed organization under Kurt Hansen. The Nether Dog. A certain base or something. Even if such a job is completed, the whole Dogtown will be in chaos and difficult to walk. Why don't you think of other things? V smiled. For example, if we want to kill Kurt Hansen, the boss of Dogtown, wouldn't that job be more interesting? Dogtown boss. Shit boss. Oliver was muttering about the words of a group of new Americans in the 6th Street gang to describe Kurt Hansen. The new American traitor. He, the most sharp-eyed person in the team, noticed 2 black spots, one fat and one strong, appearing in the distance. I think I saw Dexter Deshawn and his bodyguard. He was standing over there smoking a cigar. Oliver smacked his lips. I didn't expect it. I thought he would hide after leaving a location and show up when we arrived. It turns out that this Dexter Deshawn is really unusual. Did he find out that we were coming in advance? Or was he not worried at all? He actually stood on the main road at the agreed location waiting for us. Whether he discovered our arrival with excellent intelligence ability or was fearless, it can only mean one thing. Carl looked at Dexter Deshawn, whose figure became clearer as he approached. That is, he is sure that this place is very safe. And he has the ability to confirm that this place is safe. It's possible that he's just too stupid to know the danger. But looking at his confident appearance while smoking a cigar, it's unlikely that he caused any trouble. Jack stared at Dexter Deshawn. He can control the safety of this place. But our journey back to Night City won't be easy. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Carl, how do you describe it in Chinese? V continued to smile indifferently. Who cares? Anyway, we kill each troublemaker. And there will be no more troubles after that. You're so murderous. V. When they arrived at the place, Carl got out of the car as the team's negotiator and took a close look at Dexter Deshawn, who was also examining him. Judging from his appearance, this guy, who is called Black Fat Jesus by people in Night City, seems to be capable of doing great things. Dexter Deshawn has dark skin, a fat but strong body, and an unusually thick neck, which obviously means he has undergone some form of exercise. His black hair is shaved very short, almost bald, and he wears a pair of sunglasses. The eyes from under the sunglasses are sharp and deep, with a shrewd and alert temperament, which is very consistent with his killer eyes and street rumors. Carl's eyes moved down. Dexter Deshawn was wearing very practical clothes. His coat was dark red, and the lining was black. This convenient clothing not only helped him hide in the dark alleys of Night City, but also allowed him to change his appearance at any time. His left hand was intact, but his right hand was replaced by a golden prosthesis. Judging from the luster of the golden prosthesis, he chose a rather expensive model that was not covered with bionic skin. The data in Carl's mind helped him find out the price of this prosthetic arm. The prosthesis with output enhancement and behavior calibration, with gold-plated outer layer, has a market price of about 300,000 euros. Quite expensive. When Carl finished looking at Dexter Deshawn had also finished looking at Carl. His eyes swept over Carl's hands that were no different from those of ordinary people who had not been transformed. Finally, his eyes stared at Carl's face. Looking at that face, Dexter Deshawn smiled and stretched out his hand. Mr. Carl, it's an honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Dexter Deshawn. Carl was actually a little surprised when he stretched out his hand to shake hands. Usually he always addressed the middleman as Mr. or Ms. But this was the first time he was called Mr. by the middleman. Chapter 349 KK Team? While Carl and Dexter Deshawn were talking, the remaining members of Carl's team got out of the car one after another, and Jack immediately spotted the burly man next to Dexter Deshawn, who was obviously a bodyguard. What's your name, buddy? Jack smiled and approached the man in a natural and familiar way. This was also his usual trick. He did this when he met Carl and Oliver. He took advantage of his well-developed and simple-minded appearance to approach people and get some information. Obviously, Jack is the negotiation expert second only to Carl in the team. Dexter Deshawn's bodyguard was also deceived by Jack's appearance. Although he showed a very cool and cold attitude and didn't want to talk, he still said his name before Jack said his own name, Oleg. My name is Jack. Jack Wells. Buddy. Look at your muscles. Tut tut. You are training. What do you like to use normally? While Jack was trying to find out information about Oleg based on his obvious muscle training hobby, V and Oliver were observing the surrounding situation. After scanning by two people with Carusi optical prosthetic eyes, there were no other people around. No trace of people was seen or scanned within 50 meters. After informing the team that it was safe within 50 meters in the communication, V moved. He walked to the only 3-story building that could be considered complete among the abandoned buildings around, knocked on the wall, confirmed that it was stable, and took a deep breath. When Dexter Deshawn and his bodyguard Oleg looked over curiously because of the sound made by V movements, all they saw was V's disappearance. In the blink of an eye, V had appeared on the top of the 3-story building, and there were 2 more sunken and broken marks on the outer wall of the building. The pupils suddenly contracted. Both Dexter Deshawn and Oleg realized what had just happened after a moment of shock. The movement was so fast that even the artificial eye could not catch it. Did it activate Sion Weston? And judging from the sunken and damaged marks on the outer wall of the building, Dexter Deshawn's eyes swept over the extra wall sunken and broken stones after V disappeared, and then looked at V standing on the roof and observing. After activating Sion Weston, he jumped up, and then only took 2 steps to use the wall to gain momentum, and directly jumped to the roof of the 3rd floor, which was nearly 9 meters high. Dexter Deshawn's eyes changed when he looked at V. He had seen the battle between Carl Team and Adam's hammer, so he had some judgment on the combat effectiveness of Carl Team. This was also the reason why he planned to build a relationship with Carl Team when he was about to return to Night City. However, when he watched the battle, he subconsciously ignored other people because of Carl's performance. Now it seems that even if Carl is excluded, the other people in Carl Team should not be underestimated. Dexter Deshawn also got up from the streets and was a famous middleman. He could see the combat effectiveness of mercenaries. In his judgment, his bodyguard Oleg, let alone facing Carl, could not even face V, who was showing such speed now. Fortunately, they came to protect him today. This powerful force made people feel at ease. However, mercenaries with such powerful combat effectiveness may cooperate in the future to do something big. Did the newly emerging middlemen there become timid after I left Night City? Dexter Deshawn asked himself. It would be a pity not to do something big and make a name for oneself with such a team. With them, not to mention the small tasks on the street, even the high-risk tasks of the company are worth a try. After confirming that the strength of Carl Team is indeed as good as the rumors and videos, Dexter Deshawn has conceived several plans in his mind that can quickly make him stand out again in Night City. However, there is no rush to act now. This is just the first cooperation. He has not arrived in Night City safely. Next, he needs to continue to observe. There is no one around. After V finished the reconnaissance and reported that he was safe, he just jumped down from the upstairs. After stepping on the depression again in midair as a buffer, he successfully completed the descent. The surroundings are safe. Carl nodded and looked at Dexter Deshawn. Mr. Dexter Deshawn, shall we leave now? You asked us to escort you. Someone in typing state must have known that you were going to return to Night City. The longer the night, the more trouble there is. Let's leave early. It's almost time. Dexter Deshawn nodded and signaled his bodyguard. And then quickly, his bodyguard walked to the ruins of a collapsed house and turned over a few stones with his arms. After the stone was removed, a piece of cloth was buried inside. As the gravel on the cloth was cleared, bodyguard Oleg lifted the cloth, revealing AC-240T from underneath. Cars are too eye-catching. People can hide anywhere at any time, but not cars. As Dexter Deshawn spoke, his bodyguard Oleg got into the car and started it. The body of the vehicle moved, and after throwing off the remaining gravel, it backed out of the ruins of the building. The C-240T slowly drove to the front of Team Carl and Dexter Deshawn and opened the door. Dexter Deshawn did not go in, but looked at the members of Team Carl. You know the rules, right? Of course. For escort missions, as long as the money is enough. The safety of the employer is the most important. Carl naturally understood this rule. In the mission of escorting Haruko, Team Brown used their own behavior to tell Carl and others about this rule. Carl knew Dexter Deshawn's plan. He planned to get in Carl's car and let one of Carl's people get in the Thunder Colby, and the two cars drove separately, so that the attackers could not immediately determine the location of Dexter Deshawn's employer. This kind of thing is not uncommon in escort missions, but it is the first time that Dexter Deshawn said it so openly. But there is nothing to complain about. Escort missions? That's how it is. Who will go? Oliver asked. And Carl, who had a psychological trauma about this kind of ordinary car, immediately expressed his unwillingness. I hate sitting in a two-seater car, except for a comfortable luxury car. It's my turn to drive today. Jack smiled, and with my body, it's crowded to get in. It's like the employer will not be crowded when sitting in Harari later. Oliver looked at V. What do you say? V. You or me? I go. V didn't care, anyway. No matter which car is attacked later, I will rush down and kill them as soon as possible. It's more convenient to move in the co-pilot. So you are too murderous. Amid Carl complaints, the team quickly completed the division. And as the two cars left the area, the Voodoo Gang quickly learned the relevant news through their information network. A mercenary team entered Taiping State and picked up someone in the border area with Dogtown. According to speculation, the person picked up is likely to be Dexter Deshawn, who we are tracking through Dogtown. Have the mercenaries confirmed who is so capable that Dexter Deshawn sent someone to do the job after we warned him? It's the KK team. It's the KK team. Ah, the KK team. Chapter 350 Old Mexican Stir-Fried Pork. Since Carl and his team set off from the border between Taiping State and Dogtown until they arrived in St. Domingo, their vehicles had not been attacked along the way. T-Bug had detected several intrusions on the road, and she blocked them every time. And all the intrusions Carl team and the employer suffered on the road were just that. The forces that targeted Dexter Deshawn had already noticed that the team escorting Dexter Deshawn was the KK team. And that group of forces obviously had no intention of fighting with the KK team. The KK team is no longer an unknown mercenary team. Just hearing their name is enough to settle many things on the street. Obviously, the forces that targeted Dexter Deshawn did not have the idea of killing Dexter. Or Dexter was not worth their big price to challenge the 100% mission completion rate of the KK team. It's so quiet. Those guys are so timid. When we arrived in San Domingo, the escort was over as agreed upon in the mission. We got out of the Thunderbolt Colby and was obviously dissatisfied with the fact that the mission was completed without any attack. I was thinking that if the Voodoo Gang came, it would be a good opportunity to try out the knife skills I have practiced recently. Do you want to hear what you have to say? Oliver got out of the car. Isn't it good to end the mission safely? Do you have to kill a few Voodoo Gang members? I feel like Carl now that you are becoming more and more murderous. Adam Heavy Hammer kills people when he is not happy. But why do you feel that you are not happy if you don't kill people for a day? I just want to hone myself. Maybe it is because of your temperament. That you will become stronger and stronger. Jack also got out of the car with emotion. And then glanced at his employer Dexter Deshawn, who got out of the car with him. You did a good job. Dexter Deshawn also spoke at this time. He first praised Carl team. And then looked at Carl. The order is settled. And I have already paid the balance. I received it. Carl, who was sitting in the back seat of the car and guarding Dexter Deshawn throughout the journey, looked at the number that arrived in the account and nodded to Dexter Deshawn. It's a good task. You can contact me more often if there are tasks in the future. Of course, I will contact you more often. After getting off the car, Dexter Deshawn relit his cigar and took a puff. Now he is really more and more satisfied with the KK team. Along the way, every time the mysterious force and the Voodoo Gang invaded, they could block it back in the first time, without letting the other party find out any information about their vehicle. And relying on the reputation of mercenaries alone, they forced the Voodoo Gang to give up their purpose of killing them. This kind of team is more worthy of Dexter Deshawn's trust than the team that fought the Voodoo Gang with real guns and bullets and achieved results. The middleman industry is essentially a resale business. When selecting mercenaries, combat effectiveness and execution are naturally the most important criteria. However, if a team can ensure the safety and security of the mission while meeting these two basic requirements, it is undoubtedly a huge plus. At least for Dexter Deshawn. He appreciates those teams that can rely on reputation to deter the enemy and complete the mission safely, rather than those teams that need to go through many crises to complete the escort mission. Watching Dexter Deshawn get on the ordinary Thunder Colby and leave, Oliver, who did not expect that today would end so peacefully, stretched his waist. So, that's it for today. Escort one person. End. Go to eat? Eat is fine. Jack looked at the time, but it's still early. And there's still some time before our usual lunchtime. Then take a walk on the street? V suggested. He looked at the calm Santo Domingo. I haven't been to Santo Domingo much. This place. I'm tired of staying here. But if you're interested, I know a good place to eat nearby. We can go there and have a cup of coffee first, and then have some Mexican food when it's almost lunchtime. The owner there has some private stock. And since we know each other, he might even provide us with organic food. Oliver is a local in Santo Domingo after all. He knows the shops around, and which shops are delicious. The shop he mentioned immediately attracted the attention of the other two. Mexican food? Organic food? Jack has a special liking for Mexican food, while Carl is very interested in organic food. Obviously, the shop Oliver mentioned just hit the two people's desire for lunch. It seems that it has been unanimously approved. What are you waiting for? Oliver sat in the driver's seat. Get in the car. Let's go to the southern part of Coronado Ranch. There is a restaurant called Old Mexican Fried Pork. The food is absolutely delicious. It should be my turn to drive today. Forget it. Jack sat in the co-pilot seat. And then Carl and V immediately sat in the back seat of Hera. As the vehicle started, T-Bug also spoke in the voice at the right time. Remember to bring me a burrito. If not, then let's talk. I won't forget. Oliver answered T-Bug's words while starting Hera. The area they are in now is the River Valley area of Santo Domingo. But it is not far from Coronado Farm. With Oliver driving, the modified Hera took less than 20 minutes to reach the Lao Mo Xiao Chao Road that Oliver mentioned. Lao Mo Xiao Chao Ro has a red sign. Looking inside from the open plastic door under the sign, a waitress wearing an orange top and dark green skirt uniform is serving dishes to customers in the store. Judging from the staff and interior decoration inside, Carl feels like he has walked into a fast food restaurant similar to KFC. After parking the car and getting out, Oliver called his companions to follow him into the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he waved to a waitress, Rachel. Served some good food for 4 people. The waitress whose name Oliver called turned her head, and her eyes lit up when she saw Oliver. After noting down the needs of the customer next to her, she walked over quickly. I haven't seen you for a long time. Oliver, I heard that you have become a big shot recently. Why do you want to come to this small restaurant to eat something today? I just happened to pass by. Bring the coffee first, and you can wait for the food. Oliver glanced at the store. In addition to the single seat by the window, there were only 4 square tables in the store, and 3 of them were full of people. Only 1 square table had 1 person sitting. He looked at the empty seat and thought that he could move a chair to seat 4 people. So he walked towards the man who was drinking coffee and patted his leather jacket from behind. Hey, man, if you don't mind, can we share the table? Huh? The man in the leather jacket turned around, revealing a very familiar face. Chapter 351 Cleo Radion. Oliver, Jack, and V were all stunned when the man in the leather jacket turned his head. This man's face was so recognizable and famous that when they first recognized who he was, they couldn't believe that they could meet him in this place. Unlike his stunned companions, Carl only felt unfamiliar with this man's appearance. What kind of man is this? His face was clearly defined, and a pair of electronically enhanced optical prosthetic eyes flashed with a glimmer of digital information. Under the wheat-colored skin, several deep grooves at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible. The line of sight moved down along the thick black beard on his chin, and the obvious prosthetic implant marks on his neck could be seen. The black skin outside the neck was decorated with golden stripes, revealing a unique sense of art. If Carl's first impression of this man is to be said, then Carl can only say that this man really looks like a literary and artistic worker. The implants are mainly for decoration, without any combat prosthesis, and it is not much more difficult to deal with than dealing with a gang member. While observing the man, Carl noticed the shocked companions around him. Huh? What are they surprised about? Is this man a special person? While Carl was thinking this, Oliver, who patted the man's shoulder and asked him to turn around, was surprised and called out his name, Carrie. Carrie Orodion. You are Carrie Orodion. Your voice is a little too loud. Young man. The man called Carrie by Oliver did not show any surprise on his face for Oliver's shock, or it seemed that this kind of thing was just a commonplace thing for him. Carrie Orodion glanced at Jack and V, who were also shocked, and then returned his gaze to Oliver. Are you the fan who tracked me down and successfully checked out my location? Can you please not disturb me while I'm eating? If you want an autograph, I give it to you after dinner. This is my rare leisure time. Can you wait outside? Fan? Listening to the words spoken by the man named Carrie, as if it was a matter of course, Carl probably guessed that this Carrie should be a star or something like that. So he lowered his voice and asked Jack next to him, who is this person? You are so surprised. You don't even know him. Carl didn't expect that he would be greeted by Jack's incredulous expression. This is a person who has been in the 20s since. A rock star who has been popular since 2003. Chris, the vocalist, lead singer, and rhythm guitarist of the former Samurai band. From 2003 to now. This year is 2076. Doesn't that mean he has been popular for 73 years? A rock star who has been popular for 73 years. This is almost burning the sky. Right? Wait. 73 years. Does this mean? When was he born? He has been popular for so long. Chris Urodine was born on April 7, 1988. In 2003, he and Johnny Silverhand and others founded the Samurai band, and they have been famous ever since. Listening to Jack's scientific popularization, Carl looked at the man's face, which was still a middle-aged man, and calculated his age, and found that he was 88 years old. At 88 years old, he has maintained himself very well. Carl understood why Jack and the others were so shocked. They usually liked to play some samurai songs in the car music. Now they saw a member of Samurai, a superstar, so they were naturally surprised. But Carl was more interested in the other person in Samurai mentioned by Jack, Johnny Silverhand. Was this Chris in the same band as Johnny Silverhand? His mind changed. Seeing Chris waving his hand to drive them away, Carl stepped forward and said, "I'm not your fan. And I don't need your autograph." Carl's words attracted Chris's attention. Only then did he notice that behind these three people who seemed to be fanatical fans, there was a young man standing. And the young man's appearance looked a little familiar. "Who are you?" Chris asked, unsure of this familiarity. "I'm a guest here for dinner," Carl said, pointing at the table. "We want to share a table with you. There are no other seats in this store. Is that okay?" "Yes." Sharing a table? Carrie listened to Carl's words and looked around the restaurant. He found that there was indeed only an empty seat at his place. He looked at Carl's expression and realized that he had misunderstood. It turns out that it's not some fanatical fan who got the gossip. "I thought this place was a rare good restaurant. Should I cover up my appearance next time?" Carrie shook his head. He originally thought that it was the fanatical fans he hated, so he wanted to drive them out. But if it was just a normal meal, and he was a little surprised to see him, he didn't mind sharing a table. "Let's sit together. The food in this restaurant is very good." Usually, Carrie's temper is not so good. Even if he shares a table with others, he will never take the initiative to invite people to sit down. But looking at Carl, Carrie always felt that this person was strangely familiar. So he invited him to sit down. For Carrie, the superstar, probably because of some hidden feelings of fans of songs in his heart, V and Oliver sat opposite, while Jack asked the store for a chair and sat in the corner next to him. And Carl sat next to Carrie without caring. When Carl sat down, he glanced at the things in front of Carrie and found that there was only a cup of coffee. Nothing else. It seemed that this superstar was just preparing to eat. And when Carl sat down, Carrie, who had been staring at Carl's face, finally found where the familiarity came from. After recognizing Carl, Carrie raised his eyebrows in surprise. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Mercenary KK. You know me?" While waiting for the food, Carl didn't mind chatting with the kind people who were willing to share the table. "Have you seen my face somewhere? The mutual you played was okay. Are you a mutual star? My agent bought me some mutual related to you. He said that it topped the sales chart of Night City Mutual for 3 months, even surpassing my live concert recording Mutual. So I took a look." Carrie said, "The fight with the former New America lieutenant was quite interesting. How did you rehearse it?" "Rehearsed? Ah?" Carl looked at Carrie and found that this big star might have simply seen his Mutuo and remembered his name, and knew nothing about other things about him. How come he is as uninformed as I am? Or do these stars not know about things they don't care about? Chapter 352 Carrie's Security Matters. Ah. So those weren't special effects edited Mutuo, but Mutuo recorded in person? While the waiter of Old Mexican Fried Pork was serving coffee, Carrie explained in Carl's chat that the Mutuo he saw was not extracted and modified by technical means, but was a real live recording. Carl and his team were not big stars in the field of Mutuo, but a group of mercenaries. It seems that Mr. Carey doesn't usually watch Mutuo. This kind of Mutuo is still easy to distinguish for experts, Carl said, took out his mobile phone, and took the initiative to show his contact number in front of Carey. "If you don't mind, Mr. Carey, you can remember my contact number. I am quite professional as a mercenary, and have some reputation in Night City. If you have any special commissions, you can come to us." As the captain of the mercenary team, being able to attract business is obviously also a skill. Carl has never forgotten this. Facing a super rock star like Carey, Carl could tell at a glance that he was not only financially strong, but also had a lot of troubles to deal with. He definitely needed mercenaries to deal with some of the troubles. In addition, Carey didn't know much about the mercenary industry and had no idea of the industry's standard prices, which made him a potential customer with huge potential for cooperation. For Carl, it would be a waste if he didn't leave his contact information. Leave your contact number to seek future cooperation? For this behavior equivalent to handing out a business card, Carey subconsciously wanted to refuse. Just like he refused those weird cooperations at various concert venues. But the words were already in his throat, and he suddenly remembered something that happened recently. Carey has a mansion in North Oak, which is his residence in Night City. He has collected all kinds of musical instruments in it. Recently, a group of thieves set their sights on his guitar, broke through the security team he hired, and secretly took the guitar out. If the automatic alert robot had not dealt with them, Carey's precious guitar would have been sold on the market by the thieves. After this incident, Carey has lost trust in the high-paid security team he hired. Carey is not the kind of person who is afraid of death. But he will not take risks that could be avoided unnecessarily. MSM Media Group, the record company that Carey signed with, has many competitors in the industry. And these competitors have long been eyeing this legendary rock star. Although they dare not take action against Carey in public, they may send people in secret to quietly let Carey encounter the tragedy of suicide or kidnapping. Faced with such a threat, can Carey only rely on those high-paid security teams? Especially when this team has a record of failure. This reliance does not seem to be enough to make him feel safe. As the saying goes, rats have their own paths. Snakes have their own ways. And different types of people have different ways. Since Carl and his team claim to be a relatively famous mercenary team in the city, do they also know some qualified security guards? Carey is not completely unfamiliar with mercenaries. The ex-girlfriend of one of his good friends was a famous mercenary in the past. These mercenaries often commit crimes. And because they have to do those things, mercenaries are very familiar with how to break through security, and what kind of security is difficult to break through. What Carey is thinking now is that since Carl claims to be a somewhat famous mercenary in the city, if he asks Carl and his team to introduce a team of security guards that they feel troublesome and cannot break through. Do you know any famous security guards that you feel difficult to break through and think about giving up the mission when you meet them? Carey's question stunned Carl and his team. They looked at each other. They couldn't be said to be dumbfounded, but they were definitely looking at each other in surprise. Carey's words really stumped them. It is not to say that there are no security guards who make Carl and his friends feel difficult and want to give up the mission when they meet them. Adam Heavy Hammer plus Kenichi Saburo, Kenichi Shiro plus Chio, and a series of Arasaka ninjas and action teams form a luxurious group. Carl and his friends will definitely turn around and run when they see this escort force. But this level of personnel service, apart from Michiko, let alone Night City, even in the entire America, perhaps only the new US president or the CEO of military technology has such a guard around him. And this level of guards is a bit difficult to find as Carey's bodyguards. Maybe it's a bit difficult to find. Carl gave a more tactful answer. Such security guards are basically hired by others. Even if Mr. Carey wants to hire one, he can't hire it. Is that so? Carey felt a little regretful. It was indeed difficult to find a professional bodyguard team. No wonder the professionals he hired from the security company were so unbearable. But when Carey thought that it was not that easy, Carl did not say the final word. I do know many good mercenaries. Although they are not security personnel, they also accept long-term commissions and have considerable experience in escorting personnel. They have also protected many big figures. If you are willing to hire them for a long time, Mr. Carey, I can introduce you to each other. When the time comes, you can meet them and judge whether they are suitable. Instead of choosing security personnel, let mercenaries be security. Carey thought about it and felt that this seemed to be possible. Let the mercenaries, who know the most about breakthroughs and have experience in escorting, be security personnel. Wouldn't that be both offensive and defensive? Carey was a little tempted. But he did not forget the current situation. He and Carl just met for the first time, and they chatted a little because of their identities. The security mercenaries introduced by a person who met for the first time were obviously not reassuring in terms of safety. But Carl also said that he could come to meet and judge whether they were suitable. What is the price of the mercenaries you mentioned? If there are too few people and it is too expensive, then there is no need to talk. I am not that kind of stupid rich man. Already tempted, Carey still tried to maintain a sophisticated appearance on the outside. Although in fact, he had never really participated in any street fights and did not know the specific market of mercenaries. Carey did not expect that his performance completely exposed the fact that he was a newbie. He had not asked anything clearly, but he was already discussing the salary. People have to submit resumes before interviewing, but not exposing potential customers is also a virtue. Carl told Carey about the mercenary team he knew. The Brown team is now idle and has nothing to do, and they are also willing to accept long-term commissions. We are all friends, so naturally we have to help them get good opportunities. Chapter 353, Breaking into the Villa. I still can't believe that you guys, Carl, actually helped us get such a big job. Until Brown and his team members stood in front of the gate of Carey's mansion in North Oak District because of the interview, they still couldn't believe that they had the opportunity to interview for Carey's long-term security job. What's so unbelievable? Carl crossed his arms. Are the 6 people in your team not as good as those bodyguards who come from a rubbish security company with high salaries? Do nothing. Put their hands in their pockets all day. Wear suits. Wear sunglasses. Do nothing but stand at the gate? Of course they can be compared. Brown laughed. I'm just saying that Carl connections are really amazing. At the beginning, you were all street vendors, begging for a living under the gun of others. But in the blink of an eye, you have become a big name. You know all kinds of people. You are awesome. And the jobs you introduced to us are all at the level of Carrie, which is really jealous. What jealousy? If you are really jealous, at least show some envy. You look jealous. Why are you laughing there? Are you going to ask me to treat you to a drink again? You can't go to the next life. The wine at Roger's place is as expensive as a life-threatening drink. If you really want to drink, come to Wild Wolf. At least you come to Mrs. Wells to make money. Carl complained, and I said that Carrie and I met in a street restaurant. And we talked about security work. I thought of your recommendation and came here. Do you believe it? Ah. Is it such a coincidence? Brown and the others certainly believe it. Carl is not a person who likes to brag. What he said is true. What he said is true. Just like when he agreed with them that he would protect the employer. He really protected it with his life. But this is too much of a coincidence. Meeting a big shot on the street. And then chatting to interview for a bodyguard. This seems to be quite impressive. If Brown had such negotiation skills, we would have been busy a long time ago. The youngest member of Brown's team, who was originally considered the only one to collect the bodies if the mission failed, was muttering to himself as he listened to Carl's words. When Brown heard what he said, he was so angry that he pressed the boy's head. What nonsense are you talking about? You young people are always thinking about becoming big shots and working every day. Please be considerate of us older people. We can't stand this kind of high-intensity work. So it's best to get the interview today. Carl smiled. I've inquired about the salary for you. 6 people. 720,000 euros a month. 120,000 euros per person. If you run field work, you will get more. Carrie is a big star. Always wanting to be the world. On tour. I'm afraid I have to run around every day. And I won't be able to spend all the money I earn. 120,000 euros a month. Now I think it's like a dream. Brown sighed. Should it be Carrie? The rock star is really rich. I don't know how much he earns a year, but he can afford such a price. The lowest is more than 230 million euros. Carl said. I went back and looked up some things about Carrie. He can be regarded as the most popular rock star in the world, although his annual income has not been made public. A singer below him, Lizzie Wise, has this income. Carrie probably won't make less than her. More than 230 million euros a year. No wonder he is so generous. Brown nodded in understanding. And watching him nod, Carl actually felt a little ashamed in his heart. Brown didn't know that Carl didn't negotiate the price at that time. When Carl was talking to Carrie in the restaurant, he was still unsure about Carrie's financial situation. So he directly reported a number he thought was big. As a result, Carrie agreed without thinking, and said that the salary was fine, and when would the person come for an interview. Looking at Carrie's appearance at the time, it was obvious that he didn't think there was anything wrong with the number Carl reported. Judging from his micro-expression, he was even a little surprised that it was so small. Before checking, no one knew that the king of rock stars would make so much money. Isn't it AI that makes songs and sings these days? Is it because human rock stars are rare that they are so popular? Putting all kinds of thoughts in his heart, Carl, who came alone today as an introducer to accompany the Brown team, called Carrie's phone number left yesterday. Mr. Carrie, we're at the door. Are you at the door? Okay. I let the Central Control Intelligence open the door for you. Carrie seemed to have just woken up not long ago, and after mumbling for a while, he uttered a slightly surprised him. Then, Carl heard Carrie's voice and became much more sober. Carl, check the inspection. Did you climb over the wall directly? Do you want to show me your skills? You're really fast. You're almost at my house. But the people you brought are just for an interview. There should be no need to destroy my automatic defense machine gun. Right? We climbed over the wall to show our skills. Are we almost at the house? Listening to the voice coming from Carl's phone, the people standing at the gate waiting for the door to open were stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Carl and Brown's team were standing at the door. They broke into Carrie's house by climbing over the wall and destroying the automatic defense machine gun. It was impossible for them to break into Carey's house. So it could only be, Mr. Carey. I'm Brown, the captain of the security mercenary team who came for the interview. I have to inform you that an intruder has invaded your house. Carl handed the phone to Brown, and Brown nodded and took it. He calmly said to Carey on the other end of the phone, "Please take a shower in the house. Have lunch and wait for a while. We will be able to handle everything soon, and go to the door of your house to wait for your interview. I hope you don't mind the damage caused during this period." Listening to Brown's calm words, Carey on the other side was completely awake. He was a little confused. What? Weren't you the ones who came in from the wall? It's an intruder. Brown answered calmly and picked up the gun, but it will be over soon. Please wait a moment. After saying this, Brown hung up the phone, handed the phone to Carl, and pulled the gun to check. Do you need help? Carl took the phone but didn't move. We are security guards who are here for an interview. Brown just said this with a smile. And then the atmosphere of the whole team suddenly became serious. Brown gave an order. Enter the villa, eliminate the threat, and meet the employer. Accompanied by a loud explosion that made the intruders look up at the sound point. Brown's team broke into the villa. Chapter 354 Fake Goods. What's that sound? Outside Carey's residence, a man wearing a blue uniform and a mask stopped and looked towards the place where the explosion came from. Didn't I say that this time I'm only here to kidnap Carey Orodion? I don't want to make too much noise. What's wrong with you? I've said it over and over again. And you can still make a fuss. Listening to the captain's angry rebuke in the communication channel. The other personnel, who were also wearing blue uniforms and masks, didn't understand what went wrong. They were a group of professional kidnappers who accepted the task of kidnapping Carey and could even take his life if necessary. According to intelligence, they learned that Carey's security team had been fired for incompetence. At present, there was only an automatic sentry tower protecting Carey in this villa area, so they chose to take action today. During the operation, they all maintained a high degree of secrecy. Even the hackers responsible for invading the villa system were extremely careful to avoid touching any sensitive systems that might trigger alarms, and only carried out the necessary minimum intrusion to ensure the smooth progress of the operation. It was not until they were close to the residential area that they had to destroy an unavoidable automatic machine gun. After destroying the machine gun, they immediately approached the residence to ensure that even if the act of destroying the machine gun attracted attention, they could quickly execute the plan to kidnap Carey. They had been thinking about covert actions throughout the whole process, but the sound from afar still broke all their covert ideas, which made everyone very puzzled. Could it be that one of their members accidentally detonated the bomb used to deal with pursuers at the scheduled retreat point in advance? Almost at the same time, everyone wearing masks looked at a tall and thin person in the team. This person was a blasting expert in their kidnapping team. He had performed countless perfect blastings in the past. Could it be that he accidentally missed this time? The blasting armor that was stared at by his companions was blocked by the mask, so his companions could not see his face clearly. But the words he said in the communication were full of anxiety. It's not me. I haven't buried it yet. The bomb is still outside the wall. And even if it explodes, the bomb exploded outside the wall. And the location of the sound is wrong. It's someone. Someone else broke into the house from another room. Another person? The captain of the kidnapping team was anxious instantly. Oh no! It's a colleague. I knew that this job is not easy to do with so much money. Hurry up and move. While Carey's group of bodyguards are still there. Although we can't do much, we can still call the police. The opportunity will never come again. We must not let our colleagues stop us. And we must not let NCPD arrive. Hurry up and move. Their current location is the closest to the house. And there is still a chance to rush in and kidnap Carey. And then take Carey away while exchanging fire. But Captain, the house may be full of traps and automatic alert machine guns. And I haven't had time to completely crack them. The hacker of the team had obvious anxiety in his voice. He faced the screen of his portable computer and typed quickly on the lightweight keyboard with both hands. The hacker's words made the captain frown. The reason why they stopped at the door of the house instead of rushing inside was because Carey's house might be filled with various automatic defense devices that could annihilate them. These things require the team of hackers to control and crack them at close range. But obviously there is no time now. How long will it take you to crack it? The protection used in his house is the latest residential electronic defense released on the market. But I am familiar with this model and have cracked many of them. 3 minutes? Just give me 3 minutes. Captain. 3 minutes? The time that can be spent by just drinking a little wine and chatting a few words at ordinary times is so long at this time. The captain took a deep breath. He knew that time was tight. But he also knew that he couldn't let the team members take unnecessary risks. He turned to the hacker and said firmly and calmly, 3 minutes. Okay. We will fight for you. The kidnapping captain believed in his team. They were professional. Whether it was a rich lady or a middle-level person in a company, they had kidnapped many people. They were the top in this field. It was not so easy for a mere colleague to break through them within 3 minutes. The captain of the team picked up an Ajax rifle, and a cold flash flashed in his eyes. If it really doesn't work, they can only take Carrie's body back. Although it's a pity to kill a superstar whose songs they also listen to. Even if it's a corpse, there is still a reward of 500,000 euros. The kidnapping team used the flower beds and other things in the residential area to build a defense site, waiting for their colleagues, who were about to arrive. With these temporary shelters, they can gain the upper hand. Just as this team of 10 people, except for the hacker, were holding weapons and squatting behind the bunker, they witnessed a flash of fire. More precisely, it was the fire emitted by the wake of some object. All those who witnessed the flying object widened their eyes. Their pupils suddenly expanded, and everyone couldn't believe what they saw. It was not until the object flew closer that a shrill cry from the captain sounded, RPG. The RPG flying from the entrance of the villa area a few hundred meters away accurately hit the kidnappers, who tried to rely on temporary bunkers for defense. Boom! As a mushroom cloud rose, the kidnappers and their bunkers were all sent into the sky. Cool? In the distance, Carl's eyes lit up as he watched this scene. He quickly turned his head to look at Brown, who was carrying an RPG launcher. Where did you get the RPG? I thought that using C4 to break through the steel gate was the limit of your firepower. But I didn't expect you to use RPGs now. It's just one shot. You're going to show it off to your future employer. Since the bombing, the survivors have learned some lessons. Kalman and his team learned not to lock the door when driving, while Brown and his team learned that firepower is everything. After that mission, they got an RPG from the black market arms trade in Dogtown. They put it in the car every time they went on a mission. It just happened to be used today. However, this power seems to be a bit too strong. Brown looked at the collapsed corner of the villa, his face a little embarrassed. Sure enough, the seller gave a fake one. He clearly said that the explosion of the real one would be controlled in a very small range. This equivalent is obviously wrong. What should I do if a corner of the employer villa collapsed during the interview? Chapter 355 Super Dream Editor. Wow. You guys are so cool. Standing upstairs and watching your actions. I feel like my creative inspiration has burst out. You guys are so energetic. Just like crazy. It reminds me of the past when I was so happy. Unexpectedly, as an employer, Carrie, who got up and stood on the second floor to see the whole process, was quite satisfied with their actions and expressed great appreciation. Not only did he not blame them for trampling his villa, but after confirming that all the attackers who entered the villa area were killed, he signed a contract with Brown and others on the spot and hired them as security personnel for the villa area. Carl, who witnessed the whole process, could only say that Carrie, who had been in a band with Johnny Silverhand, had some explosive genes, or were all artists of this kind of nervous. After signing the contract, Carl, as the introducer, had nothing to do. After leaving the North Oak district in a daze, Carl was still immersed in the splendor of the RPG, and made a decision as soon as he woke up. He also wanted to make a big bubble. He wanted a bubble that burst loudly and big enough. It's hard to say whether it can be used in the city. The next time I go to the Badlands to accept Dakota Smith commission, I will shoot it at the Random Sword Club. It will definitely be powerful enough. Thinking about it, Carl understood why he bought Brown of the RPG after that mission. Damn it. The feeling of being hit by this thing is really different from the feeling of hitting people with it. Watching it explode and destroying everything in its path really gives me an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Brown said he bought it in Dogtown. 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 Yesterday, Oliver was talking about when he would have a chance to go there and take a look. Should he consider asking Mr. Hands if he has any channels to buy a big bubble as a backup while doing a job there? I'm used to being bombarded. Who knows, it feels so good to bombard people with it. No wonder man installed a projectile launch system on his arm to launch light missiles. It feels so good to bombard people with explosives. When Carl was thinking about this, The message popped up in his team's communication channel. I need help with something here. Are you free? I'm in the Kabuki Hall today. Because Carl was going to introduce the brown team. The team took a day off. Of course. When everyone else was resting. It was V time to go out for private work. Now it seems that V is in trouble? When Carl was about to reply, other replies popped up in the team channel. Jack, at Misty Place. I can come right away. Oliver, Santo Domingo. It will take half an hour. T-Bug, switch to the connection channel. What's going on? Let me see. Really fast. Carl also replied. Carl, I just finished here. I'm in the North Oak District. I can take a taxi there. Did something happen? V, it's not a big deal. Jack, you're with Misty. If Oliver is in St. Domingo, you don't have to come. You should be accompanying someone. So just continue to accompany them. Carl, if you are free, you can come over. T-Bug, I want to ask. Do you understand Mutuo technology? T-Bug, Super Dream technology? I know a little about programming. So I can access and see things. What happened? On the other side of the communication, V looked at the scavenger who fainted in the blood pit on the ground and said in the communication, I received a commission. A group of 5 scavengers kidnapped someone. I dealt with 4 of them and kept 1. I wanted to ask them where they kidnapped the person. As a result, this person seemed to be mentally disturbed due to excessive fear in the biological monitoring. I consulted Regina, and she said that Super Dream technology can be used to extract relevant possible memories from his dreams. So I want to ask you if you understand this. Super Dream extraction requires working on the brain. I remember that the NCPD who tortured is quite good at this technology. I don't understand it very well. Why don't you ask Carl to ask if someone from the NCPD can help deal with it? Or I can directly take a look at the relevant action routes of this group of scavengers. T-Bug didn't mind helping. But V thought about it and refused. Forget it. It's a rare day off. So don't let T-Bug. Thank you for your trouble. I thought I would leave it to you if you understood it. Since you don't understand it very well, and I have to let you spend time to check the route. I'd better go find a Mutuo editor to ask. V is not embarrassed to ask his companions for help. Otherwise, he would not have asked Carl to come and consult T-Bug. It's just that he thinks it's not a big deal. If it's convenient, let T-Bug do it. If it's not convenient, I do it myself. No need. If you leave it to me, I can find the approximate range within 10 minutes. It's okay. Today is a rare opportunity. I just go see if there are any Mutuo technicians and learn about this technology. V also pointed out Oliver in the communication. We can't let Oliver buy virus-infected Mutuo every time. Hey, what do you mean? V? I'm not a virus-infected Mutuo. It's just that everyone who makes Mutuo likes to add some stuff to make trouble recently. Listening to Oliver complaints, Carl, who was taking a taxi, smiled and said, I'm also interested in this. It's a good opportunity to go over there and count me in. Mr. Johnson just went to NCPD. Andy has just taken office as the sheriff. He is probably very busy now. Let's not disturb him. Let's go find a Super Dream staff to learn about the technology today. Are you planning to know everything? Jack watched Misty chatting in the store and calculated the distance. It makes me want to go there to learn some technology. Come on. Accompany Misty well. After V and I finish the work, we will go to Lao Wei to debug the prosthesis and have something to eat by then. Carl moved his forearm and there was no problem. But for safety reasons, he still had to check it from time to time. Okay. I wait for you to come over for dinner. By the way, Jack said without minding it. Halfway through, he remembered something. If you want to find a famous Mutuo-related person, remember the Ritz Bar? Go there. The Mutuo editor there is also famous in the industry. Whether you want to learn some techniques to prevent Oliver Mutuo virus or find clues, you can go there. As Oliver complained, Jack, why do you say that? Carl and V said in the communication channel that they already knew. In the communication, V flicked his unactivated thermal samurai sword lightly, and the blood on the blade splashed, leaving a scarlet track on the ground. With his arm slightly bent, V raised the samurai blade upwards, then clamped the blade tightly with his elbow, let the blade slide through his arm, and wiped off all the remaining stains on it with the clothes on his arm. Click. Sheathed the sword. V picked up the scavenger on the ground with one hand. The Ritz Bar? Chapter 356. Come to the Ritz Bar again. Sir, You can't go in. At the entrance of the Ritz bar, V was stopped by members of the Mox gang holding baseball bats. These women wearing cheap, fashionable and kitsch clothes stared at V with great vigilance. We will not entertain guests who want to cause trouble. Guests who want to cause trouble. V had to follow the gaze of several Mox gang members at the door to look at his hands. And then he understood why this group of Mox gang was unwilling to let him in. When V came, he was carrying a scavenger with blood all over his face, unconscious, and his cell phone hanging down, who looked like a corpse. He looked like he was carrying a corpse that had been dead for a long time into the bar. A normal guard would not let him in. No, you misunderstood, V said, swinging the scavenger he was holding, alive. Still alive. Not dead. V didn't realize at all that he was swinging the human body with one hand casually, just like swinging the person in his hand like a puppet. This scene was so shocking. The members of the Mox gang, who were just holding baseball bats and making a guard posture, changed their faces when they saw the scene. Not only them, but also those who had gathered at the door and were curious to see what happened, fled in an instant. Several nervous people had already drawn their guns, trying to give themselves a sense of security in this way. V's appearance was too similar to that of a cyber psychopath who was about to lose control. Even those Night City residents who were used to street gunfights were still afraid of cyber psychopaths. Seeing the tense atmosphere, V looked around and seemed to understand something from the eyes of this group of people. So he took the initiative to put down the scavenger in his hand and showed his kindness. I am really an ordinary customer. I just want to go in for something. V said so and took a step forward. At this step, a bunch of guns from all directions were pointed at him. The too neat movement made V's footsteps stiff in place. Although these guns have no effect on V, even if there are 100 or so guns, V can easily deal with them. But in this situation, how can he explain to the people of the Mox gang and find the excellent Mutuo editor he heard about in the Ritz bar, open a Swan Weston, knock down all the people around, and then break in? But he came to ask for help and learn the skills of Mutuo. Is he going to force people to help? Mutuo directly affects the nerves and the brain when used. If he forces people to teach him, he will really become a cyber psychopath if he learns it wrong. Just when the atmosphere was about to solidify, a voice sounded. You are V. A woman came out of the bar after hearing the noise, and recognized V after looking at him. The woman looked at the scavenger that V threw on the ground. We don't provide any special services here. Who are you? V was sure that he didn't know this woman. Susie, the owner of this bar. After briefly introducing herself, Susie signaled to the Mox gang members at the door not to be too nervous and said, if V wants to come in as a guest, I welcome you. But please don't make trouble. After all, this is not the Lichung bar. Susie obviously knew V's identity as a mercenary, so she specifically mentioned the Lichung bar, where mercenaries often gather. After saying this, she turned and walked into the store, and gave instructions to the Mox gang members at the door. If he wants to come in, open a private room for him. I will receive him later. Susie did not mention whether V could bring people in, but V, who was listening next to him, understood the meaning. You can come in, but what you want to do, we will talk about it in the private room. After getting permission, V grabbed the scavenger on the ground, let him lean on him a little, pretended to be drunk and confused, and took him into the Ritz bar, which was no longer blocking. Seeing this scene, the crowd who were a little nervous just now, and the door guards of the Mox gang were relaxed a lot. They can communicate smoothly. It seems that he is not going to go crazy. But would a normal person hold a comatose person in his hand and swing it to indicate that he is not dead, and still plan to take him into the bar? Seeing the back disappearing between the closed doors, many people had this idea, and some guests, who had planned to go to the Ritz bar today to see the new Mutuo, and were just startled, also stopped their steps towards the Ritz bar, and planned to come back tomorrow. When those guests left the Ritz bar, they happened to see a man getting off a taxi. That person did not hide his appearance at all. Just like his name now no longer needed to be hidden. Everyone who saw his face would involuntarily think of his name. But everyone who really saw him always called him by his nickname. That is, KK. Seeing KK walking towards the Ritz bar, the guests left faster. Although KK had no record of killing passers-by for no reason, his own strength was enough to make those with less strength retreat. Carl slowly approached the bar. The Mox gang members watched him coming, but did not say a word. They just silently opened the door and welcomed Carl in. If other young guests with handsome looks like Carl came to visit, these Mox gang members might tease a few words. But all the gang members in Night City recognized Carl's face. When ordinary gang members saw this face, they would hardly have any thoughts other than awe and fear in their hearts. And they did not dare to have any unreasonable thoughts at all. Carl looked at the message from V in the communication. V had already sat down in the number 6 box. Susie, the owner of the Ritz bar, was entertaining him and asking him why he brought people here today. Box number 6? Carl smiled and nodded to the members of the Mox gang who helped him push the door open. After thanking them for their friendly help, he walked into the bar. The last time Carl came to the Ritz bar was a few months ago, when he visited with Oliver and others. It has been a long time since he came. Last time, I heard that there was a powerful Mutuo editor in the Ritz bar. I didn't think about meeting him at the time. But today I have the opportunity to meet him. Watching Carl back disappear into the closed door, the Mox gang members guarding the door looked at each other. Why do I feel that the rumored KK seems to be quite gentle, handsome, and polite? But he is indeed KK. The Mox gang members at the door couldn't understand. Is it possible that KK, who is so scary and crazy in the Super Dream movie, is such a person who would smile and nod to express gratitude when opening a door in normal times? Chapter 357 Judy and Mutuo. Judy, there are 2 guests here that you may need to meet. Hearing Susie's words, the woman named Judy stopped editing Mutuo and looked at the 2 people who followed Susie into the Mutuo editing room in the basement of the Ritz bar. Judy had some impression of the young man, with a short haircut and a knife on his waist on the left. But she still needed time to think about his identity. But the man on the right, KK? Looking at the black-haired young man on the right, Judy didn't quite understand why KK, who often appeared in the original film of Mutuo, appeared here today. Hello. Carl nodded at Judy and looked at her. This young woman named Judy has a punk-style hairstyle with green hair and pink hair tips. She is dressed simply, with jeans on the lower body and a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body. On the skin exposed outside the short-sleeved shirt, you can see several flower-shaped tattoos. At first glance, she looks like a woman with a rather unruly personality. Is this the editor who used to be called the top Super Dream editor in Night City together with JK? Judging from his appearance, JK looks more like a professional and experienced person. He looks about the same age as Oliver. Maybe JK left a deep impression on Carl. When he saw the Super Dream editor, Carl couldn't help but compare him with JK. While he and V beside him were looking at Judy. Judy had already understood from Susie, who came over, what Carl and V were going to do to her. You mean? You caught a scavenger and want me to use relevant technology to see the fragments that appeared in his mind when he was dreaming, so as to find the resettlement point of the people they kidnapped. If possible, you can also learn some relevant technology from me, which will be useful in the future. Is that right? Judy understood Susie's explanation. Contrary to V and KK's expectations, she did not refuse, but just raised her eyebrows and said, then you bring the person here. I can teach you the relevant operation methods while doing the work, but whether you can learn it is your own problem. Are you willing to help? V was surprised. He didn't expect Judy to be so easy to talk to. He originally thought that he should pay some reward or something. But Judy actually agreed to such a troublesome thing. If you want to save someone from the scumbags like the scavengers, then I'm still willing to help. But don't expect me to be too attentive. I will only tell you the steps while I'm doing it. Judy seems to be a rare person in Night City, with a strong sense of justice. She is surprisingly friendly to scum like the scavengers. Susie, who seemed to have expected this, was not surprised. After introducing the 2 sides and confirming that everything was fine, she quickly left here. The bar upstairs was still waiting for her. The boss? To work. Even if guests like KK and V came, she couldn't stay for a long time. V, who threw the scavenger at the door before entering, immediately brought the scavenger who fainted and was falling asleep. Put him on the Mutuo chair over there. Remember to put a layer of plastic sheet next to it in advance. I don't want the scavenger to dirty my Mutuo equipment. Judy directed V to place the personnel, while glancing at the blood-stained clothes of the scavenger and the knife wound on his neck that was obviously stopped halfway through the cut. She couldn't help but take another look at the unsheathed samurai sword on V's waist. The Mutuo that V and Carl fought with Adam Hammer was originally scattered all over Night City, because the Japanese street Mutuo editor who got it was killed on the road. As a famous Mutuo editor, Judy also personally edited the relevant Mutuo. The battle with Adam Hammer needed to be slowed down repeatedly. Otherwise it would look like a black shadow flickering continuously. It was precisely because of the slow motion effect that Judy could clearly observe their fighting process. In the Super Dream film she had seen, the big guy Jack and KK who destroyed Adam Heavy Hammer's artificial eye did not attract her attention. Instead, V, who rushed into Adam Heavy Hammer's arms with a thermal samurai sword, attracted Judy's attention. It was hard to say why, but probably because V was a person with a strong momentum. Judy felt that inexplicable momentum was quite concerned. What kind of courage did V have to rush into Adam Heavy Hammer's arms and try to get rid of him at close range? There was actually someone in the world who dared to face Adam Heavy Hammer like this. Thinking about it, Judy's hands moved quickly. She adjusted the relevant equipment with ease. Although she was usually responsible for Super Dream editing and other work, it was the first time for her to extract dreams. However, even if it was the first time, it was still too simple for her, who had reached the pinnacle in the field of Super Dream. Basically, Judy adjusted it while V put the plastic sheet on it and put the scavenger on it, pulled down the equipment on the Mutuo chair and connected. Oh! For prevention, use the restraint equipment that comes with the Mutuo chair to put it on him first, so as not to stimulate the dream body to twitch and roll off the chair. After saying so, after watching V finish everything, Judy motioned V and Carl to come to her side, and then began to teach about how to extract Mutuo. The construction of dreams is actually that part of the brain nerves have not rested and are not under conscious control, so the traces in the brain continue to be active, allowing it to produce dreams. It involves the synergy of multiple brain regions, but Mutuo itself is connected to this aspect, so as long as it is debugged, it can also remember the scene when dreaming, as expected of the top Mutuo editor in Night City. Judy explained to V and Carl while quickly completing everything she explained, while Carl memorized the entire teaching and the whole process. It took less than 20 minutes for Judy to successfully complete the dream extraction of this scavenger. I tried my best to stimulate his recent memory, so the Mutuo printed out should contain his recent kidnapping. Now it needs to be tested and searched, Judy said, and printed the Mutuo that was input and produced in a short time onto a chip, and then looked at V and Carl. Then, this newly edited Mutuo may make people dizzy, and it needs to be connected for fine adjustment and to check the internal details. Who of you two will try it? I do it carefully. V took the Mutuo chip held between Judy's fingers without hesitation and inserted it without hesitation. This is my job. I be responsible for it. It's connected very quickly. Seeing V say that he would be careful, but actually took the chip and inserted it without hesitation, Carl could only be speechless. Chapter 358 Dream Super Dream. The neural port has been connected. You may feel a little uncomfortable. It is normal to feel dizzy. You will be fine after getting used to it. In Judy's voice, V felt that the scene he saw was constantly changing. The flickering of his vision did make him feel dazzled, but the flickering and bright light soon stopped. And then he heard a voice. After this mission is completed, we should stop in this area. This voice is a little strange to V, but it is very familiar to those who have put their senses into it. What are you still standing there for? Bring everyone in. We have to go back to Watson District to change our base as soon as possible. The vigilance in that place is getting higher and higher, and it is getting harder and harder to catch people. After we have negotiated the deal and received a lot of money, we will have a few days of leisure and see if we can build relationships and go to Dogtown. That is where people who really want to do big business should go. Yes, big brother. Feeling that the self in Mutuo answered his sentence, V began to move something on his hands. With the help of the perspective of the immersive person, he found that he was in a dilapidated house, moving someone who had fainted. Pause. Carl's voice came from the connection, and Judy also stopped playing Mutuo at this time. V, can you adapt to this Mutuo that has not been debugged much? After stopping the playback, Carl asked this question first, and then got the affirmative answer. It's okay. It's just that this level is still easy. That's good. After Carl was relieved, he continued, now you have entered the dream of the scavenger. Through his dream Mutuo, can you see the surrounding scenery clearly? Are there any characteristics around? Features? V looked at the surrounding environment with his peripheral vision. This is a dilapidated house, and according to the words of the person who was called the Big Brother by the scavenger before, this seems to be not Watson District. This group of scavengers only has a base in Watson District to kidnap people. But the place where the people are located is somewhere else. Dilapidated house? There is no access to the equipment. So Carl can only see the unclear Mutuo through the computer screen scene shared by Judy. Hearing the words, he frowned slightly and thought, dilapidated houses are not uncommon in Night City. But you can't tell anything from this alone. Then remember it first. And continue. In Carl's voice, the video continued to change. When V was moving people, he entered a house. There were 7 operating tables in the house. On 6 of them, people who had passed out were tied up. Who are these people? Judy looked at the people tied up in the picture and tried to see their faces through the connection. But their faces were blurred in the dream. I can't see clearly. They are probably the people they kidnapped. If it's just the goods that are going to be sold soon, there's no need to remember their faces, Carl said. Taking a general look at the computer screen, they didn't use the bathtub ice cubes and ice water that the scavengers like to keep them fresh. It seems that these scavengers have no intention of killing these people in a short time. Or the people who are going to take action haven't arrived yet? Put them on the operating table and tie them up. And use automatic equipment to inject drugs to ensure that the people are unconscious. The scavengers can actually do such delicate work. It seems that this batch of goods is indeed, as the scavenger said just now, it can be sold for a lot of money. So we have to take good care of it. I found something. Carl. In Mutuo. He paused again and began to observe himself. V, who was keeping an eye on the surroundings, shared his findings at this time. I just noticed the walls along the way when I passed through the room. Although this house is dilapidated and there are holes in several stone floors, the walls around it are intact. And there is not a single window. There is not a single window in the 2 rooms, where there are no windows. It seems that it is not a planned and manufactured standardized apartment. Those apartments are all made from the same template. And there are windows that can charge extra for opening the windows. Carl can now roughly analyze the area. Night City is a city with a population of 7 million. It is a challenge for a scavenger to find a place with few people. Not easy to be exposed. Non-standardized apartments. And where you can have a residence regardless of your identity. So, in Night City, which area can provide both old houses and a sparsely populated environment, suitable for hiding and easy to hide. And at the same time, there is no interference from the landlords of standard apartments. The North Industrial Zone in Watson District is obviously such a place. But the words of the scavenger reveal that they are not in Watson District. So the only ones left are Taiping State and Santo Domingo. Taiping State naturally needs no further explanation. Santo Domingo is one of the oldest districts in Night City. Giant companies once used it as a testing ground for industrial projects and opened many factories there. Affected by industrial expansion, residents of Santo Domingo had to squeeze their families into cramped apartments or move to Coronado Farm to seek living space on the edge of Pacific State. The living environment in the latter is obviously in line with the location in Super Dream. Staff. When Carl wanted V to continue observing in order to obtain more information, V suddenly made an angry voice. They actually chose the people they kidnapped. Carl was confused. What did you say? V? I checked all the kidnapped people, including those brought in by the scavenger. Although I couldn't see their faces clearly, from their naked bodies tied to the operating table and the bone age observed by the prosthetic eyes, I found that these kidnapped people, like my target, are young people of similar age. Are they all young people? Young people are indeed very suitable targets for scavengers, because they are immature. The prosthesis they follow is unlikely to be a combat prosthesis, and the use of firearms may not be as proficient as that of older people. But all the targets are young people, which is strange. The scavengers are like hyenas that only focus on their targets. They never pick and choose their easy prey. Even if young people are easy to catch, it is not uncommon for them to kidnap an ordinary citizen. Now, their targets are all young people, and they are all of similar age. I see. Judy found something in the dream while Carl was thinking, and V was observing the group of young people. I can already determine the approximate location of these scavengers, she said so confidently. Chapter 359 Hospital. Judy is really amazing for being able to determine the approximate range of the target location based on a mark on the operating table. Even though he was already in the car, V was still muttering the clues Judy had just provided. After all, she is an expert in the field of Mutuo and has handled countless Mutuo, from ordinary to illegal. Among illegal black Mutuo, operating tables appear quite frequently. So it's not too strange that she can recognize where this operating table is from at a glance. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of V's favorite car, the Thunder Galeen GA40 XT Viper, Carl was not surprised by this. Just like old V can tell which Night City cyborg doctor's craftsmanship is the result of a prosthetic modification. After studying in an industry for a long time, you will naturally accumulate a lot of knowledge. Having said that, Judy did help them a lot this time. Not only was she willing to help extract the scavengers' dreams, she was also willing to teach them how to extract dreams, and finally help them find clues. They must remember this favor. If Judy has any work later, I can help her do one. While thinking in his heart, Carl continued to recall the clues in the car. The operating table sign Judy found belonged to a closed hospital. This hospital was eventually forced to close due to the competitive pressure of the trauma team and its poor geographical location. Since it was located on the edge of St. Domingo and close to the Badland, no one was willing to take over this mess. As time passed, this hospital was abandoned and desolate like the buildings in Taiping State. But after all, it was once a hospital, and there were still many medical equipment left in it. Some illegal Super Dream workshops took a fancy to this and began to operate secretly in the hospital, making this hospital seem to have a second spring. Obviously, the scavenger that V was looking for was using those remaining medical equipment to build their warehouse for storing human bodies there. Now I understand why those bastards kidnapped young people. Maybe they wanted to make some specific Black Mutuo in a Black Mutuo workshop in that hospital. So they asked the scavengers to kidnap people as materials. V said, with a bit of disgust on his face, it seems best to kill them all at once this time. If we rescue them before they have time to run, then let's do it. Carl agreed with the idea. But the priority was still to save people first. V might not be able to deal with all the scavengers. They had to rescue the people before the scavengers could react. For the sake of speed, the Black Mutuo producers could be put behind the scavengers and dealt with in time. Carl had already figured out where the warehouse of the scavengers was. An old place with 2 consecutive rooms without windows. It was most likely a basement in the hospital. Considering the style of the scavengers, the official name of the warehouse in the past hospital period might be the underground morgue. V's Viper was driving very fast, speeding along the road, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at St. Domingo from Watson District. The target hospital was on the edge of St. Domingo and the Badlands, but that edge was a little beyond V and Carl expectations. After driving in St. Domingo and arriving at the target point, V and Carl saw their target hospital in the car in the yellow sand blown by the wind from the Badlands. This is really quite marginal. If you drive a little further out, it can be considered the Badlands. V parked the car and looked at the hospital with many collapsed walls and a large area. He sighed, looking at the scale of this hospital. The business must have been very prosperous in the past. As a result, it has been eroded by the wind and sand and has become what it is today. In places like this, most of the people who come for medical treatment are vagrants, smugglers and gang members in the Badlands. These people are the targets of the company and NCPD. The reason why this hospital has completely closed down is, on the one hand, because the types of patients are too single, and on the other hand, it is because of the reports from the city's trauma team and Night City Medical Center. After all, colleagues are enemies. Once the handles and flaws are found, it is natural to act as soon as possible to put the other party in danger. Death Place. Carl observed the abandoned hospital while looking up relevant information, and there is another reason. That is, although it is located at the junction of St. Domingo and Badland, because of the fight between smuggling gangs, there is no shortage of medical supplies and wounded. But the value of human life is getting lower and lower, compared with sending accomplices to the hospital for treatment. People now prefer to save the money and share it with the rest of the people. In other words, it was reported and investigated, and the regular patients gradually lost. So it could not support it and closed down. That's about it, Carl said, but there is nothing to regret. When I was looking up relevant information, I found that there were a lot of black materials about this hospital. It can only be said that the closure is the result of the failure of the fight between the gangs. Do you think I'm a naive child who would feel pity? V said speechlessly. This kind of hospital specializes in accepting smugglers, gang members and vagrants. Although I'm a vagrant, and it's hard to say this, a hospital will accept these people and regard them as its main business targets. It can't be clean. So now it has become a place where filth and dirt are hidden. Carl and V walked towards the hospital in the wind and sand. Today, the sand and dust that blew from the bad land was rumored to be radioactive, and not so dense that it blinded people's eyes. As Carl and V walked forward, they arrived at the hospital after walking for about 10 minutes. Carl and V parked the car a little further away in order not to attract attention. But they found that it was completely unnecessary after they came over. Because in this abandoned hospital, looking through the collapsed wall, it was full of various cars. Even V looked over a few times, and saw no less than 5 vehicles with the Night Wanderer logo. It seems we have found the right place. Now that I think about it, maybe this place is still fulfilling the duties of a hospital in some way after being abandoned. After all, the creators of Black Meow know how to torture people to the greatest extent. And maybe they have mastered some medical skills because of this. V said this to Carl. But he saw a familiar figure outside the outer wall of the hospital not far from them. Just like them who were quietly walking in the wind and sand. He was looking at the hospital inside through the collapsed wall. Who was that person? After a wave of wind and sand blew, when the dust subsided a little, V saw clearly who was the person who was sticking his butt out and looking inside. Chapter 360 Panem. Panem. V lowered his voice to ensure that it would not spread too far in the wind and sand. But when he shouted the name of another peeper, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in his voice. Another person who was originally leaning against the wall to look inside heard his name in the wind, and couldn't help but look towards the place where the voice came from. When she saw V clearly, she was obviously stunned, and then immediately walked over quickly. V, why are you here? As the woman called Panem by V approached, Carl felt more and more familiar. V and Panem obviously knew each other. But where had he seen her? After a little thought, Carl recalled. He had seen this woman in the next life. At that time, she seemed to have a conflict with Roger because of something. She walked outside while cursing and happened to pass by him. I remember that at that time. The reason why Panem and Roger had a conflict. I was curious, and I asked Claire, the bartender in the next life. This Panem seems to be a former wanderer who found a job in the city and helped Rog transport goods. As a result, the partner Rog introduced to her was a member of the Luan Dao Society. During a mission together, the partner wanted to rob a wanderer passing by on the road. Panem knew his identity, and they had a quarrel on the spot. Panem shot him in the head. Then Panem, who was angry that Rog introduced her to the partner of the Luan Dao Society, ran to Rog to ask for an explanation, but was angered by Rog's words and left. This is probably what happened. Wait a minute. A wanderer passing by? Looking at the familiarity between V and Panem, Carl felt a foreign sensation of sand and dust in his eyes, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The so-called wanderer who was almost robbed. Couldn't it be V? The following conversation between V and Panem verified Carl's guess. Aren't you going back to the tribe? Why are you in Night City again? Is it because the tribe needs external funds to support it for a while? Panem obviously didn't know that V had changed his career to become a mercenary. As a scalper, she didn't have much contact with the mercenary world. Since she fell out with Rogue, she no longer got involved in the afterlife. So she didn't know much about the news circulating among the well-informed people and Mutuo fans in the city. Tribe? Something happened. When V heard Panem mention the tribe, all his joy at seeing Panem faded a little. But he still explained his current situation to Panem. After listening to V's brief story, Panem understood V's current situation. That means you have left the tribe like me, and come to this hellhole of Night City to make a living. It's so annoying. All these tribal leaders look the same. Panem was obviously very dissatisfied with V's current situation. Maybe she was thinking of the leader of her own tribe. She complained very dissatisfiedly. And then she suddenly noticed Carl, who was watching them talking without saying anything. Well, who are you? Because of meeting V, a wanderer with the same suffering. Panem ignored Carl, who was beside her. I'm Carl, V's current companion and partner. He took the initiative to introduce himself. When he heard the name Carl, Panem frowned and thought for a while. And then after remembering what the name meant, his brows relaxed. Oh, I've heard of this name. You are KK, right? I didn't react when I heard Carl. You are the mercenary that everyone in the next life talks about. I didn't expect V to be your partner now. I don't usually call myself KK to acquaintances. Carl smiled. He was different from V. V's real name was Vincent. But he didn't like others to call him by his real name. He didn't mind only when his friends called him that. Carl was used to revealing his real name to acquaintances. Now, as his reputation grew, Gang members and company employees who were not familiar with him would not dare to call him by his name out of awe, but call him by his nickname KK. You look not as scary as the rumors say. Looking at Carl's smile, Panem felt a little dazzled and was puzzled. She compared the KK she heard in the rumors with the black-haired young man in front of her and found that it was far from what she imagined. I remember when I was running goods. Everyone who mentioned you described you as a monster with 6 hands, 3 heads, green face and fangs. They said that you could tear a person wearing an exoskeleton with a single move of your fingers and swallow a car with one mouth. As a result, now it seems that the rumors are just rumors. You don't have that many hands and heads. And you don't look like you can swallow a car in one bite. 3 heads and 6 arms is too exaggerated. If you want a car, make me a palm-sized cake in the shape of a car. I can try it. Carl denied the 3 heads and 6 arms and the car he had. These 2 things were too exaggerated. Did they think he was a monster? After introducing themselves and getting to know each other, Carl also asked Panem how he and V knew each other. And the answer he got was the same as he guessed. Panem's former partner, the member of the Wan Dao Society, who wanted to rob the passing wanderer, was actually V. So brave. So courageous. Although V did not install the Farpoint Sion Weston before officially joining the team, nor had he transformed his prosthetic eyes, and even did not have a knife. But at that time, V was at least a wanderer who dared to run alone in the bad land. Didn't the Wan Dao Society have any doubts about why V was running alone outside, and it was his turn to rob? His courage is commendable. But he died a little too quickly. So, Panem, what are you doing here this time? While chatting, V asked Panem what she was doing here. My goods were stolen. Asked by V, Panem was embarrassed for a while, and told the reason why she was here today. After Panem fell out with Roger, she recently started to help the 6th Street gang transport goods. Then, just yesterday, when she went to the Sunset Hotel for a meal, a group of people from the Slashers gang pried open her car door and stole the goods inside. Prying open the door. Hearing Panem say this, Carl inexplicably recalled the time when their car was pried open, which made Oliver furious. Why are there so many thieves who pry open car doors in Night City? The Slashers gang in the Badlands has also specialized in this aspect. They are all lockpickers. Right? So you plan to find an opportunity to rush into this place alone and grab the goods? Carl has a general impression of Panem. He scolded Roger and rushed into the criminal's lair alone to grab the goods. This Panem is really bold. Come on. Let's do it together this time. Panem, we just happened to go in. After all, he is V's friend. And now he is also his acquaintance. It just so happens that we are doing the same thing. So let's help each other. Did your goods get robbed as well? Hearing Panem's doubts, V and Carl shook their heads. We are here to save people. Then we have to find a place to sneak in together quietly. I just saw a good sneak route. Okay. But I have to make arrangements in advance. It's okay to sneak in secretly without alerting others. After all, in order to prevent a dead end, the safety of people and goods must be ensured. But before that, Carl looked at the vehicles that could allow people in the hospital to escape. I have to make sure that none of them can escape. Chapter 361 Escape. Boom! Accompanied by the violent explosion. Everyone in the abandoned hospital was alarmed. What happened? Many of the directors of Black Mutuo, who were watching the editing of Mutuo, twitched and almost had a seizure, when their nerves were closely connected to Mutuo and immersed in the experience. Any sudden sound from the outside world was enough to make people shudder. I don't know. It seems that the group that came recently exploded in the basement of the West building. What are those scavengers doing? What happened again? Didn't I tell them to send people over to start filming after the editing here? Could it be that they triggered the mines they set up themselves? I don't know. I'm watching the camera. There is audio transmission. The scavengers are still operating and the equipment that has not been blown up is still there. Director Black Mutuo communicated and played the audio with chaotic sounds over there. Then, a harsh and chaotic audio full of screams sounded. Help! Help! There's a monster. It's so fast. It's so hot. Help me. It's KK. The KK with 3 heads and 6 arms. There's KK in the flames. It's KK. Hearing the screams, the disturbed Black Mutuo directors looked at each other in bewilderment. What the hell? KK? Have these scavengers gone crazy? Saying KK. A Black Mutuo director shook his head. How could KK know we were here? And we don't have any conflicts with KK. But even if these scavengers are crazy, they still have some vision. The 3 heads and 6 arms KK is the Mutuo I spliced together. I didn't expect that they like to watch this kind of thing privately. They have vision. Bullshit. Didn't you hear them talking about flames? The flame KK is obviously my work. I used the rubber skin of KK that I made to split the actors, and then poured gasoline on it to create such a perfect film effect. The screams and miserable cries are absolutely deeply rooted in people's hearts. It's just some KK with blood and flesh spliced together. And it's shaking when it moves. How can you compare with me? Your level is just this level. If I were to ask you, it's just that this bunch of scavengers have no vision. Obviously, the bloody series I made is better. But you still made it based on that KK. Obviously, the separation of human body and blood and flesh is the perfect artistic expression. You pervert. Don't show off your disgusting stuff. You are the most diligent in purchasing goods from scavengers when it comes to consuming personnel. And your sales volume is not as good as ours. When the East Wing building where Mutuo director was arguing about Mutuo's expression, their door was suddenly pushed open. And then a person rushed into their bloody studio panting. Run. Run quickly. It's KK. It's really KK. I caught KK's appearance in the camera. He was staring at me through the camera. And he was still smiling at me. KK actually smiled at me. That's a real person. Absolutely a real person who can't be faked. The Mutuo directors looked at the person who rushed in panting, and found that it was the person they arranged to monitor the camera. After listening to the words of the monitoring person, the Mutuo directors, who were still arguing a moment ago, fell silent. 1 second passed. Then 2 seconds passed. A Mutuo director, who was still obsessed with bloody art, swallowed his saliva. His Adam's apple rolled up and down. And then he spoke in disbelief. As if he was expecting something. Are you sure that KK smiled? Yes. He smiled. The monitor's face was distorted and almost collapsed. He actually smiled at the monitor. As if he knew I was watching him from behind. And showed me that smile. That smile. KK's smile is the expression that every black Mutuo director dreams of copying. They have made many Mutuo about KK. No matter how carefully they design the character's expression, or use brainwashing technology to implant it, so that the actor believes that he is KK. The KK they play always lacks something. Therefore, all Mutuo about KK is presented from another perspective. There has never been a Mutuo from KK's perspective. These black Mutuo directors cannot grasp KK's inner world. They can neither produce nor adjust the essence of KK's smile. Even these black Mutuo directors do not understand why KK smiles like that. In their circle, this smile is called KK's smile. Once it appears, it can immediately distinguish between genuine and pirated. It is a smile that they can hardly imagine and cannot construct. They do not understand why KK smiles, so they cannot complete the construction of that real smile. Laymen may not see the difference, but insiders can tell it at a glance. Now, this obviously insider surveillance personnel claims that he saw it with his own eyes. Damn it. It's the real KK. KK is coming. Run. Run. The directors of the Black Mutuo, who had acted fearless just a moment ago, suddenly became chaotic. They rushed to the door and crowded at the door. Everyone tried to squeeze out first and escape from here as soon as possible. The reason why they acted so confident and calm just now was because they believed that the KK mentioned by the scavenger was just a fiction. However, when KK really appeared, they looked like they wished they could grow a few more legs to escape. After all, they were all more or less involved in KK Mutuo. Even if they didn't do it, other people in the same studio were doing it. They all knew something about KK. The people who lived on the streets of the whole city, maybe even the mercenaries in the next life, didn't know KK as well as they did, according to their understanding of KK. If KK, who was killing the scavenger, knew that they were doing Black Mutuo, they didn't want to become the people that the fake KK faced in their Mutuo videos. In those videos, skinning and pulling out the tendons were the most gentle behaviors. The people who were running in a hurry didn't know how many people died just from trampling on them. It wasn't until they saw the hospital on the west side begin to collapse, and the vehicles they were in started, that those who heard the news from KK relaxed a little. Until now, they haven't seen KK chasing them. So as long as they start the car and flee in all directions, even if it's KK, it's impossible for everyone to chase and chop them up. Right? This place is close to the bad land. As long as they run to the bad land, Only the unlucky ones will be chosen by KK to kill them. These fleeing people started the car and rushed straight to the bad land. When they were almost 100 meters away from the hospital and thought they had successfully escaped, Carl, who was lying on the guardrail of the hospital rooftop, blinked his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. There were continuous explosions, and sparks bloomed outside the hospital. How is it? V, who was also on the rooftop, smiled and showed off to Panem, who was stunned beside him. Carl, hacking skills are amazing. I said it. Carl looked at the fire and straightened up. None of them can escape. Chapter 362. You're lucky. Hey, Andy. This is the first time I see you lead a team. After all, Mr. Johnson is now the deputy director. Andy nodded to Carl. His eyes swept around the burning vehicles, and then turned to the distance, where the kidnapped people in the hospital were being safely taken away from the scene with the help of NCPD police officers. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the rescued people, Andy turned his head back to Carl. This time, you also saved a lot of people. Carl. Really? Carl didn't feel anything special. It was a handy thing. Not to mention, this time, V took the task to save people. I just helped a little. I wonder how many families your help can save. Andy's style of doing things is different from Mr. Johnson. He was not used to the various scenes in the case handling process, and seemed very melancholy. But that melancholy soon disappeared because Carl asked about Mr. Johnson. How has Mr. Johnson been doing recently, since he became the deputy director? Has he been able to adapt? Mr. Johnson? Andy recalled. With a smile on his face, he works overtime every day and is so busy that he can't stop. He is still dealing with matters related to the death of the previous director. I don't know if he, who has been a street policeman for almost half his life, can get used to it. Thinking about Mr. Johnson's gloomy face in the office, Carl also felt it was quite funny. He could go and comfort him when he had time. Speaking of which, there is a proposal that is being hotly discussed in the police station recently. Andy said, remembering something, and told Carl what he knew about the recent heated discussions within the police station. This is a proposal proposed by the previous chief during his tenure, but he died before it was implemented. Now the city council is discussing whether to implement those proposals according to the wishes of the deceased chief. I seem to have some impression of this. Carl thought about the policy that he heard about when he took the job from Roger. He is going to fire a lot of police officers and start calling the police every time. €5 per minute service. Street crime can be fined? Not really, Andy said. Those proposals have already made NCPD very dissatisfied. After the death of the former director, naturally no one is willing to implement these policies. After all, who wants to lose their job? The new director also wants to win the hearts of the people by canceling these policies. I am talking about another proposal that has been submitted to the city council. Andy looked around the surrounding land and said, where is this hospital located? Santo Domingo. Somewhere near the Badlands. I don't quite understand what Andy wants to say, but Carl still said the current location. Soon. This area may not be under the jurisdiction of the NCPD. Not under the jurisdiction of the NCPD? Carl frowned. What do you mean? Because typing state and Badland are too chaotic, and enforcing the law there is a thankless task. The city government is discussing whether to cancel the dispatch of personnel to these two areas and exclude typing state and Badland from the law enforcement system of Night City. Exclude typing state and Badland? In Carl's impression, the Badland and typing state were rarely seen by NCPD, and the actual law enforcement activities were just formalities and dispensable. However, if the city government publicly announced that it would abandon these two areas, it would definitely cause an uproar in the city. City government, are you planning to treat typing state and Badlands as the next Dogtown? In Night City's concept, although Dogtown was also part of typing state in the past, it is now basically considered outside the Night City system. Does the city government think that a city and city Dogtown is not enough? And is it going to give up typing state and the part of Badlands near Night City? It is said that this can effectively reduce the crime rate in the city. If there is no statistics, there will be no crime rate. Right? What a genius approach. But Carl thought about the policies implemented by the previous director and the nature of the city government. This policy might really be passed. Carl, I have to go back. When Carl was thinking about what changes and impacts this policy of the city government would cause, V waved at him in the distance. The target he entrusted has been handed over to NCPD. The NCPD led by Andy will send V mission target home safely and intact. Therefore, the order is also closed. And it's time to go back to the city. I know. I'm coming. He said goodbye to Andy, who still had to take charge of the follow-up matters here. So Carl didn't bother him. After approaching V, Carl found that Panem was no longer beside V. Where is Panem? Is she gone? Her goods seemed to be very urgent. After finding the goods, she waited for Andy and the others to come. After confirming that we didn't need help, she drove away in a hurry. It seemed that the delivery time agreed with her by the 6th Street gang was approaching. I see. Getting back into V car and heading to the city. Carl, who was sitting in the car, flipped through his mobile phone messages and found that it was rare that no middleman had sent him a commission. The city is really peaceful recently. Just as Carl was sighing like this, the car drove to the Coronado farm in Santo Domingo. The moment Carl just finished sighing, gunshots rang out on the street ahead, accompanied by curses and shouts. Fuck your Will Cannon. I make a hole in your mother pocket. The crackling gunshot slapped Carl face too quickly, causing Carl, who was just sighing, to twitch slightly. However, compared to the slap in the face, the name mentioned in the shouting caught Carl's attention. Will Cannon. Carl remembered that Oliver had mentioned this name. He was a prominent and powerful member of the 6th Street gang, and was only one step away from the position of gang leader. However, he was not satisfied with his current position, and was openly confronting the leader in an attempt to ascend to the throne of the leader. Carl actually did not have a good impression of this character. After all, the reason why Oliver was expelled from the gang just 2 weeks after joining the gang was because of Will Cannon. When Oliver and Carl first met, there was a relative of Will Cannon in his team. In the subsequent operation, the relative unfortunately died in the gun of the Vortex gang. In order to give an explanation to Will Cannon, the leader decided to expel the only survivor Oliver from the gang. If it were not for the fact that Oliver's father also had a certain influence in the 6th Street gang, Oliver might even be held responsible and forced to be responsible for the death of the relative. Is it a street gunfight involving Will Cannon? Just when Carl was thinking about whether he should go over to join in the fun because he was upset with Will Cannon, a new message came to his phone. The message, with a special frequency and prompt tone, can only come from Haruko, who communicates through an encrypted channel. Glancing at it, the research department has developed a new single molecule line according to my requirements. The product has been delivered to my residence. Carl, do you want to come and see it? And I have something else to tell you. Will Cannon, you are lucky. Let's put it aside for now. V. Take me to the North Oak District. Chapter 363, Single Molecule Wire, and One Thing. Have we seen each other a lot recently? Haruko? Sitting in the tea room in the house. Carl looked at Haruko, who was brushing matcha for him, and asked this question. I think I just came here the day before yesterday, because I am no longer the interim CEO. Haruko seemed very calm about her current situation, so that means I am very free. Now that my mother is back, I don't need to be responsible for anything. Right? Carl didn't care about this topic for too long, because today he was more interested in another thing. Interest, Haruko. What about the new single molecule wire developed by the research department? I remember that Arasaka didn't seem to be deeply involved in the research of close-range weapons, and the few products were all mantis blades. Right? This is also because of you. Carl. Pushing the whisked matcha in front of Carl, Haruko put the handle of the tea whisk upside down and continued. Your performance in the initial tower cleaning made the people in charge of the close combat weapons project in the research department think that the single molecule wire might also be a very good weapon. So they temporarily gave up their obsession with the mantis blade and borrowed inspiration from other companies to develop a new single molecule wire. Is it just like that? Well, there is a little reason. I asked them to do the research. Sure enough, Carl said that if the superiors didn't say anything, how could the subordinates dare to change the research project without authorization? So, is there anything special about this new type of single molecule wire? Carl moved the single molecule wires on his arms. He had used them for a while, and they were gradually failing him. This was the case when he was fighting with Adam's hammer. When Carl swung the single molecule wire, he couldn't let it attack other parts of Adam's hammer except the artificial eye, because it was impossible to break through the defense. Even if it could penetrate, it would only be 1 or 2 centimeters at most. It would be great if he could upgrade it. I took into consideration that you, Carl, would occasionally resort to hacking, so I specifically asked them to upgrade the information transmission, and also use a more special material. More special material? Carl didn't quite understand. What is it? After charging, it can reach twice the penetration and destructive power of the single-molecule line you are using now. Twice. This is a rather exaggerated number. The single-molecule line that Carl is using now is already a pretty good single-molecule line on the market. According to Carl comparison, even the best single-molecule line on the market, if only considering the penetration and destructive power in combat, is probably only about 1.3 times the single-molecule line that Carl is using now. This is directly doubled. It should be said that the research department of a large company is rich and powerful, and the advanced technology is in their hands. The goods circulating on the market are all retired by them. Carl thought about the gap, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Now I understand why Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer is so powerful. With the support of such a big company, plus Adam Heavy Hammer's own strength is outstanding, and the adaptability of mechanical prosthesis is unique in the world. It would be strange if he can't become a legendary crusher. We agreed at the beginning. Haruko looked at Carl, who was only chatting and not drinking tea for a long time, and pushed the teacup with both hands, and pushed it closer to Carl. She smiled like a flower. It was agreed that Carl would have the same treatment as Morgan Blackhand. I think that Morgan Blackhand's treatment at the military technology side might not be like this. Carl held the teacup with both hands, drank it in one gulp, and said while feeling the bitterness spreading in his mouth, "If I'm not mistaken, this single-molecule line is probably also unique. Have you chosen a name? Well, today, the weather doesn't feel so bitter anymore. Haruko, your cooking skills have improved. Is there any improvement? That's good." Haruko was happy for Carl's compliment. She looked at Chio, who was standing not far away, and said nothing. I have always asked Chio to taste tea, but she always praised it for being delicious. So I can't tell whether I have made any progress or not. Chio, you have suffered a lot. Carl complained in his heart that Haruko's cooking skills have improved, but it can only be said that it may still be a long way from being really delicious. And it is hard for Chio to keep drinking. After being happy for Carl's compliment and responding, Haruko continued to answer Carl's question about Morgan Blackhand's treatment. According to the information I have read, Morgan Blackhand did not ask military technology to develop a prosthesis for him. But Carl, you are not Morgan Blackhand. Talking about Morgan Blackhand's treatment, you are treating him specially, right? Because Carl, you are Carl. Carl finally understood Haruko's intention. His cooperation with Haruko was carried out in secret, and there were few people who knew about it. In addition to the two of them, there were only Mr. Kenichi Shiro and Chio, who was later learned about. There were only 4 people in total. The assistance provided by Haruko, at least in the current situation, was based on the remuneration that Carl deserved for their work. These remunerations have not reached the level enjoyed by Adam and Hammer in Arasaka Company, or Morgan Blackhand in Military Technology Company. This superficial thing is also a hidden strategy. After all, Carl's original agreed duty was to serve as a bodyguard for surprise troops and emergencies. It is common for companies to use advanced prostheses to attract mercenaries and gangs to work. Carl's current value does have this value, but on the surface, there must be an explanation. So, Haruko, do you have anything you need someone to do recently? I actually want you and Maki to accompany me more. Seriously? I can come to play with you with Maki when I have time. But now I have to have a reason to get started with this prosthesis. Don't worry. Haruko chuckled, although I really want you to accompany me. Carl, I have already thought about this matter. Do you remember what I told you on the phone? Carl, that I need to talk about something else? Involving the company? No. It's about Dogtown. Haruko said, I have something. I want you, Carl, to go to Dogtown. In the name of Mercenary KK being hired by Arasaka. In the name of Mercenary KK being hired by Arasaka. That is to say, Carl understood Haruko's subtext. Do you want to go to Dogtown openly? Chapter 364 Go to Dogtown. Dogtown. I was thinking about going to see it a few days ago. And today I have the chance. Sitting in the driver's seat, driving the modified Hera on the roads of Taipingshao. Oliver, who had a day off yesterday, is in a good mood now. It's really in time. I don't know if it's in time, but I know the reward this time is quite generous. So I have to work hard. The voice of T-Bug came from the communication. Until now, when she mentioned the reward for this job, there was an indescribable sense of shock in her words. 600,000 euros per person. I have never taken such a big order. It's just 5 months' salary for Brown and his team now. Carl didn't think the price was exaggerated. Brown and his team are now bodyguards for Carrie. One person is 120,000 euros a month. And 600,000 per person for this job is indeed 5 months' salary for Brown and his team. If this number is compared with the salary that Carl can get every month from the dangerous girl, I'm not shocked by the money. Bug made her voice through the ball. Of course my savings far exceeds this number. But this is a one-time job. 600,000 per job. Or 600,000 per person. The 5 of us together have 3 million. I have never received a job that pays 3 million euros at a time. Correction. It should be 2.4 million. My 600,000 was exchanged for a single molecule wire. Carl slightly pulled out a section of the single molecule wire that showed a silver luster in the car. And said, I feel that this prosthesis is worth more than 600,000. More than worth more. Bug heard Carl mention his single molecule wire. And his tone became more serious. Have you really studied the single molecule wire you are using now? The material used to make up your current molecular wire is the best information transmission material. 1 gram of this material costs. I know. Carl interrupted Bug's words. I still remember the surprised look on Old Way's face. How can I not be surprised? I used to only hear Oliver and Jack say that you had a good relationship with the young lady of Arasaka. I always thought they were just bragging, and that you were at most an employer and employee. But now? Could it be that you are really friends? What else? Damn it. Carl. You are not really a rich kid. Is your background really made up? Listening to the communication. Even Bug rarely spoke vulgar words. V, who was sitting next to Carl in the car, interrupted the conversation because he was concerned about something else. Okay. Let's put aside the things related to the reward. We have received the full amount of money this time. So we have to work hard. I am from outside, and I have only heard a little about Dogtown from other tribes. I know that it is not a place for serious people to go. Who can tell me what kind of place is Dogtown? Which we are about to go to. V's persistence in doing a good job after receiving the money is unmatched in the team. As Oliver, a local of Ninth City, listened to the question about Dogtown and gave a brief formal popular science. To put it simply, during the Unification War, a colonel from the Military Technology Department of New America, named Kurt Hansen, attacked Ninth City on orders from his superiors. Later, he took a piece of land in the southernmost part of Ninth City, which is the Pacific continent. As a result, at the end of the Unification War, due to the interference of Arasaka, Ninth City became a special independent city-state. Military technology did not want to cause a second conflict with Arasaka, so it directly abandoned Hansen and his men and treated them as abandoned pawns. None of Hansen's group was willing to lay down their weapons and surrender to Arasaka, nor were they willing to go back to continue to serve the new America that betrayed them. So they relied on the unique geographical location of Dogtown and Hansen's own ability to engage in arms smuggling and trading, and establish Dogtown as an independent kingdom. It sounds like another unethical thing done by a big company. After listening to Oliver popularization, who was more familiar with New America's affairs due to family reasons, V expressed his feelings. The company's morality. We can't really expect those high and mighty presidents or CEOs to care about these once loyal soldiers. Right, Jack, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, said Hansen, who was abandoned, is now doing very well and has a great reputation. He is almost the king of this independent kingdom. I heard that in Dogtown. All the company staff have to look at his face. Do all the company staff have to look at his face? Carl raised his eyebrows slightly. Dogtown is not big. No matter how powerful Hansen is, he won't have many people under him. Can the company tolerate that? When a group of sharks surround a marlin, the marlin can always get temporary safety. This is because no shark is willing to expose its weaknesses in the hunt. If it is exposed, there will be 2 sharks staring at it. The shark and the old man, and the sea that was also eaten by the sharks because of injury? Carl understood what Jack meant. In simple terms, this place is needed by all companies. It is a place for intermediaries to do business. They can take this place, but after paying the price, they may not be able to get the benefits that are worth the price in the competition among other companies. If losses are caused, they may be bidden by other companies. Therefore, under the prying eyes of the sharks, the marlin has temporarily found peace. For the company, everything has to be in line with interests. Now it seems that it is true. Carl has seen the checkpoint entering Dog Town getting closer and closer. And at this moment, he thought of a very appropriate description of Kurt Hansen. Speaking of which, do you think that what Kurt Hansen is doing now is a bit like a middleman? But unlike the middleman who acts as a mercenary agent, Kurt Hansen is doing his own business while establishing some private business for companies? Then Hans, the biggest middleman in Taiping State, may not like Hansen too much. People in the same industry are enemies. I just don't know if Hansen thinks highly of Hans. There is still a gap between the two sides' business. Hearing Carl's interesting description, Oliver smiled and then slowed down. Before entering the checkpoint of Dog Town, a group of people wearing green, similar to military uniforms, were signaling them to stop the car and walk towards them. Chapter 365 KK is here. Stop the car and wait for inspection. Listening to the shouts of the group of people wearing green clothes and holding guns, Oliver stopped the car immediately. Oliver knew who these people wearing green uniforms similar to military uniforms were. The dogs that guard the house in Dog Town are owned by Kurt Hansen, and they allow him to control the troops in Dog Town. The Hellhounds. If Kurt Hansen is a gang leader, then the Hellhounds are the gang members under him. If Hansen is the boss of Dog Town, then the Hellhounds are his NCPD. In a nutshell, the forces in charge of Dog Town will not be missing anywhere in Dog Town, which naturally includes guarding the gate. Dog Town is not a place where you can enter casually if you want to. Of course, if you have connections, that's another matter. If you don't have a special identity, a pass is essential. For many people in the city, a pass to Dog Town is equivalent to a perfect hiding place that can be obtained after committing a crime. It was not difficult for Carl and his team to get a pass. Just like the next life would only stop mercenaries, who looked like they were young and unself-aware. When they reached that level, nothing was difficult. But Carl and his team did not bring a pass today. The reason was simple. They came here in the name of Arasaka. In Dog Town, there were Arasaka personnel they were going to meet. And the Arasaka personnel said when contacting Carl that they had been greeted by the higher-ups, and they could just scan their faces at the door and pass through. Oliver, who was driving, had already lowered the car window when the Hellhound came over, intending to let the Hellhound see his face. However, to Oliver's surprise, the Hellhound, who looked to be in his 20s, did not react at all when he saw Oliver's face. Instead, he showed an impatient attitude. "What are you looking at? Do you have a paper pass?" "Huh?" Oliver was stunned. And then seeing his appearance, the Hellhound obviously misunderstood. "No." "Right. Then wait. I scan your face to see if you have registered for an electronic pass." As he said that, the Hellhound casually took out something and pointed it at Oliver. Oliver glanced at his face, then stared at the thing. And then, as if confirming something, he looked up at Oliver again. "You don't have your electronic pass. You haven't processed it. Go back. Process it properly and come back. You dare to drive a broken arrow through the main road. You don't know the rules, right? You drive a small car on the side road. Really? Another outsider comes to Dog Town to beg for food. Dog Town is not a place you can enter casually." Before he could say a word, he was sprayed by this ghost dog with an attitude of contempt for city people. After a short daze, Oliver's first reaction was, "Who are you calling a beggar?" "I'm from Santo Domingo. A local. I've lived here since before the new city was built. You guys from Dogtown are the ones who are begging for food. You're a bunch of outsiders who have occupied a corner of Taiping State and think you're awesome. You're like a toad with a feather duster stuck in its ass, pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Right? Local?" The Hellhound heard Oliver's tone, frowned and looked at him, then picked up the thing at hand and brushed it, then looked at it again for a second confirmation. "Locals are useless. Don't locals know that Dogtown requires a pass? Then you're really living like a dog. Turn around. Get out of here. And call your... If the grandfather, who has lived here for generations, gives you a few paper passes and prints them out, he should know more about the latest rules than you do." "I can." "Wait a minute. Oliver." "I do it." Oliver was about to continue to scold, but Jack stopped him and poked his head towards the main driver's seat so that the ghost dog could see his face. "Maybe my companion pass is still being processed. Can you see if mine is okay?" "You?" The ghost dog stared at Jack's face and felt that it seemed a little familiar, but he didn't care too much. He also picked up the thing in his hand and scanned it, and the result showed that it was also unverified. "You can't do it either." "Really?" Country bumpkin. I'm from Haywood. Oh, another guy in the city who doesn't have a grandfather who knows the rules. Watching the ghost dog scolding one after another. Seeing that Oliver and Jack couldn't argue with him, and were about to be scolded by him, calling him a country bumpkin. Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Why does it feel like I am the boss? Don't be unconvinced. Isn't this Dogtown? Isn't it fun? The entrance is so exciting. But Oliver and Jack didn't get the electronic pass. Could it be that the efficiency of the Arasaka staff in Dogtown was wrong? The Arasaka personnel in Dogtown were Kenichi Kanzuya, Carl nephew, who Kenichi Shiro pushed to him because he couldn't stand Carl coming to him for everything. In Carl impression, although he was in a high position in the company in large part because of his blood relationship with Mr. Kenichi Shiro, he was also a very capable person. If he said he would do something, he would definitely do it well. Did something go wrong in the process? Carl lowered the window of the back seat. Then do I have a pass? You? The nether dog was really impatient. What was wrong with the people in this car? They asked him to check them one by one. He was very busy. If they had a pass, they would pass. If they didn't have a pass, they would go back. Is it so troublesome for such a simple thing? The nether dog looked at Carl's face showing through the lowered window, and subconsciously raised the verification instrument in his hand to scan it. However, when he raised it halfway, he felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. This person gave him a stronger sense of familiarity. More familiar than the sturdy man in the co-pilot seat just now. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. Just as the nether dog was thinking about where he had seen this person, the instrument in his hand finished scanning. Not passed. You can't pass either. Neither can I? You can't enter without a pass. This is the rule. No means no. Go back. Because of the habit of long-term procedures. The nether dog subconsciously answered, and then looked at the young man in the car, but still felt more and more familiar. There is always a feeling that the name is in the throat. Just one step away from being called out. KK. Oh. Yes. It's KK. This person is KK. When the nether dog soldier suddenly realized it, he heard the boss behind him at the entrance shouting in a panic. It's KK. Chapter 366, Entering Dogtown. Sorry, Mr. KK. I didn't expect you to come in such a special vehicle. A captain of the Hellhounds, who was in charge of guarding the gate, came hurriedly. After waving to the Hellhound in charge of the inspection to move aside, he came to the car window and apologized to Carl. The procedure for your arrival has been approved. I will have someone open the inspection gate immediately. You can just go in directly. Mr. Kenichi Kanzuya is already waiting for you in Dogtown. Listening to the captain's apology, the people in the car finally came to their senses. It turned out that the hero they transformed was too ordinary and ordinary, so that these people never thought that they would come in such a car. Carl looked at the apology of the captain of the Hellhounds, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. The current situation is like wearing ordinary clothes to inspect a luxury hotel, but was stopped by the security personnel at the door, and the lobby manager inside recognized his identity and hurried over to apologize. What a classic plot of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face. However, Carl's temper was not so bad that he would do something just because of a misunderstanding. Carl smiled and expressed his apology for the apology of the Dogtown captain. No, we don't know the rules very well. In the unbelievable eyes of the nether dog staff, who was still passionately arguing with Oliver and Jack a moment ago and was now in a panic. Even KK, the killer in Night City, who he had heard of, actually apologized on his own initiative. Carl said, "We forgot that the car had to go on the secondary road. This is our responsibility." Is that so? The captain of the team, who obviously did not expect Carl to apologize, was stunned at first, and then he didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, he continued, "But it is also our responsibility that we didn't recognize you. Please go in quickly." After a while, as the gate between Dogtown and Taiping State was opened, Hera, which had stopped, restarted. Watching Hera moving forward, the captain of the Hellhound team still couldn't quite accept the fact that KK took the initiative to apologize to them. At this moment, he heard the young Hellhound next to him muttering to himself, "KK. It seems that he is not as scary as the rumors say, and he will peel off people's skin and roast them on the fire if he disagrees with them. It would have been better if he didn't mention this." As soon as he mentioned this, the captain of the Hellhound team went up and kicked him, making him stagger. "What are you talking about? You don't know how to control your mouth all day long. You are used to scolding outsiders all day long. Right? I have to let someone who is easily angered come up and shoot your head off next time, so that you will learn to shut up. After being kicked by the captain, the young man of the nether dog obviously didn't dare to say anything. But listening to the captain's scolding, he was obviously still a little unconvinced. I didn't know he was KK. Don't mention KK. The other few people who just talked to you, and whose voices were so loud that I could hear them from a long distance. Do you know who they are? I told you to pay more attention to the people in Night City. Those two people are called Oliver and Jack. If they really fight, I'm afraid that our entire team here will not be enough to beat them alone. You actually dare to quarrel with them. You are capable. Right? Don't count me if you don't want to die. But don't we have automatic machine gun platforms and unmanned combat bipedal mechas here? They can't kill us all by themselves. Another kick. Then if we fight, will you still be alive? The fight is for others, but your life is your own. If you keep talking nonsense next time, let your sister teach you a lesson. You son of a bitch. Hearing that his sister was mentioned, the young man of the nether dog dared not speak, and could only lower his head and answer, yes, brother-in-law. Call me Captain. I don't have a stupid brother like you. But Captain, you just called me son of a bitch. Does that mean you just called my sister too? Fuck you. Not knowing that the nether dog behind him was beating another nether dog. He sat in the Hera car, and as the door opened, a new world was presented in front of Carl and the others. In the driver's seat, Oliver, who had a Carusi optical prosthetic eye, saw the huge circular building in the distance through the bulletproof window in front of him. He couldn't help but say, "Is that the stadium in Dogtown? It's really big. I can see it from such a distance." That's because you installed a new prosthetic eye. I can see the general appearance. I will ask Lao Wei to replace my prosthetic eye with a better one. The magnification is not enough, Jack said. But he also stared at the stadium in the distance. EBM Petrochemical Stadium. I have heard of this place, he said. It was originally built by EBM Petrochemical Company, but later because of the abandonment of Taiping State, the project was forced to stop halfway. From the outside, the stadium is indeed magnificent. I remember there was a rumor that after the Unification War, the Hellhound shot down a nuclear cargo airship of the new United States, and the airship happened to crash into the stadium. The nuclear power generator on the airship made Dogtown no longer need to rely on external energy supply. I don't know if it's true or not. 80% of it is true. Oliver looked at the surrounding streets. I look at the surrounding environment, and it is obvious that there is no shortage of electricity. As a city within a city, without its own power generation method, it would have been controlled by the city government of Night City long ago. Don't say so much. Jack didn't mean to talk about this resource topic in depth. He turned around and asked Carl, "What did Kenichi and Kazuya say? Where is he waiting for us in Dogtown? Is it the Gemstone Blue Building? That place is the lair of the nether dog. Although I don't mind it. I think Mr. Kurt Hansen might not be too happy to go there without an invitation." Carl flipped through the latest message sent by Kenichi and Kazuya. "We will have the opportunity to go there and discuss business with Mr. Kurt Hansen. But we have to go there as representatives of Arasaka. Now, the hotel we are staying in has been given to you. It is also managed by the Hellhounds. Since we are all Hellhounds, can you make do with it, Master Jack?" "Okay. But it doesn't matter if I agree. The driver is next to us. I just hope this job can end smoothly." Oliver sighed, representing Arasaka and negotiating with the Hellhounds. "Although we are just representatives, the business does not need me." We talked, but there was always a weird feeling of pretending to be in a dog's skin. "So Carl, what exactly does that lady, your friend, think?" "I don't know." Carl told the truth. "She paid us, so we did it, and didn't ask any other questions. Isn't that what mercenaries do? But you and her are not just a mercenary and employer, right?" Oliver stared at Carl suspiciously. He didn't doubt that Carl would hide any tasks in this regard. But he trusted Carl. But not the lady of Arasaka. Maybe this is the means that the lady wants to use to pull Carl into the company. The more you get involved in the company's affairs, the harder it will be to get out. Chapter 367. The evil intention is still there. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. KK." In the hotel where they had decided to stay, Kenichi and Kazuya had been waiting for Carl and the others for a long time. "Long time no see, Mr. Kenichi Kazuya." Carl always addresses people older than him as Mr. And Kenichi Kanzuya is no exception. After greeting each other, Carl asked the key question, "Have you arranged to meet Kurt Hansen? When are we going there?" "The time is 8:30 tomorrow night. We will leave this hotel and take a special vehicle to go there." Special vehicle? Hearing this, Carl mind flashed Hera, who is parked in the basement of this hotel. "Can't we take our own car? It requires certain inspection procedures. Is it just like this for us? Or for everyone?" In response to Carl's question, Kenichi Kanzuya only used this sentence to answer, "Your reputation is well known even to Kurt Hansen in Dogtown. In short, you are afraid that I will bring something in and kill him. Right? Is he really looked down upon?" Carl felt that Kurt Hansen was too cautious. If he really wanted to do him, he didn't need to bring anything in. His prosthetics were more than enough. However, considering that this was the necessary caution of a ruler, Carl didn't dwell on it for too long. He looked back at the sky outside the hotel. They came very early. It was only noon now. There were still about 30 hours before the agreed tomorrow night. During this time, they definitely couldn't just stay in the hotel. It's not that the hotel they stayed in was not in good condition. Although this resort hotel originally designed for dignitaries was only partially completed and was still a semi-finished product. For Carl's team, they used to live in a single room in a super skyscraper, a garage, or even a tent in the wilderness. Therefore, for them, a suite of nearly 100 square meters was undoubtedly very spacious and comfortable, enough to meet their living needs. However, no matter how spacious and comfortable the room was, it was obviously unlikely for a team to stay in it for more than 30 hours. Let alone V, who couldn't rest. Even Oliver and Jack didn't bring Mutuo training chips or other entertainment things this time. They couldn't just sit and watch TV and chat for more than 30 hours. Even the wine and food in this place are provided by the Nether dogs. It's okay to sit and eat what they provide, but it's not necessary. Did the Nether dogs say anything about travel restrictions? No. Mr. KK, you can travel as you like. Just don't do anything that might ruin the meeting. You don't have to call me KK. Just call me Carl. We are familiar with each other. You have to take responsibility for the negotiation this time. But, as long as you don't make trouble, it's fine. Right? Then can we leave now? As long as you want. So there's no need to stay. So what are you waiting for? Dogtown. Even Oliver and Jack, who are locals, have never been to this place. It's a rare opportunity to come here. So you have to take the opportunity to go shopping. Then I go drive. Before Oliver was 19 years old, Dogtown had not yet been ruled by Kurt Hansen. At that time, even the Unification War, 2069 to 2070, had not yet broken out. But as a Saint Domingo, he had not even left his hometown before he was 24 years old. Therefore, Oliver was full of curiosity about Dogtown, which was occupied by Hansen after 2070 and shrouded in mystery, and was the one who looked forward to it the most among all people. I've heard that Dogtown is an important negotiation place for the world's arms trade. All kinds of weapons are sold everywhere, and it is also full of all kinds of awesome modified goods. I heard that the stadium is the concentration point of private business. How about we go to the stadium first? V's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had his own unique understanding of the word wandering. Compared with experiencing the local customs and eating delicious food, he was more interested in weapons. EBM Petrochemical Stadium? I think it's okay. Although we don't need any weapons now because of your last job. Carl, the weapons they gave us don't have any heavy firepower. I also want to get some big firepower. Hearing Jack also voted in favor. Carl remembered the RPG he saw in Carrie's mansion at that time, and he also cast his vote in favor. I think it's okay. Brown and his team got the RPG through the channels of Dogtown. How about we get one too? That's 3 votes. It doesn't matter where I go. That's it. Seeing that his companions all wanted to buy some high-powered weapons, Oliver, the driver, didn't care. But Kenichi Kanzuya, who was listening to their conversation, had a slightly changed expression. Although it might be just his illusion. Why did it sound like Mr. Carl and the others were talking about something? Heavy firepower. RPG. Although it is easy to see prosthetic projectile launchers that can launch micro-missiles, it is expected to have heavy firepower when entering Dogtown. Will it cause Hansen's people to misunderstand something? Just when Kenichi Kanzuya was hesitant about whether to remind Carl and the others, his uncle Kenichi Shiro words flashed through his mind. When you get along with them, ignore their wild and unrestrained behavior. You won't understand it if you think rationally. Ignore? Kenichi Kanzuya chose to listen to his uncle's teachings and didn't say anything about this matter. But when Carl and the others were chatting and were about to go downstairs, he still stopped them. Please wait a moment. Everyone. As he said this, he handed over some things and handed them to the four people. What is this? Jack looked at the chip-like thing and the card in his hand, and first picked up the chip and asked. The virtual face chip developed by the company based on the behavioral characteristics of military technology and synchronized prosthesis. You only need to plug it in to use projection technology to build a false face on your face. As long as the face is not touched personally, the false face will be like the real face, and will change accordingly with your expression. In short, it is a projection technology that will not interfere with nerves and facial changes. Right? Carl understood. And then looked at another card. What is this? Everyone's temporary identity. Except for Mr. Carl, who is the head of Mercenary security hired by Arasaka. The others are the identity cards of the Arasaka Special Operations Force. Arasaka Special Operations Force? Hearing this familiar thing, V subconsciously picked up his card and looked at it. Sure enough, it said the 2nd Combat Team. Captain Carl, who saw the chip in V hand, commented on this. Sure enough, Kenichi Shiro, that guy, is still treacherous and wants to recruit V. Chapter 368 Celebrity Weapons. Come and see what you think. Sir, I have something here that will definitely make your eyes light up. After hearing the voice calling him, Carl turned around and found that it was the owner of a weapons store who was waving at him and calling him over. This is the nth time since he came to the stadium, Carl muttered in his heart. At the IBM Pajwa Petrochemical Stadium, Carl team members dispersed as soon as they arrived. The stadium was crowded with people. Shops were lined up, and all kinds of goods were dazzling. In order to improve efficiency and be able to choose the items they need, acting separately is undoubtedly the most time-saving behavior. However, even if they acted separately, Carl was still shocked by the density of people in the stadium and the proficiency of the vendors. After walking 2 steps, I came across a weapon stall. After walking 1 step forward, the shadow of the next weapon stall came into view. The entire stadium was full of weapon shops. Various weapons were casually placed on the tables of each stall and on the boss shelves. The atmosphere here was just like walking in a busy food street, full of hawking sounds. However, what was hawked here was not food, but various weapons. I had heard that Dogtown was a place for weapons trade, but I didn't expect that the civilian weapons sales business was so lively. However, this unscrupulous sales must have been made by Hansen in the formation of this stadium. It is easy to guess that no matter what, even in 2076, weapons can be bought everywhere. But people holding powerful weapons and prosthetics are also unstable factors in society. Dogtown is the private kingdom of Hansen and his nether dogs, but they allow vendors to open shops selling weapons in the stadium so openly. It would be strange to say that Hansen did not do it deliberately. Thinking in his heart, Carl looked back at the weapons on his shelves and counters because of the shouting of the weapon shop owner. After just one glance, he turned his head back again. Ordinary. Just some common weapons on the market. You can buy them anywhere in Night City. It's nothing. Carl continued to walk forward, and at the same time, he felt a little emotional. There are many weapons in this place, but the quality is SOSO. Why do I feel that there are no more interesting weapons than the batch of weapons given to me by Mr. Kenichi Shiro? After such an idea came up, Carl felt that his thoughts were a little funny. The weapons that Kenichi Shiro had relaxed at the beginning were for Carl to choose. Those weapons were all used by the elite troops of Arasaka, although they were only at the level of the action troops. They were also weapons used by the Arasaka troops. In comparison, it would be strange if this stadium could compare. In the final analysis, the sale of weapons can be high-end and refined, or low-end and mass-produced. Maybe Hansen has sold almost all the things on hand, and deliberately put some redundant and difficult-to-sell weapons and equipment into the market to create scattered benefits. The stadium was indeed crowded. After Carl and his companions separated at the door, they walked for a long time without seeing them. Just when Carl was about to ask about their whereabouts in the communication, he noticed a small weapon stall on the roadside. This weapon stall was completely different from other stalls. There was no shopkeeper in strange clothes soliciting customers, and there was no counter made of scrap metal. The so-called shop was just a piece of cloth spread on the ground, on which various weapons were displayed. The shopkeeper sat cross-legged casually at one end of the cloth, as if he didn't care about the hustle and bustle around him. This was the first time Carl had encountered a shopkeeper who didn't actively solicit customers after he walked in. Carl looked at the shopkeeper's appearance and found that he was about 40 years old, with a blonde crew cut and a pair of blue eyes. He was only wearing a camouflage sweatshirt and shorts. The muscles under his clothes made his clothes bulge, and the exposed thigh muscles were also tight and strong. Judging from his appearance alone, he was definitely a veteran who had been trained for a long time and had countless killings. Oh! Carl's eyes became interesting. Carl felt a feeling from this guy that matched his appearance. It was a feeling very similar to Brown and Mann. In more common terms, this person must have served in the army, which was quite consistent with his appearance. And even in the army, he was definitely an elite. The reason why Carl was so sure was that when Carl cast his eyes, the sturdy man who seemed to be distracted and thinking about something suddenly turned his head and looked at Carl the moment he noticed Carl's gaze. He sensed Carl's threat. Just a glance. Carl looked at him and saw a hint of vigilance in his eyes. So Carl took the initiative to walk towards him. When he arrived in front of his shop, he squatted down and pointed at the weapons on the cloth. These weapons look quite ordinary, boss. When Carl raised his hand to point at the weapons, the owner of the weapons shop tensed up instantly. He immediately uncrossed his legs and squatted down to be ready to burst forward like a runner. Just when he was ready to burst out like a spring, he heard Carl's words. The spring did not pop out. The weapons are ordinary. After glancing at Carl for a few times, the sturdy shop owner saw that Carl seemed to be doing business, and his body, which was tense because he sensed danger, relaxed a little, but he did not relax completely. He glanced at what Carl pointed at and said, "I am not selling advanced and powerful weapons, but the experience of these weapons." The experience of these weapons? Hearing this somewhat special description, Carl had to admit that his curiosity was aroused. If this was a method similar to bragging before selling fake items, then he must have stepped into a trap. What's the experience? Carl sat down in a corner of the cloth, ready to talk business with the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper saw that Carl took the initiative to do this, he crossed his legs again and returned to his previous appearance. However, in response to Carl's question, he just answered with one word, celebrity. Celebrity? Hearing this, Carl had to admit that his curiosity was more aroused. So he looked at the weapons again and took a closer look. As expected, those weapons all had obvious signs of use. The shopkeeper said that the weapons here were all used by celebrities? Chapter 369. I am happy to. How do I know if it is true or not? After understanding what the weapon shop owner meant, this was Carl's first reaction. These weapons have obvious signs of use, and have been used by people. But there is no evidence on the weapons to say that they were used by celebrities. And they are not like precious treasures that have been specially issued with certificates. They are all weapons that can be mass-produced. Who knows whether these weapons have been used by celebrities or scavengers? I only sell things and introduce them. And I don't give evidence. Faced with Carl questioning, the sturdy shop owner showed a rather cold attitude that was different from the owners of other weapon shops. If his appearance was not deliberately disguised, it could only mean that the sturdy shop owner really trusted the things in his shop and did not lie. Carl glanced at him. Data flow. The polygraph based on physiological reactions ended. He did not lie. Or in his subjective opinion, he did not lie. But it is not ruled out that there are special prostheses to help him adjust. The basic trust is there. So you can try it first. Carl looked at the weapon closest to him, which was a very common Constitution military defender light machine gun. This light machine gun is often seen in street gunfights, and is often used by those who have been modified with guerrilla arms and subcutaneous armor. Let them take this gun and even fight 1 against 100 in street gunfights. Carl has seen many in past missions, and the light machine gun, he noticed, was obviously modified by the previous owner. Carl can clearly see the design that fits the palm from some of its details, which allows the holder to hold the machine gun more steadily when using it. Interesting. Just looking at this gun, Carl can think of the scene when it is used. A mercenary or gang member is fighting 1 against many, holding this kinetic light machine gun to face the enemy, while shooting wildly, while using the strength of his arms to suppress the raised muzzle against the bullets sweeping from the opposite side, and walking straight towards the enemy. This gun looks unusual. Carl looked up at the burly shopkeeper. What's the origin of this gun? The shopkeeper just followed Carl's line of sight. glanced at him casually, and gave an answer. Have you heard of a legendary mercenary named Sunrise in Night City? This is what the mercenary used at the time. Sunrise? Listening to the shopkeeper's pronunciation, Carl compared various languages in his mind and determined that he was talking about Sunrise, which means sunrise in English. And Carl happened to be familiar with this name. Carl had certainly heard of the legendary mercenary Sunrise. He might not have known it before, but after getting familiar with the members of Man's team, he more or less knew some of the past situations of the members of Man's team. The father of the siblings Pyrrha and Rebecca was once the legendary mercenary Sunrise in Night City. Although his name may not be as famous as Carl now, he was also an important presence in the Afterlife bar when he was active. Under his protection, Pyrrha and Rebecca once enjoyed a comfortable life. However, with his disappearance and the disappearance of Rebecca's mother when she was 6 years old, their lives changed drastically. The former partners in the Sunrise team used all means to rob him of the inheritance he left for his children. And even the bank deposits mysteriously disappeared, leaving the two young children on the streets without support. Fortunately, among Sunrise's acquaintances, there was a middleman like Okada Wakako who was nostalgic. With her help and support, Pyrrha took care of his sister Rebecca while taking stable jobs provided by Okada Wakako on the street. This job provided them with a guarantee of life until they met Man and joined his team. This experience involving Pyrrha and Rebecca is not very bizarre, nor is it common. It can only be said to be a very ordinary story of street people and children. However, if this gun is really owned by the mercenary Sunrise, it is quite interesting. I remember that Man and his men seem to be in Dogtown now, so I might as well buy some gifts for them. Thinking of this, Carl asked about the price of the gun, and then got a somewhat exaggerated number. 10,000 euros? How dare you ask for 10,000 euros for a gun you don't know is real or fake? Although it is nothing to spend this little money for a familiar friend, Carl doesn't want to be a sucker. As the saying goes, who knows whether this gun is real or fake? If you are not satisfied, you can choose not to buy it. The sturdy shopkeeper only said this sentence. Obviously, he did not intend to give Carl any discount or explanation. The attitude he showed was that it was up to him to buy it or not. Whether this was due to overconfidence in the authenticity of his goods or an attitude, Carl was not sure. But when he scanned the remaining weapons the next moment, his eyes paused. His sight stopped at a weapon in the middle of the cloth, which was a pistol. Can I pick this thing up and have a look? Yes, but not for more than 30 seconds. After getting permission from the burly shopkeeper, Carl picked up the pistol without hesitation, checked it a little, and smiled. It seems that the shopkeeper, you are selling real goods. Carl's words stunned the shopkeeper. And for the first time, the shopkeeper, who was very indifferent, had a puzzled look on his face. He had always only heard customers wanting to verify the authenticity of the goods themselves. And this was the first time he heard a customer actively praise him for selling real goods, although he was confident that what he sold were genuine. Why did he feel that this customer was more confident than himself? Looking at the pistol in the young customer's hand, the shopkeeper thought for a moment and then introduced it. This gun is... No need. I know who this gun belongs to and how much it costs. The shopkeeper was interrupted in the middle of his speech and was stunned for a moment. He was even more confused by Carl's completely unconventional behavior. But he still subconsciously said the price. 20,000 a gun. After all, this is KK's gun. Right. Carl held the Kenshin in his hand and smiled. It's been a long time, old friend, since you broke both hands on that job and flew to who knows where. I didn't expect that I would see you again one day. Here is 30,000 euros. Carl glanced at the shopkeeper, and before the shopkeeper could react, his 30,000 euros had been credited. I haven't mentioned my account yet. The shopkeeper's pupil shrank sharply, and then he looked at the young man who was about to leave with 2 guns. But he subconsciously called him. Wait a minute. Well, is there anything else? The young man turned his head. Don't you think it's expensive? What's expensive? Carl smiled brightly. Do you think you're better at spending money than me? 20,000 euros, compared with the meeting with the old friend, is nothing. After all, if it weren't for this strong man or the person who bought it behind the scenes to find a gun for him from the ruins of an unknown place, Carl and this old friend with some memories would have missed it. For this meeting, even if the gun is his own, it doesn't matter if he gives 20,000 euros. You have to give some reward for lost and found. As for why I give 20,000, I can only say that I am happy. Chapter 370, Gem Blue. The Arasaka representative and Kurt Hansen agreed to meet on the night. The Gem Blue Hotel. Hansen's fortress. The bottom floor is the camp of elite soldiers. And the upper floor is a place for dignitaries to spend money and enjoy themselves. I didn't expect that today I would have the opportunity to go there and find out. Jack sat in a Chevrolet Thrace 388 Jefferson, sitting in the back seat of a car, wearing a suit, looking at the skyscrapers getting closer and closer. He shook his shoulders and looked sideways at Oliver sitting next to him. How about it? Man, do I look particularly stylish today? It's okay. Compared to me, I'm not as handsome. Oliver, who was also wearing a suit, glanced at Jack. While chatting with his companions, he felt a little dazed. It's been a long time since I sat in the back seat of a car. I'm not used to chatting with you without holding the steering wheel. It's like this when you're used to driving. Jack glanced at the hellhound soldier sitting in the front driver's seat of the car. But it's rare that someone is driving us today. So let's enjoy it a little bit. Who said it wasn't? Mouth. While chatting on the phone, Oliver asked Carl and V in the back seat of another car. Carl. V. How are you doing? Are you almost at the hotel? The car we are in is right behind you. And we can see the hotel. Carl answered, looking through the front window at the hotel that was getting closer and closer, illuminating everything around it in the dark night, and complained, the Gem Blue Hotel. Dogtown's own blue building. I used to think that this sentence was just a boast by the people of Dogtown. But now look at this style. It really has that flavor. So what's the process tonight? Take a trip? Oliver said in the phone, after visiting the stadium yesterday. V and J and I came back. Carl sorted out the various things he bought all night and prepared to pack them up to go back to Night City. He didn't even hear your chat with Kenichi Kanzuya. Who told you to buy so many things? I guess my house will be full of them when I go back this time. Carl thought about the weapons that filled the room and the mess of smuggled food from Dogtown, and continued, Mr. Kenichi Kanzuya and I didn't talk about anything. We will probably go to the 99th floor of the Gem Blue building later, which is the floor where the club and casino are located. Hansen seems to be holding a banquet on that floor and has invited many people. We will talk at the banquet when the time comes. If many people are invited, then doesn't that mean that the people on that floor are all people? And we are talking about business in that environment? Jack listened to Hansen's behavior and was a little confused. Isn't he afraid of exposing something in the conversation? Or is he not worried that contacting Arasaka personnel will give his other invited guests the impression that he is close to Arasaka? He may not be afraid. Carl said calmly. A man who attacked Arasaka during the war and later betrayed military technology can now be a local emperor in Dogtown. Hansen is really good at balancing power. I guess his public appearance this time is also intentional. After all, he is now claiming to be the ruler of Dogtown, instead of meeting with Arasaka people in private and being discovered by other companies. It is better to come openly and show that he is negotiating business with Arasaka. Carl paused for a moment, and then continued, I even suspect that he is waiting for a price. We will know if there are people from military technology among the invited guests. If there are people from military technology, then I think the business we want to discuss as representatives this time may not be so easy to achieve. Military technology never mind throwing sand in Arasaka eyes. It is estimated that when the time comes, the military technology personnel over there will come up. No matter what business is to be discussed, military technology will never mind paying more than Arasaka as long as it can stop Arasaka. So it's today? I was wondering why we had to wait a day after arriving in Dogtown to meet him. It turns out that the time for his banquet is today, and only today can so many guests come to witness him and Arasaka talking about business. But isn't he afraid of the exposure of business information? When doing business, you have to keep the information confidential, right? That can only mean that this business does not need to hide anything, and it can even be achieved openly. After listening to Carl's explanation, Oliver understood, but he immediately complained, Mr. Kenichi Kanzuya didn't tell us about those businesses that don't need to be concealed. Obviously, we are the representative in name, right? You misunderstood Mr. Kenichi Kanzuya on this point. V joined the call at this time, and he said, Mr. Kenichi Kanzuya wanted to tell us the details of the negotiation yesterday. But at that time, Oliver, didn't you say a cool sentence? We are mercenaries. As long as the reward is sufficient, we won't ask any more questions. Right? So Kenichi and Mr. Kanzuya nodded and followed our instructions without saying anything more. Ah. When you, Oliver, stuffed Soviet caviar into my bag, wanting me to carry more weight when I go back. And I noticed it. I seem to have some impression. Damn. I'm used to talking about business with Carl. And I don't use my brain anymore. I'm imitating Carl words. But I was obviously quite smart before. Did you find out that I secretly stuffed caviar? You just stuffed it openly, V said speechlessly, looking at the door of the sapphire blue hotel that had arrived. And checked the time. It was 8:05. And there were still 25 minutes before the agreed meeting time with Hansen. They arrived 25 minutes early. The car stopped. And V found that around them, there were also guests riding in Chevrolet Thrace getting off one after another. It seems we're here. Get off the car. V, who was also wearing a suit, got off the car, looked up at the gem blue building, which could not be seen even if he raised his neck as high as possible. It looks okay from a distance, but it's really high when you look at it up close. I really don't know which one is taller compared to the Arasaka Tower. I don't know, Carl said, and got off the car, looking at the crowd flowing towards the hotel entrance. He took a step. Let's go. It's time for us to go out and attend the banquet. There are still 25 minutes before the agreed time. They came early. So let's come early. There will be many guests in this hotel today. And Carl can just see if there are any acquaintances. For men in suits walked to the door of the gem blue building. The members of the Nether Dog, who noticed their arrival, have already completed the communication. The KK team is here. Chapter 371, they are all familiar faces. The entrance security check of the Baoshiking building was not too strict. In addition to the necessary weapon surrender and identity scanning, Carl and his team did not undergo additional inspections. This level of inspection made the team members feel a little uncomfortable. This is not even as strict as when we were in the Arasaka Tower, when we were wearing the action team uniforms. Oliver shook his hands, felt the activities he could do in a suit, looked at the elevator in front of him, and took the lead to step forward. The elevator open to the guests was very spacious, enough to accommodate everyone in Carl's team. But the rest of the staff were not in a hurry to go in, but stood outside the elevator and looked at Oliver. After Oliver's eyes swept around the elevator, he nodded slightly to Carl and others. And after getting his nod, Carl and others did not delay and immediately walked into the elevator. Oliver was using his Carusi optical prosthetic eye to check whether there were any unnecessary equipment in the elevator. Now it seems that Kurt Hansen is still quite honest in treating guests. Seeing Carl and others walk into the elevator, some guests who originally wanted to take this elevator stopped. Carl and others did not disguise their faces at this time, so it was not difficult to recognize them. The KK team was staying in an elevator together, and normal people would not want to go in. Anyway, there are elevators in other places on the side, and the elevator facing the hotel door is also very fast. So these guests are not in a hurry. The elevator door closed. Standing in it, feeling the elevator going up, Carl looked at the communication message. Mr. Kenichi Kanzuya is still on the way. It should take another 10 minutes to arrive. He said he will arrive before the time agreed with Kurt Hansen. 8:30. Start on time. Now it is 8:07, which means we have 23 minutes to stroll around and enjoy the banquet. Jack looked at the time and said, there should be a lot of places to eat and drink at the banquet. If you are interested, you can go and eat a little. Just don't get drunk. If the negotiations break down and you have to fight, alcohol will more or less interfere with your judgment. Jack, even if you have an adjustable prosthesis, you should pay more or less attention. Listening to Carl's reminder, Jack nodded. Don't worry, Carl. I know that the mission is important. At the critical moment, Jack never fails. As the elevator rises and stops, the elevator door slowly opens, and the first thing that greets them is a dazzling light. The interior decoration of the Baoshiking Hotel uses smooth metal surfaces and glass curtain walls. These materials cleverly reflect the light of the surrounding environment. In the environment constructed by virtual imaging technology, they jointly create a dynamic visual experience full of psychedelic feeling. For Carl and his companions, the light on this floor is like silk flowing continuously, as if you can reach out and catch it. It's really dazzling. Looking at the scenery on this floor, Oliver was stunned for a few seconds, and made an evaluation with the only description he could think of. Colorful. Carl bowed slightly, sharing the same idea with Oliver. Apart from anything else, Kurt Hansen's aesthetics is absolutely flawless. This arrangement completely overturned the people's inherent perception of the rough impression of the army. It is hard to believe that such a scene was created by a former soldier. However, it is not certain whether this is the original decoration style of the hotel. Kurt Hansen may have just cleverly used the existing environment to create an amazing work of art. No wonder everyone says that the Baojian Hotel is the lifeblood of Kurt Hansen. Now look. Isn't it? Such a gorgeous place must be very precious. Jack sighed and took the lead. Then I go to the left first, and wait for Kenichi and you to come and meet up. I first determine the surrounding environment. Then I go to the right and determine the position where I can quickly escape after the battle. Oliver nodded and walked to the right. When Carl was about to speak, these spoke first. I stay here to determine the surrounding situation. Carl, entering the center of the banquet hall is left to you. You are better at communication. Okay. One person goes to the left. One person goes to the right. One person stays here to determine the retreat and escape position. And one person enters the banquet to confirm the people who come to the banquet. It's a very reasonable allocation. When they came in, they had left their weapons downstairs. Carl only brought a small knife with him. If a fight really broke out, it would not be very advantageous in the territory of the Nether Dog. At that time, they might have to cover Kenichi and he escape. It was always a good idea to keep a backup plan ready to start fighting at any time if the negotiations broke down. After separating from his companions, Carl stepped into the center of the crowd. And as he walked, many people noticed this new guest. KK. It's KK. It's KK. Has he also been invited by Hansen? Hansen is really capable. I didn't expect that KK could be invited casually. Could it be that he was invited to take charge of today's security work? I don't think so. Look at what he is wearing. That suit is not suitable for fighting. He should also be an invited guest. It's a bit strange that a mercenary would have any social interaction with Hansen. Judging from his age, it doesn't seem like he has any military friendship with Hansen. Why bother so much? Anyway, this is Hansen's venue today. He must have his reasons for inviting KK. Even if something really happens, Hansen will be responsible for handling it. At most, we can stay away from it and not be affected. Mercenary KK and the Nether Dog. I don't know if KK can tear open the dog mouth and escape. Amid the whispers around, Carl saw an acquaintance in the crowd and walked over immediately. Took a glass of champagne from the attendant next to him. Raised his glass to the acquaintance and said, Mr. Johnson. Why are you here today? When Johnson's name was called, he turned his head and found that it was Carl. He was a little bit unbelievable. Carl. Why are you here? I have a commission. Come here. What's wrong with you? Mr. Johnson. Carl looked at the suit Johnson was wearing. I almost didn't recognize you. You thought I wanted to come. For some reason, Johnson was a little nervous and at a loss at the banquet. When he saw Carl was also here, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. I am the deputy director now, and I have to continue some transactions for NCPD. And some business is not easy to discuss in the city. Bribery or gang transaction. You know it and still ask. Okay. It is probably related to arms. NCPD is an official organization after all. And it is indeed impossible to do business openly. Are you here alone today? Mr. Johnson? I am the deputy director after all. So I need some bodyguards. Johnson said, pointing to the distance. Andy is here too. Then, there is no need to worry that you might be affected. What did you say? It's okay. Don't worry, Carl said, looking in the direction Mr. Johnson pointed. And after seeing the person who was talking to Andy, he found that there were quite a few people he knew in the venue. Andy. Brown. Carl waved to the two people who were talking in the distance. They are all acquaintances. Chapter 372 Deadly Enemies. Carl. You're here too? Carl. You're here? After greeting Carl at the same time, Brown and Andy were stunned, and then looked at each other. Then, the same words came out almost at the same time. You know Carl. You two actually know each other. Carl walked over with a smile. That's really a coincidence. When I was a mercenary before, I worked together. Andy nodded to Carl, but I didn't expect the circle to be so small. And you and Brown also know each other. We are all mercenaries in the next life. And the circle can't be that big, Brown said, observing Carl who was walking over. And then said, it seems that you are here as a guest today. The reason for saying this is that Brown and Andy are wearing loose clothes suitable for combat. A slight comparison with Carl in a suit will make you understand their respective identities today. Andy, you are here to protect Mr. Johnson today. And Brown, you are here, wearing this outfit. Which means, Carl said, is Carrie here? Brown and his team are now Carrie's bodyguards. His appearance here obviously means that Carrie is here too. Carrie will be the opening guest of the banquet today. I didn't expect Carrie to accept Hansen's invitation. I thought he was not interested in this. The agent accepted it. Carrie was not happy about this job, Brown said, looking around and said, but there are so many people here today. I thought Carrie would be the only star at the banquet hosted by Kurt Hansen. I didn't expect so many big names, all of whom I had only seen in videos in the past. In addition to the stars, there are many other important people. Andy added, Mr. Johnson is here. The Animal Gang is here. And I just saw the 6th Street Gang. People who usually fight when they meet on the street can talk about things in a friendly manner here today. I have to say it's quite surprising to see. After all, the streets can't always be full of fighting. Gangs fight for territory. Isn't it just to have a stable place to gain benefits? After Carl chatted with Andy and Brown for a few words, he heard footsteps approaching him. The reason why he could hear the footsteps approaching him was because the footsteps were very straight, and the landing points of the steps formed a line in Carl auditory perception. Looking back, there are indeed many acquaintances today. Carl, I didn't expect it was really you. Wearing a simple light red dress, Blanca held a glass of wine in her hand and stood in front of Carl. Blanca. Carl nodded slightly. Good news. He confirmed that the military technology people did come today. Bad news. It was Blanca who came. Seeing a woman who seemed to be very familiar with Carl approaching, Brown and Andy looked at each other, and the two walked a little further away. Although he didn't know the relationship between Carl and this woman, as a friend, it was better to give him some private space. After Andy and Brown left, Blanca took a look at Carl close today, and her eyes moved to his face. Who are you representing today? Can't I represent myself? If you want. I think Kurt Hansen won't mind welcoming you as a personal guest. But that's impossible. It's not your character. You know me well. Carl has always been very honest with his friends. I am a representative hired by Arasaka. Arasaka? Hearing this word that is very familiar to military technology personnel, Blanca's brows were instantly furrowed tightly, and then stared at Carl's face, but slowly relaxed his brows. It seems that the reward is not small. Indeed, it is not small. It is even the largest commission received so far. Then, Blanca looked at Carl. You must have guessed what I am going to do here today. Stop the negotiations and discuss Arasaka. Wrong. Blanca suddenly laughed. I am going to attend the banquet and wait for my friend to deal with the opponent. Deal with the opponent? Carl looked at Blanca's smile and realized something. The person who came from military technology today is not you. This kind of thing involving Arasaka, as long as it is successfully stopped, it will be a great achievement. How could it be possible for me, a minister who has been in office for less than 3 months, to get the job that involves military technology in Arasaka? It is a good job that cannot be snatched. Similarly, the job involving Arasaka is also a good job that cannot be snatched in military technology. Kenichi Kanzuya was promoted with Mr. Kenichi Shiro as the vice president of Night City Arasaka Tower. Now his position in Arasaka is a director. To deal with an Arasaka director, the military technology side naturally needs to send a person of the same position. And this is obviously not something that Blanca, the minister, can get. So your original plan today was to sabotage. That's not what I should do. Blanca waved her hand. If you betray your side when dealing with Arasaka, it would be a big crime if you were caught. I just came to see if my opponent can accomplish her great feat if she can. I will shrink myself immediately when I go back and temporarily give up the idea of her position. If she fails in the face of Arasaka, then I will have to have some ideas when I go back. It is obviously unqualified to let an incompetent and disloyal person stay in that position. The person who betrayed the transportation route before he was promoted said loyalty. Carl was a little speechless. In other words, you are here to watch the show today? I can't do anything, so I can only watch the show. But after knowing that you are a representative of Arasaka, I feel relieved. Now, you can start preparing to do something. You trust me so much to make the deal? Carl said. You are not afraid that I will fail. You let your mortal enemy successfully negotiate this deal with Kurt Hansen. Do you believe in my 100% success rate of the mission? How is it possible? Blanca extended her index finger to Carl and tapped the left collar of Carl's clothes. I just believe in Carl, who has never let me down since the first time he was disturbed when he had a meal on the street. Forget it. Carl rolled his eyes. Anyway, the military technology personnel who will stop the negotiation next are your mortal enemies. Right? You can also call them stumbling blocks before promotion. Anyway, you are the object of conflict, so I will help you. Chapter 373 Chippin' In. Pop. While Carl and Blanca were chatting, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. Carl's first reaction was to reach for the knife he carried with him. But he stopped halfway. He found that the lights were only partially dimmed, and there were still some dim atmosphere lights flashing, which just illuminated a stage on the banquet floor. Under the light, the only illuminated place formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. Just as the crowd on the floor gradually adapted to the light in the dim environment, the lights on the stage suddenly brightened, attracting everyone's attention. When people's eyes saw the scene under the light again, a man was already standing there with a guitar. Buzz, accompanied by the pick between the man's fingers under the light. A strong music sounded. Ding, 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 ding. This tune is. Carl's eyebrows slightly raised. Carl has heard this song, and he heard it before he came to this world. It's so familiar. Carrie Orodion is here. Carrie, standing on the stage, accompanied by the excited voices around him. Carl folded his hands, and a fierce roar had already sounded from the mouth of the man on the stage. Carrie's singing penetrated the scene like an electric current, and every note seemed to ignite the enthusiasm of the audience. As the rhythm accelerated, the crowd began to boil, and they waved their arms. There were obviously many celebrities present, but under this song, everyone's eyes seemed to be shining. The lights and music on the stage intertwined, creating an almost tangible energy. In the roar of the guitar and the roar of the background drums, Carl looked at Carrie singing on the stage, and a feeling of regret rose in his heart. Why didn't he bring a recording device? Chippin' in. In the music, Blanca drank the wine in the glass in her hand in one gulp, raised her hand to Carl, and walked to the side with a chuckle. Carrie's singing symbolized the beginning of the banquet. Next, she should be in the audience. As Blanca left, Brown and Andy, who had been staring at the stage without moving away, came back. They each stretched out a hand and put their elbows on Carl's shoulders. How is it? Very powerful. Right? Do you feel that your whole body is penetrated from head to toe? The roar and the guitar are combined, just like they can penetrate the soul. As a bodyguard, Brown has obviously heard this kind of live performance and has been prepared for it. You are fascinated as soon as you hear it. Right? We brought recording software this time. From your appearance, you obviously want a copy. I will send it to you later. I do want a copy. Carl sighed, listening to the singing that was more penetrating and more scene-oriented than any other time he had heard in the past. This is what live performance is like. I felt so excited when I heard it. I want a Brown too. Andy also said, I have only heard of Carrie's reputation in the past, and some secondhand transcribed music. Those things sounded okay. But now compared with Carrie's live singing, there is no comparison at all. In the past, Johnny Silverhand was just a rock singer, but he could inspire a group of people to rush to Arasaka Tower with him. Now I understand why. Carl looked at Carrie, who seemed to be emitting light on the stage, making everyone around him restless and almost leading them to a carnival. That was simply. It was as bright as the sun, as if it could illuminate everyone, so that they no longer had to think about the darkness under the music, and just followed the sun to illuminate everything. It's a pity that Johnny Silverhand is dead, and the samurai band has disbanded. Otherwise, I really want to listen to the live version. Not a recording, nor a blurry picture quality, but a real samurai band performance. Next to the three people, Oliver's voice sounded, and along with his voice, Jack's voice also sounded. Some things, once they are gone, will no longer exist. But those things will always. It makes people want them to be here forever. Never disappear. Just like the song of the samurai band. Never disappear. Dee also walked over while watching the singing on the stage. I suddenly feel that becoming a rock singer is also a pretty good dream. Listening to inspiring songs will always bring up some special ideas. But no matter what the idea is, if you still think so afterwards, it is worth trying. You can start with practice V. Carl put down his arms, and as his companions arrived, Kenichi and Kenzuya walked slowly to the last climax of the song. Mr. Carl, I'm not late. Am I? Accompanying the last shout of the song. Carl retracted his gaze from the stage, turned around, and put his hands behind his back. 8:30. The time is just right. Not a minute late. Accompanying Carl's voice, a figure approached the few people. When the figure came near them, he first nodded politely and greeted them, and then said, "Guests from Arasaka. Mr. Hansen is waiting for you." The figure was a waiter in a waiter's suit, and as he turned his head and guided his sight, the few people also noticed the figures, who had already sat on the arc-shaped sofa in the distance during the singing. The few people were sitting on the sofa, watching them from afar. Kurt Hansen. After muttering the name in a low voice, Carl took the lead. As a representative, he naturally had to take the first step. If he didn't leave, how could the people behind him catch up? When Carrie finished singing and the lights came on again, illuminating the entire venue, Carl came in front of Kurt Hansen. "Welcome, KK." Kurt Hansen took the initiative to welcome Carl's arrival, and stood up, stretched out his arm, and motioned Carl to sit down. Kurt Hansen's polite hospitality was naturally polite to Carl. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Kurt Hansen." Carl sat down at the seat Kurt Hansen indicated without any care, and smiled at Kurt Hansen. A smile called KK's smile in the Black Mutual Circle. Chapter 374. Kurt Hansen. To be honest, Carl's first impression of Hansen was pretty good. When people meet for the first time, their first impression is often based on their appearance and dress. Hansen, with his short haircut, black sweatshirt, and work pants, gave Carl a familiar feeling that he could be seen everywhere on the streets in the past. Compared with the colorful clothes on the streets of Night City today, Carl may prefer this simple style that is now considered military style. At least the eyes will not be dazzled by the sequins on the clothes. Carl and Kenichi Kanzuya were the only people who sat down, while V and the others stood beside the sofa chairs, like Hansen's other bodyguards, watching the negotiation. After everyone who was supposed to sit down sat down, and the guards beside them stood up, Hansen spoke. "Earlier the day before yesterday, I heard from my subordinates that the Arasaka people wanted to discuss business with me. Since then, I have been ready to meet. But I didn't expect that two well-known figures in the city would come to my small place at the same time. This really makes my place shine." Chinese? When Kurt Hansen spoke, he actually used Chinese. It should be more reasonable to use Japanese when facing the guests of Arasaka, but he chose Chinese. In other words, the main person he was dealing with was himself. Carl simply replied to Kurt Hansen's words, which were obviously directed at him. "I'm not famous. I just happened to be hired to do some small business as a low-level mercenary. It's not as comfortable and free as the dog town controlled by you, Mr. Kurt Hansen. When talking about business, if someone says something respectful, you have to be polite in return." Listening to Carl's modesty and praise, Kurt Hansen's eyes flickered. And then he spoke. "It's said to be comfortable and free, but it's just a small business in the cracks. Just like today, I have to sit and wait for your arrival. For business, both parties must sit down and talk to reach an understanding." After this last polite greeting, Kurt Hansen was not in a hurry to talk about business. He looked at Carl's face and spoke casually, as if to build a relationship. "I heard that Carl came to Night City in early 1975. So you are an outsider like me who came to Night City in 1970. Use the identity of being an outsider to get closer?" Carl thought in his mind. But he corrected Kurt Hansen's mistake. "It's a bit too early to say that I came at the beginning of the year. I came at the end of the year, and it's almost the new year. I'm about 6 years behind you, Mr. Hansen." Hearing Carl say that he came at the end of the year, Kurt Hansen, he nodded slightly, and then said, "This city should be difficult to get used to. When I first came to the city, I always sighed at its specialness and uniqueness. When I was finally loyal, I also wondered why the shame of the new United States would exist for a long time. Now think about it. The existence of this city is indeed a perfect place for people like us, isn't it? As for the place to stay, the current Night City is indeed my home in America. But the food is still a little bit difficult to get used to. This time, I came to Dog Town and saw the world. There are a lot of foods that are not allowed to be sold in the city. Dog Town has a lot of them. I bought a lot of them. Then I have to recommend the caviar sent by my friends in Siberia. I don't know if you bought it yesterday. I remember that the goods are quite scarce in the market recently. If you didn't buy it, I will send you a box on my behalf when I finish it." Carl recalled yesterday. "I did buy it. But it's just 2 small cans. If you are really willing to give us a box, I would be happy to accept it. Hearing Carl say that he bought 2 small cans, Hansen's artificial eye flickered again, as if he was checking some data. And the result of his checking made him smile. Okay. Let's stop chatting here. I think you and Mr. Kenichi from Arasaka are not here to listen to the chat of an ordinary person like me. Let's get down to business, Kurt Hansen said while waving to the nether dog staff behind him. The man understood and quickly stepped forward and handed over a small box in his hand, as if to show his sincerity. Hansen opened the small box directly when he got it and placed it on the glass table in front of the sofa so that everyone could see what was inside. As agreed, I think you should be prepared to pay for what you want. Hansen took out a cylindrical mechanical tube, which was about 4 centimeters long and 1 centimeter in diameter. It looked quite delicate. When Carl saw this small object, he noticed that Kenichi and Kazuya, who were sitting next to him and had remained silent during the previous conversation, looked more serious. It seems that this is the product to be discussed in this business. And Hansen's introduction made Carl understand why Gianni and his company would come to discuss this product. This is the prototype of the software revised for electromagnetic interference by Kontao Company. With it, not only can the relevant equipment be quickly restarted after electromagnetic interference, but also internal detection can be performed to effectively prevent loopholes in the intelligent control system. Hansen said, with a very kind smile on his face, this thing is a good thing. If it weren't for my lack of technical ability, I wouldn't want to easily sell the thing that my subordinates have finally obtained. It's said that it took a lot of effort, but in fact, it was just that I accidentally intercepted a passing Kontao intelligent control hovercraft and found this part from it that was originally intended to be transported quietly through conventional transportation. Seeing the genuine product being taken out, Kenichi and he obviously had no intention of chatting and complimenting Hansen. He got straight to the point. We can provide you with a transportation line connecting Hawaii that you have always wanted, so that you can also participate in the area leading to Hawaii. Transportation line connecting Hawaii? That's really a good deal. Hansen's expression seemed very satisfied. But his expression suddenly changed. And he changed the subject. I have a customer here who is also very interested in this thing. I am also very satisfied with the price she offered. But I am also a little hesitant. Why not let her come over to talk about it? As he said, Hansen did not give Kenichi and Kazuya any time to refuse, and looked directly to the side. When Kenichi and Kazuya looked over, he saw that although he had expected it, he still saw disgusting people slowly approaching. Military Technology. Chapter 375 Excellent Tradition. The person from Military Technology is a woman in her 40s. She wears a pair of square-framed glasses, has sharp eyes, and wears a decent and appropriate suit, giving her a very capable temperament. What does this mean? Hansen? Seeing the arrival of the people from Military Technology, although he already understood Kurt Hansen's plan, Kenichi and Kazuya still asked this question. Facing Kenichi and Kazuya's questioning tone, Hansen showed a cunning and innocence that was inconsistent with his appearance. I don't have any special meaning. But there are distinguished guests here. I can't just take care of one side. And I think some things are better to be put on the table and discussed. What you mean by discussing is that I and the people from Military Technology will throw out prices in front of you. And you sit and wait for the price. Right? I didn't say that. Hansen smiled, but if you think so, then I can only say that the guest of Arasaka. You really guessed it right. Don't say such boring things that everyone understands. Kenichi and Kazuya. The Military Technology personnel who came seemed to know Kenichi and Kazuya's identity very well. She naturally sat on the other side of Hansen, and her eyes swept over the people present. And the data on her glasses changed. We are all here to discuss business. So naturally whoever bids the highest will have the ability to take the things away. Kenichi and Kazuya obviously didn't want to pay attention to the words of the Military Technology personnel, and his eyes were just staring at Hansen. He realized that Hansen's ambition was far greater than he expected. The prototype of the Kontao software was very precious. Not to mention that it was developed by Kontao, and other companies had not yet stolen it through espionage. It was an improved version for protecting against electromagnetic pulses. However, no matter how precious this technology was, the conditions provided by Arasaka represented by Kenichi and Kazuya should be attractive enough, and even sincere. But even with such sincerity, Hansen still did something to wait for the price. His greed made Kenichi and Kazuya, who had just dealt with Hansen for the first time, completely see the character of this boss of Dog Town. This kind of thing of taking advantage of the fire did not end with Hansen's stable position in Dogtown, but continued until now. Hansen still relied on his courage and ambition to keep playing this trick. But Hansen's feeling was too sharp. And the timing was just right. It was at this time that the military technology personnel were introduced. Kenichi Kanzuya's original expectation also took the military technology personnel into consideration. So he threw out what he thought was the chips that Hansen would definitely be satisfied with. Thinking that Hansen should know how to examine the appropriateness and understand that he was showing goodwill to him. There should be some tacit understanding between the two of them, and they should directly end the matter with enough benefits. But Hansen's performance seemed too naive. For a person with wolfish ambitions, you will never make him feel satisfied if you feed him in one breath. He will only think that you throw so much in one breath. There must be more. And naturally, he will choose to crave more. In his heart, he sighed deeply for his poor performance. He knew that it was because he underestimated Hansen's ambition that led to such a result. Kenichi Kanzuya did not intend to care too much about his negotiation disadvantages caused by misjudgment. He had already begun to think about how to deal with the confrontation that would definitely happen with the military technology personnel next. If it was a match with representatives of other companies. If the price was not right. Kenichi and Kanzuya would just not talk about it. It would be a bigger sin to waste company resources for no reason. But this happened to be Militech. Hansen, who came from the new American Army and used to hold a position in Militech, obviously knew both Arasaka and Militech very well. He knew that at this time, neither Kenichi and Kanzuya nor the representatives of Militech could escape. Only when facing Militech, Arasaka could not lose even if it cost a price. When facing the other party, the cost of interests was secondary. The key to winning or losing was very important. Compared with the hundreds of billions of weapons consumed by both sides during the Metal War of the Unification War, this little bit of winning or losing was nothing at all. Even with the personnel of Militech in front, Hansen's little tricks could be ignored for the sake of victory. He did this after he was sure of our ideas. He is really not a simple person. There is a limit to everything. At a time when Militech and Arasaka are unwilling to take the risk of confronting other companies, and their biggest rivals against Hansen now, and in the future, Hansen has done things with a very good sense of degree. Which is just right. Although a little unpleasant, but can be barely forgiven if it is based on defeating the biggest enemy. Hansen has already sat firmly, with a smile on his face, ready to wait for the bids from Kenichi and the military technology personnel. He also knows that his degree is just stuck at a similar level. This degree will at most make the directors on both sides unhappy, but it will not affect the overall situation at all. Even if the two directors are promoted because of the credit of this matter, they may be unhappy in their hearts, but they will still have to accept his kindness and action. As for why he only thinks about promotion, it is because Hansen has never cared about the loser. If he failed in the face of the biggest enemy, he could still get up in the internal struggle and seek revenge on Hansen. Then Hansen would be the next one, which is also his ability. Hansen sat firmly, and Kenichi and the military technology personnel thought about how to deal with the military technology personnel, while the military technology personnel thought about how to bid. The three of them ignored the other person, who was also sitting on the sofa. All three knew that it was not this person who formally discussed the business, and they all ignored him after the formal business. But this behavior itself was a kind of arrogance. Perhaps even if you search the entire Night City, you can't find people more arrogant than the three people sitting on the sofa now. At least the gang members, scavengers, and Black Super Dream personnel who have personal experience will definitely kindly remind these three high-ranking big men that there is a person sitting next to them. A person who can solve problems as long as his name is mentioned. When facing him, perhaps even the bottom people in the company can perform better than these three people. Since they ignored it, they naturally have to pay a certain price. I still remember a story now. A calm voice interrupted the three people's thinking, and when they looked at the owner of the voice, they found that Carl was laughing. Carl's voice was gentle and magnetic. He began to tell a story, as if he was conducting a friendly popular science lecture. I don't know if everyone here has heard of this story. It is a historical story from my hometown. The story is roughly like this. An envoy from a country visited another country, hoping to negotiate with it. The two sides had a very harmonious conversation. But at this time, the old enemy of that country also sent an envoy. This hostile envoy was eloquent, and soon won the favor of the monarch, making the original ally neglected. So, do you know what actions the envoy who arrived first took to continue his mission? This somewhat rash sudden opening in popular science made the other 3 people sitting there confused. But soon, only 2 people were left confused. Because Carl moved. Puff. With a slight sound. A knife had pierced the neck of the military technology representative. Her eyes were wide open, full of incredible shock. But no matter how unbelievable it was, Carl continued to speak. The answer is to kill all the envoys of the other country and reduce the number of negotiators. Carl came to negotiate. Of course, he was a negotiating representative. So, there is nothing wrong with inheriting the good history of the past. Who said that negotiations can't use simpler means? Chapter 376 The Difference. KK came to negotiate and to make an announcement. Some people don't understand the difference. So she is dead. Carl. Hansen's eyes suddenly became dangerous as he watched the people around him slowly fall down. You killed someone in front of me? With Hansen's voice, and the sound of the military technology personnel falling forward and hitting the glass table in front of the sofa. The nether dog soldiers guarding Hansen woke up from their dreams. Someone dared to kill someone directly in front of Hansen. So there was no need to say what to do next. There were 4 nether dog guards standing behind the sofa where Hansen was sitting. Each of them was an elite equipped with Sion Weston and Krinchikov. In an emergency, they moved as fast as lightning. They were very fast. But they were still a step slower. When the 4 nether dog guards just moved their bodies and planned to subdue the Arasaka personnel first. 3 figures appeared beside them. Don't move in a hurry, my friend of the Hellhound, or I don't know what I will do. Jack put his hands on the shoulders of the 2 Hellhound guards, using the power brought by the violent type to control the 2 Hellhounds by pressing their shoulders, while V and Oliver were beside him, each holding down a Hellhound personnel. In just a moment of confrontation, the 4 Hellhound guards were unable to put up any resistance and were subdued by Carl companions. Until then, the sound of the movement of personnel was transmitted to Kenichi and Kenzuya's mind through the sound transmission prosthesis installed in the ear. Kenichi and Kenzuya blinked. Things happened too fast. It took only 2 seconds from Carl action to Jack and his team's subjugation of the personnel. Kenichi and Kenzuya had just accepted the fall of the military technology personnel when they found that Carl and his team had subdued Hansen's guards again. Things happened too closely, and his brain might need a little time to adapt. He was still thinking about how to pay what price to overwhelm the military technology personnel. But in the blink of an eye, the military technology personnel were solved by Carl, and he didn't need to care about it. Then he should think about how to deal with this matter. As a result, before he figured out the previous thing, Carl had already made a solution, which was to subdue Hansen's guards. Let's negotiate. Kenichi and Kenzuya remembered what his uncle said again. When you get along with them, ignore their wild and unrestrained practices. You won't understand if you think rationally. Ignore? Ignore it. After a brief thought, Kenichi and Kenzuya came to a conclusion. That is, don't care. They are negotiators. They can talk as they want. It's like this. What else can he do? While Kenichi and Kenzuya were thinking, and then chose to remain silent, Carl and Hansen didn't move. Even if one saw his companion subduing Hansen's guards, and the other saw his guards being subdued. Time passed, and when the life information of the military technician with blood on his neck slowly disappeared, Carl answered the question Hansen asked a few seconds ago. I killed someone in front of you, Carl said in a questioning tone, and his hand moved slightly. And the knife that was originally inserted into the neck of the military technician returned to his fingers. What you said is really strange, Mr. Hansen. Carl swung the knife slightly, and there was no trace of blood on it. I just dealt with a noisy, squeaking mouse over there. It's always uncomfortable to talk about business with a mouse next to you. Rat? Hansen's eyes moved slightly, looking at the military technician who died beside him. At this time, he was already in a very embarrassing situation. Originally, his plan was very good, taking advantage of the conflict between Arasaka and military technology, playing a hand of waiting for the price, sitting in the middle and waiting for the 2 sides to quote. But now that the military technology person is dead, the matter has become complicated. The person who made the offer died, and Hansen now had only 3 options left. One was to suspend the business talks and wait for the next qualified person from military technology to arrive. This was obviously impossible. Arasaka would not endure the shame of having to suspend their negotiations and wait for military technology. The second option was to reach an agreement with Arasaka immediately. But this was based on the death of a military technology person. In any case, other company personnel and military technology would definitely think that he had sided with Arasaka. There was also a final option, which was to get rid of the Arasaka representative and give an explanation to military technology. But regardless of whether this could be done, its essence was no different from the second option, except that Arasaka and military technology would take turns. Obviously, Hansen was also thinking rapidly in his brain about how to handle this matter smoothly and continue to maintain his neutral position. Hansen just wanted to get what he wanted by playing both sides, which did not mean that he really wanted to have too much cooperation with one party. Although the dog town under his command was small, it was also his private kingdom, where he had almost the final say. After enjoying the taste of being a leader, he was unwilling to return to the company to be a dog. But this matter was really difficult to handle. Carl was too decisive, and his approach was too unexpected, which was completely beyond Hansen's expectations. He had never thought that there would be negotiators who would choose to take action directly during the negotiation and use physical methods to eliminate the opponent. Oh! It cannot be said that this possibility had not been thought of. This kind of thing is not uncommon. But it was also based on assassinations on the road or during breaks before the meeting and negotiation. This kind of face-to-face killing was the first time Hansen encountered it. If it was face-to-face, time would be too tight. Hansen had to come up with the most reasonable countermeasures and respond immediately. What to do? After Carl dealt with the military technology personnel, the conflict between his teammates and his guards only stopped at the uniforms, which showed that he was not going to do anything to him and still wanted to negotiate the deal. But how should he negotiate now? It seemed that he had no other choice except to accept Arasaka business. Wait a minute. Carl. Arasaka? Hansen was indeed an ambitious man who led his subordinates to build his own private kingdom in Dog Town. He quickly became sensitive to the difference that was insignificant in the past, but extremely important now. Carl was just a negotiator hired by Arasaka, regardless of whether he was biased towards Arasaka in his heart. In everyone's mind, the person who was really responsible for the negotiation was Kenichi Kinzuya. This was also the reason why the dead military technology representative only negotiated with Kenichi Kinzuya when he came. What does this mean? That is, Carl. Maybe he could also become Hansen. Chapter 377 Celebration. Hansen quickly came up with a solution, but he gave a response in advance regarding the treatment of the military technology personnel. It seems that a sneaky rat has indeed sneaked in on our side. Hansen glanced at the bodies of the military technology personnel and said something that Kenichi and Kinzuya, who were listening, could not believe. Hansen actually admitted Carl's statement about the rat and directly regarded the military technology personnel as lurking rats. What does this mean? It means that Hansen directly ignored the arrival of the military technology personnel just now, and also directly classified the previous military technology personnel as negotiators as nothing. In fact, he took actions that favored Arasaka. What is Hansen going to do? Is he really in a dilemma and chooses to rely on us? Arasaka? Just when Kenichi and Kinzuya were thinking this, Hansen's eyes turned to Carl. I have heard that the KK team is the top mercenary team in the city. Now it seems that it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Mercenary team? When Carl heard Hansen suddenly call him this way, he instantly realized something. But he did not speak, because some things need to be said by Hansen. Hansen looked around. His eyes stayed on the other members of Carl team one by one, and then said, for your sake, I agree to the offer. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, just like he ignored Carl and the others when talking to Kenichi and Kinzuya just now. At this time, Hansen ignored Kenichi and Kinzuya, and his thoughts were understood by Carl. For your sake? That's a nice thing to say. Hansen. Carl already knew what Hansen wanted to do. He played a trick that even the companies behind both sides understood, but could still understand what he meant. Carl was hired as a nominal negotiator, but the actual negotiator was Kenichi Kinzuya. And that was true. Everyone knew it, and everyone involved in the negotiations knew it. But no matter how it was nominal, Carl was the negotiator, which was on the surface, which meant that on the surface his position was higher than Kenichi Kinzuya. If that's the case, why did Hansen talk to Kenichi and Kinzuya? If he wants to talk about business, shouldn't he talk to the leader? Continue the previous negotiations with Kenichi and Kinzuya. Because of Kenichi and Kinzuya's identity, if he talks, he will be considered to be leaning towards Arasaka. If he doesn't talk, he will be considered to be leaning towards military technology. So why doesn't he find Hansen, who is known to be an outsider and just a hired person? Don't think that Carl took action to directly deal with the personnel of military technology during the negotiation. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the conflict between military technology and Arasaka. It's just that mercenaries, like Carl, went to the negotiation table and took action directly. This is the only time. In essence, it is the normal state of conflict between Arasaka and military technology. After this happened, with the death of personnel, it has become irrelevant. What's more important is the identity issue during the negotiation. Carl is a representative, but his job is over. He is just a mercenary. Hansen specifically wants to talk to him, who everyone knows is a nominal representative, and also pointed out that it was for his face, which has already shown his attitude. Hansen only needs to spread the details of the negotiation later, and use the recording technology of Mutuo to let everyone in the company know what happened during the process. Although Hansen is only the king in the cracks of the company, he is at least the uncrowned king of Dog Town. There is no reason for the company to pay unprofitable benefits and target him before he clearly stated his position. A Mutuo recording the whole process is enough to explain. Because the guards around Hansen are equipped with military-grade prostheses. Basically everyone comes with Mutuo recording software. This was originally intended to be recovered after the guards died. And the Mutuo recording to confirm the cause of death and combat defects now helps Hansen. As long as this Mutuo can be spread, everyone in the company will know that Hansen does not want to lean towards Arasaka. He just talked to the people hired by Arasaka because Arasaka won the normal conflict between Arasaka and military technology this time. He did not directly negotiate with Arasaka company personnel and defect to Arasaka. Every detail will be extremely clear in Mutuo, including Carl's actions and Hansen's opening. Using the subtle difference between his and Kenichi Kanzuya's identities, he played a trick to show that he was talking to himself, and to show other companies that he had only reached an agreement with a hired mercenary, not with Arasaka personnel. Carl certainly understood Hansen's approach, and the difference was quite clear even in his era. The difference between regular workers and temporary workers. When something happens, just find a temporary worker. What's so hard to understand about this? Anyway, the official statement is that the work of temporary workers is irrelevant. Isn't it the same thing at this time? In the current emergency, it only took him a few seconds to grasp his identity and respond. Kurt Hansen is really an amazing man. Now I understand why you could become big and strong in Dog Town. Mr. Hansen. Carl's smile was peaceful and warm. You are really good at business. I am honored to receive your praise. So what do you think? As if he really cared about this young man, Hansen emphasized his tone in his address. Carl, are the conditions still the same? Of course. I do business with integrity, and I will not change what has been agreed. It is clear that we didn't agree on it before, but you are still waiting for the price. This is what he thought in his heart. But he certainly couldn't say that. Carl looked at Hansen without moving his eyes. After the military technology personnel fell, Carl didn't look at Kenichi and Kanzuya the whole time. Just like Hansen. At this point in the negotiation, Kenichi and Kanzuya, a small figure from the company who followed the negotiating representative, were nothing. Negotiations should naturally be conducted by the leader, the most important person. And the most important people sitting here now are naturally Carl and Hansen. Carl recalled the previous conditions. Transportation route in Hawaii? Prototype of the revised software of Katao. Hansen pushed out a small box on the glass table, and Carl took it without any care. I think my subordinates will discuss the details with you, Mr. Hansen. And now, Carl didn't need to say much. Jack and the others had already released the subdued ghost dog, and the service staff, who dared not speak at the side, also brought champagne at the right time. Hansen raised the champagne and took over the second half of Carl's sentence. Let's celebrate. The meaning of champagne is celebration. Chapter 378 Big Guy. The food in Hansen is really good. Although it is not as good as the one in Arasaka Tower. It tastes much better than what we usually eat. The beef is rich and tender. I guess the price is not cheap. After chewing and swallowing the beef, V turned his head to look at Kenichi, Kanzuya and Hansen, who were sitting on the sofa in the distance and talking, and asked Carl, who was also eating roast beef beside him, Carl, is there nothing for us to do next? What else can we do? One of the guards around Hansen has left. Did you notice the person who left? His eyes are very special. It is very likely that he has installed an artificial eye that records Mutuo. Maybe now? The mutuo we just negotiated has been edited out. And Hansen is still waiting to use that mutuo to prove his neutrality. After finishing speaking, he forked a piece of roast beef and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times and swallowing it, Carl looked around. Where are Jack and Oliver? They don't even come to eat the roast beef. Is there anything more delicious than roast beef? I don't think they should care so much about eating and drinking. As he said this, he saw Oliver walking towards them. So he forked a piece of roast beef on the plate and gestured to Oliver. Oliver, come and eat the roast beef. You two can stand by the table where the roast beef is placed and eat it. Everyone here is here to discuss business. No one is eating the food. Of course, we have to stand and eat. The beef that was just delivered after being roasted cannot be wasted. Carl forked another piece of cut roast beef, chewed it and swallowed it. Staring at Oliver, where have you been? Did you go to the gambling table? I'm not interested in that thing. Oliver also took it from the shelf next to the dining table. He picked up a plate and put some roast beef for himself. He poked the roast beef with a fork and said, Guess who I saw just now? Who? V asked in confusion. You and Jack disappeared after finishing the matter with Hansen. Carl and I were wondering what you were doing. Did you meet an acquaintance? Not an acquaintance, but an enemy. Oliver curled his lips. Will Cannon, the one who kicked you out of the 6th Street gang within 2 weeks of joining, and who is about to usurp the throne and become the boss of the 6th Street gang. V heard Oliver talk about this guy during the chat, so he also looked around. Where's that guy? Do you want to find a chance to get rid of him? V proposed to get rid of the person as soon as he opened his mouth, and got Carl approval. It's a good idea, but this is Hansen's territory. We just agreed on cooperation, so we should not do anything rash. We can connect to T. Bug. Let her help track the whereabouts of Will Cannon. We will kill him on the way. Forget about you two. Although he didn't mind being Will Cannon, Oliver was still more or less concerned about his father in the 6th Street gang and his sister in Santo Domingo. It's okay for us to be Will Cannon. But even if it's Will Cannon, he has many loyal people under him. This is not a good time to be Will Cannon. It will take some time to deal with the revenge. And the boss of the 6th Street gang probably doesn't want to see this. Will Cannon is now the challenger of the boss of the 6th Street gang. But this does not mean that he is not a member of the 6th Street gang. Although the boss is very happy to see Will Cannon die, Will Cannon is still a member of the 6th Street gang. If he dies, he must give an explanation. At that time, Oliver's father in the 6th Street gang and his sister, who is a prosthetic doctor in Santo Domingo, will definitely be affected. The identity of the gang is also a kind of umbrella. V shook his head. But it won't be far away. Oliver said, when I saw Will Cannon, I found that he was talking to someone. I noticed the tattoo on his arm. He was a member of the Cat's Claw gang. At Hansen's banquet, he was secretly talking with the Cat's Claw gang in the corner. I didn't need to think about what he was going to do. It's hard to say if it didn't happen, Carl said. But he noticed Oliver's description. But the Cat's Claw gang is really interesting. It reminds me of the 6th Street gang and the Slip Street gang. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Although he was born in the 6th Street gang, Oliver didn't care about the 6th Street gang name. Gangs are all the same. Bang, bang. As they were chatting, a heavy footstep sounded next to them. And then a huge figure came over and stood in front of the 3 people eating beef. The figure was so tall that when he looked at the 3 people, his figure blocked the light. V raised his head slightly in the shadow and saw who the person who was coming was. Savage King. I didn't expect you guys to come too. The Savage King's body looked stronger than when she fought with V and the others in the past. She glanced at Carl and Oliver, and finally stopped at V. I was outside looking at the artificial waterfall just now. If I had known you were coming, I would have come to see you earlier. Why? Do you want to fight? As an opponent who had fought with the Savage King once before, V said without any hesitation, I am enough for you now. V is really confident. But I have no intention of conflicting with you today. I am just here because I am close to here. And I am here to take a look on behalf of the staff. The Savage King looked at V's mental state, which was obviously different from the past, and said, but seeing you guys does remind me of one thing. I heard that you are all capable of introducing a street mercenary team to Chris as bodyguards. Do you have other business? If you are short of people, our animal gang can send people over at any time. Is the news spreading so fast? Carl, who was on the side, listened to the Savage King's words when he was about to take on the job. A little surprised. I didn't expect that you animal gang is so well informed. not well informed. But as a bodyguard, I know a little bit about the industry. Such as the previous bodyguard team fired by Carrie. And the entire team was fired by the bodyguard company a few days ago. Which are all market-related matters. Everyone has their own specialty. Carl said something that the Savage King didn't understand and shook his head at him, but we just met Carrie by chance. As for business, I'm sorry. No. Listening to Carl's apology, the Savage King was stunned for a moment. She just came to ask if there was any business. But she didn't expect Carl to answer her sincerely and honestly, and even apologize for not being able to help her. Although it sounded like just a casual apology. His temper was too good. Wasn't it? Aren't street gangs full of foul language? Being so polite. Is this the real Carl? The Savage King felt that he had gained a new understanding. And Jack appeared in the sight of several people at this time. He walked hurriedly, and seemed a little anxious. Guess what I just talked about? With a few steps to go, Jack spoke excitedly, with a smile on his face. I got a big one. Chapter 379 Russian Goods. Big guy. What are you talking about? Jack? V looked at Jack, who came over excitedly, and didn't quite understand what this friend had done during that time. Jack didn't mean to reveal it immediately. He glanced at the Savage King standing next to him, and didn't care why Carl and the others were standing with the Savage King to chat. He said with excitement on his face, Guess what it is? Guess what it is? You just said a big guy. How can we guess? Jack. As Oliver was talking, Carl spoke. Is it an armored vehicle? His words made Jack, who was smiling and waiting for his friends to guess, stiffen his expression for a moment. And then Jack looked at Carl in disbelief. No. Carl, did you see or hear my conversation just now? No. I guessed. You guessed so accurately. You are too sensitive. Fortunately, not as good as a friend of mine. Carl didn't look like Jack. He kept the suspense and quickly told the reason for his guess. Actually, it's also reasoning. The guessing process is very simple. There are not many things that can make you excited. Jack. The first thing I thought of was motorcycles and cars. The banquet we are attending today is hosted by the famous arms dealer Hansen. I guess most of the people here are here for weapons. Cars and weapons. Combined together. I thought of armored vehicles first. After all, missile vehicles are probably not that easy to get. Is it so easy to guess? It's a bit regrettable that my friend guessed what I got so easily. But Jack didn't care too much. He knew it. Anyway, he had already got the car, which was good news. So, what's going on? V asked in confusion. How come you came back with an armored vehicle after just strolling around alone? Actually, it was just a coincidence. I was going to get some drinks at the bar. But when I was halfway there, I heard two Russians talking about business with a guy who was probably a member of the tribe. It seemed that they were planning to sell vehicles. When I heard about the car, I listened a little longer and found out that they were selling armored vehicles. After the people from the Badland tribe left, I went over to ask about it. There was no stock yet. But the two Russians directly pulled out a list for me to choose from. Then you couldn't help it. Is it safe? Jack? You are not afraid that they are playing tricks on you or are just showing off to you? It sounds weird to buy an armored vehicle just passing by. You can rest assured about this, Jack said. The Russians parked the car in Dogtown and let Hansen's people watch it. When the time comes, we can just go over and pay and receive the goods. Is Hansen's people watching? Kurt Hansen is the middleman of the arms sales in Dogtown. With his people watching, the goods may be real. But Oliver still has some concerns. What if we go to that place and find that it is a buried? Where is V? Oliver's caution was recognized by V nod. That is to say, Jack, it's okay to buy a car by passing by. Maybe many deals can be made at this banquet. But it's not reliable. Don't worry. My buddy must have thought of it. The place where the Russians park the armored vehicles is in the basement of the Beoshiking building. This is a place that Hansen can take care of. It's parked in the basement of the Beoshiking building. V looked at the ground below. Hansen actually agreed. And these Russians are really bold. Such things are parked down there. This is quite in line with my stereotype in a certain sense. Carl spoke. He said, but Jack, why did you suddenly think of buying an armored car? Is it useful for us to buy an armored car? It is too conspicuous on the street. We have Hera and floating cars in the distance. Where are you going to park this armored car, and what are you going to do with it? Where are you going to park it, and what are you going to do with it? Hearing Carl question, Jack's excitement was instantly suppressed. After a few seconds, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "I didn't expect it. But it sounded cheap and exciting. So I couldn't help but go up to talk about it. It's an impulse purchase. Looking at interesting things, I bought them without thinking whether they are really useful." Carl can only say that this is indeed common. But, Carl, you have to know that the armor used by that car is the same level as that of the ACPA. Compared to the ACPA, which cannot be reinforced much due to the flexibility of its joints. It is a box-like armored car that will not suffer much damage even if it is hit by a cannon. Even its chassis is as solid as a tank. Even an EP3 Tornado, wind speed 136 to 165 miles per hour, cannot overturn it. You just recited the introduction to me. It sounds really exciting. So, what do you plan to use it for, Jack? Even if you rush to the checkpoint in the Badlands, you don't need a vehicle of this level. The same thing. What on earth are you going to buy such a powerful thing for? After a moment of silence and calm thinking, Jack said with some doubt, "Running goods? Don't ask me. And use an armored vehicle to run goods. What can Carl say? But his friends are interested. So let's buy it. Forget it." Then I asked Dakota Smith if there is any goods that need to be run in the Badlands. It just so happens that our hovercraft has a high consumption of alcohol to fuel and a low carrying capacity. It's too extravagant to use a hovercraft to run goods. You might be able to get some work with your armored vehicle. I just don't know if the carrying capacity of the armored vehicle you bought is enough. If your friend wants to drive, let him drive. At worst, he can find a suitable job. Carl's words made Jack smile again. That's right, brother. Don't worry. I've seen the pictures. It can definitely hold a lot of goods. If you're running goods in the Badlands, then I'm familiar with it. So I can take you to get familiar with the Badlands. Last time I was in a hurry in a hovercraft. I didn't stop on the way. A former wanderer, also spoke at this time. And seeing that other companions had voted in favor of using armored vehicles to run goods, Oliver could only vote in favor. But he still raised a question. But can the fuel consumption of armored vehicles really be lower than that of hovercrafts? Don't worry. I've heard about the Russians' goods. And they say that they can run even if you pee in them. Amid Jack boasting, the few people who had certain expectations chatted with various acquaintances who came over at the banquet and spent 2 hours. And their expectations were shattered 2 hours later when they saw the armored vehicle in the basement of the Beoshiking building. Oliver, whose ancestors were all military, recognized the armored vehicle that Jack had chosen. He covered his face helplessly. "Jack, you didn't tell us that you bought an 8-wheeled armored transport vehicle with automatic cannons, machine guns, grenade launchers, and anti-tank missiles. With this vehicle, they can build a tribe in the Badlands. Do they use this vehicle for transportation? Although it is a transport vehicle, it is for transporting people." Chapter 380 Higurashi Mantis Blade. You did a good job in Dogtown. Carl, who had just woken up, was stunned by the voice on the other end of the phone. And then his brain quickly cleared up to help him identify who the owner of the voice was on the other end of the phone. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. It felt strange to call me early in the morning and praise me for doing a good job in Dogtown. Are you free? Carl's words made Kenichi Shiro breathing stagnate. Kenichi Shiro originally wanted to say something like a boss praising his subordinates. But because of Carl's unconventional words, he didn't know what to say for a while. Kenichi Shiro called during the short break between when he had finished processing a batch of documents, and the next batch of documents had not yet arrived. This should have been his rare rest time. But because Carl did a really good job this time, Kenichi Shiro sacrificed his rest time and chose to call to praise Carl during this break. Based on Kenichi Shiro's previous experience, if other people heard his praise, even if they were not terrified, they would at least show basic humility and politeness. However, facing Carl, Kenichi Shiro rarely wanted to praise him sincerely. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call was connected, he was greeted with such a sentence. Are you free? He had just finished processing a batch of documents overnight, and the next batch of documents would be shipped in paper form with strong confidentiality. How could he be free? Kenichi Shiro felt that his head was a little dizzy with anger for a moment. Take a deep breath. Kenichi Shiro said nothing. Just hung up the phone. Hello? Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Carl, who was about to say something, felt a little confused when he heard the busy tone on the phone. What's going on? He received a call early in the morning and asked him kindly if he was not working overtime and if he was free. But he hung up the phone. What does that mean? Is he just coming to praise me for completing the last task of the day and then rushing to bed? He couldn't have been working overtime all night and not slept. So he was in such a hurry to go to bed? Weird. Carl yawned and looked at the time. It was 8:50 in the morning. I got up a little late today. It was almost midnight when I came back from Dogtown yesterday. Then, because of the armored car Jack bought, I went to the Badlands and found Dakota Smith there. I temporarily stored the car with her people. It was almost 4 o'clock when I came back from the Badlands. Even if it was 4 o'clock, I had only slept for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Should I continue to sleep? This thought went around in Carl's mind and disappeared. I woke up and got up. I got up and checked the messages. Oliver, Jack, and Bea all went to the Badlands. They didn't seem to sleep. They went back to the city to buy some parts and went back to the Badlands. They left a message saying that they planned to modify the car so that it could carry goods. Carl heard Bea mention this yesterday when he was sleeping. But he didn't expect that the three of them really didn't sleep all night. 3 car fanatics. Carl, do you know how to modify it? Don't let it explode while you're modifying it. V, it's okay. At worst, I can just drive the Swanwiston. I have had some contact with similar things in the tribe. The Russians left a manual yesterday. I can understand it. I just need to adjust it a little. Carl, I don't understand cars. You can do whatever you want. Don't let the car explode and we be left in the Badlands and have to carry goods on foot. Jack, don't worry. It's very stable. I've seen this. Not only V can understand it, but even I can understand it. The Russian things are simple. Rough and practical. Really? Hopefully it won't explode by then. After getting up, Carl spent 20 minutes making 2 breakfasts. He put one in the heat preservation device and left a message to T-Bug. After waking up and eating, Carl sat at the dining table and read the messages while eating his breakfast today. A bacon and egg sandwich made with sliced bread and a glass of orange juice. All genuine goods bought from Dogtown. Tasted really good. Much better than the usual breakfast. There would be a lot of messages in Carl's mobile phone every day. In addition to greetings between friends, most of them were inquiries from middlemen. As long as the middlemen knew that Carl and his team were free, they would basically ask one in the morning and one in the evening. And they were just using them like cattle and horses. Sometimes, they asked too many questions, and Carl couldn't refuse some small jobs. I don't know if those shrewd middlemen knew that Carl's team would be bullied by this kind of soft and hard work. But just finished a job yesterday. When his companions were busy modifying the car, Carl really didn't want to take some jobs alone. So he chose to refuse one by one. It was just as I thought at the beginning. I got more jobs after I became famous. But I was asked all day whether I wanted to take jobs. It didn't seem to be much easier. I was free today. What should I do? Should I go to Laoway to maintain my prosthesis? Or go buy some Mutuo? Carl stepped into the elevator and inserted the face disguise chip. This chip was obtained from Kenichi and Kanzuya. It was originally intended to prevent Carl and his friends from causing a commotion because of their appearance when they were wandering in Dogtown. After the mission was completed, Kenichi and Kanzuya gave it to Carl and his friends as part of the mission reward. This thing essentially uses facial projection to change appearance. It is not bad to use it normally, although it cannot deceive those who have special scanning prosthetic eyes and those who touch directly. Carl did not intend to use this prosthesis to deceive those people. The chip was only used to avoid walking on the street, where some people would run away in fear when they saw his face. Those who would run away in fear when they saw him were basically either gang members or some Black Dream producers. Occasionally, there would be a few scavengers from other blocks. It was very troublesome for Carl to scan and distinguish them one by one. Just like cockroaches. If you don't hit them, you will feel sick. If you hit them, you will feel uncomfortable all day. Carl, who changed his appearance, did not choose any strange appearance. He still chose the appearance he had in the academy. When he was walking on the street and thinking about what he should do today, he noticed a woman who passed by him. The woman had long chestnut hair, which fell softly on her shoulders. Her eyes were big and bright, revealing a hint of gentleness and tranquility. There was a faint blush on her cheeks, and her skin was fair. There was no doubt that this was a beautiful woman. But it was not her face that attracted Carl's attention, but her hands. Carl casually glanced at the hand of the woman, who was wearing a dress, and passed by him, and saw the traces of transformation. That mark is a mantis knife. He paused for a moment and took another look. Carl recognized the type of mantis knife. Higurashi mantis knife. To be precise, it is Higurashi 2013 mantis knife. This mantis knife is a relatively old model, but the quality is quite high, even compared with the best mantis knives on the market now. It is not much inferior. However, in Carl memory, this mantis knife has a fatal flaw. There is a difference in the interface between its neural processor and the prefrontal cortex, and this difference caused almost all of its users to become cyber psychopaths afterwards. Chapter 381, Psycho. I met a person with a high-risk prosthesis installed on the street. This prosthesis will cause a person to become a cyber psychopath with a high probability. What should Carl do? The answer is, nothing should be done. Carl is not a terrorist squad or NCPD. If he really encounters a cyber psychopath, he would not mind getting rid of the cyber psychopath for the bounty. But if a person who has no symptoms of cyberpsychosis, or has not shown symptoms of cyberpsychosis in front of him, but just has a high-risk prosthesis passing by, Carl does not need to care so much. V and the team only does such troublesome things after taking the job. Carl continued to walk, but his previous pause made the woman with the Higurashi mantis blade move her eyes over. She noticed the sight of the person passing by. She was quite sensitive and noticed that the other person's sight did not stay on her face, nor on some of her physiological parts, but on her arm. It stayed for only a moment. But the sight that had a sense of penetration like a sharp sword still made the woman feel that her hand was seen through. Did he notice the prosthesis he installed? No. He recognized the sight. The mantis blade he installed was a model that had been discontinued in 1969. But he noticed it and recognized it with just one glance. Could it be that he was in the same industry? The woman's eyes were fixed on Carl, and there was a hint of disorder in her soft eyes. Then, she stopped her steps that were about to move forward, turned slightly, and stepped onto the road that Carl passed by when Carl walked out for about 5 steps. Her steps were very precise, and the sound of turning her steps coincided with Carl's footsteps. At the moment when people kept passing by on the street, it was difficult for anyone to notice this slight incongruity in such a messy footsteps. But Carl noticed it. Carl, who was walking, did not pause at all, and even did not hesitate a little. He continued to move forward, but a smile appeared on his face. Carl was not going to make trouble, but since things came to him, and he could relieve his boredom, he did not mind taking it. He noticed the overlap of footsteps behind him, and from the weight of the sound of the footsteps, he had already identified the person. Comparing the footsteps he heard in his memory, it was the woman with the Higurashi mantis blade just now. Was it a coincidence that she turned around? Or was it a coincidence that her footsteps coincided with his own? After walking a few steps, Carl was sure there was no coincidence at all. The other party's steps were very steady. She was staring at him. Why? He did not notice any signs of artificial eye scanning or data intrusion. That is, the implanted facial camouflage chip was not detected. Kei's face was only used when he was a student, and he dropped out of school halfway. Not many people have seen this face, and no student's age and appearance matched hers, which means that she was most likely not coming for this face. Then is there any other reason? The glance he glanced at when he paused just now, Carl guessed the possible reason. If that's the case, then her senses are amazingly sharp. But she followed me just when I recognized her prosthesis with a glance. Why? After all, Higurashi mantis blade is an old model, and it is extremely easy to induce cyberpsychosis. The second-hand goods on the market are not expensive. It shouldn't be that she suspected that I was a scavenger and targeted her mantis blade, and planned to come to investigate. Then what is the possible reason for her existence? It can't be that she is really a latent cyberpsychopath, and she planned to come to find me just because I recognized her prosthesis? If that's the case, then it's interesting. It's not a good thing for ordinary people to be targeted by cyberpsychopaths. Fortunately, Carl is not an ordinary person. Carl, Andy, are you interested in taking credit? Andy, I'm working overtime. What did you do? Carl, is it the scavenger or the people from the Whirlpool gang or the Tiger Claw gang who were cleared out? Carl, it's not clear yet, but it may be a cyberpsychopath. Andy, cyberpsychopath? Carl, be careful. I'd be there soon. Carl, I've sent you the location. Remember to come early. After sending the message, Carl stopped in the middle of a small alley in Watson District. Thanks to the backwardness of Watson District, there are alleys everywhere. You can find them anytime you want. Carl turned around and looked at the woman standing at the entrance of the alley, blocking the alley, and smiled brightly. Can I ask your name? Are you trying to flirt? Although I don't eat this. It doesn't matter if I tell you. After observing Carl's face, the woman gave her name, Melissa Rory. Melissa Rory? This name was obviously quite unfamiliar. But when the woman gave her name, Carl's eyes were fixed on her face because she spoke. He was more concerned about the prosthesis than before and hurriedly scanned it. Now that he looked at it a few more times, Carl felt that the woman's face was more familiar. I always felt that I had seen this woman named Melissa Rory somewhere. But where exactly? Just as Carl was flipping through his memories, the upper part of Melissa Rory's arm opened, and a sharp mantis knife that looked extremely ferocious in the shadows popped out. Looking at Melissa Rory, who looked like a female mantis preparing to attack, Carl noticed the source of this familiarity. Yes. It became more familiar after the mantis knife popped out. Carl knew this Melissa Rory. Before he came to Night City, he had seen a promotional video in which she could shoot out a mantis knife. At that time, she was kneeling on the street, with blood all over her mantis knife. There were corpses lying on the ground beside her, and the people responsible for handling her were the terrorist squad. Cyberpsychosis. It seems that it can be confirmed. Facing Melissa Rory, who was shooting out a mantis knife and walking slowly forward, Carl still asked a question. I don't have any grudges against you. Do I? No. Melissa Rory walked calmly. Then why did you do that? When I see someone in the same industry, I always want to try my hand. Melissa Rory's eyes flashed with madness that could no longer be suppressed. I can see that your hands are also covered in blood. I don't deny this, but you have to do it just for this inexplicable reason. Carl sighed. Psycho. Chapter 382. Melissa Rory. Just as Carl's helpless voice fell, Melissa Rory's body shook and flashed in the elongated shadow. The activated Sion Weston gave her absolute speed, but Carl could still keep up with this speed. In the slow time, Carl retreated speechlessly. It's Sion Weston with Mantis Blade again. And then add a Krenchikov. The classic three-piece set of cyber psychopaths. Can you change it up? I always encounter such cyber psychopaths. I doubt whether you are produced by the same template. Hiss. Just as Carl pulled back, a sharp edge flashed where he was originally. The walls on both sides of the narrow alley were torn into two long gullies by Melissa Rory's Mantis Blade. Cutting the rock wall is as easy as cutting tofu. The Dusk Mantis Blade is well-deserved, regardless of the side effects. The quality is indeed top-notch and can be regarded as a conscientious product. Unfortunately, the side effects cannot be ignored. Compared to Melissa Rory's sense of urgency to attack again immediately after a missed attack, Carl's posture seemed particularly calm. Even when facing two mantis knives that could be fatal with just one hit, he could still remain calm and even distract himself from other things during the battle. His relaxation and casual retreat to avoid the blade made Melissa Rory, who was rushing forward, feel a sense of weirdness. Cyber psychopaths are just different from ordinary people and difficult to control in some aspects, which does not mean that they are fools in this state. In fact, because their bodies are completely controlled by instinct, their sensitivity to danger is more acute than usual. Melissa Rory sensed the sense of danger from this young man, who was calmly retreating and avoiding every attack. It was like sailing in the ocean and seeing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the sea. Although the depth on the surface of the sea was not revealed, the huge sense of oppression still made Melissa Rory's body instinctively work. This kind of operation is like the body feels that the person in front of him is a big enemy. If he doesn't move with all his strength, he may be killed at any time. Feeling the speed of the mantis knife in front of him getting faster and faster, and the angle of attack becoming more and more tricky, Carl still just retreated. His eyes passed Melissa Rory and looked at the wall behind her that was chopped all the way, and it was almost unrecognizable. He had already made a judgment in his heart. The skills of using the mantis knife were obviously not systematically trained, but there were not many problems with the angle and force of the attack. And the direction of the blade was also the fastest way to kill people. In other words, did he develop skills in street killings? Evaluation. A lieutenant of the violent terrorist mobile team should be able to successfully complete the suppression with some effort. His strength is not as good as Andy, and training should be able to improve. After this idea came up, Carl felt a little funny. He was more or less influenced by Mr. Kenichi Shiro. and his style of doing things was tainted in his habits. He even had the leisure to evaluate the opponent's strength and skills during the battle. He was not a tester. However, a cyber psychopath with considerable strength could not even kill time for himself now. What a pity. He wanted to practice more. Carl, who did not feel much challenge and threat, had lost the idea of continuing to observe and stretched out his hand. A knife slipped from his sleeve into his palm. Neurotoxin knife. One of the two knives that Carl carried with him. Carl asked for this one when he got the melee weapon template. A knife that can kill a person with just a slight scratch. If the place hit is the core of the human body, such as the abdomen, it will knock the person down in about 2 to 3 seconds, even if the target is a strong man like the animal gang. Carl gently raised the knife in his hand, and the moment he gripped the handle tightly, Melissa Rory's body trembled involuntarily. The sense of crisis she felt escalated sharply compared to before. If the danger she faced before made her feel that she had to go all out, then now, facing Carl's gesture of picking up the knife, her instinctive reaction and body intuition told her that she was now facing despair. It was a warning from the body, a message conveyed by instinct, telling her that she had no chance of winning against the opponent in front of her. Like a cat with its fur standing on end, Melissa Rory let out a low and warning growl from her throat, and her animal consciousness completely enveloped her body, allowing her to find a touch of clarity in the madness. The body reaction that was still inevitable despite her mental disorder. Crazy consciousness and blank brain made her take action. Her body suddenly paused, and she stopped herself forcibly in the last moment before she could approach Carl. Was she going to stabilize her body before swinging the knife? Smart. This is much more rational than the previous rash and continuous attack. Just as Carl was praising Melissa Rory's reaction in his heart, he stopped retreating and saw Melissa Rory suddenly stop and her body suddenly moved away. Huh? Carl blinked and found that Melissa Rory, who was chasing him very closely and wanted to chop him with the knife, retreated to the back the moment he held the knife. This was because the incident happened too suddenly, and the feeling was too different from the previous moment. Carl blinked twice before he understood. Are you trying to run? You chased me and tried to kill me in the last second, and you ran away in the next second. Are you changing your face? Carl took a step forward, wanting to chase, but his step seemed to trigger Melissa Rory's last emergency instinct. The moment she saw Carl chasing her, Melissa Rory's legs had already started to exert force on the ground. Bang! The sound of legs stomping on the ground, and the sound of electric current exploding echoed in this narrow alley. In Carl's sight, Melissa Rory's figure had jumped up. How high was she jumping? 5 meters? Puff! Carl looked up and saw Melissa Rory inserting the mantis knife in her hand into the walls on both sides of the alley in the air, and began her climbing. In just a blink of an eye, her figure climbed onto the roofs of the houses on both sides of the alley, with the help of jumping and the mantis knife, and disappeared from Carl's sight. The prosthesis on her leg is an electric charge jump? The modified leg joints and enhanced advanced muscle dynamics are combined to make people jump high and far. I didn't expect that she actually installed it. However, you came to trouble me right away, but ran away when I wanted to do it. It's not that easy. Carl ring finger, middle finger, and index finger moved slightly, and slid the knife back into his sleeve, and then ran towards the wall. It's just wall running. Everyone can do it. Chapter 383 Battle. Captain Andy, we have arrived at the address given by Mr. Carl and are now blocking it. Listening to the report of the police officer next to him, Andy, who was wearing an NCPD police uniform, nodded. Handle carefully. Carl encountered a cyber psychopath this time. Although I believe in Carl ability, it is not too cautious when it comes to cyber psychopaths. For people are on guard in a group. If you encounter a person suspected of being a cyber psychopath, retreat and ask for help nearby. Let the members equipped with Krenchikov block them. The team led by Andy was specially dispatched by Deputy Director Johnson. All members are young people, and their mobility, order, and prosthetics are much stronger than ordinary NCPD personnel, even when facing serious gang members, such as the Tiger Claw gang. They can fight one against many. However, it is still a bit difficult for such elite police officers to face cyber psychopaths. Only a crazy person who is strong enough can be called a cyber psychopath. And Andy is sure that the message he saw from Carl in the information used the word cyber psychopath. Even Carl agreed with this. The cyber psychopath who was facing Carl must be very capable. Under reasonable circumstances, Andy chose to be cautious. After instructing his subordinates in the police channel, Andy pulled his gloves, picked up the Ajax kinetic rifle by himself, and went into the blockade area that he asked the police to pull out. The police officer next to him, who saw his action, wanted to go forward and follow Andy in, but was stopped by Andy waving his hand. Just like the reason why Andy made such an arrangement. Among the entire NCPD elite police team, only Andy can fight against the cyber psychopath head-on. Although other personnel can win by relying on the advantage of numbers, the casualties are not acceptable to Andy. Faced with a risky situation, Andy chose to go in alone. This is not because he does not want his peers, who grew up together, to fulfill their duties, but when it is not necessary. The extra people entering are a burden and unnecessary sacrifice. In this blockade area, with myself and Carl, it is enough to handle it. Andy's eyes were steady. After the people were evacuated, he went against the flow of people and walked into the blockade of houses within a radius of 100 meters. The streets of this Watson district are full of various built houses and squeezed alleys. It is okay for people to block the spacious streets outside, but when you walk in, you will find that this place seems a bit narrow. I don't know how Carl met a cyber psychopath in such a place. Could it be that he walked into such a place for nothing to do, and then happened to meet him? This kind of place looks like a place that needs to be deliberately walked in. Suddenly, Andy heard a faint sound in his ears. The place is here. Andy walked into an alley. In front of him, the inside of the alley forked into an intersection that seemed to lead in all directions. Andy opened the safety of the Ajax rifle, removed the magazine, and put it in the pocket of the police uniform. Then placed the disassembled Ajax rifle at the entrance of the alley. And then he took out the kinetic pistol and held it in his hand. This narrow alley is obviously not suitable for using long guns. His Ajax rifle is useless here, and carrying it with him is likely to hinder his movements. In order to prevent possible people from picking it up and using it, he decided to disassemble the magazine and put it aside. Take a deep breath. Andy held his kinetic pistol tightly with both hands, and then took a standing posture. That is, the body is slightly tilted forward. The left and right hands are tightly locked at the shoulders and elbows, and stretched out flat, so that the arms and chest form a stable triangle. This standing posture is called the isosceles triangle, which is a standard police tactical posture. In this posture, the feet can maintain extremely high flexibility, and can react quickly even in the face of sudden attacks. Andy, who grew up in the NCPD environment, is naturally familiar with this posture. He maintained this posture and moved forward cautiously. And then as he got closer and closer to a corner in the alley, Andy changed his posture. He put his arms away, close to his body, holding the gun sideways with both hands and close to his chest. This posture is called the CR gun holding method. Compared with the previous standing posture, it lacks flexibility, but it has unique advantages when facing short-range combat. It not only allows the user's turning speed to remain unaffected, but also gives the arms more room to move, while being close to the body to reduce the bullet surface. It allows the arms to form multiple stable triangles, thereby reducing recoil as much as possible and improving shooting stability and control. This posture suitable for fighting in narrow spaces was learned by Andy during his mercenary career. Andy was very skilled in switching between the two postures, and it was almost natural. This behavior, which was almost engraved in his bones, was exactly what Andy was good at. As a mercenary who had killed the entire Cloud Top alone, Andy was a top-ranked mercenary in Night City. After becoming a police officer, there were not many people in the entire NCPD who could compare with him except for the terrorist mobile team. Therefore, when Andy walked to the corner and felt the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air from the side, he reacted very quickly. Even before he saw the person, Andy had already fired the gun in his hand. In the crisp sound of the gun firing pin and the fireball of gunpowder, Andy saw the person rushing towards him from the corner. It was a woman with a mantis knife in her hand and a pair of blue-eyed prosthetic eyes with red light flashing in the whites. The bullet landed on the woman, but was easily deflected by the subcutaneous armor installed on her body. As the bullet shattered, Andy was greeted by a mantis knife in front of him. There was no escape. Andy's left hand, which had been tightly grasping the freedom, loosened, with the blessing of Krenzikov, which was activated when he felt the crisis of life. Andy's perception of time slowed down, so he stretched out his palm. Clang! The mantis knife chopped down on Andy's palm, making a sound of metal collision. The NCPD police gloves Andy was wearing were directly cut in half. And what was exposed from the bottom was a metal palm that was almost cut in half by the mantis knife. Andy's palm was completely destroyed when he was rescued by Carl. Now he has installed a smart alloy palm. The woman who found that her swung mantis blade was blocked realized that the surprise attack failed. When she was about to turn the power to swing the mantis blade in the other hand to chop down, Andy loosened the freedom of his right hand. The structure of the mantis blade destined that its force needed to be adjusted, and it was more suitable for stabbing than chopping. It was difficult to launch a second attack in an instant after a missed attack. Andy, who had dealt with too many tiger claws, knew this. The alloy right hand clenched into a fist and swung out, hitting the face of the woman who attacked him heavily. Andy made her face slightly concave and let her body fly up. The hardness feedback is strong. It seems that the cheek is also equipped with subcutaneous armor. Is it the Whirlpool gang? Andy shook his hand, and then saw Carl walking slowly in the distance. Chapter 384 Falling. Carl, were you watching the whole thing? Ignoring the woman who was getting up from the ground after being hit in the face by him, Andy looked at Carl, who was walking slowly. Is this the cyber psychopath? Indeed. She almost got away. You blocked her right away. Andy. Carl had planned to rescue the NCPD personnel who suddenly appeared in front of Melissa Rory. But after finding out that the person was Andy, he kept blocking her and walked slowly over, because he was very confident that Andy could handle this matter well. And the result was not beyond his expectations. Sunset Mantis Blade. This is a mantis blade that has been discontinued for a long time. No wonder. Andy's eyes shifted to the woman who had stood up and was now sandwiched by him and Carl. She took out a telescopic baton from her pocket, swung it and stretched it, and slightly pressed the button on it, and the crackling sound of electricity began to sound. Then, let's subdue her first. Subdue instead of killing? Your law enforcement is much gentler than Mr. Johnson. Carl moved his arm slightly to the side and took out the neurotoxin knife. Then it seems that I have to control the release dose a little bit. Hiss. Melissa Rory, who was blocked by Carl and Andy, had blood in her eyes at this time. After using Cian Weston and Krensikov in a short period of time, the neural connection problem of the Dusk Mantis knife itself has increasingly affected her sanity. Now she is more terrifying than before. But facing the double team of Carl and Andy, she did not take the initiative to attack, but turned sideways and kept tilting her head left and right, as if she was weighing how to deal with it. If someone had filmed the scene where Carl and Andy intercepted Melissa Rory, it might have made a good, best-selling super dream movie with a title like Two Men and One Woman, one of whom was Carl. Or something like the story that the NCPD chief, Carl, and the Mantis Blade girl have to tell. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them, which saved Carl the trouble of looking for the super dream producer later. So, what do you want to choose? Ma'am? Carl was holding a knife, tilting the blade slightly in front of him, with the blade pointed at Melissa Rory. And Melissa Rory did not respond to Carl's question at all. She just leaned down slightly, like a cat ready to attack. But Carl had seen through her plan. Still want to run? Melissa Rory had already jumped up as soon as Carl finished speaking. Obviously, she wanted to use her electric charge jump trick to run away again. But how could Carl, who had let her escape once because of carelessness, give her a second chance? Trying to run away twice in front of him would be too embarrassing for him. The moment Melissa Rory jumped up, Carl had already thrown the knife in his hand, and the direction it swung in the air was exactly the direction of Melissa Rory, who jumped up. It only takes one time to remember the trajectory. The second time, just throw the knife on the path and wait for her to hit it. The timing will be perfect. The knife Carl threw was very accurate. But Melissa Rory, who had already jumped up, felt it. After the body completely loses its reason and leaves it to instinct, people will always react faster to danger. And this reaction can reach the limit with the blessing of the prosthesis. After realizing that her upper body would definitely be hit by the knife, Melissa Rory in the air did not bother to adjust her posture when she jumped up, and directly ejected the mantis knife, trying to shoot down the knife. But it was not so easy to move her arms in the air and rashly eject the mantis knife. The change in posture caused by the raising of both arms caused Melissa Rory, who originally wanted to reach the highest point after jumping up and then eject the mantis knife, to climb again with the mantis knife, to change her trajectory in advance. The speed and the slowness before reaching the highest point made Andy see the flaw. Andy's right little finger gently touched the bottom of the electric batten in his hand. After slight friction and pressure, a crack appeared on the top of the electric batten, and then a small object popped out from it. The small object began to glow the moment it popped out from the top of the electric batten, and as it rose, the light became brighter and brighter. Flash bomb. Andy's artificial eye had already activated the anti-flash program before the flash bomb was ejected. When it rose to the highest point and burst into dazzling light, he was still able to look directly at the jumping Melissa Rory without being affected. However, Melissa Rory could not avoid the sudden strong light. In the dazzling light, her artificial eye captured only a white light. The vision was disturbed, and the movement was naturally affected. Melissa Rory, who originally planned to eject the mantis knife to block the knife, could not tell where the flying knife came from in the white light. The sharp blade cut through Melissa Rory's subcutaneous armor. This knife made by Arasaka showed obvious advantages in the face of ordinary subcutaneous armor. In front of this sharp blade, Melissa Rory's subcutaneous armor could not even do the most basic blocking. At the moment when the adjusted neurotoxin was injected into Melissa Rory's body, Andy had already jumped up, and the electric batten in his right hand swung down. The NCPD riot control electric batten is actually rarely used in the environment of Night City, but Andy used his specially equipped equipment in the increased current specially designed for prosthetic personnel. Melissa Rory's body twitched. However, it was just a twitch. Melissa Rory installed a grounding plating layer while installing subcutaneous armor. This epidermal system happens to be the most resistant to electric shocks. Perhaps a higher volt current can break through its intelligent relay system, but Andy's electric batten can't do it. With such a prosthesis, plus a dusk mantis knife that is easy to induce, how can she not become a cyberpsychosis? Carl watched Andy's stick fall, but couldn't stop Melissa Rory's actions. When he was about to hack into her operating system and shut down her prosthesis, he noticed something approaching. That thing was not coming for him or Andy, but fell vertically from above and fell on the area where Melissa Rory was. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy roar. Melissa Rory, who was hit by a knife and a stick in the middle of the jump, fell heavily to the ground and her life or death was unknown. On the back of her somewhat bloody body, a person wearing iconic armor slowly stood up. Carl and Andy both recognized this person at the first time. The reason is simple. The iconic outfit is too recognizable. Terrorist Mobile Team. Chapter 385 Thoughts. When they realized that the person who fell was a member of the terrorist squad, different thoughts flashed through Carl and Andy's minds. Carl looked at Melissa Rory at the feet of the terrorist squad, judging her injuries, judging from the angle and the sound she heard just now. Her spine may have been broken. It is not certain whether the nerves were damaged. If the nerves were not damaged, she still had hope of recovering after repair. If the nerves were also damaged, whether she could survive later would depend on whether she had undergone pre-modification of the spine before. Carl still remembered Andy's plan to capture him alive, and wanted to fight for his friend's hope. However, Andy was not thinking about Melissa Rory, the cyber psychopath, but the existence of a real suppressive force in Night City. If NCPD is the official power of Night City, then the terrorist squad is the real trump card that the city council can play. It is the existence of the terrorist squad that prevents Night City from being arbitrarily controlled by various forces on the surface. This force developed in the reconstruction of Night City is the symbol of Night City's power. Why did the terrorist squad alert? Andy thought about it and understood why. Even if they did not intend to alert the people who were blocked and evacuated within the range would definitely know something. What's more, Andy and his subordinates used high-risk people to evacuate people, and the high-risk people in the mouth of NCPD are cyber psychopaths. Some residents call the terrorist squad. The terrorist squad riding in the air vehicle can naturally see the target more clearly than Andy and his team on the ground. Therefore, in terms of action, they immediately confirmed the cyber psychopaths. But the way they appeared was a little rough. Kaka, the member of the terrorist squad, wearing a heavy bulletproof vest and a blue bulletproof plate reinforced vest, stepped out and landed on the body of Melissa Rory. Then, he scanned Carl and Andy with the thermal imaging camera with data analysis function, and finally stopped his sight on Carl. Are you going to show your kindness and save people again, Mercenary KK? As he said this, his sight moved to Andy, just like saving this cowardly NCPD police officer. Save yourself? Andy heard this, and instantly realized the identity of this terrorist squad. He was not very clear at the time because he lost his mind. But later he heard from Mr. Johnson that when Carl saved him, he had a conflict with the captain of the terrorist squad. Now it seems that the enemy has a narrow road? It's you. Hearing the dog barking, Carl's eyes moved away from Melissa Rory and turned to the terrorist squad. Dallas Foster? Carl called out the name of the terrorist mobile team. He had already connected to the NCPD database. For NCPD personnel, even if they were nominally part of the NCPD terrorist mobile team, he only needed to take a quick look to know the other party's name and identity. When Carl called out his name, Dallas' face, which was covered by a modified thermal imaging helmet, could not see his expression. But he snorted. Obviously, he didn't care that Carl knew his name. As the hovercraft stopped steadily, other members of the terrorist mobile team also jumped off the hovercraft. A female member of the terrorist mobile team, who was wearing lighter protective equipment than other members and carrying equipment, who should be a hacker in the team, came to Carl and Andy. According to Article 105 of the Cyberpunk Procedure Code, all your statements about this incident will be recorded and used as evidence in court. I am the interrogator of the 4th team and will be responsible for recording this time. Please tell me your name and occupation. NCPD Sergeant. Andy. Facing the procedures of the terrorist squad, Andy was obviously clear. He directly reported his name and also reported his police number, according to the regulations. I should be responsible for this matter. That was before. After the alarm was triggered and the person was confirmed to be a cyber psychopath. We will take over. The interrogator, who obviously knew more about the procedures than the halfway started Sergeant Andy, rejected Andy's request. If you have any objections, refer to Article 56 of the Cyberpunk Procedure Code. When NCPD police officers and the terrorist squad jointly enforce the law, the needs of the terrorist squad shall prevail. Faced with people who knew more about the law than him, Andy, who was just a mercenary in the past, was stunned for a moment, and then had nothing to say. The terrorist squad knows the law better than he, the sheriff, and he has no choice but to accept it. Carl, surnamed Ka, given name Air, Mercenary. Before the female member of the terrorist squad turned around, Carl reported his name and identity first. He was an excellent citizen who never broke the law. He never did anything illegal. Even if he did, it was erased with the help of T-Bug and Mr. Johnson. There was no stain at all. Now facing the inquiry of the terrorist squad, as a good citizen, he would naturally cooperate well. Mercenary. Carl. After recording, the hacker of the terrorist squad looked at Carl, confirmed his face and said, "Turn off the facial disguise. I need to record the video to confirm." Okay. When Carl came over, he had restored his original face. He realized that his unactivated chip was scanned by the hacker of the terrorist squad. So he took out the chip directly. The hacker of the terrorist squad looked up and down at Carl's face, and after confirming his identity, he said, "The inspection is complete. Please explain the previous situation." Let me tell you first. When Andy, the police chief, explained the previous encounter to the terrorist squad, Carl watched several terrorist squad members lift Melissa Rory, whose body was limp due to a broken spine, onto a restraining device similar to a stretcher, and then directly moved her to the floating vehicle. Seeing them injecting her during the transportation, Carl raised his eyebrows. It seems that these terrorist squad members are really short of people. The members of the terrorist squad will not be kind enough to rescue people. If they rescue people, it can only mean that the people are valuable to them. And the value shown by Melissa Rory is obviously that force. It was Andy before, and now it is Melissa Rory. How long has it been? And the terrorist squad is still short of people. It is said that the earliest and most trusted core members of the terrorist squad were all elites sent from the police force. Carl had an idea. Mr. Johnson is now in a stable position, and Andy has no room for advancement as the sheriff, since he has already reached out to the NCPD. Why not try the terrorist squad? Chapter 386 Personal Matters. Carl, I have something to ask you to come over here. Watching the flying car of the violent terrorist squad go away, Carl, who was standing on the ground with his head raised, was about to say something to Andy, who was collecting the team, when a communication request came directly from his trusted communication list, and it was said that Carl was going to work. I plan to rest today. Carl, who was replying, looked at the access personnel and found that it was not the middleman, but Blanca. It's you. Okay. If you have something to say, the team is still a person. Not long after leaving home after breakfast in the morning, he was targeted by a cyber psychopath. And then, he was questioned by the violent terrorist squad for a long time. After the meeting, he was about to have a casual chat. But he was found. The person who came to him for help was a friend. Carl always felt very tired. Are you resting today, Carl? Blanca on the other end of the communication heard Carl subconsciously refuse at first, and then agreed after finding out that it was him. And guess Carl's current situation. Actually, I'm just strolling around. But you know, I just came back from bushwhacking yesterday after completing a job. I always feel that if I work too hard, I will be too tired. So I originally planned to spend a leisurely day. But I really have nothing to do. Is your matter urgent? Private matter. Private matter. People say that it's best to deal with it as soon as possible. It's not something that can be delayed. The phone channel is not safe. Let's talk in person. Choose a location. Are you alone? Alone. If the location is? Do you remember the restaurant? I understand. Carl hung up the phone and looked at Andy. Can you give me a ride when you are free? Have you received a job? Carl? After all, they were once mercenaries. Looking at Carl's appearance, Andy knew that he had received a job. Sigh. I can't even take a day off. This city is too unstable. Now I understand why so many people want to leave this city. But this is Night City. Yeah. Night City. Forget it. Carl no longer cares about his missing days off. He was just bored anyway. The human heart appears on the 21st day, starts beating on the 30th day, and never stops until death. Since my heart is still beating now, I should move more. That's in line with my impression of you, Carl. Andy smiled. Mr. Johnson and everyone in the police station who has seen you say that you are like the sun. Now listening to your words, it feels more like burning until it burns out. Emitting light. It's really dazzling. Then I just hope that I can burn for a while longer. Although I'm not afraid. I still don't want to die early. Listening to Carl complaining words, Andy didn't mind opening his Skyhera law enforcer. Carl opened the passenger door of the car and gestured to Carl. Sit down. Tell me where you're going. I try to get you there as soon as possible. Downtown. I connect the car system with the exact location. Carl closed the car door. Snap. Whoosh. Carl opened the car door. Thanks on the way, Andy. And say hello to Mr. Johnson for me when we get back to the police station. Standing at the door of a Spanish restaurant in the city center, Carl waved to Andy, who had brought him here and was sitting in the car. Drive slowly. Be careful. You shouldn't say that to an NCPD officer, especially one from Santo Domingo. After Andy pressed the button inside the car to close the door, he stepped on the accelerator, and with a roar, the law enforcer quickly disappeared in the traffic in the city center. Damn Santo Domingo driver. Carl looked at the car that disappeared in a blink of an eye and said something he had complained about before. Mr. Johnson. Oliver. Andy. None of these Santo Domingo people drove in a proper and leisurely manner. Their speed and skills really made people wonder if Santo Domingo people were born to drive a car on a mountain road. Everyone is proficient in driving a car just by touching the steering wheel. Right? Carl looked at the traffic again, and after making sure that he could not see the law enforcer, he turned around and looked at the Spanish restaurant. In the past, when Carl and Blanca were eating here, they were attacked by former ACPA trainees. In the attack, this Spanish restaurant opened by a young couple collapsed in many places. But after a few months, it has long been restored to its original appearance. And the layout is more comfortable than before. And the location is much more spacious. Carl and his teammates would come to this restaurant to eat occasionally when they were doing tasks in the city center. Every time, they would bring a portion back to T-Bug, who was staying at home. They were also familiar with the boss and his wife. So he naturally walked into the restaurant, opened the door and walked in. Maybe it was because most of the office dogs were working overtime at this time. There were not many customers in the store, except for Blanca, who was sitting in a corner, and Carl, who just came in. The other people in the store were the boss and his wife. Carl, you are here. Blanca seemed to have just arrived not long ago. There was no food in front of her, and even the pure water was just served. Yes, I am here. After nodding, Carl asked the boss for an order. I just follow the usual order. Potato omelette, cream of mushroom soup, and free white bread. Right? Yes. Fill your stomach first, and order whatever you want later. This is the good thing about regular customers coming to a familiar store. They know what they want to eat in one sentence. Carl sat down opposite Blanca. So, what's going on today? The follow-up to yesterday's incident. The follow-up. Carl thought about what happened yesterday. Did the dead guy leave anything behind? It can't be a loyal subordinate. That's too funny? It's not about that person. But some things that are involved because of that person. Blanca took a sip of pure water and said, people in the company are getting more and more interested in you now. They are getting more and more interested in me. Could it be that the research department that uses former trainees to collect data? What are they going to do to me? If they are going to do something to me, then Carl is ready to go to the door tonight to deal with it. He also believes that Blanca has prepared the information of those people. Blanca looked at Carl's expression and guessed what Carl was thinking at a glance. After all, they were friends. And Blanca had seen Carl doing things so many times. So how could she not guess what Carl was thinking? However, this matter was not what Carl thought. So in order to avoid the suffering of the research department staff, who were almost completely taken in by him, Blanca quickly explained, it's not like that. It's not the research department staff, but the higher-ups in the company. They were impressed by your handling of the previous incident and thought you did a great job. They wanted to contact you to see if they could delegate you. I got the relevant news, so I wanted to inform you in advance. Inform me in advance. Carl thought of what Blanca said when she asked him to come. Private matters? Oh, private matters. Right. Generally, private matters refer to personal matters. So Carl subconsciously thought it was Blanca private matters. But he didn't expect that she was referring to private matters that needed to be disclosed in secret, even if they were talking in the same language. It was difficult to understand the context and meaning translation. But because he found out something about himself, he called himself out and told himself, you are also free. After Carl said something that made Blanca stunned, he smiled and said to Blanca, thank you for bothering me. It's really good to have you here. It feels good to have a friend in the company tell me about something that involves me and may affect me. Chapter 387 Propaganda. Blanca had informed Carl in advance that military technology would find Carl. And it happened faster than expected. To be more precise, not long after Carl sat down at the Wild Wolf bar in the evening and was about to eat some French fries, a customer wearing a windbreaker and looking quite ordinary sat next to Carl and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. KK. I'm Smith. Hearing this standard American name, Carl guessed that this was not a real name. But this did not prevent him from looking at the person who called himself Smith. The person wearing a windbreaker, who sat next to Carl and introduced himself, was about 30 years old, male, and extremely ordinary in appearance, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and standard Caucasian appearance. He was the kind of person who could be ignored if he took a quick look at him on the street. For this person, after Carl looked at his face for a few seconds, he realized that this was also a disguise. He may have installed a prosthetic body similar to the behavioral feature synchronization faceplate, which is not inconsistent. In fact, this face looks very real. But Carl, as a person who has used the behavioral feature synchronization faceplate, has a feeling that this is not his real appearance. After looking at him for a few times, Carl responded to his self-introduction, Smith. I don't think I know anyone with this name. We will get familiar with each other soon. Said this, Smith took the initiative to reveal his identity in the words, military technology has a job that you and your team want to complete, and I will communicate with you as a representative. He said that he was sent by military technology at the beginning, which was very honest. But the people from military technology came unexpectedly fast. It was consistent with what Blanca said, that someone from military technology wanted him to do the work. And it was indeed easier to get things done with someone inside. After thinking about it, Carl remained calm on the surface, but expressed doubts. Military technology. The people from military technology wore ordinary windbreakers, sat next to me in the bar, and talked about business with me casually. This doesn't sound very reliable. As he said, Carl looked Smith up and down. I didn't see any of the iconic suits of corporate dogs on you. If everyone wears a suit to work, then no one will deal with the dark side hidden under the bright and beautiful appearance. Why do I feel that those guys who wear suits and dress up like people are doing things that are dark enough under their so-called bright and beautiful appearance? Carl didn't mean to delve into this topic. He just looked at Smith and raised his eyebrows slightly. And the meaning was very clear. Since you are a military technology person, you have to show it and prove your identity. I know that you have cooperated with Ms. Blanca, The director of our company. I could have relied on Ms. Blanca to introduce you. But I came here on behalf of the company. So I naturally brought my own proof method. Smith brought a briefcase with him. And now he placed the briefcase in front of the sofa in the corner where Carl and he were sitting. Click. He opened the briefcase. And what appeared from it was euros. Here is 400,000 euros in cash. A deposit. The briefcase that Smith brought with him was not a flat briefcase. So through the gap, Carl could roughly judge its thickness. If only judging from the thickness and size. If the money in this briefcase is real, it is indeed about 400,000 euros. Smith was asked to prove his identity, but he directly put out the cash. What does this mean? You can take this batch of cash for verification first. After confirming the authenticity of this batch of cash, I think you will not have much doubt about my identity. If this money is really real, then there is no need to question it at all. 400,000? And this is just a deposit. Mercenaries don't care about complicated things. As long as the money is paid, the identity verification is passed. In other words, as long as the financial resources are sufficient, the employer can claim to be from any company. After all, whether the employer reveals his identity is a voluntary act in the employment process. Do you mind if I take this money to verify it? Please. Smith sat in his seat and watched Carl close the suitcase, pick up the suitcase and leave, and then come back after a while. Carl went to the street to find an online banking device, verified the money in the box a little, and then confirmed that there were indeed 400,000 in it. And it was all real money. It's real money. As a deposit, it's definitely more than enough. Carl said so, but expressed his doubts. But now I don't understand why you want to reveal your identity. You hired me and my team on behalf of the company. You should know our approximate price. You don't need to actively reveal your identity to us for this money. It's really hard for me to understand the behavior of revealing your identity to contact us and handing over cash like this. With this money, what does it mean to reveal your identity instead of handing it over to a middleman to transfer the task and hide your identity? Because it's cash. We have to meet on the spot. In response to Carl's doubts, Smith, who is a wealthy employer at this moment, said, some things can only be done after sincerely revealing your identity and meeting on the spot with cash. Cash? Meeting on the spot is easier to do. Carl looked at Smith, who obviously hid his name and appearance, but wanted to reveal that he was a military technician and used cash. And he understood it. If there is any advantage of cash transactions over online payments, it is that cash transactions are difficult to track. Even for top hackers, it is difficult to track clues related to specific tasks if they only start from the transaction flow. In addition, Smith meeting method, which hides his identity and name, makes it almost impossible to find out who commissioned Carl's team to perform the task. But the most critical military technology identity has been revealed. Meaning, this is a commission that can only be found to be military technology. But no specific personnel can be found. No one can be held accountable. And no one can be found. You have to show your name when doing things. But you can't let others know who did it. Tell me about the task. After Carl understood Smith's idea, communication became much easier. By the way, let's discuss how much the full payment is. As expected of you, the boss of the top mercenary team in the city. You understand it very quickly, KK. Smith's ordinary face showed a smile. And then he said the commission. The content of the commission was extremely simple, but it was enough to be earth-shattering. We would like to ask you and your team to go to Southern California and get a document related to presidential campaign propaganda for our company from there. Chapter 388, Going to Southern California. Presidential campaign documents. I would never have thought that I would be able to do this kind of work now. Driving the modified Hera on the Badlands. Oliver in the driver's seat complained while driving, for me in the past. The new president of the United States was only a big shot I had seen in rumors and live videos. Just like the clouds in the sky. And had nothing to do with us on the ground. So today we have this opportunity. Jack and the co-pilot looked at the rolling sand outside Hera and talked about a more critical issue. Can Hera really take us to the destination? Is it possible to temporarily transform it into a Badlands? In my opinion, we should actually drive an armored vehicle out. Or a hovercraft will do. Jack, don't think about your armored vehicle. Do you want to be targeted before you even get there because you attract too much attention? The place we are going to is not a mess like Night City, where there are a lot of things, and it won't be too attractive as long as there is no big event. It is nominally the territory of the new America. V said, and at the same time patted Hera's cushion. And don't worry about Hera's problems. Are you still not confident about my transformation? My previous Viper could run in the Badlands. Not to mention, it's the Hera that uses better parts and a better engine. I know the route to Southern California. Just follow my instructions, and I take you there. As for the route, I know it too, Carl said. Northern California is Southern California. Night City is Northern California. Our destination is Southern California. Just keep driving south. Those who don't drive should stop talking. Oliver was a little speechless in the front seat. According to what you said, we can drive all the way from the North Pole to the South Pole. You really don't know the situation in Northern California and Southern California at all. What's the difference? Carl really didn't understand. I remember that Night City is an independent city-state belonging to Northern California. It is also a part of California in terms of geographical division. Is there anything special about Southern California? You know the Unification War. Of course. Carl knew something about the war that took place in 2069 and 2070. And Oliver also explained it, in short. During the Unification War, when the new American Army set foot on California soil, some areas and cities in Southern California were directly under the jurisdiction of the federal government. At the same time, the city-states in Northern California were unwilling to bow to the new America. Under the current mayor of Night City, at the request of Lucius Lane, who was still a congressman at the time, Arasaka Corporation intervened in the Unification War and ensured the independence of Night City. The independence of Night City actually divided Northern California and Southern California into two spheres of influence, each controlled by multiple forces. Now, we are about to step into a territory that nominally belongs entirely to the new United States. The forces there, on the scene, will only be military technology and the new United States. So the actions will be very different from those in Night City. In short, Southern California is the territory of the new United States and military technology. When you act there, they are the official forces. So you have to live under their watch? Carl probably understood what Oliver meant. Oliver was reminding him that in Night City, because of the existence of multiple forces, they, a group of mercenaries who survived in the cracks, could accept commissions from various companies that will act in various identities. But in Southern California, which is completely different from Northern California, they have to be controlled. At least on the scene. They have to obey the control of military technology and New America over the land of Southern California. Then it seems that the mission is not easy to do. Carl thought of their mission this time. They were going to a place in Southern California to get documents related to the presidential campaign propaganda. And the people who commissioned them were from military technology. Everyone knows that military technology and New America are almost in the same boat. The current president of the new United States is the CEO of the previous military technology. But in this situation of wearing the same boat, the people who claimed to be military technology hid their identities and faces and entrusted Carl and other third parties to obtain the presidential campaign documents. Everyone knows that who will win the presidential election in New America in the end is still decided by military technology, which supports them behind the scenes. But even so, they were still asked to obtain these documents, which means we are involved in the internal struggle of military technology, or we are involved in the dispute between New America, a semi-puppet, and military technology. It depends on the situation. T came from the communication. Bug's voice. It's almost time for the presidential election. If someone gets hold of the presidential propaganda document at this time, it will definitely leave an impression of unreliability and incompetence inside, even if it may affect the election. It is not impossible. After all, even the words are known, so it is easy to deal with it. However, the client has given too little information. We may not know which presidential candidate's campaign propaganda document we have until we arrive at the place. It's not that the client gave little information. It's that they just don't want to give information. Jack understood, whether it's the current new U.S. President Rosalind Miles or her possible internal opponents. Are they innocent? Especially in this kind of issue involving power and status. No matter which party commissioned us, they certainly don't want us mercenaries to know too much inside information. However, this is not without benefits. At least they showed their intention to conceal, which reduced the risk of us being silenced. The less you know, the safer it is, Carl murmured. As a mercenary, it is true that some jobs must be turned a blind eye. Mercenaries, who know how to not delve into secrets, are good mercenaries. But I think we asked for less now. Carl regretted a little. The deposit was 400,000. But we only asked for the full amount of 2 million. As a result, it was such a troublesome job. I didn't negotiate the deal well this time. It's just an occasional mistake. Don't worry about it. Just think of it as a good commission reputation in the military technology field. Jack said indifferently, believe it or not. If we do a good job in this mission, there will definitely be a lot of people lining up to commission us. I'm afraid that by then, there will be no room for so many people in the next life. Oliver also smiled and said, indicating that Carl didn't need to care so much about the price. It was V who said something inappropriate at this time. I actually think 2 million is already a lot. You are just hurt by the small commissions you do alone in your spare time. After Carl said helplessly, his mobile phone received an external message. Take a look. Welcome to the land that truly belongs to the new United States. Mr. Carl. Looking at the words of this strange message, Carl looked outside and saw the regional division sign on the edge of the road outside the window. I was locked in my car just after arriving in the Badlands. If it wasn't for their sophisticated hacker tracking skills. Then, Carl looked through the glass at the blue sky that couldn't be seen in Night City. Satellite monitoring? Chapter 389 Los Angeles. Welcome to Los Angeles. Everyone from the KK team. In a deserted town in the Badlands near Los Angeles, the largest city in Southern California, Carl saw the contact who had sent a message to welcome them. It's not so much a contact. According to the commission, this person is only responsible for giving them some information needed for the mission. And then he will leave. The whole mission process, including how to get the documents and how to bring them, is the responsibility of the KK team. Very well disguised. Carl carefully looked at the contact who greeted them, and had to admit that this person's appearance was very deceptive. Judging from the appearance alone, the contact is a man, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a gray, dusty hat, and under the hat is a messy blonde hair. He is so thin that he can hardly support the clothes on his body. The freckles on his face and the childish face make people think that he is just an ordinary Badlands teenager. This appearance that is both young and Badlands featured is indeed not easy to attract others' attention. As a disguise, it is really perfect. The blonde boy did not respond to Carl's compliment on his disguise, as if it was a matter of course. After observing the surroundings and confirming that there were no other shadows approaching in the bad land outside the abandoned town, he handed over something. Carl had just taken it, and had not had time to say anything when he saw the contact person turn around. Then, everything is left to you. I hope you will not live up to the reputation of the team. After leaving such a word of advice, he put down his hat and hurried away. Not long after, the sound of a motorcycle engine came from the abandoned town. When Carl and his friends saw the contact person again, he had already driven an inconspicuous vehicle into the wilderness of the bad land. That motorcycle is a model I have never seen before. But from the general structure, it can be seen that the parts of 4 famous and durable motorcycles should be assembled from abandoned motorcycles. And the specific source cannot be traced. V watched the motorcycle going away, and explained to his companions with his own experience as a former wanderer, not only the identity, but also the vehicle was carefully selected. This person should have received professional training, at least in disguise. He is already a qualified wanderer, agent, or spy. Oliver rubbed the small mustache on his chin and guessed, I have heard of the new American Joint Intelligence Bureau. It is a department that leads the internal intelligence of the new United States and has both information collection and law enforcement functions. They specialize in launching operations and investigations on specific things, and lurk everywhere. Could it be that we ran into it today? Whether it is or not, it should not be something that the client wants us to investigate in depth. Carl observed the things handed over by the contact person, and found that it was a notebook wrapped in tattered rags. Pulling aside the rag that could be easily torn apart with a little force, Carl opened the slightly old and yellowed book, and found that it was full of various information. Carl took a quick look and found that it was information about the current situation in Los Angeles. After the United States of America split, and each city-state became independent, Los Angeles, once the second largest city in the United States and the largest city in the West, was out of the control of the federal government, and a series of chaos followed. As the center of industry, commerce, international trade and other affairs of the City of Angels, Los Angeles was greatly affected by the division of the country. After the rise in prices and unemployment caused by the economic impact, the streets fell into chaos of commodity looting and unemployment. The Los Angeles Police Department, the only one that could maintain order at the time, caused a series of dissatisfaction because of excessive law enforcement during the chaotic period, and thus led to the second Los Angeles riot against police officers. In that riot between citizens and police officers, a large number of robberies, attacks, arson and murders occurred in the riots, and the court was slow to make a ruling on the violent law enforcement officers in the chaos, which further led to the intensification of the chaos. Almost all the citizens of the city joined in the chaos and vented their dissatisfaction to everyone around them with their madness. Almost on the first day of the chaos, the number of deaths and injuries in this city with a population of millions exceeded the first Los Angeles riot in the past, reaching thousands of people. Compared with the first riot, there was still the National Guard and the Marines to stop it. This second riot, in which even the police were deeply involved, was no longer able to stop it. No one can tell the exact number of deaths during the Los Angeles riots, but it is well known that since that riot, Los Angeles has fallen from its throne as the largest and most populous city of angels in Western North America. The city gradually declined due to chaos and economic collapse, abandoned buildings, and a large population loss. At the same time, Night City in Northern California rose and replaced Los Angeles' former status, becoming the center of the western part of North America and the well-known glorious city that everyone is paying attention to. Los Angeles and Night City are like brothers, reflecting each other. Compared with the prosperous Night City, Los Angeles has not been able to return to 1/10 of its past prosperity until the end of the split and the acceptance of the intervention of the new United States to return to the Federation. Therefore, Los Angeles, which hurriedly wanted to return to its past status and swore allegiance to the new United States, hated the brother who took away its status. In the city, you can't say that you are from Night City, let alone that you are a resident of Night City. Otherwise you will often be hostile to the chaotic street people. They hate the people of Night City and envy the people of Night City who have not surrendered and are still enjoying the prosperity. Looking at the introduction of Los Angeles today on the page, Jack and Oliver, as locals of Night City, have twitched expressions. Envy the people of Night City who enjoy the prosperity? Jack muttered. That sounds too niche. Oliver looked strange. It's too outrageous that people envy Night City. That hellhole. Don't worry. There's more to come. Carl turned the page and found that there was nothing written on the second page. Just 2 simple lines. 7 bars in the city. The code is all match free, and you can use it to get information about the city from the bar owner. It seems that not only the local customs and people are available, but also the recommended places. Chapter 390. Welcome to Los Angeles. Welcome to Los Angeles. Guests from outside. I think I should say this, but you don't need me to say this to welcome you. In the narrow bar with old decoration and broken metal chairs everywhere, the bar owner at the plastic bar stared at the new guests who walked in from the door. There was no special expression on the middle-aged face full of scars. Just calmly entertaining. Tell me, what do you want to eat and drink? Several guests who walked in looked at him. One of them was a young man with blonde hair and a small mustache and asked curiously, Boss, how do you know we are outsiders? Although your bar is indeed outside the city. But a new customer can't be an outsider. Can you remember all the people in the city? I can't afford an artificial eye with that function. The boss, who had no trace of artificial modification on his body, answered the blonde young man's curiosity. It's just that outsiders, like you, can be seen at a glance. You can see it at a glance. The blonde young man looked at his clothes. It's a very ordinary windbreaker. Hee hee. Sit down. Customer. If you order something good, I don't mind chatting with you and telling you why. If you want to get information from me, you have to spend money first. Okay. Anyway, we are just here to eat. The blonde young man didn't mind sitting down on the half-broken metal chair and moved his butt on the half-moon-shaped base disc to ensure that half of his butt would not be exposed in the gap, and asked, What's delicious here? Boss, you know we are outsiders. You can't expect us to know what's on your menu. I don't have anything delicious here. Only what can be eaten. The middle-aged scarred boss face showed a weird smile that twisted the scar, and the prices are very expensive. Everything is a rip-off. Black shop. The blonde young man looked sideways and found that the other 3 who came into the bar with him, after the companion sat down, they looked at the black-haired youth who seemed to be the youngest among them. After the other nodded, he turned his head back and said, "But we just happen to have this money to waste." The bar owner noticed the action of the blonde youth. He looked at the youngest black-haired youth with a subtle look, then turned his head back to look at the blonde youth who seemed to be naturally familiar with him. "If you want me to recommend, there is synthetic beef that I just snatched from the protein farm this morning. It costs 45 euros for 500 grams. I can use the microwave to make grilled steak for you. No bargaining. 45 euros for 500 grams? Hearing this price, the blonde youth couldn't help but smack his lips. In his memory, in the city where he came from, even the steaks carefully made by the restaurant were only about 20 euros. Although those restaurants did not have particularly exquisite cooking skills, they just threw the bloody raw materials, he did not know what they were, into the pan at random, and fried them with synthetic butter at random. But compared with the steak that the boss claimed to have snatched from the protein farm, and was only baked in a microwave and cost 45 euros, the former was obviously much more serious. The blonde youth's eyes shifted. This time he was no longer just staring at the youngest black-haired youth, but turned to the other two companions, a young man with a short haircut and a sturdy man. The blonde youth looked for their opinions. "I want one." The short-haired youth thought about it and decided on one first, and the sturdy man next to him also asked for one. The blonde youth looked at the black-haired youth, who shook his head. So the blonde young man turned back. "Give me 3 grilled steaks, boss. 3 is a total of 135 euros. The scarred boss calculated the price and stared at the blonde young man. "Pay first." "Okay." The blonde young man glanced around. "Then how should I pay? I see that you don't have any equipment that can scan and transfer euros. Do you want to transfer online and go through the receiver transaction? Cash?" "Huh?" "Here. I only accept cash. In this era, accepting cash is fine, although it is a niche. Cash is indeed in circulation." The blonde young man reached into his windbreaker pocket. In order to prevent special circumstances, he has the habit of carrying cash with him. This precautionary measure was originally just to avoid the flow of water traced by some special transactions. Unexpectedly, it was actually used one day. 135 euros. The blonde youth counted the money and handed it over. He looked at the boss, who was about to turn around to get something. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, boss, do you have anything to drink?" "I have everything to drink. It depends on whether you dare to drink it." He said something similar to what he said before. But this time the boss didn't say whether the food was delicious or not, but only asked if he dared to drink it. "Do you dare to drink it?" Hearing this, the blonde young man became curious. "How expensive is that?" "Each glass of wine here is only 5 euros. Starting at 300 milliliters. Only 5 euros? Looking at the boss, who had the same high price as the black shop a moment ago, and suddenly offered a huge discount on the wine the next moment. The blonde young man was a little confused. "What kind of wine is there here?" "There is only one kind of wine. It's called Angel's Dream." "Angel's Dream?" For some reason, the blonde young man remembered the description of this city in the past. In the past, Los Angeles was called the City of Angels. "What kind of wine is this?" "A blended wine? Gobi lizard mixed with fermented wheat wine to make biological wine. Before drinking, add 5 drops of captured mouse blood and some additives. You can drink it. Take a sip and I guarantee you will have an angelic dream." It doesn't sound like something that humans can drink. "Of course not, because I just made it up for you. A foreigner." The boss smiled. "It's just ordinary rum mixed with some special potions. It burns your throat when you drink it. It burns you to death, and you go to heaven to see angels. That's why it's called Angel's Dream. You can see angels after drinking it. Isn't it just like dreaming? What if I go to hell? We are already in hell now." Before the blonde young man understood what the boss said, the door of the bar was kicked open, and several figures walked in. At this moment, the blonde young man heard the boss' low voice. One said for one intelligence, "Look at them, and you will understand why I know you are from outside the area. Because our local youths all look like that, or something even weirder." Chapter 391 Welcoming Gunshots. Ghostly. Hearing this, Oliver, who came to the so-called 7 bar with his companions and served as a communication person, looked at the people who walked in from the door. And after seeing the gang clearly, the first thought that popped up in his mind was, "Vortex Gang?" It's no wonder Oliver thought so, because in Night City, 9 out of 10 people who would make such crude modifications to themselves as if they could die at any time, and even change their faces beyond recognition and install messy prosthetic eyes, are from the Vortex gang. But this is not Night City. This is Los Angeles, the city of angels that hates Night City people. So naturally it is impossible for them to exist in Night City. The Vortex gang, whose influence is only within a few blocks. These people, if you want to use more precise words to describe the first impression, should be Los Angeles Vortex gang. The Los Angeles Police Department was destroyed during the second Los Angeles riots. The only government forces that maintain order are the frontline troops sent by the New America. Oliver can't connect to the Night City NCPD database through the special program installed on the artificial eye to check the identities of these people. So he doesn't know how he should face these locals. Oliver didn't think it through. But the few people who came in had already noticed that they were obviously outsiders. The leader, who had 3 pairs of artificial eyes installed in the original eyes and cheekbones, immediately looked at Oliver, who was sitting in front of the boss. His 6 eyes scanned and observed Oliver from head to toe, focusing on the obvious prosthetic appearance of Oliver's artificial eyes and hands. After a while, he waved his hand, and the people who followed him sat down in various places in the bar, vaguely surrounding Oliver and others. And he sat in the seat next to Oliver, revealing half of his butt from the gap, as if he had gotten used to this shabby seat. This person with a high degree of nominal transformation looked at Oliver and uttered a voice that was adjusted by the mechanical parts of the throat tone, which sounded a little soft. Outside? Yes. Oliver turned sideways and tilted his seat at the same time. Any questions? No questions. Just a little curious. This person, who looked young, at most Oliver's age, said, I'm curious if you are from Night City. People in Los Angeles hate people in Night City very much, but they can't say they are from Night City. The information he saw in the Badlands flashed through Oliver's mind, and he asked with a puzzled look, is there anything special about people in Night City? Nothing special. But if they are guests from Night City, then we have to welcome them well. After all, we are brothers. City. The 6-eyed young man showed a smile that looked ferocious but kind. So, friend from outside? Are you from Night City? How could I be from a place like Night City? Oliver rolled his eyes. I heard that there are cyber psychopaths killing people on the streets all day long, or NCPD enforcing the law indiscriminately. And there are gangs called 6th Street Gang and Tiger Claw Gang fighting each other. If I were from that place, would I still be alive now? Hearing Oliver's denial, the 6-eyed young man's kind smile paused slightly, as if he was wearing a mask, and stopped on his face. So who are you? Friend? Badland Courier. Why? Do you have to ask about such things? Are you from Los Angeles? Do you have the habit of asking questions about everything? Of course not. The 6-eyed youth didn't care about Oliver's attitude, and still maintained the mask-like smile. It's just that it's rare to meet outsiders. As a local, I have to welcome them. He introduced himself. Just treat it as a casual introduction while drinking. I'm Gene Jian from the Gear Group. I don't know how to call my friend. Maybe we will need your help in running goods in the future. Gear Group? Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar word, Oliver was more concerned about the surname of the 6-eyed youth, Gene Jian. Are you Chinese? Korean. Gene Jian looked normal, but my grandfather's generation was American. Korean. After listening to the introduction and looking at the other person's expression, Oliver knew that he should also give his name. But he didn't mean to hide his name. His appearance has been modified, and his name is very common. So it doesn't matter if he gives it out. Oliver. From Buckle. Baker. Gene Jian had obviously heard of this tribe. Before Gene Jian could speak, Oliver continued, Oh, now you are with the Snake Bang. You should call yourself the Snake Bang. To get along outside, you naturally have to have a corresponding identity. People who are just running goods are naturally not very convincing. Before entering the city, the team members agreed to use the most familiar Bucker as a disguise identity. As a former member of the Bucker family, no one knows Bucker better than V. V is now connected to Oliver in the communication, waiting for Gene Jian to continue questioning. If they want to do things in this city, they have to establish some connections with the locals. If they can really reveal some insignificant and past intelligence to obtain the information they want, it would be great. Baker. I've heard about joining the Snake State, but I didn't expect you to come near Los Angeles. After comparing the information he knew in his mind, Gene Jian had a basic trust in the identities of Oliver and others. And the people of the Snake State were considered to be some background, and not easy to move. After all, it was heard that there was a company backing them. Just when Jean wanted to say something else, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside the bar. And the gunshot broke the somewhat silent conversation environment in the bar. And along with the gunshot, there was a series of gunshots and roars outside. Gear Group bastards. Get out. Let me fill your little round ass with a big steel cannon. Hearing this, the Gear Group members in the bar stood up almost at the same time. And without Jean saying anything, they rushed out of the bar one after another. And Jean also stood up. He reached out and patted Oliver's shoulder gently. Welcome to Los Angeles, Oliver friend. After saying this, he instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a half-broken rotating round chair where he was originally. Sion Weston. Oliver listened to the increasingly violent gunshots outside as the Gear Group rushed out, and looked at Carl. Carl was sitting by the window of the bar, looking out, and felt Oliver's gaze turn back and smiled at him. I think I like this city. The familiarity of this city is just right. No wonder it is said to be a brother city with Night City. This taste is so right. It's just made from the same mold. Exactly the same as when Carl first came to Night City. The first thing that welcomed him was always the gunshots. Chapter 392 Pebbles and Gears. The gangs in Los Angeles seemed to have a lot of martial virtue. Several people from Carl's team gathered at the window of the small bar and looked outside. Everyone was amazed. What Carl noticed was the weapons held by the group of people who called themselves the Gear Group. This group of Los Angeles gangs were not inferior to the Vortex gang in terms of transformation. Basically, everyone had a sophisticated weapon. The luxury level was comparable to that of the Tiger Claw gang. Ajax rifles. I remember that Mr. Johnson thought about buying one for a long time. These people are almost becoming common. It is worthy of being a place where the new American army is stationed. There is really no shortage of weapons. They are all military technology products. Carl's eyes swept over the prostheses and weapons of the crowd outside and continued, and the prostheses can be seen as not second-hand goods. After a little training, they can be directly thrown into the new American army as elite assault teams. Not only thrown into the military technology as elite assault teams. Ollie. V obviously knows the most about the new American army. Have you seen the actions and fighting methods of this group of guys called the Gear Group? They are the standard actions of the new American Army squad. Most of them are like me, and have been exposed to relevant training since childhood. If we really want to recruit them as soldiers, we just need to divide them into teams and explain the rules. So the new American Army is behind this Gear Group? V feels that this seems to be no problem. After all, it is the frontline power area of military technology in Arasaka. It seems natural to cultivate some of our own people. It's a very simple truth. Compared with the situation in Night City where there are many companies, the division of power is not clear, and there are many gangs. Los Angeles, a city managed by the new American Army, has only and can only be military technology in its upper echelons. People who can mix in this city are naturally supported by the new America. Then on the other side is... Jack looked at the people fighting with the Gear Group and found that they were a group of people with nearly twice the number of the Gear Group and almost twice the size of the Gear Group. There were not many prosthetics on their bodies. Only taut muscles and thick subcutaneous armor underneath. Animal gang? Stone gang. The owner of the bar had already grilled the steak in the microwave. He listened to the conversation of several people and said, "This is the appearance of another group of young people in this city." The appearance of another group of young people in the city. Oliver listened to this and thought of what the boss said before. The reason why he could tell that they were outsiders at a glance was a little unbelievable. You mean? The young people in this city. Don't they look like mechanical transformations? And then, they become another muscle appearance? This is Los Angeles. Uh-huh. The boss sneered. You have seen it. A city where all young people are involved in machinery and flesh. Here, among young people, there is no middle ground. The boss put the plate on the counter. This group of people whose brains are damaged by machinery and muscles. People can't tell. But I can see clearly that. Except for the guy with the buzz cut. None of you are wanderers. I don't care where you come from. But I advise you to leave early. This is not Night City. Nor any other place in the new America. This is Los Angeles. A stupid city with a population of less than 300,000. And all the young people are competing for muscle and machinery. Less than 300,000 people. Carl remembered the information about Los Angeles in the past. At its peak, Los Angeles had a population of more than 4 million. But now the population has been reduced to less than 1/10 of the past. And all the young people are competing for muscle and machinery. This is why. Carl turned around to ask, but didn't get an answer from the boss. He just knocked on the counter and pointed to the stake on it. The meaning is very clear. He gets 1 cent for 1 cent of information. The extra words just now are considered to be his rare kindness to say more. If you want to ask more, you can get something. Without any hesitation, Carl reported the code and the information. Versatile. Comfortable. Hearing the words from Carl's mouth, the boss was obviously stunned for a moment. And then his expression became more serious. I thought you were just curious customers passing by. But now it seems that you are really here for important things. He opened the wine cabinet behind him, took out a bottle of rum with the accompaniment of gunshots and roars outside, and poured himself. Okay. Although I don't know where you got the code. But I follow the rules here. As long as you can report this code, I will provide you with 5 pieces of information for free. I won't count the previous stake information. And I won't refund you. Do you want to take the previous question as the first piece of information? Of course. Perhaps this information can be obtained from other places. But the contact person specifically asked them to come to this bar. So the information this bar can provide must be the best. It is not a loss to obtain information here. At most, you can pay after the free times are gone. Although Carl doesn't eat. He believes that his friends will be happy to eat those strange foods. Probably. That's the first one. The boss took a sip of rum and said, the reason is simple. Because the young people in the city believe in a rule. Rule? When humans picked up the first stone, the gears of war began to roll. And there are the gears. The rolling gears. Stones. Gears. Carl understood, so they are called the Stone Gang and the Gear Group. But what does the rolling war have to do with them? This is the front line of the new United States. The boss drank the rum. Young people with or without ambitions, under the instigation and coercion of the country and the company, have to prepare for joining the army. And now Los Angeles, a useless city, is a proving ground. Only qualified young people can be selected and become glorious. Of national soldiers and company guards. Trial field. A city of 300,000 people is used as a trial field. Oliver made a rough calculation of the proportion of young people in the population of New America, which he didn't know whether it was true or not. Oliver felt his hair stand on end. 60,000 reserve trials? The largest gang in Night City, the Valentino Gang, has only about 6,000 people. The total number of all gangs in Night City is less than 20,000. If you count the informal gang members, there are only about 50,000 people at most. This is based on the population of 7 million in Night City, which means that there is only one gang member in 140 people. While Los Angeles, an abandoned city with a population of only 300,000, has 60,000 people. New America. This is to build a new barracks directly on Arasaka face. Military technology has a treaty with Arasaka. Weapons of mass destruction and troops cannot enter Night City and surrounding areas on the surface. But the distance between Los Angeles and Night City is not far. That is to say, if there is a conflict, the new American army will go to the front line as soon as possible, and can also raise 60,000 cannon fodder reserves to follow up. The new American army now only has 1 million troops. Chapter 393. Biltmore Millennium Hotel. In the territory of New America, which is even half a training ground, to obtain the campaign documents of presidential candidates. The more we understand this mission, the more we feel that we are sending ourselves to die. Look at the bright side, Oliver. At least we came to Los Angeles to see the scenery before we die. Listening to the chat between Oliver and Jack in the front of the car, Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, thought about the information he got from the bar owner in his mind. Carl asked a total of about 10 questions from beginning to end, and the price he paid was that all the members of the team who came to Los Angeles, except him, are now exhausted, and the general situation inside Los Angeles is also understood. Los Angeles is not a city, but it is better to say that it is a large military camp. Most of the people living in this city have entered the factory to work, and the rest of the people either open shops serving the army and gang members, or join the gang. There are not many places that can serve outsiders. If only luxury residences are counted, then there is only such a place in the whole city. Biltmore Millennium Hotel. This is a hotel that was built in 1922 and has a history of more than 100 years. In the prosperous days of Los Angeles in the past, it was known as the most photogenic hotel in the city. The background of countless Hollywood stories was chosen here. Even a former U.S. president, who was known for his love of laughter, had stayed here. At that time, this hotel was like a shining pearl in the city of angels, Los Angeles, emitting dazzling light. However, all this glory ended with the second Los Angeles riots and the subsequent division of the United States. During that large-scale riot, this historic hotel was requisitioned by the police and became the last bastion of government forces in the city to resist the riots. However, as time went on, the greedy senior police officers were still addicted to pleasure, and the lower-level police officers were dissatisfied with the increasingly difficult predicament and eventually joined the ranks of the riots. With the help of internal personnel, this hotel, which once enjoyed a century-old reputation, eventually failed to resist the impact of the rioting crowd and was breached. Then the crowd raged in it and completely destroyed the building. In the following days, the controller of the hotel kept changing. It was not until the pace of the unification war started by the new United States reached Los Angeles that the building was taken over by a knowledgeable military technology executive. While leading the gradual barracksization of Los Angeles, he did not forget to prepare places for himself and the leaders who would come to the front line for inspection. At that time, he fell in love with this hotel, which had a perfect structure even if it was destroyed. Under his authority, this abandoned hotel regained its vitality. With the continuous arrival of troops and the increasing importance of its location, this hotel became the base camp of military technology in Los Angeles. Every military technology personnel sent to Los Angeles would work in it. Today, the renovated and rebuilt Biltmore Millennium Hotel not only welcomes guests from all over the world, but also shoulders the mission of showing the strength of military technology to representatives of other companies. Among these guests, there are many diplomats from various countries. They come to visit this largest military training base recently established by the United States. Through the condescending artificial eyes, they overlook the struggle in the streets and observe the actual effectiveness of various weapon systems. Carl and his team are heading to the Biltmore Millennium Hotel now. The street melee did not last long before it ended. The personnel on both sides were quite familiar with each other. This daily battle lasted only 10 minutes before the support personnel on both sides arrived. During the confrontation, the personnel controlled by the leaders of both sides slowly left, and then the street returned to calm. In a mess of bullet shells and blood on the ground, the Sky Herald drove very steadily. According to the bar owner, this kind of battle will break out several times a day, distributed in various places in this city, and the personnel with outstanding performance will be selected to join the army of the new United States almost that night. From then on, they are no longer in the same class as their former companions and become the actual controllers of this city. Therefore, both the Gear Group and the Stone Gang are quite keen on fighting. But large-scale battles are not allowed because it may cause unnecessary personnel losses. Do you think they know that their battles are being used as some kind of test? It sounds like a weapon test. V asked this question. Of course they know. Not only do they know it very clearly. Just like accepting Arasaka transformation in Night City and exchanging high-risk experiments for the powerful Tiger Claw Gang. They actually know it because every company is doing this. It's just that Arasaka's scale in America is not as large as military technology. Maybe Arasaka also has some biological experiment sites in Japan. Carl said that he had seen this kind of thing of using human life as a testing tool before, and he had personally dealt with those testers. So it was nothing unusual. Don't they think there's anything wrong with this? They have to fight just because of the test? They don't think it's wrong, Carl said calmly, thinking of the group of ACE-PA pilots he had dealt with personally. Each of them was a tool cultivated by military technology since childhood. They will only see that the companions who kill the most and fastest, perform the best, and have the best adaptability of the prosthesis will become soldiers of the new United States and stand above them. Do you know why the testers are young people? Because young people who have not been educated and live in a special adjustment environment are quite easy to transform. And they still have enough life. But they don't know that in front of the killing. The so-called new American soldiers are just better tools. Oliver held the steering wheel. If the new American army was really so good, man, Brown and others would not have left that place and went to Night City. Even Night City is better than the new American army. Now I understand why they are jealous of people in Night City and Indias. Compared with Night City, this place is even more of a hellhole. How can we compare which place is worse? Jack smiled, took out a pair of sunglasses, and put them on himself. We've arrived at the hotel. It's really luxurious. Although it doesn't look as good as the Blue Mansion and the Sapphire Blue. It has its own unique features. Let's go and follow the identities that T-Bug has given us. Now we are the bodyguards accompanying the young master. I don't know if the reservation identity that T-Bug has arranged is reliable. Oliver said. She said she would use a satellite from a small company as a relay to contact us. But she hasn't contacted us until now. It's scary. Don't worry about T-Bug's ability. If I were asked to choose a hacker to trust in Night City, I would definitely choose T-Bug without hesitation, V said with a smile. Then put on sunglasses and looked at Carl. How's it going, young master? Are your clothes ready? Just now, they were fine. Wearing the suit he brought back from the Sapphire Blue party. Carl adjusted his collar. Then the transformation you mentioned can also start to show off. I have seen it all along the way. There is no surveillance. The surveillance footage left for the camera in the outer bar shows us driving out of Los Angeles. Except for the satellite of the employer in the sky. Which I don't know if it is still watching us. Everything has been insured. I hope you will be surprised. As Oliver said. A button similar to the one Carl had seen in Johnson's car popped up in the middle of the steering wheel. As Oliver took the picture, Carl felt that the shell of Hera began to change. The young master and his bodyguards couldn't drive a car of the grade of Sky Hera. When doing the Evil Earth transformation, V and the others thought of this and made arrangements in advance. Although it was just a shell. When Sky Hera appeared in the eyes of the reception staff of the Biltmore Millennium Hotel, it had become a modified car that could not be seen in its base shape no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 394 Gaius from Rome. Click. As the car door closed, a man got off the modified car that the reception staff had never seen before and looked quite special. He was a well-proportioned and strong man with a short haircut. Although he was wearing a dark suit, it was difficult to hide his strong physique. Just a glance after getting off the car made the two reception staff at the door feel a huge pressure. Even the reception staff, who had received countless guests, had never felt that look. It was completely different from the looks of other guests or bodyguards. The scrutiny revealed under the sunglasses seemed to regard them as fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Fortunately, the scrutiny that made the reception staff shudder did not last too long. After a simple look at them, the man with sunglasses and short haircut looked elsewhere, as if he was examining the surrounding environment for danger. After a simple look, he slightly turned sideways, leaned down, and nodded to the people in the car. As he nodded, the driver's seat was opened, and a blond young man with a mustache walked out. He did not wear sunglasses, and had a serious face. After getting off the car, he also glanced around, as if to confirm it again. As the blond young man got off the car, a strong man also walked out of the co-pilot seat. The strong man was also wearing a suit, but his suit looked like it could be torn by his tight muscles at any time. His steps were steady and powerful, and he seemed to be able to release amazing power at any time. Obviously, his height was not exaggerated, but he stood there, like a mountain, which made people feel heavy pressure. As these people who looked like bodyguards got off the car and continued to check again, the owner finally got off the car and appeared in front of the reception staff. He was a young man who looked quite young, about 20 years old, with black hair and a handsome face. He was wearing a well-tailored suit. Every inch of the fabric fit his body perfectly. His eyes were confident and calm, and he looked extraordinary. He got out of the car calmly and elegantly, and every move he made revealed his good upbringing and grace. In the eyes of the reception staff, he was a nobleman who could be recognized at a glance even if he was thrown into a crowd. An important person is coming. The two reception staff looked at each other quietly, and their postures also subconsciously straightened up. They were waiting for the guest, who was obviously an important person, to approach. Seeing that the receptionist was ready to greet them, V asked Carl in the communication, "How come you are so skilled?" "Carl? I almost thought you were the heir of a company just now. I thought you were just talking. But you really can do it? It's something you can learn by watching Mutuo once. Just imitate it. It's not difficult. I've told you that there will be no problem." Carl didn't think there was anything wrong. "Let's go. It's time to go in. You still remember your identities, and everything will be done according to T-Bug's plan. Wait a minute. I start Hera's automatic parking program first, so that it can stop more steadily." Listening to Oliver's words, Carl's body, which was about to move, paused slightly. "How much have you modified it?" It's adapted to the Badlands and deformed in appearance. And now even the program has been added? Minor changes. Just minor changes. Under Oliver connection. The modified car that didn't look like the Sky Harrow at all parked in the parking space. And then without saying anything, Jack took the lead and walked towards the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. Welcome to the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. I hope you will have a pleasant rest time here. The two receptionists bowed slightly, and then stretched out their arms on the left and right, politely guiding, please enter the hotel through the main entrance. Our hotel has installed automatic scanning equipment to ensure the best security for you. Jack glanced at them, and then looked at the more than 10 suited security guards in black suits waiting in the hotel. He didn't say anything, but was the first to stand at the door. As Jack stood, a scanning device popped out at the door, emitting a light blue light in the eyes of the security guards and reception staff, and began to scan Jack up and down. Jack's current face was adjusted with Arasaka face-changing chip, but no abnormality was detected in the equipment scan of the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. The scanning device emitted a green light after scanning Jack for 2 seconds. The weapons you carry are within the scope of the self-defense regulations of the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. A receptionist said so, and continued to bow. Welcome to the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. Yes. Jack just nodded slightly, and walked into the hotel under the watchful eyes of the security guards, who were obviously relaxed. There was no abnormality on his face with sunglasses, but he was already shouting in the communication channel, damn. It must be Arasaka product. As expected. For military technology. It must be Arasaka. It can't be scanned. It's great. I had thought of a reason to cover up my face if it was scanned. Without this ability to target military technology, Arasaka wouldn't be Arasaka. As Jack passed the scan, Oliver, who was walking in second, and Carl, who was walking in third, also passed the scan easily. However, when it was V's turn, the scan paused for a moment, and the security guard's eyes fell on the samurai's sword on V's waist. This weapon has exceeded the scope allowed by the hotel regulations. Please temporarily store the weapon at our front desk. We will return it intact when you leave. You can bring in a pistol, but not a samurai sword. There was a complaint in the channel, but V still maintained his serious bodyguard persona. Without saying much, he silently handed his cherished samurai sword to the security guard temporarily. Seeing V's cooperation, the security guard nodded and showed a hint of gratitude to V. He originally thought that this kind of bodyguard, who looked very cold and cold-blooded, would be quite difficult to talk to. But he didn't expect that he was quite sensible. After taking the samurai sword, the bodyguard identified the structure of the samurai sword through his artificial eye scan. Kendachi's thermal energy samurai sword is one of the best samurai swords on the market. Even a bodyguard uses this level of samurai sword. The person who came this time is not simple. After V handed in the samurai sword, they entered the lobby of the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. As they approached the front desk staff, who had stored the registered facial information in advance, recognized them and bowed to Carl and the others. Mainly Carl. Mr. Gaius, welcome to the Biltmore Millennium Hotel. On the information display screen of the front desk staff, the young man named Gaius was marked as coming from a powerful family with a long history in Rome, Italy. Chapter 395 Cress. Hello. Can you hear me? Carl. V. Jack. Oliver? I can hear you. Sitting on the sofa, in a suite covering more than 400 square meters, Carl looked up slightly at the night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and answered T-Bug, who was calling them on the communication. I can hear you clearly. T-Bug? Did you successfully get on the satellite? It took a lot of effort. How is it going on your side? I have successfully checked in according to the identity you arranged. Jack, half lying on the sofa by the window, stretched his waist. Sister, the Italian noble identity you arranged for Carl is quite useful. You didn't see the performance of the person at the front desk. I can only say that I have never seen anyone so humble in my life. It works. Right? I said you can trust me to do things. Bug's voice in the communication revealed a sense of pride. This is the identity I carefully selected and arranged. Except for the name. The entire identity is almost the same as that of a person with the same identity. So it's an identity, which means that there is a person with this identity. Oliver checked his pistol and was very interested in what T-Bug said. There really is an Italian nobleman. That's about it. But this identity can't last too long. Although the hotel will not conduct a detailed investigation on every guest. After all, No guest wants to be investigated thoroughly after staying in the hotel for one night. But over time, due to the existence of the real owner, it will be revealed to some extent. I will arrange for you to come. And the reason for your arrival, which will be accidentally known by the hotel later, is to secretly investigate the actual combat effect of military technology equipment for the family in order to prepare for the armed procurement of the private estate. You have about 3 days, and you must find out the residence of the presidential candidate and the location of the propaganda documents within these 3 days. Listening to T-Bug's words, V has a question. Can't you come in and help us lock the suite location? T-Bug, wouldn't it be faster to investigate this way? No. I don't have the architectural diagram of this hotel. And I don't know where the hotel management and monitoring are. If I try to access it rashly, it may alert the hackers in this hotel. And then it will be difficult to deal with. Hackers using military technology are all very troublesome. Will it cause some unnecessary alarm? Carl asked. It's okay if there's no need to make a scene. What I'm worried about is that the hacker will react too quickly and will immediately block the hotel for investigation. Your identities won't stand up to scrutiny. If you're exposed, it's hard to explain. Let's not talk about whether you can get rid of all the military technology personnel in the hotel and get out. Even if you leave the hotel, it's still the territory of the military technology. You can't get away with the Hera you're driving. There are almost 60,000 reservists outside. Jack clicked his tongue a few times. I'm afraid we'd be put on the bounty list as soon as we run out. By that time, it would really be a desperate situation. Oliver also nodded. It's okay in Night City, but in a military technology territory, where you're unfamiliar with the place, and the people you can meet are all military technology people, you really can't run away. Oliver is confident in his driving skills, but he doesn't have the confidence to escape in a car under the firepower of the whole city. That means you have to be careful. Carl nodded, and finally asked T-Bug a question. T-Bug, do the 3 days you mentioned start from tomorrow? It's 3 days from today. Then it's clear. Carl hesitated for a moment and made a decision. I just heard from the front desk that there is a bar on the first floor of this hotel, a gym on the second floor, a lounge on the third floor, and a restaurant on the fourth floor. You 3 will choose one person to be my bodyguard and go to the same floor with me, and the other 2 will go to other floors to collect intelligence. We will try to figure out the general situation of this hotel tomorrow, and then start to act from tomorrow night. The sooner the better. Is it okay for us to split up? Oliver was a little confused. The bodyguard left the young master to wander around? Don't just think of yourself as a bodyguard. Although T-Bug assigned you the identity of the bodyguard of the young master of Rome. But the people who can follow the young master from Rome to the new United States have a more useful name. Called Confidant. We are here to observe the actual combat situation of military technology weapons. So it is natural to let the Confidant help us. Carl raised his eyebrows slightly. You have work to do. The young master is here to enjoy life. So I will go to the restaurant. You all work hard, and I will reward you with some fries if you do a good job. Come on. The young master should go to the bar to pick up girls. Oliver smiled. Anyway, this is how it is. Right? Collect intelligence. Then find the right place to find a way to get in. Get the information and leave. I will try my best to help you plan the fastest route to evacuate the city. So be careful. T-Bug said in a deep voice. Maybe I should come to Los Angeles with you this time. Come on, girl. It's already crowded enough for the 4 of us to sit in Hera. And if you are added, Carl will complain again. He might hate riding in a 4-seater car again this time, Jack said with a smile, telling T-Bug not to worry. 5 people in the car is crowded? Of course. This is not the case. The reason why Jack and his team did not let T-Bug move with the car is actually very simple. There is no mobile hacking equipment in the car. Even if T-Bug comes with her, her hacking skills without equipment may not be as effective as her remote help. Moreover, T-Bug's personal combat ability, to put it nicely, has unlimited potential. To put it bluntly, if she does not rely on the hacking that takes a certain amount of time, she will find it difficult to deal with even the NCPD police on the street. That's right. Those NCPD police whose combat effectiveness is only slightly higher than that of scavengers and gang-free hooligans. Jack and his team really can't rest assured to let T-Bug, who has such combat effectiveness, join. It's not that they dislike T-Bug for being a drag, but if they let T-Bug, which doesn't have many combat prostheses installed, follow the car, And if it is hit by a stray bullet, Jack and his team may lose a friend. In battle, casualties caused by stray bullets are often not inferior to those caused by direct shooting. And in some areas, stray bullets are the mainstream. Then let's start the action in a moment. While Carl, as the captain, determined the method of action. In the suite on the upper floor of the hotel where Carl and his team were, an obese man just finished communicating with his subordinates. If this man appeared in the sight of the new American people, I'm afraid few people would not recognize him. The reason is simple. His name is Thomas Kress, and his cousin is named Elizabeth Kress, a new American president who was re-elected for 9 terms. Chapter 396 Suspicion. In the past, I always thought that the food in hotels would not be too strong because they had to cater to the public's taste. And the hotel meals I had eaten were generally the same. But now it seems that I was wrong. Sitting by the window in the restaurant on the 4th floor of the hotel, Carl admired the night view outside the window and said to Jack, who was following him, I forgot that the restaurants in the hotel are not all buffets. Some hotel restaurants can also order food. So are you satisfied with today's dinner? You didn't eat anything at the bar before. There was a glass of lemonade in front of Jack. He looked at the empty bowl in front of Carl and asked, Do you want another serving? I think this bowl of beef rice is too small. It's just enough to fill your stomach. It's quite normal to have Japanese standard beef rice in the military technology area. After all, even the vendor downstairs of the apartment where Carl and his friends live in Night City can make 18 kinds of dishes. It would be strange for a hotel that receives foreign guests from all over the world not to order foreign food. But don't expect it to taste authentic and delicious. Forget about another serving. The beef bowl has too much sauce, and it's too greasy. How about some pizza? I only saw the Hawaiian pizza that can make Italians furious. Are you sure that's what an Italian, should order? Okay. Jack thought for a moment and asked tentatively, Are you hungry? I've already filled my stomach, so I won't be hungry. If you really want to eat, there are other things you can order. But forget it. The food in this hotel tastes average. Carl sighed. The people in military technology are not British, so the food is not too extreme. But he originally thought that the food in this hotel would be delicious. He planned to come to the restaurant to enjoy it himself. But when he arrived, he found that the food here was not delicious, which made his expectations go down the drain. V and Oliver should be gathering intelligence now. Let's try to sit down, order some drinks, pretend to chat, and listen to what the guests around us are discussing. Eavesdropping on other people's conversations in a restaurant is indeed a common and widespread practice as a means of intelligence collection. However, due to its prevalence, the important information obtained in this way is often rare. In Carl's memory, there are indeed a few cases in history where key intelligence was accidentally heard during meals, which led to major events. But compared with the countless meals that are going on every moment in the world, the probability of accidentally hearing important information is very small. In contrast, the possibility of being struck by lightning may be even greater. Not to mention that there are very few guests dining around Carl and Jack now. And the probability is even smaller. Wait until I order a drink and then leave. Carl chose to sit down in the restaurant. On the one hand, because dinner time was approaching, he hoped to capture some useful information from other guests' chats. And on the other hand, he himself was indeed hungry. However, the reality was obviously not as he wished. It was not so easy to get valuable information from these casual conversations. Carl and Jack had been trying to listen to the conversations of the guests around them. But the guests around them were not big mouths. People who could enter this hotel still had basic vigilance. Carl and Jack listened to the conversations of the guests around them in low voices for a long time. At most, they heard some small comments about the restaurant food. The information contained in them was probably about the same as the beef content in the steak that Jack and his friends had eaten today. Okay, dinner is over. After ordering another after-meal drink and drinking it, Carl, who still didn't hear any valuable information, was ready to get up and leave. In general, there were not many people coming to the restaurant to eat even at mealtime. Carl suspected that most of the guests might choose to let the hotel waiter deliver the meal to the suite. Seeing that the mealtime was almost over, there was no point in staying any longer. Seeing Carl stand up, Jack, as a bodyguard, naturally stood up and followed him. When the two walked to the door of the restaurant, Carl noticed that the elevator for delivering food in the restaurant was opened, and a male waiter who seemed to have just delivered food walked out. With a quick glance, Carl noticed many things. The waiter was pushing a dining cart downstairs. There was still some soup left on the dining cart. Maybe it was accidentally tilted when carrying the food. Considering that the waiters in this hotel are generally professionally trained, such a mistake obviously requires carrying a large amount of food at one time, paying attention to the food on top so that it does not fall and ignoring the dripping of the soup below. The waiter's hands were not equipped with any prosthetics, which meant that such an accident was not impossible. The color of the few drops of soup on his wrist that soaked into his cuffs was also similar to the color of the soup on the dining car, which meant that it was indeed a trace left by carrying a large amount of food at one time. What information can be obtained from carrying a large amount of food at one time? In simple terms, 2 points can be analyzed. The food on the table was all for the guests in a suite, because if the table was for each guest, then the waiter only needed to move the food one by one, and there would be no trace of cuff drips that would only be left when the hands were at the bottom and held with both hands. The second point is that the guest in the suite must be familiar with the waiter, and may even be a guest who has lived there for a while. If a hotel waiter is not familiar with the guest, even if he needs to take a lot of food, he can't just move it quickly and finish it hastily. This behavior will give people a feeling of perfunctory or insufficient service attitude. But the waiter did so, which means that his action was tacitly approved by the guest, or that the guest asked him to do so. You just put all the things over there and leave quickly. Or, it's you. Put the things over there. No matter what the attitude is, the waiter and the guest must have more than one aspect of familiarity, because it is not witnessed by the eyes, and the cover of putting a large amount of food at one time, but can do a lot of things. Only after establishing basic familiarity can such things be done. Long-term residents. A lot of food will be eaten in the suite at one time, and the number of guests is unknown. Write it down first. After a glance, Carl walked out of the restaurant, included in the list of suspicions. Although there are still many details to be considered, it is enough to speculate on such things with just one suspicion. Carl is not handling the case. He does not talk about evidence. Only suspicion. Chapter 397 Return. Let's summarize the intelligence. At 11:55 p.m., Carl team returned to their suite and began to share the information they had collected from various places tonight. Let me tell you about my findings first. Carl spoke first. Describing his observations in the restaurant, I noticed that there is a guest who may be a long-term resident. The hotel waiter often delivers a lot of food to him. I suspect that he may be the target of our long-term stay in this hotel. When the food is delivered tomorrow morning, we can pay attention to which floor it is. As soon as Carl finished speaking, Oliver frowned. Carl, are you sure that a large number of meals are delivered? I'm not 100% sure, but it's okay to include him as a suspect. This is consistent with what I heard in a bar. Oliver continued, when I was drinking in the bar, I chatted with some people who also came to drink. Some people complained that the California wine in this hotel was always bought out at one time. They often saw the waiter carrying a lot of wine upstairs. Based on their complaints, I analyzed the time when these California wines were taken away, which was when the meal was served. So they complained that it happened every time. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Food with wine. Is it right to eat with wine? Jack thought and said, if there are not many people in the suite, then the tenant has a big appetite. That's a coincidence. V laughed beside him. I just heard a piece of news in the gym. I heard that there is a big fat man living in this hotel. Many people who have seen that man in the gym said that he is quite fat, but never exercises. He eats a lot, doesn't exercise, and rarely goes out. A big man. Isn't it all right? What do you think? Carl? Oliver looked at Carl. Do you want to make the waiter who delivered the meal our first target of investigation? We only have this clear route. Who else can we choose besides him? Carl spread his hands. Time is short, so we can only find one. As for whether it is that person, we will know when we go over and take a look. It's useless for us to guess so much here. It's convenient to work when things are clear. V said, we are really not suitable for this kind of work where we have no intelligence to investigate. Is there really a T? It's completely different with or without T-Bug. Without T-Bug, we are like headless flies, wandering around without knowing what we are wandering around for. I seem to hear someone talking about me, hoping that I can help. T-Bug's voice suddenly sounded in the channel, and her voice made several people in the suite smile with some surprise. T-Bug, you're here. Well, Carl, I have good news for you. T-Bug's voice revealed a sense of pride and joy. She said, I found the architectural structure diagram of this hotel when it was renovated. It took me a lot of effort. And I also helped you find out who the big shot living in this hotel is. You are worthy of it. T-Bug. Originally, I thought that my companion might not be able to help this time. But I didn't expect that she not only worked hard, but also brought such good news as soon as she came back. Oliver couldn't hide his excitement. It really can't be without you. Well, of course. I can't do nothing while you are busy and risking your lives. T-Bug didn't care too much about this kind of thing that deserves more praise. She quickly passed on the information she found this time. I have sent a copy of the structural diagram to each of you. But because this structural diagram was left when the hotel was just renovated, you can't believe it completely. You still have to pay attention to some points at that time. And then I found out that the big shot living in this hotel. Speaking of T-Bug paused for a moment, and then sent a picture. The person shown in the picture looked like a middle-aged male with an obese physique. This person should be our target. His name is Thomas Kress. He is a rising star in the new American political arena, who is rumored to be able to challenge the current president Rosalind Myers. He is also the presidential candidate recommended by those new American insiders, who are dissatisfied with Rosalind Myers. I should have thought of him earlier. Apart from him, who else is qualified to be compared with Rosalind Myers as a presidential candidate? Is this person special? Carl, who didn't know much about New America, asked. He is the cousin of Elizabeth Kress, the former president of the New America, who was re-elected for 9 terms. I see. My cousin is the former president. Right. No wonder he can be considered a rising star in the political arena and a hot presidential candidate. His cousin is the president, and he himself is running for president. Carl's impression is that the former U.S. President Roosevelt was like this. Carl looked at Thomas Kress on the sign. Fat body. We've matched. Presidential candidate. We've matched again. It seems that the target should be correct. However, when Carl realized that the target was Thomas Kress, he realized one thing. Someone inside military technology commissioned their team to obtain the presidential candidate campaign materials, but did not tell them who the target was. They were asked to check it themselves. As a result, they found out that it was the campaign enemy of Rosalind Myers, the current president of the new United States. Does that mean that the military technology personnel who commissioned them this time are Rosalind Myers' people? I originally thought that it was an insider of military technology who was dissatisfied with the current president. But it turned out that it was someone inside military technology who was loyal to the current new president of the United States? But it is not certain. Maybe it is a third faction inside that wants to provoke a fight between the two sides, so as to take the opportunity to take the position. This is not impossible. However, no matter which side the person who commissioned Carl's team is from, it will be easy to work after the target is confirmed. Well, everyone, let's start tomorrow morning after we confirm the delivery floor that the waiter is heading to. The progress is unexpectedly smooth. Maybe this is what is called lucky being struck by lightning. Do you need a nickname? Carl? V asked Carl. Are you still doing this kind of fancy stuff? You've seen a lot of spy movies, Carl complained. But think about it. It's rare to take action against a big figure like a presidential candidate. And it's also a big job for their team. So, let's call it Return to the White House. What does this nickname mean? The residence of the presidential candidate. If he becomes president, the only place he can think of living is the White House. Chapter 398 Night is coming. Do you want to prepare the same amount today? As always, that person has a really good appetite. With emotion, the kitchen assistant assisted the waiter to put a pile of food on the dining cart. Hurry up. If you go too late, that person might scold you again. A guy who just relies on his cousin. Be careful what you say. If you are heard, you know what will happen. Putting the food neatly. The kitchen assistant waved his hand. Don't say anything. Go and deliver it. Anyway, you just have to endure it for a few more days. And when another hotel is coordinated to check in, he will leave Los Angeles. I shouldn't have delivered this meal at that time. After delivering it once, everyone asked me to deliver it by name. I was too cautious. Although he complained, the waiter did not delay in action. After confirming that the food was safely placed, he quickly pushed the dining cart out of the kitchen. On the dining cart were neatly placed 4 roast chickens, 2 kilograms of butter bread, 4 jars of jam and 2 fried eggs, as well as 40 slices of bacon, 2 sausages, and 4 large plates of raspberries and other fruits. For an ordinary new American family, these foods are almost enough for the whole day. However, for the big man living upstairs, this is just his breakfast share. What's worse, these foods are not enough to meet his high requirements for food. He needs to pair them with California wine sit downstairs to barely meet his expectations for breakfast. What a good eater. That presidential candidate. When the waiter pushed the cart out of the kitchen, he didn't realize that he was being stared at as soon as he appeared in the restaurant, and that the sight moved with his movement. Oliver's eyes moved slightly to ensure that the waiter was always within his sight. At the same time, he continued to complain about the presidential candidate's appetite in the communicator. This guy's stomach is simply a bottomless pit. One breakfast is more than I eat in a week. You are exaggerating. You must eat more than this in a week. Carl glanced at the waiter who was pushing the dining cart, and said in the communication while drinking coffee, "But I just hacked into the kitchen camera and saw that the meat, fruit and eggs are all real. If you only count the price, his breakfast may indeed be comparable to your weekly food expenses, or even a month. Think about what we ate when we first entered Los Angeles. It was really tight at the bottom and tight at the top." Jack, who was sitting next to Oliver, did not glance at the waiter. He just asked in the communication, "Can the identity be confirmed? The person who delivered the meal by this waiter is the presidential candidate named Thomas. When I hacked into the kitchen monitoring system, I heard a sentence in the conversation between the kitchen helper and the waiter. A guy who just relies on his cousin. A big shot who relies on his cousin and lives in this hotel should be the presidential candidate. Unless it is really such a coincidence that there are two people in this hotel who rely on their cousins and are in high positions, and they are both big eaters. But whether it is really such a coincidence, we have to take action." Oliver watched the waiter push the dining cart onto the dining elevator, and watched the floor jump as the elevator door closed, and asked Carl, "Do you want to act now?" "Carl? No hurry." Carl drank his coffee slowly. The presidential candidate has been staying in the room and not coming out. Obviously, he is on guard against something. If we rush in now, we may alarm him. If he pulls out his gun in response to the stress, I can't expect me not to shoot him in the head first. We are here to find something, not to help our client assassinate the presidential candidate. That is another price. The money given by the client is only enough for us to help get the things back. But he has been staying in the room and not coming out. If we enter the room, we will definitely alarm him. Right? Oliver watched the elevator rise. "Carl, do you want to? Is there any way to get him out so we can go in and search for things?" "I don't have any way," Carl said honestly. "The presidential candidate is obviously on guard. What can I do? I can't set a fire to smoke him out. This is not catching rabbits. And I have no doubt that even if we want to set a fire to smoke the presidential candidate out, he will definitely take the document with him before leaving the room. It will be even more difficult to do it outside with so many people and eyes. If something is lost and a search is carried out, we will all be exposed. Then, there is no way to get him out. But I have a way to go in and search for things." Carl's words confused several of his companions. Jack asked, "If someone is in the room, should we search for things in front of him?" "Yes." Carl felt that his friends had been confused. He must be sleeping in the room. "Right. We can just go in and get things when he is asleep. He can't be like Superman, taking medicine all day long without sleeping. Those company dogs will die of overwork after taking medicine like this. Stealing things while others are sleeping." Oliver was a little skeptical. This was too standard. Is it reliable to do the thief's behavior that has existed since the origin of mankind? It's okay. At worst, we can manually help him sleep when he wakes up. Carl finished the coffee in the cup without caring. Just make sure that the biological monitoring signal does not identify coma. Anyway, we will escape when we get the things. When he wakes up, we will all be out of Los Angeles and in the bad land. It's free as long as we can. So now? As Oliver was asking, he saw V walking slowly towards him. "Carl, I have installed a hidden camera on the dining car as you said." "Good job." Carl nodded. "With the camera, the identity can be completely confirmed. In terms of speed, you who are far away should be the one to do it. Installing a hidden camera at a moment when the personnel are not aware of it. This kind of thing can be done by all members of the team. But V is the safest. As long as the identity can be confirmed. Then we just need to wait for the night to come," Carl said, turning to Oliver. "Now, go buy me another cup of milk coffee." "Bodyguard, I want another cup." So you have arranged everything. Oliver scratched his hair. Okay, young master. Then I will buy you another cup. After a leisurely rest time, night came. Chapter 399 Infiltration. As night fell, the distinguished presidential candidate Thomas Kress finished a day of online meetings. And he laid down on the soft bed and closed his eyes. Today dinner was Oriental food, which suited his taste very well, especially the squirrel fish. He ordered 8 in one go, and ate them all with his favorite California wine and white bread. After the meal and the meeting, the high blood sugar caused by the sumptuous dinner made him feel sleepy. So he laid down on the bed early. As a political rising star carefully cultivated by the Kress family, although he was regarded as a person who relied on the reputation of his cousin Elizabeth Kress in the political arena and discussions everywhere, he himself had an unknown side. He not only inherited the political wisdom of his family, but also showed a deep understanding of policies and strategies. In public, he was always able to win people's hearts with his friendly fat appearance and conversation. Behind the scenes, he also had his own unique insights on the formulation and implementation of policies. Although the outside world had mixed opinions about him, his political ambitions and efforts could not be ignored. In the military technology and the new United States, there were countless people loyal to him, who praised him to the level that he could be compared with the current new U.S. President Rosalind Miles. However, even the most ambitious political star needs sleep. In this era where a good night's sleep is regarded as a privilege, Thomas Kress naturally would not give up the opportunity to give his brain and body a full rest. He did not remove part of his brain organs in order to be able to work at any time, like some grassroots military technology employees. And even the prosthetic transformation of his body was extremely limited, almost limited to basic prosthetics, so that it was almost negligible in the eyes of outsiders. This choice made him popular among some senior staff, who despised highly prosthetic transformation. They believed that this showed his respect for natural human nature and his adherence to traditional values. However, this also meant that he had to face various things with an almost ordinary mortal body. Amid a slight snoring, the outline of a door appeared on the wall next to Thomas Kress's bed. And then the hidden door, that originally looked no different from the surrounding walls, was pushed open. It's really big, compared to the suite we live in, which is already quite good. This guy's place can be called really luxurious. He lives in a whole floor of a luxury hotel by himself. And he is not afraid of being empty. Walking into the door, with the alarm and authority lifted, Oliver talked to his companions in the communication while staring at Thomas Kress, who was sleeping in the bed, with his artificial eyes, with night vision function. His responsibility this time was to ensure that the presidential candidate did not wake up during the action. And he could not relax at all. I collect the stuff later. V squatted down and picked up a bean-sized thing from the blanket in the suite. Holding it in his hand, fortunately, there is only one presidential candidate in this room who doesn't have many prosthetics installed and doesn't like to move. Otherwise this hidden camera dropped on the carpet would definitely be discovered. I saw it loose and fell from the dining cart in the morning, which scared me. Fortunately, it fell on the carpet. Jack looked around in the dark. Is there no one managing the security and defense machine guns in this room? This Mr. Thomas did not give the hotel hacker privileges. He only activated the basic defense function. He probably didn't want outsiders to get involved in his private residence. But this made it much easier for us to come in. Carl stood in the dark and quietly closed the door. There are 3 ways to enter this room: the elevator, the food delivery elevator, and the emergency passage. The emergency passage can only be reached by walking into a wall compartment downstairs. If it weren't for the hotel structure diagram set by T-Bug and the fact that Mr. Kenichi Shiro led them through a similar route in Arasaka Tower, Carl and his team really couldn't figure out how to get in. I didn't expect it to be so easy to sneak in. Now a presidential candidate is lying in front of me. If I want to kill him, I can do it at any time. It's really amazing to think about it. Oliver looked at Thomas. This presidential candidate is too unprepared. It's not that he didn't take precautions, but he is just a presidential candidate, not the president. So his precautions are not that strict. If we didn't accidentally discover and encounter related hidden rooms before, plus the structure diagram, and the luck of not being discovered by the camera, do you really think we can sneak in? Carl reminded Oliver not to be too relaxed. Their team is already the top team in the mercenary industry. How many teams in the world can be at the same level as them? Even they were lucky to achieve half of their goal. If it were other teams, They might have been killed when they first checked in or entered Los Angeles. I'm not slacking off. I just feel more and more that the people I used to look up to are actually no different from us. If they are killed, they will die. Whether they are gang leaders, company executives, or presidential candidates, people will die if they are killed. What are you talking about? Carl moved slowly and began to search the room for what they wanted. Even if Rosalind Miles and Saburo Arasaka were shot, there is no way to revive them. It's impossible that they really have two lives because of power and wealth? What if there is? Jack asked curiously. Then kill them twice. Carl waved his hand speechlessly. Kill them if they are alive. And kill them until they can't live anymore. Isn't it simple? If you want to extend their lives, kill them until the coins they use to extend their lives are used up. What old-fashioned arcade machines are you and Jack talking about? V said, glancing at him. And his Karusaka's optical prosthetic eyes helped him notice something wrong. Next to the bed where Thomas Kress lay, there was a table lamp. And the crystal lampshade of the table lamp seemed to have some fine powder on it. Looking closely, it was found that the fine powder was the same material as the lampshade. But the fine powder was connected in a line by the lampshade. Just like the crystal that seemed to fit perfectly was often rubbing up and down. Walking to the table lamp on tiptoe, V raised his hand slightly under the sight of his companions, and pressed the lampshade slightly at the top of the fine powder of the lynching line. And then the lampshade actually made a slight crisp sound, and was pressed down a little. I may have found the target, Wendy said in the communication. Thomas Kress, who caught the slight crisp sound in his ears, opened his eyes suddenly. He heard a familiar voice. It was a secret voice. Chapter 400 Stunned. Thomas Kress opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to turn his fat body over and look at the crystal lamp beside the bed. However, he found that there was no figure next to the lamp. Is it an illusion? He thought to himself. The alertness in his eyes from the sound in his sleep subsided slightly, after Thomas Kress quickly confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the place where he stored his items. He supported his fat body with both hands and sat up. His hand touched the light switch beside the bed and pressed it. And soon the whole suite was filled with light. Thomas Kress looked around the suite, and did not see any suspicious figures, which made him rub his temples. Is it the dreaming caused by the recent stress? Although I heard the health doctor talk about this, I didn't expect that I was really stressed to this extent. Huh? Thomas Kress, who had just fallen asleep for a while, let out a breath and felt that his sleepiness had dissipated a lot. So he simply got up and got out of bed. Thomas Kress walked towards the bathroom in the suite, but he didn't notice that when he passed by a sofa, someone was secretly watching him through the gap behind the sofa. At this time, the conversations of several people in the KK team channel were quite intense. Oliver, what should we do? The target seems to have woken up. What should we do? V, should we knock him out? Anyway, judging from his performance when he woke up, the things should be in the lampshade. How about we knock him out and take the things and leave? Jack, if you want to do it, hurry up. I am hiding in the curtain cloth position where I am half exposed. I just hid somewhere in a hurry. I am not like Oliver and V who hide behind the sofa for a short time without being exposed. If he is discovered and screams, it will be troublesome. The three people in the team are asking Carl for his opinion. And Carl slowly sits up on the other side of the bed, where Thomas Kress got out of bed. Don't worry. Carl said this in the team, sitting and watching the back of Thomas Kress. The small triangular area formed by the edge of the bed, and the ground is a blind spot for people lying on the bed. When Thomas Kress woke up, Carl judged that he would definitely look at the table lamp on the left first. And when he got out of bed, he would subconsciously walk under the location of the secret. So he chose to hide on the right side. And the result was just as he expected. We hid in a dangerous way. But we are not exposed yet. If we are exposed, we will not rush to take action. The best situation is to leave safely. When a person wakes up after being knocked unconscious, the first reaction is to check his secrets. But when he wakes up, he will not think of checking his secrets first. Thomas Kress's performance, when he got up just now, has confirmed this. Letting him sleep peacefully can buy us more time. What kind of mentality is this? Oliver asked puzzledly. If it were me, I would check it as soon as I woke up and felt something was wrong. It's a sign of excessive pressure. Carl continued, I remember seeing in the super dream analysis that when a person has an extremely important secret in his heart, this secret is crucial, and he even thinks that it may affect his life. He will always take some self-deception to try to conceal it on a small scale. Therefore, his fear of the secret will also grow. As time goes by, the secret becomes heavier and heavier in his heart, until he can hardly breathe and doesn't want to think about it anymore. So he will subconsciously. He resisted the secret, and was unwilling to face the reality until the reality inevitably lay before him. I didn't quite understand. It's just like that. When a child steals his parents' money, he worries that they find out, and he get more and more scared, until he can't hide it anymore. During the days when he stole the money, he'd be very well behaved, and won't even dare to mention anything about the money. Even when his parents get a little closer to where the money is kept, his heart starts pounding, and he's unwilling to face it. Why do you sound like you've experienced this? Oliver asked curiously. Have you experienced this? No. Because when I was a kid, I don't even know where my parents keep their money. Carl said. You can tell from Thomas Cress's performance when he got up just now. His heartbeat was very fast, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at the lampshade where the secret was kept. But after confirming that nothing was wrong, at least on the surface, he immediately relaxed and even stopped shaking. But he didn't even dare to get out of bed and check the lampshade. Don't you think this is really like the psychological analysis I saw in Mutuo? Does the Mutuo you saw have a special turn to introduce this thing? V asked. I don't know, but it's enough to know his mentality. Carl watched Thomas Cress staring at the mirror in the bathroom, without even closing the door, and waited quietly. Sparse. In the bathroom, Thomas Cress took some water and wiped his face. He felt more conscious and looked at himself in the mirror. There was no bloodshot in his eyes that had not been transformed, and there were no dark circles on his face. But his appearance was full of haggardness. 4 days. Thomas Cress said to himself in his heart to encourage himself. In 4 days, he can complete his inspection of the front line of military technology as a newcomer in the political arena of the new United States, and return to his loyal Washington. If it weren't for the fact that the people who supported him in the family thought that he should come to face the front line of Arasaka, he would not come to Los Angeles, the test site of military technology. It will be over soon. After washing his face, he was much more awake, but he still decided to end the day early, in order to avoid being uneasy in his sleep. Thomas Cress turned his head and looked at the position of the bed. There was nothing in the direction of the bed, but for some reason, Thomas Cress always had a strange feeling, as if there was someone there at the last moment. The strange feeling caused by stress became more and more serious. He had to take care of himself after returning to Washington for a while. Going back to the bed, Thomas Cress turned off the light switch and closed his eyes. After washing his face, he had a good sleep quality and had no dreams all night. Mr. Cress, your breakfast is ready. During the day, Thomas Cress opened his eyes at the ringing of the waiter's bell. 3 more days, he muttered, and subconsciously looked at the table lamp on the left. Nothing unusual. Thomas Cress suddenly had a strange feeling. He ignored the waiter's voice, quickly turned over, and walked to the side of the table lamp. Press the secret compartment that will pop up automatically, and the inside will pop up. Inside? There is nothing. Thomas Cress was stunned.